Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu nangis. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic, apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal, crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch, double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood. pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on, what's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH. MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability.
No, I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax.
Come now.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
To the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak sektor Ngebakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Amda, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga. Semangat buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang sejarah. We all this. Cuma di Anda. The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength.
Pierce! 5, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
प्रोडक्शन करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए।
ये आपको order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah di aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic, apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal, crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen penture.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All
do
right.
this?
So this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put.
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system?
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua.
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs. Powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Di kebingungan di mana berada dan bahkan terjun triple shot, double damage diberikan Emma menjadi target utama. Tapi Winnie tapi lihat Wild Dragon telah berhasil mendapatkan seorang Dairan kembali secara belakang menjadi target utama mereka. Itu juga seorang Amoy yang bersama seorang Baliski terlalu sakit, tapi lihat Katera siapa software telah dikeluarkan, juga seorang Amoy dan itu dia tahu kalau Katera bisa melakukan branded lembaga Bloody Heart. Banget lima kill, lihat Kemper Maniac, Sotoche dan Driver rapatinya gagal dan
Sang robot merah telah datang ke arena El Dorado Bandung dalam match penentuan Go Big or Go Home. Ki yang memimpin Bigetron Alpha dengan pengalamannya kini memiliki tanggung jawab besar untuk bisa memperpanjang nyawa mereka. Namun tentunya Ki tidak bisa sendiri karena masuknya Super Loop di musim ini telah membuktikan dirinya adalah hal yang dibutuhkan Bigetron Alpha untuk melangkah lebih jauh. Belum lagi konsistensi Moreno dan juga Eman membuat tim yang menempati peringkat ketiga regular season ini bisa membuktikan kekuatan mereka. Dan telah hadir pula Geek Fight. Nyawa terakhir ini harus mereka manfaatkan untuk ukir sejarah. Terlebih untuk Paloiski yang semenjak masuknya dirinya di Geek membawa hasil yang baik untuk Geek Fam. Semenjak season 11 hingga sekarang, Paloiski tidak berjuang sendirian. Ada Aboy dan juga Cadera yang berhasil membawa Geek selalu dapat bermain di playoff. Bahkan di musim lalu, mereka lah yang memulangkan Bigetron Alpha di lower bracket final. Posisi yang sesuai dengan match saat ini. Veldora semenjak debut di Geek hingga babak playoff juga sudah menunjukkan kelasnya. Dan inilah pembuktian bagi sang jungler dan juga tim A Geek Fam. Selamat datang di babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 14. Wow, begitu ramai pastinya. Eldorado Dome Bandung memenuhi arena. Yang ada di rumah juga pastinya udah gak sabar untuk melihat seperti apa hari yang ketiga di mana ada 2 Best of 5 series yang menentukan nasib. Dan juga tentunya dari hasil kemarin banyak sekali yang penasaran untuk hari ini. Betul sekali Bude, karena hari ini kita akan melihat siapakah tim ketiga yang akan tereliminasi. Tapi juga hari ini adalah menjadi match penentuan di mana final Apple Bracket di antara tim Liquid Indonesia melawan Anarchy yang akan memperebutkan tiket pertama mereka ke M6 World Championship. Tentu semuanya penasaran akan seperti apa, siapa wakil dari Indonesia yang pertama. Tapi sebelum itu kita harus melihat, harus ada yang bersedih karena perjalanan mereka harus terhenti. Menjadi tim ketiga yang tereliminasi menyisakan tentunya harapan besar karena 2 tim ini adalah The Crown Seeker, Bigetron Alpha dan juga Geek Fam. Mereka belum memiliki dari kemenangan MPL. Piala MPL belum mereka memiliki, tapi kali ini adalah saat mereka untuk berjuang. Keduanya ingin memberikan hasil yang baik. Apalagi khususnya Bigetron Alpha yang mereka nggak mau mengulang season yang lalu. Ya betul sekali Bude, walaupun tahta juara hari ini harus diperebutkan dan harus ada yang pulang. Tapi nggak apa-apa Bude, karena pastinya sudah ada yang bertata di hati aku, yaitu para sponsor yang selalu setia mendukung jalannya MPL Indonesia. Benar sekali tentunya, hatur nuhun karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And of course, our official coffee partner ada Good Day, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official destination for gaming and e-sport Kidia, our official gold partner dari UBS Gold. Dan tak lupa juga kita punya partner in e-sports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan juga We Drink. And of course, our suppliers from Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Kila Food, Popmart, RSP Helmet, and Saturdays. And of course, supported by PBSI. Yes, semua yang telah mendukung, apalagi super fans yang sudah datang dari jauh-jauh berkumpul di Eldorado Dome Bandung dan juga yang ada di rumah. Pastinya ingin menyaksikan siapa yang akan terus melanjutkan perjalanannya di antara Bigetron Alpha dan juga Geek Fam. Hari kemarin mungkin bukan hari yang baik untuk mereka karena mereka diturunkan ke lower bracket. Ada yang berjuang keras, ada pula yang tentu saja sudah memiliki banyak sekali evaluasi. Mereka harus bisa menjawab tantangan untuk hari ini, hari yang baru di mana tidak akan ada lagi nyawa tambahan untuk mereka. Betul sekali Bude, dan langsung saja tanpa berlama-lama lagi, ini dia kita akan langsung lebar ke caster, silakan.
A huge day for Mobile Legends esports in Indonesia as Fnatic Onyx is already eliminated. We're gonna have a new champion for the first time in 4 seasons. But who's gonna be? This day, one of them will set their foot in Malaysia. But first of all, this match, one of them will go home. For Geek Fam versus Bigetron Alpha. Back again in the desk here in an English broadcast with Sheffin, Mirko, and Gani. And of course, I'm gonna just throw it out right away to the Bigetron man here, Mirko. What happened last season?
What happened last season?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when Geek Fam actually took down Bigetron Alpha. I agree, you know, 3-0 and all. It was a very shaky Bigatron Alpha in the playoffs, right? Amazing in the regular season, choked in the playoffs. That's why we all have that moniker for Bigatron. We won't say it here. Hey, I said we won't. I know we're a fun bunch, mates.
Okay, all right.
But let's keep it serious here, all right?
Okay.
But no, seriously, Bigatron Alpha. I think despite the fact that Geek Fam did send them home, we can see the pattern is already a bit different here. Against TLID, they were able to perform really, really well. It was a 3-2. First 2 games didn't go well, but the fact that they were still able to stay composed means that, at least in the mentality department, they have made changes. They have developed. They have progressed. Now for Geek Fam, on the other hand, losing to RRQ 3-1, not 3-2 even, Shepard?
Well, it's kind of within my expectations, to be honest, as we're going to take a look at the brackets on what's going on so far in the playoffs. Day number 1, BTR versus AE. It's absolute sweep.
Tough match.
Iconic versus Geek Fam. Man, it's just Goni. Like, even for me, it still feels surreal,
Yeah.
It really is,
Especially for you, Goni.
Especially for me, because a big factor, maybe luck comes into play. Let's see. Right, today's schedule, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 teams for playoffs, and let's see here, Geek Fam, can they move on against the Red Robots?
I mean, luck, I think, is kind of an underrated part for a lot of teams out there, or for even fans, didn't really account for luck into this pro scene, because sometimes in a day, a player just feels a little bit down.
Yeah.
And that really, made the game difference for all of the players out there.
I agree. Again, when it comes to every single day, it'll be different. The matchups are going to be different, right? Geek Fam won against Fnatic Onic, but they can lose against RRQ. Onic have been really amazing throughout the last 4 seasons, but Geek Fam, the team that hasn't been doing at all in the regular season, they were able to perform in the playoffs. So the playoff mode really, really with Geek Fam, as we can see here, the matchup. This was the very hurtful matchup that I have to talk about. This was actually during the regular season where Geek Fam were actually able to get it done in the first leg. This was still with Gobs and Chadera. This was pre-patch when Vincent obviously was still phenomenal on the Roger, on the Julian, on the Nolan pre-nerfs. But then after the patch hit, we definitely saw a big, I would say, downgrade in Vincent's performance. He was amazing on the Rogers, amazing on those 3 picks, but then when you force him onto these Assassins picks, when you force him onto even the utility jungles that he hasn't really been playing in the regular season, it just seems like it's a bit off. Meanwhile, for Bigatron Alpha, they were able to adapt to the patch, I would say, better than Geek Fam, at least in the regular season. But again, if we have to take a look at the playoffs, I think both these teams have adapted quite well. It's 1-1 in the regular season, so we don't have another Fnatic on a Geek Fam situation where it was 2-0, and then Geek Fam took it to 3-0. This is a 1-1, so right now, best of 3, who's going to get it?
I don't know, man. And on the other side of Geek Fam or Bigatron Alpha's players, have a player that's very familiar to Geek Fam's pretty much full identity.
Luke.
Yeah, it's not even just one player, just the coach too. That definitely knows what's going on in Geek Fam's agenda. But we're gonna just throw it to our panelists here for Arashi, Realize, and also welcome to our guest Gideon on the panelist desk. Take it away.
Wait, Gideon's here?
Yeah, from Malaysia.
Where is he?
Where?
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14 Playoffs. Of course, with us in the panelist desk, we will see how it all unfolds, who will step into Malaysia for that M6 golden ticket. But speaking of Malaysia, Arashi, we have someone from Malaysia.
Oh, hey. How you boys doing?
I'm good.
Look, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here, especially to look out for some of the best teams coming out of MPL Indonesia. I finally get to say that, not only being a guest, but also hosting M6. It feels good to be here.
It is, of course, very good. We welcome you to the desk, of course, Gideon. But now we want to talk about what unfolded yesterday, because yesterday we had a banger of a game. Team Liquid ID almost got reverse swept by Bigatron Alpha and RRQ. They were able to take down the Kingslayers, the Kingslayer Geek Fam. They were able to slay the Sky Kings, but the Kings of Kings, they had to let it go.
I mean, all through the regular season, we see that RRQ somehow were able to reverse that whole curse situation. For the longest time, Geek Fam were the team, the kryptonite of RRQ. But this season, I think it's still 3-0. So we'll have to see if that, matchup rivalry continues. What do you think about that whole matchup situation, Gideon?
I think in terms of the overall matchup situation, at least for you guys here in MPL Indonesia, your regular season is actually extra long compared to like our 6 weeks in MPL MY. So there is more time to actually adapt to the current patch and more so to the teams that are going to be distributed. But even for today's games, right, after looking at yesterday, GeekFam's initial loss to RRQ, I don't think it was, I mean, it's a loss is a loss. It's pretty sad that it happened, but I think in terms of adaptability, you can definitely see moment to moment in the game where GeekFam does improve. I just think that they can punish the draft. Like, come on, we can hurt RQ's draft some more.
Yeah, that is true. But talking about adaptability, I feel like yesterday GeekFam approached the game in a much more one-dimensional way. Talking about it later, of course, we will take a look at the Crown Seeker, their last hope. They are, of course, the Crown Seekers because for a long time they haven't been in the colonizer part of the MPL ID. It's been always Onyx, for example, RRQ even with their MPL ID championship trophies, but now it's gonna be Bigatron and GeekFam. What do you think about both of these teams, Gideon?
I think these are both great teams. I think GeekFam, I was a little worried once they were losing, you know, one of their pillars of that team in Luke, and obviously him going over to BTR was a big amount of news to receive at one time. I think that GeekFam genuinely has an opportunity here. I think that BTR, it really depends. It's a bit of a coin flip on their overall performance today, and some may even say their draft, but I think one usually leads to another.
Yeah. I think the draft definitely is part of the whole team's performance. It's no secret that with both these teams, getting the signature picks for their key players is a big win condition for them. And of course, Big Brain Beloyski. Yesterday we saw him adapt. Even Shevin, the GeekFam fan, right, was questioning, Beloyski on that show? You know, this guy is a big brain player. I'm not sure about his mechanics, and yet he delivers and made it a very tough time for Sitsugen against RRQ.
He does. Personally, for me, I think that even for when we're talking about Beloyski, what he brings to the table is more so inside and outside of the game. Great leadership role, great person to look up to, but very intelligent about the game, right? So not only do I think that his shot calls are very good, but it's the final call. I think that everybody on the team, and especially for GeekFam's chemistry, they're all trying to make calls here, but you gotta listen to Beloy's voice specifically to know to go in.
Yeah, this guy has been an MPL ID for such a long time now. Starting in Season 10, his best achievement is particularly in Season 12, of course, qualifying for M5 in Philippines and able to get second place in MPL Indonesia. But of course, he has his counterpart there, Key, who is also the shot caller, who is also known for making moments. But back to Beloyski, he is well known for his shot calling. But he is also well known for his unconventional picks, the Hellkurt, the Saber maybe, the Natalia later on. Do you think that is a sole factor that GeekFam can also rely on the playoffs?
I think we've seen it all throughout. How many teams have banned out Hellkurt? How many teams have banned out Natalia? I think we start looking at the stats generally against GeekFam. There are heroes that people find just annoying to deal with and would rather just a simple, straightforward line of play coming in from GeekFam. And yes, we did see Cho yesterday, and obviously even the day before that with a couple of missed implosions coming up for Beloy himself. That's something that they can work on. Definitely a little bit more polish would be good for them.
I think part of that topic is the 7-death Beloyski buff, right? He makes plays that are kind of questionable. It looks like a mistake, but then suddenly, all of a sudden, there'll be that one moment. I mean, even against RRQ, that one play where he found Sutsugen with a flicker G-Kundo, right? Game-breaking moments like that is what this guy uses, right? To really show his skill, his prowess. And man, talking about the chain of command as well, that's such a fitting topic to talk about when you're talking about the war crime general here, Beloyski. Again, it's just all the unconventional, the plays and the picks that shouldn't really work. But this guy just finds a way to connect the dots and make a great big picture.
Do you think, Arashi, in your opinion, is Cho a Beloyski hero? Because I feel like yesterday he had quite a good game, and I think game number 2, he was able to get the kick towards Sutsujin. But after that, it all just went down for him.
I feel like in a way, right? When you talk about key players, I think the key boy, key comes to mind, you know, the people who actually go for big moments. The thing with Beloyski is, like we said earlier, he hasn't really gone for these flashy moments too far. And even yesterday, it looks cool, but for the most part, he's only able to find the main frontliner. And that may be because RRQ were able to kind of mitigate the possibilities. But so far, we didn't see him, you know, go to the back and find these really high-value kicks. So the playstyle, even though it's still on the same show, it's not the same kind of find a high-value target. It's more of really go for a pickoff.
Yeah, of course. Any thoughts, Gideon?
I think generally it just comes down to chemistry. Like a lot of belief has to come from Beloyski in his teammates to make it happen, which is, again, similar to Key right here. Now, keep in mind that Key's been playing for a very long time. I've tracked his career for a while, especially since he was part of BTR, right? When they were winning and when the Twins were still part of them. It's a very long journey, right? And even so, he's seen through all of the changes. I still think he has somewhat of the brains to understand what's going on. But I think what his true skill really lies in is figuring out patterns and behaviors fairly quickly. You don't see him make mistakes. Well, he does make mistakes, sometimes 2 times, but the 3rd time is where he draws it.
Right, so never 7 times?
Never 7 times. No. That's just a fever dream.
It's an unlucky number for him, but of course, Key has been active and has been playing from Season 5 to Season 13 with his best achievement as a runner-up in MPL ID Season 7 and as well participating in MSC 2021. Now, the big question is, how long will he stay loyal to Bigatron Alpha? Because he has been on the team for such a long time. I mean, who doesn't love a loyal man, right?
I mean, at this point, it seems like Key and Bigatron are kind of part of the same unit almost. It's hard to imagine this guy playing for a different team.
I mean, there was only one of 2 options. Either Key leaves Bigatron, or like majority of the roster from Bigatron is going to change. And we got the former at the very least. But generally, at least from his transition from his previous roles to now going into the support, I definitely think that there are a couple of things that are lacking with him. I don't know whether he's going to be the main voice of the team. I'm not sure how the chain of command for BTR works. Specifically, Mirko will probably know that a little bit better than I do. But when we see them play up on that stage, and especially during the regular season, they were kind of crushing it early. I think right now it's solely dependent on blue and red side.
I really do feel like for Key, he's a bit disadvantaged, if that's a real word, in this meta. Because I think Mirko was talking about this quite a bit. The current meta really favors teams that can kind of continue for a long drawn-out fight. All these heroes with quick cooldowns or with ultimates can last longer, right, throughout the course of the fight, kind of has a bit of an advantage. And because of that, these roamers that are kind of in the meta right now need to facilitate a lot of different things. Like for instance, the Mathilda has been so important, allows you to kite back in and out. And the Guiding Wind, a relatively spammable skill, gives you a lot of sustain and protection. On the other hand, Key, look at his nickname, El Momento. He looks for that one big moment, that one big play, and sometimes in this current meta, it's just not enough.
Yeah. I would agree with that point as well. Generally, if you're looking for those big tempo breaks, you can generally rely on Key to actually figure it out, right? But as you mentioned, the meta is shifting to have more consistent fights, and better yet, you need to be able to fight on a dime. It doesn't matter if it's like, oh, I'm not in position. I don't care. Flicker in, make something happen right now. If not, we're going to lose this fight.
Let's talk about El Momento, right? He is the one who creates the moments. But we talk about Super Luke as well, being the enabler for Bigatron Alpha. You put him on like a Phoveus maybe, he creates those moments. Or maybe we could talk about Moreno, who has consistently been on the Valentina, and he has been the playmaker for Bigatron Alpha. So basically they have 3 players that are able to play these playmaking kind of approaches. Where do you put Key then? In that scale of priority on who creates the biggest moments?
Man. Okay, if we're talking about creating the biggest moments, are we defining it by impact in the game, or are we defining it by how cool it looked? Because generally, if we're talking about like raw impact, I think he definitely is going to be a lot higher up on that list because those moments really are game-breaking. However, for the rest of his team, they've got some really flashy plays too. Even when we're talking about Luke alone, this guy is just pumping out the clips.
I mean, man, we saw what happened when he was actually put on like the Hylas. It's a whole different playstyle, right? This guy needs those big moments. If you're talking about big moments from Key, there's I think equally high amounts of plays in the game by Luke as well. And which is why I feel like putting him on a more static kind of hero like a Hylas really kind of takes away from the team, you know? But I think when it comes down to it, it's about the balance, right? All throughout the season, the Roamer and the EXP, there's a very important delicate balance there in deciding who goes forward and who really tries to be the main front line or the defensive tool for the team.
Yeah, now let's talk about the most picked and banned heroes for both of these respective teams. Of course, the most picked, you see a Ling over there for Super Ken, one of his favorites. And now, let's talk about Vincent on Geek Fam. Of course, he has the Nolan as his favorite. He has been criticized a lot. And of course, by Mirko as well, one of our casters here. He misses a lot on the retributions. He is so reliant on the Alpha, on the Suyos. Once he gets his hands on the Nolan, on the Ling, it's a different story. What do you think about Vincent, Gideon?
I think that Vincent right now, he just lacks target priority, right? I feel like he feels like he honestly, he feels like the mentality of an EXP laner, right? Or at least when the fighter meta for junglers were around for a little bit, right? You basically take any one of those fights, see how much damage you do, and then kind of adjust as the game goes by. Unfortunately for Vincent, I think that right now it's really important to surgically extract certain players from compositions as quickly as possible, others not as high priority. I think that a Nolan is able to kind of compensate for that with the short cooldowns and high mobility to get in and out of tough situations. But you can see, if he plays anything else, right, that's when it's like, oh man, if I'm playing Alpha, if I'm all in, I'm in the right headspace, right? Put him on an assassin, you gotta flip the coin.
I think the big problem here for Vincent is that he's always been like a more consistent and safe player, which is why you saw him kind of pop off on the Roger, right? If you're a marksman or marksman/fighter, and part of your job is just to go for the cleanups, of course the Roger's amazing on him, right? But now that the meta is shifting more towards the assassins, you need to be looking proactively for moments that are kind of risky and take that risk. Make that assessment whether it's okay or not to go in there, and whether it's worth it to go in there and maybe trade an ultimate for a battle spell and all that. And I don't think Vincent is just in that same kind of mindset. He's more on play it safe, look for a window of opportunity, set up for his team, which is why the utility jungle is coming back right here. Has been a bit of a saving grace for Geek Fam, but of course we need to see a lot more here from Vincent.
I think I'm okay with the utility jungles in the meta right now. Yes, you're basically going to quote-unquote get outscaled, right? But then when you really consider, like, in terms of the scaling factor, you're just basically a less priority target. And I think for Vincent right now, the chain of command is the big issue, because if you want to make a play, you got to get confirmation from Beloy. If you want to make those moments to moments, you really need a lot of trust in your side laners to help make that happen alongside you.
Let's circle back now to the bigger picture, of course, the strategies, the current meta, the current patch, of course. In MPL ID, a lot of teams has been dependent on the Mathilda, on the Alphas, even the Suyo. The Suyo has been banned against Vincent for most of the times, and Bigatron Alpha yesterday picked up the X-Borg, but he was, or Supercan specifically, he was outclassed by a Ling. You definitely don't lose that matchup, especially at Turtle Siege, when you go against a Ling as an X-Borg, but yesterday Supercan just got, I don't know, outclassed. What do you think of that, Arashi?
I feel like it's not really fair to just put all the blame on Supercan. Right?
It's his fault!
it was a tough game, man.
Yeah,
there was so
tough.
much pressure on everyone, right? I mean, Bigatron as a whole, you know, you can say the same thing about, oh, you know, where was the big brain moments from Iman? Where were the flashy plays from Luke?
Yeah.
I think overall, it comes back down to what is the game plan, and that ties in back to the draft, right? If they really want to have this moment where Supercan is going to be able to actually get all of the neutral objectives, that's great. But you can't just get him one pick and call it a day. You know, you need to get more tools, right? More tools that are specifically also catered to your opponents. If you're talking about zone control, right? Controlling the area around the objectives, I mean, Team Liquid was just really good on that. And I think Bigatron just didn't have the same kind of tools to really contest and poke around and find information the same way Team Liquid did.
And now, for Geek Fam, of course, their problem was that one-dimensional draft. For the last two games, they spammed the Cho, the Beatrix, the Nolan. That was so problematic, I think, for them to go up against RRQ, but we hope that they do change a few things. As we take a look at the lineup here, Bigatron Alpha, it will still be the same lineup with Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Key, and Iman, and they will still field their Terminators inside of them. And now Geek Fam, they have yet again the same beerers here, Veldora, Vincent, Aboy, Boloyski, and Chadera. It will be very interesting to see how they will approach today's match. And of course, as they walk onto the stage, Bigatron Alpha, they want to prove that they don't choke as they used to in the playoffs. They want to turn again the machines, the robots in their artillery. But in front of them stands tall Geek Fam, as the villains, as the ones who wants to stop, with the war crime general leading them. On the left side, it is Bigatron Alpha! And their opponents on the right side looking to crash yet another dream of Bigatron's. It is Geek Fam!
Man, that's a hype situation to be in, man. Both teams having so much at stake, especially for the coaching staff, with so much pressure, you know, highlighted by the talents, the casters, the audience on the drafting phase. you gotta feel for the coaches, man. In the playoff stage, with everything thrown to disarray, I mean, with a new champion already guaranteed in Season 14, there's so much at stake here.
Honestly, I'm a little worried for them because this is purely one of the weak points of BTR throughout this playoffs. Their draft every single time. We hear this conversation time and time again. Why can't they draft better? Why can't we get these priority heroes? Why can't we be the best that we already know that they could be? But this is the one limiting factor. And now you're up against Geek Fam, of all teams, who have been like, what's been saving us? The late game and our draft.
Yeah, but again, I want to ask you, Gideon, the main issue that I talked about was that one-dimensional draft. What do you think of that yesterday when they were constantly picking the Cho, the Beatrix, the Nolan again for 2 times in a row?
Yeah, personally for me, I don't have much issue with it. Generally, if you are going to play these high skill cap heroes, and better yet, especially with the kits that they provide, you can actually be very fluid and flexible throughout the game. And I mean, we saw it in that the very first time they brought it out, they were doing really well in the early game, and then they took random fights after, and then the game after that, where it's, I don't know, Edith just wasn't the way to kind of go with it. I definitely think that they probably didn't practice this particular composition as much, because if you are playing a composition that is looking to fight pretty much anywhere across the map, you've got to have good comms as 2s or as 3s.
Yeah, and for Geek Fam as well, aside from that, they have been consistently prioritizing the Natan as well in the hands of Chadera. Chadera has been very pivotal in toppling down the Sky Kings, Fnatic, Onyx. What do you think of Natan picked by Geek Fam in the scenario where they always want to play base defense?
I feel like they really want to go for the base defense. They can go for that option. Beloyski is great at kind of allowing the team to recover after a rough start, especially against the aggressive plays in Season 14. But Bigatron, you have to remember, they're a team that is well known for going very hard in the early game and getting all of the advantages and just pushing the limit again and again. So this is a whole different situation compared to Fnatic Onyx just yesterday.
And now, of course, keys to victory from Bigatron. If you want to play early, ban Natan. And of course, Natan has to be banned, because if you snatch it away from Geek Fam, they will kind of struggle. And number 2 is, of course, respect the prio picks if it's available. What do you think of this?
I think these are very standard here. I think you basically say that for every single one of these teams at this point, because again, that's just what the heroes provide. It's part of their kit. I mean, if we're looking for keys to victory specifically for Geek Fam, one-dimensional draft equals elimination, don't overextend and control Kadera's movement. That second point is kind of tough. Because, right. I mean, after looking at yesterday's game, it felt like if he didn't want to fight, he could have easily not tactically roll into these fights. Yet he does.
Yeah. And sometimes it works out for them, right? I mean, the plays, like when he actually went forwards, right, with the Beatrix, just going with a point-blank runner play. I mean, there were great moments here from Chadera. He's showing that he has that aggressive side to him as well. Some people are saying that it might be because of the taunts. I forgot who it was that said it, but someone was saying like, man, Chadera, all he does is wait for Beloyski. He can't do anything on his own. It seems like he has something to prove here in this playoffs. But again, against Bigatron, it can very easily be punished with El Momento, with Supercan, with Moreno that's so comfortable just diving all the way towards the backline solo and making the plays happen. So he needs to be a bit more careful here.
I think first things first, we need to address the fact that at this point of time, the laners are going to be super important. Let's take out the X factors and the outside factors like junglers and roamers. Yeah. Leave it purely to the gold laners and EXP laners. Whatever advantage that you can create, especially for a one-dimensional comp that we saw the other day from Geek Fam, you can really abuse that. You can force movements out of your opponents just because you are slightly winning the early game or even your laning phase. And I think that's something that BTR is probably going to use to influence the movements from Geek Fam. So I want to see what Geek Fam is going to do instead. Are they going to double down, hey, if you're playing early game, we play early game? Or are they going to go back into their control style of play? You can have the early game, I'll outscale you at the end.
It's a very interesting approach as well for the draft. Now, speaking of drafts, I have been wanting to ask you this, but I think we will talk about it later, because we will enter the drafting phase as we take a look at match number 1, game number 1, the drafting phase over in El Dorado, Bandung. Fam against Bigatron Alpha. Take a look at that asset, Gideon.
Oh, it pulls it in.
It pulls it in. Okay, Franco hooking in the drafting phase for us, presented by the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, our official tournament smartphone. Now, again, still with the respect ban on the Helker.
Man, this Helker, dude. We haven't seen it in so long, and yet it's still respected. That is the mind game. That is the impact of the war crime general. Along with that though, Phobius and Chip, and for Lovesy, the 1-1 respect towards Bigatron here is very notable. And with the Yves as well, mitigating a lot of the ways for Bigatron to kind of get advantage in the mid lane, especially because they know they can get the Tsushin here if it's traded for the Suyo. But this Hylas, once again, is just being really prio. And considering Veldora was playing very aggressive yesterday with the Khalid, with the Khalid and the Gatot, I believe, just diving in the backline. With the Hylas, it's going to be a lot more passive here.
Well, I think at the end of the day, Jushin is going to be the priority pick. I think the high loss is just to supplement that pick. My question is, why the heck is BTR banning Chip out on blue side, right? It feels like they could have just left that open. But, I mean, Suyo is good, but I don't think he is Chip level of good. He is really useful, especially when it comes down to neutral takes and cleaning up fights. It's a super easy hero to do all of those things, and you have the toolkit to do so. And then now that we come back over to like GeekFam's side, getting these two is going to deter a lot of options from BTR. All right, you get the Gatot, sure. Early levels might be a bit rough, but we'll see in a little bit. Lo Yi, this is interesting because now BTR is like, all right, we're going to double down here on our mid trio.
Ooh, a very strong mid trio for sure, with a lot of global presence as well, with the diversion and the avatar of the Guardian. We've seen though that the Loi can be a bit vulnerable depending on what they're up against, but maybe that's exactly the idea. They don't believe Vincent is going to go for an aggressive assassin-style jungler, so going straight with the Loi. But remember, the Alpha still is available, I believe. And for GeekFam, that can be an option. If you combo that with the Hylas, that is a very difficult thing to deal with, right? A diving in Alpha with the glorious pathway just slowing you down.
I don't know. As much as people like to believe that Gatot is like, oh yeah, Gatot doesn't stand a chance against this Alpha, it's really about timing. If Alpha uses his ult first, Gatot can instantly go for the re-engage. And I think that's usually the biggest problem that we see from Alphas these days, is when they decide to pull the trigger, the counter-engage is usually heavier.
We did not see GeekFam pull out their gold laner in the first phase, and they go for the Moskov, a relatively safe pick, of course. But against the Gatot, against the Luoyi, do you think it'll fare enough in the team fights, Arashi?
Gatot and the Luoyi, I mean, he's susceptible to getting caught with a random crowd control tool, and this is like almost a default pick for Chidera, right? He's one of the more well-known Moskov players, and GeekFam like playing that macro-heavy style, but with the diversion and the Avatar of the Guardian available, I think it's kind of at risk of being ganked on out of nowhere, right? But maybe Beloyski can kind of read through the idea, the plan from Bigatron, and avoid all those diversion plays.
I think it's starting to look like a Cho angle here, I'm not going to lie. No, genuinely, I think it could be a Cho angle, because as of right now, Hylos is currently in a flex position, so it depends on what we see coming in from BTR, because they're probably going to position Super Luke for a winning matchup. That's just pure guess, right? So now that we see the Moskov as third pick, we can assume that GeekFam right now is prioritizing both the EXP. Well, I mean, it could be a roamer. It kind of depends on what has stronger wave clear at this point. It's about priority.
Yeah, the Alpha panned out as well. So, of course, Bigatron, still, they want to deny the jungle options. But what do you think of the jungle options for GeekFam here, Rashi?
Jungle options for GeekFam? The Julian comes to mind, but we haven't seen it, actually, relatively in recent times. With the composition here, I think it would fit quite well, but no, the Nolan is what they kind of want to limit. They want to make sure that Vincent has no mobility, you know, to really be pesky, moving around like that. Not for GeekFam though. Do they really want to go and get that jungler pick now, or do they want to hide the EXP lane? Because talking about prio, the Khalid is one of the picks that has a lot of prio, but sometimes we've seen teams not really favor it in the current meta.
I think if they're still focusing on what Vincent's jungle pick is going to be, they're probably going to lock it in right here. As in the Khalid is going to get locked in right here if they want to see the full lineup first. If not, they go for something like Hayabusa or, straight into Tig. What is the blind call here?
They want to snatch maybe one of his heroes as well. I mean, he has been using this Tigreal a lot, and then the Tan taken away from GeekFam, of course, because they had the Moskov ready. What do you think of the draft so far, considering that maybe GeekFam are denied of their favorite picks here?
GeekFam, no Natan, but having
no Natan, no Suyo.
Technically though, the Tigreal is a quote-unquote signature pick. Beloyski was able to actually make so many plays happen, and also miss a lot of implosions though. With the composition of Bigatron kind of clumped up, the Loyi short range, the Gatot, and the Suyo moving forward, can be an angle here to really get punished by GeekFam. But for Bigatron, right here, what's gonna be the final pick? It's gonna be the Arlet. Most likely for
Super Luke.
Super Luke, I would say, yeah. So already an aggressive EXP laner, and it's a Joy.
Oh, Joy.
It's a Joy.
What are your thoughts, Gideon? Joy over a Julian or maybe something else?
I don't know. I think it's definitely punishable. It didn't matter what jungle pick that he went for at this point, unless it's a utility tank jungle pick, because Hayabusa, Joy, all are going to have a really hard time against Arlet specifically. And even so, there's just a lot of re-engagement coming in from BTR side.
Yeah, it is such a hard game as a Joy maybe to traverse your way around the backlines of Bigatron Alpha because they have so much cancel, so much control over the team fights. Final thoughts maybe?
The way that I look at it right now is that BTR, they've got a composition that scales pretty well. But the main issue is initiating these fights can be a lot more flexible now that they have the Arlet. But main concept, wait for High Loss to drop down the ult, look for a final slash to slow it down, and if you do see somebody out of position, that's when you can consider using Gatot as the final pull.
Okay, so we will go straight into Land of Dawn as we take a look at the first match. Casters, Goni, Chefin, Mirko, take it away.
Stake is higher now. No longer possibilities of dropping down to the lower bracket. You're dropping down to elimination this time. Bigatron Alpha trying to beat the allegations. Geek Fam, a lot of questions to their players. Here we go.
Here it is, folks, ladies and gentlemen, lower brackets. These two teams who've made it past the grueling play-in stage find themselves in the same spot, elimination in the midst of the air. But let's take a look at the emblems real quick here. It's Eman opting to go for the Quantum Charge over the Weakness Finder this time around, up against this Moskov. So a lot of respect given over towards the kill pressure that the Joy can bring to the table. And yeah, it was definitely an interesting pick. We were also speculating that maybe it'll be an X-Borg jungle, a Bane jungle. Julian, definitely not a Joy that came to our minds. A Temporal Rain as well. The Joy, I think across all the regions, hasn't really been doing too well. I think in MPL Philippines playoffs, it's sitting at a 0% win rate, picked only one time. Veldora and Beloisi, you can see a bit of a change from the Prio in the playoffs compared to the regular season. Now a lot of teams is going for Concussive Blast to get more Prio on the map so that they can rotate around. Master Assassin though and the Bargain Hunter this time for Natan and Moskov respectively. Really, Chidera. It feels like Mr. Chidera man has taken the Aaron Shiki statements personally, where he said that Masako is the aggressive one, Chidera is super safe, just waits for Beloy all the time.
Veldora jumps in though. Super Luke, this might be first blood. Super Luke pops the flicker as Vincent, he wants, and he is out for blood. Good spacing, Super Luke survives that gank.
Some good pressure in the early game for Geek Fam, setting the tempo in the XP lane. Now Super Luke will not be able to play as aggressively as before.
Yeah, level 4 is definitely going to be tough for him to achieve now as he has to recall. And it does seem like for Bigatron Alpha, they're just going to take their time. Meanwhile, Geek Fam with the Prio, the Tigreal, and the Hylos are actually looking to go for the contest despite having the Joy.
No implosion just yet though, as Key. No AOG as well. Key hovered around, knocked up, but the damage isn't there. Glorious pathway towards the backside, but that's the final slash on towards Beloisi. Implosion pops as well. It's gonna be Vincent though, clearing the turtle. That's a stun! And Beloisi survives with that flicker. Key jumps in, Super Loop, take him down. As Geek Fam, they want more. Beloisi very low, going back, but Key will not survive that fight. And a boy, Crimson Beacon to save his life.
Divine intervention, Beloisi with that turtle buff, man. Could have gone so wrong for Geek Fam there, but he just gets away scot-free.
Phenomenal plays from Geek Fam, really just making a decisive move. They saw that the Arlet had to recall. They made the move instantly with the Prio that they had, with the Hylos, with the Tigreal as well. And now Vincent is kind of online here, despite the fact that obviously, he's not going to be able to one-shot Super Luke just yet. He's doing really good.
Meanwhile, that's an interesting build that they're from Super Luke actually going for. I presume it's gonna be the dagger first, so he wants to go for damage instead of just play safely in the lane. As we gotta take a look at the talent prediction by Gopei, Pak Pulung, and Shafin. I love you, Pak Pulung. You love Pak Pulung.
What about me and Gani, man?
Nah, I don't.
No?
I hate you guys.
Why? All right, you know what? For the drama, I hate you too. We hate you too, Shefin. Bigatron Alpha, though, they really need to start playing for Beloy.
Oh, wow. Ocean connects now with the revitalized. He's trying to buy time, but he will not survive. Never mind. AOG to save his life. Vincent, though, secures it. And Geek Fam, they will back off.
Love that game coming from Geek Fam. Veldora out of nowhere, man. The horse cross country.
In a way, it's great for Geek Fam again, right? They were able to get some pressure down, but the fact that they only got Key and they beta Revitalize while sending 5 members up top gave some of the prio over to BTR. That's 2 waves that Mr. Veldora man will be missing out on the bottom lane. And it does seem like for Geek Fam, they will play with the weak side still. Chidera going bot, swapping out the lanes, while Eman has actually taken the route up top again. Not too sure if they actually are trying to utilize Eman to go for a fight here in the 4th minute of the game, but this is definitely a far shot from that Natan power spike.
Okay, right now, Vincent's already done with the purple buff now. He has the green light to actually pull this off. And Chidera on the other side. Mind you, Geek Fam, the team that used this hero the most, Chidera man, is very familiar with this hero. Meanwhile, Vincent is already on the turtle.
Valoisky has the flicker implosion, so keep that in mind for his initiation. Veldora pops in, and being the front line, diversion play, are they going to take this? Valoisky finds Key, at the backside, Super Ken with the cheeky retribution. They want more though, and it seems like with the SOD, he will jump in Bigatron. What are you guys on?
Man, oh man, Moreno once again on a Valentina, on a Luo. It doesn't matter if you give him diversion, he's gonna eat.
And they're going for a gank onto Vincent, 2 men up top.
And he survived, that's the question. It seems like Vincent is still too slick with it. Even Moreno couldn't catch him, but now Geek Fam, they will restabilize. They will lose the structure top lane, but it's a fair trade for the bot lane.
Now the momentum is on Geek Fam, or is on BTR side. Even Gold Economy, we're actually leading right now.
Yeah, Luke trying to go for a cheeky little final slash flicker combo there. But yeah, man, Bigatron Alpha were able to utilize the multi-dimensional diversion to get an angle, a different kind of angle to get to the turtle there. If it was just a pure front to back, Geek Fam definitely have a lot more of the edge. So much CC, just as I was saying.
Oh, good Sacred Hammer. Can Super Luke survive? The answer is no. Vincent again securing the kill. Such an even early game, I suppose.
Mr. Luke getting ganked up by his own teammates, his old mates. Now we're gonna take a look at the in-game equipment, Mirko.
Taking a look at the in-game equipment, 600 gold lead over for Eman. Still building towards the Starlium side, however, so it's not really a super fast timer for Eman, despite the fact that he got 2 assists and was able to participate quite early. But they will be able to trade a tier 2 for a tier 1 up top. Eman!
Oh my god, Vincent, this might be a solo! Oh, the Get Thought Gacha helped, but Eman secures the kill.
Oh, he's not looking good, Vince. After the retry miss on the turtle, now he's gonna get killed by Eman, the worst person to give the kill to.
Oh no. I was literally saying, you know, this is not really impressive timers for the Natan, but he got a kill over to Vincent, so that should actually increase the speed as to when he will get that Holy Crystal. And we've seen Geek Fam utilize that diversion.
Oh, again, Bigatron, surprise, surprise. With that, they will have more river control. That's implosion, but no follow-up. He flickers out. Veldora just trying to hold the line as Chidera is re-hitting. Tig falls, but Bigatron, they recover and they fight back. Chidera with the flicker. Moreno, can he survive? The answer is no. Vincent collects the double, and Bigatron, they are looking at the newt right now.
Already used the retry, but Super can also use the retry as well. So both teams are gonna back out from the neutral objective. BTR moving on towards the mid lane. Do they want to force it, actually?
They might. Vincent and a boy, can they defend? It seems like for now they can, but no. The base turret falls, and a boy falls as well. Now let's see here. Key, can he survive this time? No. Vincent, killer instinct on this guy, but
man.
Seems like they are still hunting for more bodies. Moreno, good cover. Good information as well gathered, and Bigatron at the end, they will lead almost 1,000 gold.
If you're wondering why, Iman!
And with the entropy, it's enough to make Chidera sweat.
Goodness gracious, the aggressiveness of Eman only died a single time so far. Not looking too bad for Bigatron Alpha as they secured the neutral objective as well.
Solid, really solid. The fact that it was just so messy, but they were still able to come out, I would say, somewhat on top. They lost Eman, but again, it wasn't like Eman is, well, at this part of the game, he's not really the prio target. He is a target that you need to deal with, but he'll be a threat later on. You need to deal with the Suyo first, man, and we saw exactly how the Suyo was able to take control of that fight. In the mid-game skirmishes, he is king.
Vincent spots the diversion. Let's see here as Key pops to revitalize. The implosion comes through, but he will fall. Now Veldora, Vincent trying to find the damage, but Veldora still holding on very strong. AOG towards the back, but that's the final slash. Super Luke making a play, and Super 10 collects the double.
The Joy Pick, man. It's not looking very good right now. The launch on team fight, Eman!
Eman finds the entropy. Doesn't really land the connection, but that's a knockup. Sorry. And Geek Fam, they will be able to recollect again. Thankfully, the Lord will be up in still a minute.
So, yeah, Suyo's kind of broken, huh? The mid-game power spike is absolutely ridiculous on this hero, man. You can see how he just takes control of the fight, and for Bigatron Alpha, it's very different to what we've seen even against TLID just yesterday. Game 1, they looked very slow in terms of when they were making plays, how they were taking fights. It does seem like they have learned from those mistakes. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, they've been doing quite a good job as well, really punishing on some of these mistakes against BTR. But I would say we're seeing an improved BTR from yesterday, but the same Geek Fam from yesterday. Geek Fam, yesterday, up against RRQ even, they're always able to build up a lead in the early game. They were always able to get prio in the first turtle, but then after that, these skirmishes that are just very unnecessary, and like Gideon mentioned earlier, the targeting, that is just not really that accurate. They always try to go for Iman, for Moreno, but again, mid-game power spike, mid-game skirmishes, who's king?
Suyo.
Suyo! Or as OG puts it, Soyu.
Soyu. Bit salty there. So, let's see. The first Lord of the game, BTR, obviously will have some sort of control here, even though a boy on the solution. Oh my goodness, never mind!
Breaker final slash! Now let's see a boy. Can he survive? Seems like with the Crimson Beacon, he will stay alive. But Voloisky on the other side will fall. That's a double. That's a mega. And now Geek Fam, they find the collapse. Oh my god! Moreno taken down, and Geek Fam, out of nowhere, they have found a recovery.
My goodness, Super Luke. He's the one who pulled the trigger, but Geek Fam just capitalized on that. It looks like they know their ultimates quite well. Super Ken will try to do this. Oh, Chadera!
Chadera's free hitting. All the targeting isn't really right, but Vincent shuts him down. Vincent finds a connection as he collects the double. A boy, though, will be the trade. And now it's going to be Geek Fam controlling the river and the Lord Key. This is not wise. Can he find one? The answer is no. Vincent finds the triple.
Oh, Moreno?
Do you want to gamble this? With him on, finds Entropy! Let's see, 2v2, Veldora and Beloy, Bigatron, can they find more? It seems like Geek Fam, they have... It's time to back away.
So, Mirko, what are you saying about Bigatron again?
Hey, again, it's the same thing, right? The king is still Super Ken. You take him down, then finally you can go for the third, or the Lord, the neutral objective. Geek Fam dealt with Iman, dealt with Moreno. It was a force engage from Super Luke. But then, they didn't want to commit onto the neutral objective until Super Ken gets dealt with. He walks up forward, Chadera was able to bait him, and then they pull the trigger. It's all about getting the Suyo down. But as we get into the later stage of the game, that's where Iman can start to really put some damage down onto Geek Fam. If I'm taking a look at the items, he has the Holy Crystal. He's building towards Blood Wings now, so he'll have a bit more defense, and he has to be way more careful in these skirmishes, right? Coming from the next team fight onwards, Tigreal. The way Beloisky plays this is he's trying to bait the Purify. So, if you want to use a Purify just for Beloisky, it's not really going to work. They have layers and layers of CC, and once you use that Purify, you're very, very vulnerable to Vincent's damage.
Oh, that's the one with wings, by the way. AOG? Oh, Vincent, good juke, good bait. Vince, man, right now 10-1-3 so far, kind of under the radar. The performance, he's been getting all the kills. Imagine if he got, like, a Sky Piercer in the early game.
The Sky Piercer definitely would have been a gamble to take, you know, in the early game. Especially it was kind of shaky, but you can see the siege with the Moskov. Bigatron should still be able to defend unless... That's a catch! Implosion! Beloisky, though, will be bursted down. Super Luke flickers out. Vincent looking to find blood. Does not find and land the connection. Amando finds an entry and he shuts Vincent down! Bigatron Alpha, out of nowhere, finds the right diversion play.
They had the chance to back away, but Geek Fam gambled. They're overzealous. Bigatron Alpha just absolutely demolishes the fams at that time. And look at that. Lord advantage. What advantage?
Yeah. Bigatron Alpha, the fact that, again, after the Lord, you can see the gamble they took. They took a diversion over, got the kill onto the Moskov. That really stopped Geek Fam from being able to build up the waves, and that was what happened earlier. Geek Fam kind of seemed desperate in that moment. I don't really think that engage was necessary from Beloisky, right? They could have gone on the tier 2 for free and then backed away. But the fact that they went for a desperate move, and again, remember, we gotta talk about the conditions to win the game for Geek Fam. Earlier, when they won the Lord fight, how was it done? It was a massive implosion onto Moreno and Iman. He was only able to find Moreno, diversion. Oh my god! Hammer canceling!
No way.
The diversion key though! And no way! AOG! A boy takes a Moreno down, but now Beloisky in the no man's land gets taken out of
He's free hitting, but he will not survive as Vincent claims blood. 1 by 1, it's a 3-4-3. Can Bigatron capitalize more? No. Vincent takes the triple, but Super Ken shuts him down, and it is going to be Bigatron wiping Geek Fam out in game 1.
Is it endable? No. Oh, the minion is
No
not
minion?
there. Oh my goodness gracious, that is close. Oh no!
It's endable.
That's right, 8 seconds.
7 seconds,
I don't
5.
think so.
Chedera, Veldora, can they make the defense? Super Ken. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 should be over. No, not yet. Geek Fam finds the defense.
Okay, oh, the calculation, that is... I don't know about it. And now the Lord is up. What are you gonna do? They have to defend this 4v5, and that is going to be a bit tough for Bigatron Alpha.
That was super greedy. I was questioning, is it endable? I mean, the mini waves came through, but he bought a Windtalker through. I don't know, man. That was a big throw from Super Ken. Oh, man.
Oh, let's see. Can Geek Fam capitalize now? Jumps towards the back lines. And seems like Bigatron, they can't recover. Vincent finds the Lord. Man, though, Law and Order connects, but the follow-up damage wasn't there.
Vincent, man, that was a good diversion towards, or like, misdirection towards the Lord. He was just diving in on pretty much everyone from Bigatron's Alpha side. And right now, Moreno and Eman is the prime target for a Vinsanity.
That was a big gamble that Super Ken took, and you can see how much he's paying for it right now. Bad bet from Bigatron Alpha. A horrible decision from Mr. Super Ken, who's already, getting a lot of criticism sent his way here in the playoffs. You might have to talk about that a bit further to panelists if this does end up with a loss, because Geek Fam, now what's different to the first Lord they took is they have all their members up. Now they can actually control the waves to push in towards Bigatron Alpha's base. And I feel like at this point, there should be at least one base turret falling, right? And with that, they have to take into account the fact that it will be Lord spawning in the bottom lane. So for BTR, I think the safest bet is put all your marbles up top. Try to go for the defense up top, because Geek Fam, that's what that's what they're looking for. They need to get that far lane base turret.
Let's look at the in-game equipment, and also look at the gold lead from Natan.
2,200 gold lead for Natan. Big moments for Geek Fam.
Bigatron, they need to keep Mon alive to defend this one. Geek Fam looking for initiation mid-base turret. Falls, that's the damage from Iman. Chidera very low, but that is going to be the double. Beloisi on the other side will lose its mortality and its life. Bigatron Alpha gets the triple. Looking for the Maniac is Chidera, looking for the life steal with the boy on the other side. Screaming for help, and he is backing away.
Oh, disconnection from coming in from Beloisi, and also the whole Geek Fam team. They had the Suyo, they had the Implosion on towards one of the better targets, but no one was there. They have to be a bit more connected at a time.
Yeah, and for Bigatron Alpha, we were talking about how there should be one base turret taken down. They were able to take it down, but now 7 seconds on Vincent, 3 seconds on Veldora. Seems like they want to do it. Part 2, BTR Siege.
Let's see. Base turret should be their main agenda. They get it, and now they back away. So they do not want to pull a Fnatic Onyx again from day 1.
Oh no.
7 deaths.
Shiver me timbers. I just realized 7 death power spike. Man. Ladies and gentlemen, if it looked like Geek Fam were struggling, don't you worry. Once you see 7 next to the Beloisi name in the middle right there, it's time for Beloisi to go BP mode. I'm talking big brain mode, man.
Not the S? No, it's a big brain. Geek Fam right now, they're trailing about 1k gold lead. But at this point, the gold lead, I don't think it's gonna matter much. The objective is just try to get Vincent some spacing towards Moreno and Eman. But looking at that, once again, Geek Fam, just like RQ's series last day, the win condition is gonna be hard to execute.
Slow push up top.
Clear the trigger.
Now let's see here, Entropy Pod, that's an AOG. 1 towards 2, and that will be Veldora eliminated. Final slash brings Beloisi back, but this time the follow damages, and then Moreno taken down. Vincent! That's Vincent with the clutch attack.
No way!
Now he will... What? Vincent! Where were you yesterday? Where were you yesterday?
Vinsanity in the building! My goodness gracious! 14 kills right now for Mr. Vinceman, and is looking to turn the script, beating the allegations. He is here to play.
You sure that was Fabian, right? What the heck? Vincent on the Joy popping off, getting a kill. And you can see that glass cannon build. You were pointing it out earlier, Sheffin. For Iman, really not working there when they get dove on. Vincent, he's mad, he's angry.
That's the taunt, that's the damage. That is the wild damage. SOD does not land. The boy will bring back Key, and that's the double. Super Ken looking for the kill, and he finds the shutdown. No retribution for Geek for the next 45 seconds. Clutch flicker by a boy. Man, it's before Mirko, but I don't think BTR can go for this one. Looking at Geek Fam's bodies right now, they have 4.
Doesn't look like Geek Fam can do it either, though. They don't
Wait a minute.
Retribution.
Wait a minute.
Beloyski's zoning. He's doing a good job. Oh!
The implosion connects. Oh my goodness. Chidera free hitting. Oh! For Ken. Looking. Oh! It's not Chidera! Finding the risky play, though he will get punished. Iman bought the mortality. Will this save his life? Moreno finds the diversion.
Oh my
God! He saved Iman.
That was a pixel. That was the perfect frame. Diversion coming in from the big brain Moreno this time.
Wow, what a play.
Both teams, man, they're just going toe-to-toe right here. Whenever there's a pick, there's always going to be a big play that comes forward as well. And now Chidera is down. Again, at this point of the game, it's really just gambles that both the teams are taking and both the teams are making to try to get the game. For Bigatron Alpha, the gamble was trying to go for the 3v4. That didn't pay off. For Geek Fam, the gamble was to try to take the last 2 members down to end the game, and that didn't work out. Now BTR have the advantage coming into the Lord, but remember, Super Ken is still down. Chidera will be spawning in. Moreno diversion to bring Super Ken into the Lord pit.
Iman no Purify.
Iman no Purify. Bigatron controlling most of the river, but it seems like Bigatron, they will take their time. They know the far lane is in favor of the red robot, so yeah, they will take their time here and potentially the last Lord take.
Man, diversion, like, what's gonna be the counter here? What's gonna be the response? Because so far, they've been falling off to this Moreno plays over and over again. Every objectives, like, is it just instinct? Is it just reading the map better?
Really, it'll come down to the small little mistakes, man, or small little force errors as well. Right now, it's all about the macro game. Geek Fam, fortunately for them, even though they don't have the base turret up top, it's a far lane away from the Lord, they have a Moskov, and the Moskov definitely kind of guarantees the side lane pressure always up against this Bigatron lineup that can't really afford to send anyone up top, and even if they do, they're going to have to send Moreno with him to try to fetch him back with a diversion. And you can see that lane slowly build up for Geek Fam. This is the force error the Geek Fam can play towards Bigatron Alpha. Because they have the Moskov with a global ultimate, they can constantly just push up that pressure. And that far lane advantage is now gone for BTR. They're going to have to deal with it. That's why you can see Super Ken desperately trying to get the hold onto the Lord so that BTR can send some of the members up top and then build another slow push. It doesn't seem like Geek Fam want that to happen. Veldora, they're taking control. A boy now in that bush. And Man will clear out the wave up top, so at least it will still be neutralized by him. Moreno buys the winner crown. And it's all about the stale-matey Geek Fam. This is the power spike. We were talking about Beloyski's 7-death power spike. That's when Geek Fam just turned online. That's what happened against Fnatic Onic, all 5 games. And in game 5, it's deja vu to this one. Only the Natan is on the other side.
Oh my goodness, Geek Fam. The last time they faced Bigatron Alpha, it was an absolute sweep. Bigatron so far in the last 2 seasons, this is the wall that they cannot penetrate, the Beloyski wall. In the playoffs, it's always them eliminating Geek Fam in the playoffs. Now this is the chance. First game diversion. Uh-oh, that's really good.
Moreno, that's a gamble. Implosion connects. Team on with the flanks! Wow. AOG lands, and this is the time. Bigatron with the collapse. Vincent now in trouble. He has immortality, but the duality will bring him back, and that is Vincent taken down. The red robots, they want more. They want blood as Beloyski and a boy. They're the last standing.
No wave clear. Do they want to go the whole way? Do they actually want to do the Lord? But no, Bigatron Alpha will pull the trigger this time. Can they actually do it?
Where's the diversion?
Diversion.
Across the wall!
Again, Moreno and Man are looking for the flanks, and boy has the immortality. Can they buy time? About 20 seconds. That's a long time, and Beloy and a boy!
No way.
A boy loses immortality. Boy bought the rose gold, flickers out, but in the mid lane, a boy will not be able to clear. They're looking for the base, ladies and gentlemen. Bigatron got the best of Geek Fam in game 1.
First game, false. to the hands of the robots. The diversions, the genius plays, the aggressiveness from Mr. Eman absolutely destroys Geek Fam in the late game. 7th power spike? What is that to BTR?
Doesn't seem like it was enough just yet in game 1, but we know that Geek Fam starts the series slow, always. Up against every team, seems like game 1 is just a little bit of a warm-up, so we can't count them out just yet. It's a best of 5. There's still a long series to go for, and so far they have never been in the short series. Except, against BTR last season when they knocked them out. BTR already changing the tides of the game, but man, I gotta say, Geek Fam, Vincent's improved so much since yesterday. You guys were throwing it out. Where was this Vincent yesterday? Where was this Vincent on day 1? Because maybe we just need him on the joy. Maybe it's time to give him the joy. It wasn't enough though. We have to talk about some of the others underperforming. Why is it when Vincent steps up, Chidera goes invisible? He was a ghost in that match. Every single time picked off. And I can say, one of the reasons is Luo Yi. We've been talking about this pick, hyping this pick up all the way from before the playoffs started. And we've only seen, 2, 3 Luo Yi picks. Now you get to really see how Luo Yi can dictate the pace of the game, can dictate the fights even, with the Gatot Kacha able to follow up wherever. This was such a gamble. You sent 2 of your backliners, 2 of your most vulnerable targets towards the backline, but because you have a Gatot Kacha, the vulnerableness of this composition, of that 2-man diversion, isn't really that bad. You always have a Gatot Kacha to follow up, and Suyo was able to just hold everyone in the back, hold everyone. He was trying to find Moreno and Eman. Really well played towards the end, although there were a lot of mistakes from both these teams. BTR came out on top in game 1.
Game highlight by new application Kobe sandwich diversions from Luo Yi and also Natan helped BTR secure game number 1. And mind you, there's literally no proper catch, no Kajas, no Francos, no Tigreal on the side of Pikatron. It's just Eman and Moreno playing with their pure damage dealing potential. This is Natan late game. This is Geek Fam knows this the best. But what does the panelist knows about this game? We'll just throw it over to our boys right there.
My oh my, what a way to start the day. What a way to start match number 1 in the playoffs of MPL ID Season 14, day number 3. That was an insane game. What are your thoughts, guys? I know you were screaming and shouting all the time. Both of you.
Man, it just really felt like Big and Alpha could have done so much better, right? There are so many moments where we're like, man, this fight is winnable. Or like, hey, this is an N angle. I think we all know which moment we're talking about. There was an N angle right there as well. They got the job done, but at what cost, right? Oh boy.
Generally, it cost them a lot, but definitely I agree with you. I think that there were a lot of weird moments in that game, macro and even micro-wise to a certain degree. I feel like this is the warm-up game for BTR. They do not look like a well-oiled machine. I mean, it's still a machine. It just needs a little bit of WD-40, just a little around the edges, and I think it'll be good.
Yeah, and I think it was an insane game, back-to-back, of course. This was the player highlights that we were able to see. And in the game, it looked like it was Geek Fam's game to win. I mean, Vincent, he is touted as the worst jungler in MPL ID Season 14, but now he's able to pull up the Joy and pull up like 16 kills, if I'm not mistaken. He's just running around rampant in the backline of Bigatron Alpha. So far, the Joy, what made it work? What made it able to get so much kills?
Well, pretty much like Kadera being invisible. I don't know, because he was not touched in the early game as much as I thought he would be. He definitely wasn't invaded as often. Even during team fights, there was a big negligence of dealing with him. They kind of strayed away and focused mainly on that backline.
Okay, but here we go. Even if 16 kills are on the board, but the loss is still a loss. So now, the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, it is Moreno. 20 assists as the Luo Yi. And that game-winning fight was courtesy of his diversion as well, a flanking diversion, a sandwich diversion in which Eman rather, hitchhiked to the diversion and was able to take down Chidera.
I mean, that's the power of the macro tools, like the chip, like the Luo Yi. You're seeing why it's so good in pro play. But again, despite having all of these tools, right? All these long-range tools, of course, Geek had Chidera on the Spear of Destruction, but with the diversion, with the avatar of the Guardian, you would think that Bigatron would have been able to seal the deal so much earlier. And to answer that question earlier, realize the fact that Vincent was doing so well right here. Is it because Bigatron Alpha just weren't respecting him? You're seeing a lot of crowd control tools used up so early in the game, in the team fights, and nothing really is kind of kept in the tank to deal with the assassin, right? With the dangerous snowballing assassin from the side of Geek Fam. It really felt like they really should have had a plan for it, but they didn't. And of course, after that team fight was that moment that does not get shown, but then afterwards, it's just a full-on slugfest, man. We expected Geek Fam and Bigatron, two teams that are kind of intellectual. The geeks versus the AIs, programmed to win. But this was just a brawl, dude, a slugfest.
It was. I definitely think that Geek Fam was, at the very least, we're making a lot more of the smarter choices macro-wise in the game. However, I do feel like BTR, I think they need to keep their plan really, really simple right now, just to make sure that they get back into form, to put some polish on this machine so far, because if we base it on these moments, a lot of it just comes down to just the awkwardness of the draft for Geek Fam, where there's such a high execution cap that needs to happen in comparison to their opponent's BTR, which is pretty straightforward with their engagements and team fights, with the only exception being Moreno, who thinks about the map a little different.
Yeah, he was able to match the macro with the diversions coming in from the low E. But now, of course, the item builds will start with the emblems and talents. Anything in particular do you guys notice?
Well, I like how Kion the Garukacha, instead of going for more HP somehow with the vitality, for the movement speed, just tankiness. Like, he knows that Super Luke wants to be the aggressor, the guy that's waiting around for that massive final slash. So he goes for the Garukacha and plays for the front line. My question for him is, why wasn't he using the passive more often? Again and again, we saw him in the middle of the fight with a full passive bar, and you can go for a smack with only half of that bar full, and he wasn't using it as much, so losing out on a ton of regen. But afterwards, I think the Winter Crowns, again, showing that when you're up against a team with a big moment, like Geek Fam here with Beloyski necessary, with the electrifying beats, right, on a longer cooldown, having a Winter Crown kind of negates a lot of that danger and allows you to play a lot more aggressively too.
I would agree with that. I do agree with you that he wasn't using his passive as often. I wish we could see how many stacks he has on that Thunder Belt just to reconfirm how often he's not using it. Because at this point, you're 23 minutes into the game. I can only assume you're getting, on average, you're getting about like 30 stacks by like roughly 14, 15 minutes. So I would assume since it's 23, let's give it an extra 12, maybe 13 at that point, around 42.
It's a high action game as well.
It's a high action game.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show, right? You need a team that's able to communicate very well, and I think that right now, BTR, they're just not in the same mind space, right? They're still adjusting the wavelengths.
Right. And now, of course, the gold distribution from both junglers, Super Ken and Vincent. How is it possible that Vincent with the Joy was able to yet again kind of like outgap and outclass a fighter in the Suyo and Super Ken? I mean, this is not like Vincent. It's like another jungler that's taking his place.
And it's crazy because Super Ken is known to have a solid retribution. He's on the Suyo, the quote-unquote broken hero with the mini instant no animation Balmond ult, and he's not winning in a lot of these in these wretched situations. It might be because of the team fights as well, by all means, but it just doesn't seem like it's supposed to happen.
That's why I think he's not warmed up, man. It's really difficult to miss that combination. Once you're at that threshold, pressing two buttons ain't difficult. But if there's a delay between pressing, your Retribution into the Soul Sever, then Vincent's gonna have a chance if he just, hopefully throws his Retribution like expecting it to happen. But then again, I think that when we really break it down, if we're thinking about the way the map should have been played, Bigatron Alpha did a really good job at actually extending their leads and mainly punishing Geek Fam if they fail their engage. The hard part about it was that a lot of these engages from Geek Fam were really successful as soon as they shut down Moreno. That's why his KD is 1, 7, and 20. He's the assist guy. He's not really the MVP because he's slaying these fools.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, I think, when he was quote-unquote caught out. On the bottom side, Beloyski pushed him out of his own diversion. But then the Avatar comes in, and you saw the massive yin-yang impact, the damage, and all that. But again, the fights were just so inconsistent. It's hard to really pick like the dominant team. Look at this, man. It's a whole roller coaster of a ride in the goal difference over time graph here.
Yeah, it was indeed. Like Bigatron Alpha, they were able to capitalize on a lead for quite a brief moment, and then they had to free fall, deteriorate and plummet down into Geek Fam. However, still they were able to bank on the Nathan late game, and also the diversion from the Luo Yi, who is again yet able to open up a space into the backline.
I feel like if they really want to get a convincing performance, they gotta put more emphasis on the team fighting, right? With the games so reliant on team fights for both these teams, we've seen it in game number 1. They gotta, iron out the game plan, not just for the match. For the game, but for the actual team fights. Who's gonna engage? Who's gonna disengage? Who's in charge of doing what? Because I think we were talking about this in the middle of the game as well. All the frontliners are diving into the backline of GeekFam, and Biggatron's backline were just like trying to struggle on their own to try and survive against the Joy. That's partially why Vincent was just doing so well.
I think a lot of it just comes down to like, if you are going to commit to an engagement, you need to see full commitment from the whole team, right?
Yes.
You need to make these engagements really quick, really fast, because if you drag it out, it just gets harder and harder and harder every single time. I think coming into game number 2, a couple of adaptations I would hope. Definitely GeekFam taking blue side, of course. But I think for BTR, I'm interested to see how they play red side. I'm guessing that they're going to open up. If Jushin is available, definitely going to take it. But their flex pick is going to be really important.
Yeah, what do you think about the drafts though? Was it a Biggatron-esque draft, or was it like a draft gap? Because we talked about it in the KTVs, and one of the gaps that Biggatron Alpha does have now, the voice that is left by Kesq, is the fact that their drafts now aren't as solid as it used to be under Kesq. But now I feel like under Wura, it's always kind of like a hit and miss draft.
A little bit, but I think this time he hit pretty well. I think he definitely pinched down on the correct targets. I like the fact that we're seeing Vincent on Joy. He got nothing left to play, man. He technically could have played Hayabusa, but it really doesn't matter at that point. They all kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, they have the Luo Yi as well, knowing that there's going to be a massive team fight prio in this game. The Luo Yi does well with that. The diversion was actually important as well to actually end up the game. So I think the draft was really okay, but it seems like the players don't really know what is the idea, man. And if the idea is to get a good phone, I think we got something to recommend, Rio.
Yo, Arashi, because Gideon is here, we have a welcome gift for him.
Oh!
Take that. That box right there, that's for you,
Oh,
Gideon.
this?
Oh, wait,
yes.
what?
There is something new from the Samsung Galaxy S24 family lineup. That is, in your hands, this Galaxy S24 FE. For those of you, including Gideon, who is looking for a phone with flagship performance but a budget-friendly price, the Galaxy S24 FE is a perfect choice. Priced at only around 9 million IDR. But you don't need to think about the price, Gideon. It's free. It's free for you to bring home back to Malaysia later. Its gaming performance is 2 times faster than the previous version. It's amazing, right?
I don't know if you're messing with me right now. Are you serious? I can bring this back?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold you accountable. I'm gonna hold you accountable. If one of the producers come up to me and say you can't bring that back, I'm like, but realize that I could.
Well, who doesn't want to bring it home? Because the features are insane. What more are the features, Arashi?
Well, first of all, it's the gaming performance itself basically is 2 times faster than previous versions, man. It's crazy. And it features the 120 hertz refresh rate that makes gaming really, really smooth. So, we don't want to see that choppy FPS. We don't do that, man. And if you still want more, the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE is equipped with a 4700 mAh battery. So you can play games on it all day. And it's not just the capacity. The usage is also so efficient, dude. I've seen it myself. It's unreal.
That's crazy. Honestly, isn't that the size of a power bank already?
Yeah.
Like a portable power bank is about the same.
Come
It's
on.
about the same weight and as well as power capacity.
And don't forget the Samsung Galaxy AI.
Wow.
Have you seen the tools you got?
Right.
You have the circle to search. You got the what's it called? The draw. The sketch.
The stylus.
Yeah, so basically you can sketch up something and it will look for something
You can
in
draw something in
the
picture.
internet.
It's gonna insert it into your picture.
Wow.
AI, bro. We're in the future right now.
We are in the future, so what are we waiting for? Buy it now so you can flex your Samsung Galaxy S24 FE like Gideon is doing right now. It's starting only at 791,000 rupiahs per month with 0% installments and get total bonuses worth up to 2.8 million rupiah plus a free 2 times memory upgrade of 256 gigabytes for free. So if you want to vlog your journey from Malaysia to Indonesia back home again, you're gonna need the memory.
Oh, well, that's not bad. That's not bad. Honestly, I wonder how everybody else is going to be able to get their hands on these, man.
It's hard.
It's not. It's,
very rare.
It's
insanely rare.
Oh, it feels good in your hand as well.
It does.
Earlier, it's weighty, man. You can feel it's premium.
Yeah.
And also, Gideon, if you own the Samsung Galaxy phone.
Oh, there's more?
Look at where they're sitting. They're sitting in the VVIP zone in front of the players that can literally hear the players breathe. It's called the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy.
Wait, what am I doing here then?
Wait,
you should have told me that this was happening. Then I could have been down there to report straight from the stage. This is insane. So you guys are telling me that the Samsung Galaxy is not only giving away phones, but at the same time getting seats for people who are traveling down to Bandung to watch the playoffs?
Yeah, VIPs. And when you're up there sitting in front of the VIPs, you're gonna get your hair smooth it out, of course, sort it out with Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kaca.
The lemon flavor, as Gordon likes to put it.
Lemon flavor.
Kevin is definitely in the building, though.
CITB.
He's a big fan of Head and Shoulders. He has seen the results firsthand. He's looking straight at me from the caster desk. That is a fact, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Up to 100% wet dandruff wipeout and itchiness protection if you use the Lemon Fresh Gatot Kaca shampoo by Head and Shoulders. And of course, back to the game we go. It's gonna be again Bigatron Alpha against GeekFam in game number 2. As we take a look at the audience topic voting, they failed to take the lead in game number 1. How can Geek turn the tides in game number 2? So we're gonna roll out the answers, roll out the results as we take a look at the percentage of what they voted for. Number 1 was set up wars more effectively. Number 2, reduce overextension. And number 3, improve Chidera's positioning with 50% sighting onto the setup wars more effectively. What do you think about this?
I think it makes sense because when GeekFam were able to actually get the advantage, get the fight that they want, right? When Voloisky can find the target that he's looking for, you can see that the whole team just does better. I think Gideon pointed this out on Moreno's stats earlier. So I think you can also say that with the last fight being a great evidence of it, when GeekFam are the ones engaging, Bigatron kind of spread apart, they're kind of caught off guard, they're kind of panicking. But when they're the ones using the diversion, letting Key go for the engage, they kind of have a bit more of initiative. So I feel like if GeekFam can kind of take the initiative away, stop the engages of Bigatron, and instead make sure that they are always the ones making the first move, they've shown to have a really good track record in doing so.
I don't know, because right now it feels like everybody is expecting these teams to play very tempo-like. And I feel like, especially for BTR, they're definitely more aggressive, but I don't see them as a control team. They know how to play with tempo when they're ahead, but when they're behind is when we see them kind of lack on that to play for late. GeekFam is more of the tempo to the late game side of things. We see it in all their games. That's why it's the 7 deaths, late game Voloisky, war crime general himself making the moves. I think in this game, if they are going to be on that, blue side, I would imagine that they're probably going to get an early pick for Vincent, and then maybe, just maybe, sneak away with a Jushin. But that's assuming that BTR don't care about it.
Yeah.
But that probably won't happen. In terms of priority picks, Suyo, Jushin are looking so very good.
They do need to get Vincent a prio pick, maybe the Alpha, again the Suyo like you mentioned. But after his performance with the Joy, do you think he still needs those prio picks?
No, I think it's. I think you're putting too much emphasis on it when you don't need to. I think that Vincent could have been fine if he was playing Hayabusa. It really didn't matter what he played at that point because he was a non-factor in the eyes of BTR. They just avoided him.
Yeah, and we will go back to the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And now we take a look at the bans, Fanny, 1-1, and Mathilda. Again, this time Bigatron Alpha, they deny the Suyo pick in the hands of Vincent.
No Suyo for GeekFam. Doesn't mean that it's actually gonna, guarantee a great jungle performance though. They're still respecting the 1-1 and the Fanny, of course, and the Mathilda. So this shows again that they want to get a all-in type of engage. They don't really want to allow Bigatron to go back and forth. Usually Bigatron are really good at doing so. And you can see that they themselves are banning away all these all-in type heroes. But the first pick actually is the Zushin.
But the question is, why is Bigatron...
The Yee's available.
Why is Bigatron so confident in letting the Zushin go?
tough to say. It feels like GeekFam has a composition designed around this Yushin, because they're also banning out things like 1-1. I mean, Fanny, I mean, Super Game, we all get it, you know. Matilda as well. These are very tailored bans towards GeekFam's side. Much of which we saw, I mean, the Matilda and 1-1 we did see in the previous game as well. So I'm only assuming that GeekFam wants to kind of polish up on the previous draft in a more dominant position on blue.
That seems to be something that GeekFam does quite often as well. I mean, we saw it earlier.
Whoa!
Yesterday, actually.
What?
Look at that. Gatot Khalid. Means that there won't be a lot of flex potential right here unless, you know, these picks go to some weird positions. But that's a lot of trials.
Yeah, they have been the poster boys for the closing regular season of MPL ID Season 14 in week number 8 and 9. And they take the Eve to just try to neutralize the lane against the Zusin for that extra poke and range.
A boy's Eve, dude. Definitely quite the terrifying pick. I mean, we've seen that. That's part of the core reason why, you know...
It's Moreno's Eve.
Yes, Moreno taking it away from Eve, so they were respecting the potential for, you know, a boy. But a boy, again, knows how to play the Eve. He probably knows how to counter it as well.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how GeekFam kind of deals with that. But right now, it just seems like Bigatron are really doubling down, expecting a big team fight. With GeekFam going for that team fight emphasis, now with the Avatar, the Raging Sandstorm, the real-world manipulation, there's so many ways for Bigatron to get that big combo off.
Yeah, there's no... Right now, I don't see much of a way for GeekFam to, like, run at BTR with their first 3 picks. It's just a little too difficult. I think at this point, even if they did get the Arlet for themselves, it's like, it's not the easiest matchup. How can they... What else could they do to kind of sandbag them while still having an engage opportunity? Maybe a Ruby to a certain degree. The high loss is all right. I mean, Phobius would have been like really ideal, but it's been banned out by BTR as well.
I wonder if GeekFam want to go for something like an X-Borg. They're up against 2 tanky members right here. And it also works well technically for Vincent. If it's no, Vincent will be on the alpha, so maybe for Veldora, right?
What about the CC though, Arashi?
Oh, you're right.
CC.
If there are more tanky members popping up for Bigatron, that could be a very real solution there. But oof,
they banned the X-Borg themselves.
GeekFam banned the X-Borg. Interesting.
Yeah, I like this. I actually like it a lot. I like it a lot because at least GeekFam understand that once the RWM has been dropped down, whoever's inside of it is basically unfightable, right? There's 2 ultimates you have to worry about, and X-Borg can just sit inside and peel for your comp. So now BTR is forced to not have to play as passively as they did before. I think maybe they might put a utility jungler. It's a little tough to say. Here's pick. Moskov, they're holding it off. Interesting.
Yeah. Moskov, gold lane. At least they have it in the hands of a man now. What does this Moskov want to achieve, really, in this composition?
Well, damage, for sure. Crowd control, too. I mean, if they are clumped up together by the Avatar of the Guardian, for instance, then a Spear of Misery can kind of set up for even more follow-up. And overall, macro play with the Avatar of the Guardian and the Moskov, they won't have the low Yi the same way to move around. But with that available, even if GeekFam are playing in a Ube fashion, right, sticking together as 5, Bigatron can kind of pull them apart using this these escape tools available on their composition.
Well, here's the thing. I was curious because this could have been. I mean, Iman could have played Beatrix for all intents and purposes. They've got like 3 initiators already to kind of set up that zone of influence, and I think that right now, at least for the Moskov, Kadera is basically on his own. He can split push on the side and then come in with the Spirit of Destruction later. Oh man,
Edith Clint is well known as a tank killer. What do you think about this?
Tank killer, kind of. He just has a lot of burst damage, a lot of AoE, and the laning phase is just deadly. But I think Iman, being Iman, the big brain gold laner, will be able to you know, manage against that. Nolan as the final pick here against the Alpha, trying to match the clear speed, I would assume. But Veldora on the Edith, potential to do damage in the late game. But when it comes to the setups and frontlining, I think against RRQ, Veldora didn't seem that comfortable on this Edith pick.
I mean, he didn't, but he still has the exact same job, right? He's opening up that map for them with the help of the high loss. Ideally, as the Edith, you're going to be the one finding the majority of the members of BTR, and if they engage on you, at least you have that Primal Wrath to kind of buy out that extra precious few seconds.
Quick predictions. Rashi?
Oh, I like the whole combo type situation, so I think I gotta go for Bigatron.
Get in.
I gotta go with Bigatron on this one as well. It's just easier to pull off overall.
Bigatron 2-0 so far from Arashi and Gideon, but of course we will see it all unfold in Land of Dawn. So casters, take it away.
We've seen this before, GeekFam. Down 1-0 in this playoffs. They always win game number 2. Can they actually do it this time against the mighty robots? It's Geek Fam ID versus Pikachu Alpha on game number 2.
They did it against Onyx in day number 1. They did it against RRQ in day number 2. Let's see if they can do it here because, hey, I got a mere bird whispering in my ear, man. Shout out to the BB Arrow team, the Big Brain Arrow team who's restreaming this. Mr. Ulf, Mr. Marky, Mr. Delar, and Mr. Hate. Shout out to that Onyx PH roster M3 who are watching this. And hey, Sheffin, you're gonna like this. They predicted Geek Fam 3-1, all of them.
Thank you so much.
Say thank you, BB Arrows.
BB, thank you all of you guys. I love you, BB Arrows.
BB Arrows.
Nah, I'm not gonna say that.
Big Brain Arrows.
Yeah, I guess. Wait, looking at the emblem miracle by IndyHome by Telkomsel.
Yeah, still the MPL Rage here for most of them. Oh, that's a quantum charge from both, but the vitality and tenacity actually from Iman. Mid lane, that's a cancellation, and that will be first blood for Super Ken.
A bit too obvious, the bit, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow, that was surprising, definitely even for a boy. He didn't even get to use a flicker key.
He's stunned up, revitalized boss, and
my
lord. Vincent will pop the Spear of Alpha. That will be Super Luke initiating, and that will be Vincent and Beloyski out of the picture.
Master of Baiters in Pikachu Alpha, and they're already up 1.4k, 1.5k in 2 minutes. This is not looking good at all, especially when you look at Moreno on the Eve against Asushin. So far, Mirko this season, it's 100% win rate for the Eve.
And Eman is winning against Chidera in the Moscow versus Clint lane. So not only do they have a guaranteed kind of winning matchup right in the Yves and the Juicin, that's why we saw the Yves ban before the Juicin pick earlier. Now they all have level 4, they have Prio, and it's up against an Alpha who needs to get the early game. BTR, 3-0 free turtle.
Look at that.
Keep looking to capitalize in the top lane, looking to exploit that lane, but it seems like Eman is still chill with it.
Man, this might be building up towards a late game Geek Fam, but the question is, or the problem is, they definitely usually onto the Natan. But right now it's a Clint Mirko, so the wave clear, I don't think it's gonna be able to withstand the onslaught from Pikachu Alpha if it does happen.
BTR really just playing for that Prio, man. Again, the concussive blast meta, it's such a non-lane for XP and for the mid lane because of Key. And you can see the Onyx prediction, shifting here, 52% over towards BTR.
I'm actually quite surprised it's almost half and half. But yeah, shout out to all Geek fans out there in the bottom lane. Those Super Luke have to get away with the... Oh no!
That's a juke, double team, and now it's triple team. Super Luke quicksand guard by time, but it seems like with the cancellation, Valora secures Super Luke. Of AOG does not land, but Chidera taunted, and Super Ken finds the kill. Veloyski in a no man's land, isolated, real world manipulation. Help Super Ken to find the kill.
He is horsing around. It's what he does. It's what he did just now.
I don't know, man. Is it horsing around or is it a step closer to the 7 Death Power Spike? I feel like that 7 Death Power Spike hit a bit too.
Oh my lord.
Laura misses the flicker. Earth Shatter.
Man, Luke just showing his replacement that maybe you're not Luke.
Let's see here, Bigatron very, as per game plan, seems like he though will be knocked up and taken back. Revitalized pops here, 3 members is on him, but it seems like he trying to hold on, trying to buy time, and it seems like he, with the glorious pathway, will not be able to escape. Chidera secures it, Super Luke jumps in with the Khalid, Crimson Beacon by a boy. It seems like Super Luke trying to hold on, Vickers away, and Amon almost finds a kill. That's the Vincent with the cover of the Sphere of Alpha, and that is 2 members taken down. Chidera out of the picture, Moreno looking to find space up top. Super Ken will not be able to survive and save Moreno in the land of Dawn.
Brothers, we're playing a competitive game here. It's not a brawl.
It really isn't a brawl, but BTR seems like they want to brawl always. Vincent, no retry.
Seems like Vincent with no retribution will not be able to contest the turtle.
Oh man, the winning lane, as you mentioned, Mirko is now down to 1 hit, just a hit from Eman. I think he could have, or he could took it right now if he wanted to force it.
Definitely, and you can see that's why they're sending Clint over to the bottom lane. This winning matchup that isn't really winning right now. Now it's going to be Chidera on the losing side of the matchup. So he's going to be placed onto the weak side of the map. They're going to send Beloyski over to give him a bit more farm, and BTR. Whoa! That's 1 fracture!
Double teaming. Glorious pathway. Mon finds the SOD. But thankfully, Chidera has space to get away. Geek Fam, will they re-engage? Seems like Moreno is on them. AOG finds one. That's a super loop from the flanks. He finds one. Now he's looking for Vincent Maloyski. He is out of the picture. Now it's going to be Vincent taken down. Moreno, extra gold. Everything falls perfectly for Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, that underrated slow coming in from the quick send guard coming in from Super Luke. He knows his old mates, man. Just reading the movements coming in from Geek Fam like a children's book.
Oh yeah, most definitely, man. Bigatron Alpha really just taking this game and steamrolling with it. This is a risky playstyle that they displayed in the regular season, but they've kind of refined that playstyle, you know? In the regular season, some of these fights would have gone to the side of Geek Fam, definitely, with the weird targeting of BTR in the regular season. But here, the redefined version of this playstyle is looking pretty clean, despite the fact that you mentioned it does look kind of brawly. They know exactly who to target. They know exactly when to use these flickers and when to make these gambles. Because when Moreno flickered over to shut down Chidera, and it's actually quite worth it with Moreno only giving a kill over to the Alpha, it's a utility jungle that's already behind in farm as well against the Nolan. Take a look at this, 2-level lead for the Nolan. He's already building towards a BOD, and as I mentioned earlier, the lead is ridiculous. That's a 1-500 almost gold lead.
Oh no!
And they're going on Luke.
No, Raging Sandstorm.
What?
And King, AOG. To building onto re-engage seems like 2v4. So he connects real world manipulation as well. Now it's going to be Super Ken looking for Chidera.
Oh man,
he will be punished, but Geek Fam, they have recovered.
Oh, I think that's worth it for Geek Fam just now, right, Mirko?
It is worth it for now, but the fact that they lost the gold laner, BTR can collapse again.
They want the mid lane turret.
Oh man!
Taunt by K. Good initiation in Bigatron Alpha. They will find another member to avenge Super Ken's death.
Man, Geek Fam, yes, you are building your chaos like this is the brawly nature that you want to do, but that was way too deep, Mirko. On the other side of BTR's map.
They should have taken the win. Again, you mentioned it. That was a very, very good trade. You got someone that was godlike for someone that's 1 and 3. That is so worth it. But the fact that they still decided to try to defend. Remember, this composition is all about getting Chidera ahead. This is a pure front to back built for Chidera. He needs to win the lane. That's number 1. That's already, you know, a no-go here in the early stage. Mid-game, a boy's gonna be quite weak. He was assassinated early on. That was first blood. Vincent on the Alpha as well.
Oh my lord! Solo kills Vincent. AOG pops as well. First pathway committed, and it seems like he tried to hold on, but he will fall. They move onwards. Maloyski is gonna be next target. Super Luke again, being very annoying on this Khalid and Geek Fam. They are forced to go back.
Vincent, he didn't see it coming. And by the time it hit him, it was his last surprise. Moreno, that should not have happened. It's a mid laner against a jungler, a utility jungler at that.
It's a mid laner that is farmed up like a gold laner, Chef, and that's the difference here between Moreno and a boy in this game. Yeah. Moreno has 5 kills, 10 assists, and yes, 10, he's level 10. A boy's level 9. In terms of levels, he's not far off, but if we can take a look at the items again, we'll definitely see that massive gold lead. Usually, when we see games like this, it's a, 1,000 gold lead in the mid lane, and that's very rare even. So the fact that he has that damage, Beloy just used the glorious pathway. They are getting really desperate. And it makes sense because their composition isn't really a full scaling comp. If they had a Natan, they'd be chill. They'd be chilling in the base, waiting for the defense. But the fact is, they banned a Natan over. They had to respect it from Iman that could pick it up in red side. And now they're lost. They need to defend, but their defense isn't the same. It's not the same composition that they had to defend against Fnatic. Onyx 12k gold lead.
Man, oh man, a 7k for Bigatron Alpha right now. The red robots is definitely having their way with Geek Fam's players. Is this the effect of Super Luke switching side? We're switching sides? They know their teammates better than anyone else, and now they're just gonna ran through all the turrets in the mid side for Geek Fam.
Things are not looking good here, ladies and gentlemen. And one by one, the structure of Geek Fam has collapsed. Let's see, Geek Fam onward, on towards Super Luke. Super Luke calmly done. He just goes back with the skills that he has.
Super safe for Mr. Super Luke. Because he's on a Khalid, he can just walk out, get full HP. Basically has a built-in recall. And now they're going to look for the siege. They still have a Lord. Oh!
My God! Super Luke does 10! in with the flicker raging sandstorm. Good night, Chadera. But it might be a mistake as Vincent falls as well. 2 members for 2. But remember, Bigatron, they have the Lord.
It's all frontliners. They can still push to the tempo. Pikachu and Alpha, except for this one though, the Lord, it looks like it's just gonna hit the top turret and they're gonna get it. It's value.
First Lord getting a base turret. That is totally value.
That is ridiculous. You're gonna get 2. Chidera's only now respawning, and I don't really think he has the damage to threaten anyone. The Lord got 3 hits on the base.
Oh man. 10 kill difference also in a span of 11 minutes. They are just, you can see it in their eyes, you can see it in their, the way they play. It's desperate. And to make it worse, BTR, look at this composition. Look at this combo. The Gatot Kaca and Khalid, these 2 guys can fly around the map technically and just absolutely destroys the backline of GeekFam when they didn't expect it coming. And you can see it right away in that engage earlier. They came out of nowhere. The flickers, the AOGs coming in from El Momento.
Crazy AOGs from BTR, and that's why the Gatot Kaca. Again, this is a pick we've been talking about even before playoffs. We were talking about how this should be prio, but so far in the playoffs, it really hasn't. Bigatron definitely showing that it is still in the meta. As expected though, all the recalls coming in from Super Luke actually, the man who was part of GeekFam, as he throws over the GeekFam emote. That's 1,000 gold. 1,800 for mid lane. That's why you can see the big disparity of damage. 4K almost for the Nolan. 2K for the gold lane. And now he has a win of nature. So if we were talking about how Clint has no threat before the win of nature, what's it now? Like, Eman is just, he can SOD to the front and look for pure damage and 1v1 Chidera.
Vincent right now, I believe he used the Warrior Boots earlier, so there's literally 0 magic defense.
Absolutely 0.
For Moreno. And again, just like Eman towards the Clint from Chidera, he can pretty much take it 1v1 against an Alpha.
Bigatron, they want to pull the trigger here. And with Voloisky almost at 100 HP.
Look at Eman.
Take a look at Eman in the bottom side. Is on him. Can they find the Lord? Super Ken finds Valoy. On 1v1. Key looking to buy time as Super Ken collects the Lord. And it's going to be Super Ken collecting the double. But Veldora finds Eman with the solo.
Wait a minute.
Jumps in with the flicker. And Super Ken finds the trade. And that is Chidera going to bed. Good night. Let Moreno tuck you in.
Moreno just T-posing on towards Chidera right now. Veldora is the sole defender of the fam unity. Can they actually do it? Can he do it? The ultimate is not here yet, just yet.
No Primal Wrath. Bigatron 4 match points. They're looking to clear. Super Ken is on the base. Super Luke as well. And ladies and gentlemen, the Rat Robots are programmed to win. They get match points.
A way better match. A more dominant performance coming in from Bigatron Alpha. And it's really not looking good for GeekFam. I gotta say, at that point, at that game, it looks like every aggressive movement that they made, it was the result of a tilt. They're just lost.
They truly were. I don't know why they pulled the trigger so early in the early game, I feel, you know, because they have the Clint to fall back on. If they don't have control over the turtle, they could always just play over the Clint. But the fact that a boy got solo killed, or sorry, not solo killed, assassinated, that should have been the red light, right? Like, stop going for these early initiations. But instead, Vincent used the Spear of Alpha forward. Once you use the Spear of Alpha, this is the negative of Alpha that we don't get to see a lot in the playoffs. But once you go in, you either win that fight or you're dead. And we got to see that super early. Usually, we never see that part of Alpha, that side of Alpha in the early game. That's always a late game thing. When you go in and you just die, right? When you fall off.
And the Yift to Yuzushin ratio is still 1-0. Kept clean by Moreno. He was the MVP of the first game. He might actually do it again in the second game. And so far, he's been one of the clutchest performer, one of the best performer in the playoffs. By the way, he's not even making first team or second team all MPL in Season 14. So we're gonna take a look at the highlights earlier. Game highlight, full dominance, BTR races to match point with a one-sided game. Now, GeekFam, they are no strangers to comeback. They've done it before. It was Marquee, the solution back then. but is there even a solution this time?
Well, Marky's watching back at home, so no solution here. He was playing for Team Evo, unfortunately not Geek Fam, so they can't make that last-minute swap that they made to win against RRQ. Unless they try the other M, Masako, from the solution to the ingredient.
Oh, I guess you could say it that way. But yeah, we're just gonna throw it to our boys right there on the panelist desk. What's going on? What happened in game number 2?
What happened? Moreno happened. This guy is insanely good in the Eve, and I could say that was almost a one-man show.
Well, I
wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I wouldn't go
Hang on
that
a
far.
second.
Maybe
I'm a Moreno glazer.
Moreno glazer. Look, I think that Moreno is a great player, but I also think that his team just made it so easy for him. It's one of those, like, whenever you're playing Beatrix and you have a Cho on your side, you guarantee you're going to find those kills. Or Franco.
Yeah.
Same concept, except Moreno is the one getting all of that gold.
And, shout out to the coaching staff as well for getting a draft like that. We saw it earlier, and immediately it was like, man, it's so simple. And if it really revolves around team fights, oh man, it looks really tough for Geek Fam, and it was really tough for Geek Fam. So the players executed it really well. I think a lot of the issues we saw in game number 1 also were kind of reduced, improved on as well. And of course, Moreno, like you said, it's not fair to Moreno without highlighting his presence in this game, dude. It's just so good.
Yeah. Just look at how much value he's getting out of the RWMs every single time. Connects on as many people as possible, the maximum amount of people in his range. And still, yeah, I would have thought that this game might have dragged out just a little bit longer, but unfortunately, a lot of coin flips were actually on the losing side of Geek Fam. They were very clear 50-50 fights in the early game, but it just didn't go their favor.
Especially when the game goes to the mid game, the late game with the Lords in the picture.
Yeah.
Those coin flips become more and more, I don't know.
It's not as much of a coin flip.
There's just higher stakes.
It's a loaded die at that point. It's when you have that much gold, it's just impossible to make that many mistakes. And I'm going to assume, it's Moreno.
Wow,
Yes,
who would have thought?
The player of the game.
100K!
By the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, it is Moreno, 7-1-14. Lightning Truncheon on the Eve. For the extra splash damage in the wave clear?
I mean, that and the movement speed.
Burst.
It's just so, I mean, Moreno played a disgusting game, and by the time but I think the game was pretty much over when he got the Wishing Lantern, right? The Wishing Lantern, and then the fight immediately after. Yeah, and I think that put him so far ahead of everybody else. He was like 5-0-3 at that point.
Oh man. Again, in the mid game, if you lose like that, and you lose an objective, several turrets, the damage just kind of adds up a lot more in that mid game. And don't forget about Luke, the guy who was distracting so often, just smoothly surfing all across the board, all the way from the beginning of the game, setting up for the rest of the team, kind of allowing Key actually to get even better engagements on the Garukacha. There are moments like this though where the big ults do miss, but man, like you said, Gideon, when you're that ahead, it doesn't even matter. They just brute force the fight.
Yeah, and
look at his damage.
Think of it as well. To put it into perspective, I feel like everyone else in the Bigatron Alpha lineup was able to enable Moreno to reach these heights. I mean, Super Luke had a fantastic game as the Khalid with the awesome initiation that he was having. The lockdown was on point as well towards the backline of Geek Fam, but Geek Fam themselves, I feel like each of their individual laners did not have a good time playing the game. The Zeusen was constantly poked out by the Yeep, and Chadera with the Clint. You would expect Clint to really be able to bully and win out the lane against the Moskov, but however, Chadera had a very hard time to traverse around the lineup of Bigatron Alpha.
Well, I think that just goes to show that the meta is very dependent on the mid-trio and taking control over the mid-trio, right? And controlling the mid lane most importantly, because the gold lane in EXP, as much as you want to win those lanes against decent laners, they're just going to buy time until you overextend before they actually even try to engage you.
Man, this game seemed like so long due to all the action. It's only 13 minutes. Bigatron.
It doesn't feel like it.
Man, I mean, look at the emblems here. Tenacities for the side of Geek Fam. 3 actually. They know they want to stay in the front and withstand the onslaught from Bigatron Alpha. But this is a new solution we're seeing kind of pop up again and again. When the team is now using all these big frontliners, right? The Hylas, the Edith, to try and bully you away from the neutral objective, to get control over the area. When you have a spammable, first of all, mage with a Wishing Lantern, you do max HP damage every 2 or 3 seconds when you're on that Eve. That is a disgusting amount of damage over time, man.
Yeah, it begs the question whether Geek Fam need to reassess what they need to ban out in terms of priority on blue side. Because keep in mind, they banned out the 1-1, they banned out it's not the Matilda as well. I think definitely they could have held it up a little bit longer. They knew that Suyo was never going to see the light of day. But I think that's the big problem, right? As much as you want to have Jushin and you want to supplement the Jushin, you still need a support that actually helps you with the wave clear to maintain control over the mid lane. If not, you have to call your jungle to come on over to help you out.
Yeah, he did that mid prio as well for Geek Fam. And the Zushin, yes, it is a very, very good pick, but it really needs supplemental values like how Gideon mentioned. And now the gold distribution, Iman against Chidera. I mean, yeah, I could take a look at the stats. I mean, it's kind of like a one-sided stat. I mean, Iman was indeed the one having most of the times, but it wasn't really the Iman that we know. He's not the Terminator that he used to be, because mostly he was only landing the spears and getting the initiations and getting the assists, because he was like, what, 9 assists, I guess?
Well, again, why force it when it's not necessary, right? He goes for the Spear of Destruction. If he goes in and tries to get a participation trophy, get a couple of kills as well, he can get punished and give Geek Fam a chance to come back. But by just threatening the chance for him to go in, he kind of puts an afterthought in the heads of Geek Fam's players, and that's enough. I'm more surprised that Chidera, even though the lane was pretty rough, he's actually still able to kind of match up when it comes to the gold gain from the minions, right? Only a 400 gold difference. It's quite interesting to see. But damage taken, look at that. There's almost 400,000, almost twice the amount. Poke is where it's at. And when you're against Poke, usually the solution is good engage. Get onto them before they can buy enough time to keep wearing down at your HP bars. When Beloisi is on the Hylas, you just can't do that. We talked about this. If he's on a Tigreal, there's a chance he's going to go for a super long flank, a massive flicker play to try and get to Moreno. At least make it a 50-50, make it a 1-for-1 trade, get it equal. But no, they have no chance at all. They're already slowed down by everything. They have to walk through the Yeet slow, the Gatot slow, the Gatot's taunt as well. There's just way too much to traverse through.
Yeah, and also Gideon mentioned that Bigatron Alpha's lineup is, favored because of the simplicity. It's very
way easier to pull off.
What do you mean by that?
Way easier. Literally, you press buttons. You literally press. If each person pressed one button in the right order, they've won the team fight hands down. It is
that easy.
It is just that easy to pull off.
Dude, don't do anything too crazy.
Yeah.
Do the basics and you win the game.
Pretty much.
Simplicity.
I think that if we to draw the line of simplicity and complicated, I think that Geek Fam, they just needed to get over the early game. Once they hit the mid game, it gets a little bit easier to actually manage, because their composition is actually pretty good at peeling backwards and can take care of the front line of BTR.
Okay, then Alpha with a 33.67% win rate in playoffs. Is it time to deny Alpha comp for Geek?
To deny the Alpha comp? So like not use it themselves?
Yeah, because Alpha hasn't really seen good results in the playoffs. What could be the main cause of that? Does he need someone as a good sidekick? Maybe the Mathilda alongside him?
Well, again, any kind of good setup will help a jungler that wants to be as aggressive as the Alpha. But I feel like this stat is kind of unfair, because it's just so popular right now. It's between the Suyo and the Alpha generally. So a lot of teams will pick it up, whether or not they're really good at it, or if they have the composition, or if they've trained the composition to use it well. I think we saw Fabian pull up an amazing Alpha still. So I think with the clear speed, with the true damage, right, with the spammable skills, including the Spear of Alpha that's you can get 2 of them in a single team fight actually in the late game. I feel like it's still a very strong pick, but in the right hands, with the right composition, there's a disclaimer right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right composition or not, I definitely think that Alpha is only in meta as of right now. I think he was going to fall off of the meta, to be perfectly honest with you, because of the inclusion of Jushin. But now that we have to deal with Suyo, there's not much of an answer to Suyo. Oh.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. This is international content. Local.
Yeah, we do take a look at the top 5 highest kills in game.
Wait a minute.
Number 1, is that Vincent? With 17 kills? Talk to me about this stat.
What are we looking at? That is crazy. I mean, I'm more interested to see what Mirko thinks about this, you know. Wait. He's been very vocal about Vincent, but hey,
Mirko! Vincent ain't the worst jungler in Indonesia.
I don't. I'm a little confused because isn't that the literally just the previous game?
He's doubling down.
He's doubling down.
He's the worst.
He's the worst. Well, I mean, it's always better for you to prove it with your actions. 17 kills, that's a lot of kills, but
technically, you know,
his team is in the pedestal now 2-0. It's very hard. Now, the question is, the biggest elephant in the room is how can Geek pull off their comeback? What do they need to start off with? The draft? The execution?
Oof. I think as of right now, Geek don't have too many outs to play. That's why we're seeing that the comps are pretty straightforward. It's primarily centered around Kadera. I think they just need to go back to that.
We'll have to see that. But before that, we will throw it up into the stage for the host interview. Budi Clara Mongstar and Alyssa, take it away.
Dipati oleh Bigetron Alpha, Biget Troopers, mana suaranya? Match point untuk Bigetron Alpha, namun semangat pastinya masih dimiliki oleh Geek Fam. Karena Geek Family juga gak akan diam. Mana semangatnya Geek Family? Luar biasa sekali ya Bude melihat di match kali ini di semifinal lower bracket. Karena harus ada satu tim yang pulang. Jadi mereka pastinya ingin bertanding yang terbaik untuk mengamankan spot. Paling tidak untuk masuk ke babak Grand Final yang akan mengamankan tiket MC. Betul sekali, memang perjalanannya cukup panjang. Dari semifinal kita harus melihat mereka berjuang lagi di final lower bracket. Lalu baru bisa mengamankan tiket M6 World Championship. Dimana kita benar-benar menantikan nih wakil dari Indonesia. Dari lower bracket akan siapa? Tapi benar-benar kita harus mencari tahu yang benar-benar layak lah, yang bisa berjuang dan mengamankan setiap match-nya. Itulah yang kita nantikan. Betul sekali Bude, jadi kita berharap yang terbaik pastinya karena kita melihat kedua tim ini sudah cukup ketat persaingannya dengan mengedepankan semua strateginya ya pastinya Bude untuk bisa berada di M6 World Championship. Benar, Bigetron Alpha kurang 1 poin lagi. 1 poin lagi untuk bisa mengamankan. Mungkin kita tanya-tanya ke Biget Troopers, kira-kira bisa nggak 3-0? Tapi siapapun yang ingin menang untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya harus punya 3 poin. Bigetron Alpha memang kurang 1 poin, tapi tidak mungkin kita nggak melihat adanya perlawanan dari Geek Fam. Mereka juga sama-sama harus punya 3 poin. Memang sekarang belum, tapi Geek Fam bisa nggak nih ngejar? Semuanya berseru-seru bisa. Memang yang namanya kurang harus dilengkapi. Kayak Bude nih, kayaknya ada yang kurang gak sih? Loh, kalung Bude mana ya? Loh, tadi Bude pakai kalung loh padahal. Makanya, kok hilang ya? Bentar, kalau di foto bagus nggak ya? Nggak pakai kalung? Coba Bude selfie dulu deh. Bentar. Selfie dulu ah. Kita mau ngeliat ya, kayaknya ada fitur terbaru dari Samsung Galaxy S24 FE Bude yang katanya bisa bikin kalung Bude yang hilang menjadi ada. Benar, ini kurang banget sih. Ya kan? Kurang banget. Kurang pemanisnya gitu ya. Ketinggalan. Oke, Bude bisa magic dengan Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini. Oke, caranya gampang banget ya Bude kayaknya ya. Cukup klik icon edit, lalu bisa klik icon sketch to image. Dan pastinya dari gambar objek bisa langsung digambar karena Bude di sini kehilangan kalungnya, jadi bisa langsung digambar kalungnya. Lalu langsung aja klik buat dan kita tinggal tunggu when the magic happens. Jadi khusus pastinya di Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini kita dapat melihat bahwa di AI ini bisa membuat kalung Bude yang menghilang menjadi ada. Nih, pilih ya. Mana nih yang bagus buat Bude? Wow, yang ada pilihannya juga. Keren ya. Yang kedua, ini cantik. Edgy banget Bude ya. Yang ketiga, simple but elegant. Yang keempat, wow cantik ya. Manis. Kayaknya yang pertama deh, aku paling suka deh Bude. Iya. Tuh, dari gambar ini Bude kan gak jago gambar ya. Makanya. Cuman di garis doang loh itu Bude. Betul, jadinya buset. Ini nih, ini cakep sih. Wow. Langsung aja gak sih simpan salinan? Wow, Cukup mudah, sangat mudah, bisa langsung diupload ke sosial media dan pastinya Bude sudah semakin cantik tanpa kalungnya yang kelihatannya hilang menjadi ada. Dan pastinya Bude ini tuh harganya super affordable banget dan pastinya kalian semua bisa langsung membeli Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini mulai dari 790 ribuan aja per bulannya dengan cicilan 0%. Jadi pastinya ini affordable banget dan tadi seperti Bude mungkin kalau kalian nanti pengen pakai kacamata, pengen pakai baju baru bisa juga. Dan pastinya Bude ada promo khusus penonton dari MPL.
Buat kita dong.
Yes, betul sekali buat kita. Karena khusus penonton MPL bisa mendapatkan gratis travel adaptor 25 watt dan Google Play voucher sebesar 200.000 dan pastinya gratis skin permanen Mobile Legends Bang Bang untuk pembelian di samsung.com/id pakai kode voucher promo Galaxy S24 FE X MPL.
Asik-asik, seru banget dan lihatlah keajaiban-keajaiban yang diberikan oleh Samsung Galaxy untuk kita semua. Tapi di panggung MPL, tentu kita akan melihat akankah ada keajaiban dari Geekfam untuk mengejar poin ketertinggalannya atau mungkin dari Bigetron Alpha yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan mutlak dengan 3-0 dan bisa mengamankan untuk babak selanjutnya. Jadi tanpa berlama-lama lagi, mari kita saksikan bagaimana pertempuran di Land of Dawn untuk game kelanjutan semifinal lower bracket.
Thank you, BCM and Alyssa, for showing us the features and how precious the Samsung Galaxy phone is.
Bude Cabbage Monster making a comeback here.
What?
Bude Cabbage.
Bude Cabbage Monster?
Yeah, she loves cabbage.
She once wore a dress that looks like all frilly. It's light green.
Oh.
I'm like, hey, it's Bude Cabbage Monster.
And she eats clean. She eats cabbages.
Funny
That
enough,
too.
she does. Very clean. She's very particular about it as well.
And you know what? Geekfam also needs to be particular about what they want to do in game number 3 because it is on the verge of possibly a 3-0 and it's just going to end Geekfam's dreams of M6 in MPL ID Season 14 playoffs because they have been there last season towards M5. Now, could this be where they will be absent in M6?
Ooh, I think it's quite realistic. Looking at how it's going, right? I mean, the drafts, it looks so much more flexible. This was the main concern when we were talking about this matchup even a couple of days ago. Bigetron, we've seen them play a variety of different playstyles. Early game aggression, dive, poke heavy, pick off heavy. For Geekfam, I mean, even from the regular season, it just seems like, hey, let's see what Beloy does.
Thumbs up, yes sir.
Thumbs
yes,
up.
General.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you picking someone off? Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. I'm
What's the actual?
going. I think that, unfortunately, I think that right now BTR is a lot more confident in their laners in comparison to Geekfam. I think right now that Geekfam, they don't really have like a centralized style that makes them flexible, right? Because when we look at the regular season compared to where they are right now, I would say that even in the regular season, in that rebuilding period of getting that chemistry, unfortunately, they didn't really expand the types of compositions they could actually, play at a very, very high level, which is now starting to show off here at the playoffs against BTR because I don't know what's with blue side right now. It's not going well for Geekfam, even though they come off with the advantage. And even with BTR coming on to blue side, they had like a bit of a weird draft, but they still pulled through.
Now, back to the Alpha though. It has been a signature pick for MPL ID Season 14 playoffs with the junglers like Vincent, Super Ken, even Kyrie having to be forced themselves into playing the Alpha. But before that, we want to talk about the audience topic voting right here. Match point for Bigetron. How can Geek make a comeback in game number 3? Of course, we want to hear what the audience has to say. With number 1 being aggressive early game. Number 2 is win Kadera's lane. And number 3, set up for objective contest. With aggressive early game being the most top voted. What do you think about this?
I want the fourth option.
What?
All of the above.
All of the above?
I will take fourth option
put Vincent on Alpha one more time.
Wow, Alpha. So you are that confident in the Alpha?
I think that Alpha, it's really hard to mess up. It's so straightforward as a hero that you're not there to offer big plays. You're there to offer just your presence alone. Just having that one level lead advantage over the enemy jungle is all Alpha really needs to do, because he's just a threat just existing.
And now, I kind of want to, do some comparisons, of course.
Of course.
Being an MPL MY.
Yeah.
Is Alpha also that prio in this patch? But considering you guys haven't been into the playoffs yet, still in the closure of regular season, but is Alpha that prio in the closing weeks?
Alpha is there. I just think that a lot of teams would rather not have to deal. I think Alpha is a fallback, right? It's a crutch for those players who aren't confident in themselves in playing some really high-risk, high-reward heroes. Ling, for an example, early game is pretty much non-existent unless you're sweeping up kills, but really need some golden items before you see it really pop off. And right now, we're not seeing too much of that from MPL Indonesia, which I find quite surprising, because you guys were supposed to be the nation of like the assassin players.
Yeah, the mechanics.
Exactly. Even our Indonesian imports in MPL MY are more than happy to pick up Ling.
Interesting. I mean, maybe it's, they're trying to calm it down, trying to be more calculative.
They wanna hide their weapons for M6.
Oh, that's a very idealistic way of looking at it.
Assassin player that has been very proud to boast his assassin stats and picking up the Ling against an export maybe was Fabian in Team Liquid ID, but that's Fabian.
Yeah,
that's like the rookie of the season and the regular season MVP, and also Sutsujin as well.
Yeah, those two are a bit of an exception, I would say, man. They're just ice cold being on these assassins with all of the crowd controls. We're seeing all these fighters with quick engagers like the Gatot, like the Hylas. The assassins, they just keep going in, no problem.
And now, of course, the drafting phase presented by the official tournament smartphone of MPL ID Season 14 playoff. It is Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Now, the bans. What do you think of the bans right here, Gideon?
So far, so good. Matilda Suyo chip from the side of BTR. Okay, so slight differences compared to the first two games we've seen here today. First pick Prio is, Zushin is gone, Matilda is also gone. Previous game, I don't think Alpha is first pick worthy at this point. So where else do you lean into?
Hang on a second, wait.
Just go Harith Gold and force him out to play Lunox.
Surely something is left open. Wait, this is I think we're missing. I'm pretty sure we're overlooking something. Well,
it's all close. Matilda banned out, Suyo banned out. Yeah, they will go for the Alpha again for Vincent.
All right, Gideon, they want option number 4. But for Bigatron, the Gator is available, the Khalid is available, the Yves is also available.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to give Moreno Yves one more time. I definitely think that Geekfam's probably going to stand.
What if they get it now?
Unless that's the thing, right? Because here's one of the two openers you can do for red side. Either you go flex pick mid lane, or you go show your double flex and pick your mid and third. But all of these different types of openings is centered around Moreno anyways, right? I think they could change it up. I think that BTR could even lock in their jungler right now if they wanted to. Here's that flex that we were talking about. Now, this should either be mid lane or their flex. Mid lane or flex or jungle, one of the three.
They might really go for the mid lane here. The boy, again, is a well-known Yves player. Absolutely, let's go. I like the chess terminology though, Gideon. Opener.
Yeah.
It's thinking of the Gambit's opener and some other openers.
I mean, this one was almost a Gambit here. If they went for the double flex pick, it's a Gambit to say, hey, are you confident enough to steal away this Yves from us, right? But I think that right
now...
Whoa!
Faramis Natan?
Wait.
I mean...
Why?
I mean, isn't the Yves technically kind of like a counter in the team fights against Faramis? Because the Faramis entails you to group up together to get that pass, to get that, the realm.
And then, hey, they haven't got Kacha, let's group up.
Oh my god.
This is concerning. I think the idea is they really want to double back down on the whole save Chidera, use him to delay and hold the fort, hold down that castle. But without the Yves, they go for the Faramis. They can kind of extend the fight longer. But man, they're going to be still severely lacking in high ground damage.
They are.
The lead once more.
Don't get
this
it.
3 picks that kind of sealed the deal, sealed the pressure game in the early, in game number 2.
Oh my god, I just realized what was let through. Phobius was not touched that entire... Oh my goodness. This is so good, dude. BTR is literally smurfing on Geek Fam in the draft. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. Because if you go first pick Phoveus here, you pretty much still give away both Kalinin as well as Gatot. But probably still have to deal with the Yve anyways, which is not ideal for for Phoveus anyways. So BTR, they've got Geek by the balls, man. They're holding them in their hands. It's tough. It's really tough to play.
Even if they get the Phoveus, right? You're still gonna have to contend with with Super Luke just clearing the wave and just peacing out. The whole issue of not having Cryo and getting ganked on is still there for Geek Fam with or without the Phoveus.
And of course the Moskov ban and the Tigreal to just deny Valoisky of that pick that he was able to don in the first game, but it wasn't as effective because it was just countered fully by Bigatron Alpha. Now, Geek Fam's last ban. Do they want to target possibly the jungle or maybe again just cone down Amon's choices?
Ooh.
Personally, I don't think it matters for the gold lane. Yeah, get rid of the Nolan. Get rid of the Nolan. Because at this point, every gold lane matchup has a direct counter to it. If we're going like, Harith is open, Harith is OP. Don't worry, there's still Lunox available for you, right? I was going to bring up the example of Moskov into Clint and then Clint being able to win that lane, but I mean, after your last game, I think I'm going to skim over that. Basically, there is a trifecta.
I see. Well, I mean, for Geek Fam though, they'll have the lead in the farming department for the Alpha. Nolan is one of the options that can be used to kind of match a clear speed. So Bigatron looking for an alternative. I wonder for Geek Fam, what is Valoisky going to be picking? Is it going to be again an AoE roamer to try and punish the dive? Or is it going to be something more defensive even to try and protect Chidera on the Natan even more, right? They can go one or two ways here.
I think if they want to go, really, really wild, there's two wild plays, like geniusly wild plays for Akai. It's either they go for Akai. I mean, Akai is one of them. Oh, they went super safe this time. Man, I was thinking maybe they wanted to put Alpha in a winning position. If they can forcefully put Gatot in the EXP and know for a fact, make a hard read that Khalid is going to go roam. But that's beyond me at that point. They got the Ruby, they've got the Thamos, some decent early game, a strong side of the map, and most importantly, some form of counter engage.
Clint against the Natan.
Veldora on the Thamos. Big issue here. If the frontliners of Bigatron dive in, then Thamos can kind of separate both because he's just that tanky. Just cannot burst down a Thamos, even using a Natan. We saw that from our Q, right? Using the Natan to try and burst down the Thamos was not a good idea. And without the Tigreal, the Ruby becomes the next signature playmaking pick for Beloy. So I really think they found what they possibly could in this draft. Now it's all in the execution.
It's the best that they can get. But right now, BTR, the easiest way for them to punish them and punish Geek Fam really hard, you can literally spam your ults on Valoisky. He has no means of escape other than that flicker. You can almost guarantee that it gets blown.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be an insane game. Geek Fam, they're holding on a tight rope. And of course, casters, it's your time to shine.
Push to the edge, they're backed into a corner. Geek Fam, one last chance to qualify to actually extend their life in MPL Indonesia Season 14. Can they do it against Bigatron Alpha?
It's time! Potentially the last game of Geek Fam. Let's see, can Bigatron Alpha pull this off? It's a big question in the air. Last season, Geek Fam with a team to stop BTR, sending them down in the lower brackets to out of the playoffs. And they were also the team that denied BTR an M5 slot in Season 12. 3-2 it was. So for BTR to do this, it'll be sweet, sweet revenge, but you cannot count Geek Fam out just yet. This is a boy on a Veramis. This is Mr. Beloy BBB on a signature Ruby, Veldora on a signature Thamos, and Chidera on a Natan that set Fnatic Onic, the defending champs, home. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Man, already very, very aggressive emblems. Weakness Finder in the gold lane, not the Quantum Charge. He really wants to go for those big team fights later on, but he's got to be careful because the kill pressure of the Clint is ridiculous. Triple threats, that's a knock-up. Beloisky holding on to its flicker. No first blood there on that first skirmish.
That sets up a lane for Emon to abuse, man. Look at the card. Sabetta connecting very low. Quicksand Guard to buy time and clear the waves as well. Can Geek Fam, will Geek Fam dive this one? Seems like no. Super Luke will be able to get the clear.
Oh man. And again, I have to be honest with you, man. I have to agree with Gideon. In the draft, BTR were literally smurfing against Geek Fam, really just
nailing all these amazing picks, and the last Clint pick too was really, really solid for them. That's why they took away the Eve too. You know, they tried to deny the Eve Natan combination that gave Fnatic Onyx such a big problem. They respect it by taking away the Eve and letting the Natan go up against the Clint. But now for the setup, remember, they still have an Alpha, Geek Fam, so they can still contest this.
Ooh, someone's going to the top side there. Even, actually, Chidera winning the lane so far against Emma. It's quite interesting. And now, boy, he's not level 4 just yet. They're still gonna try to get them to their power spike when they got their ultimates. And it's time for the neutral objective battle. Super Ken, in the regular season, he was #1. The best out of all the junglers in taking this one.
Both roamers not level 4 yet, but Geek Fam seems like they are going to go aggressive. They will take the Newt. Biggotron will concede. Will they find compensation though?
Nope, doesn't seem like it. BTR try to go for a... Oh,
Super Luke reaching Sandstorm and
Whoa,
land,
whoa,
but it
whoa,
seems like Super Luke a little too aggressive, taking multiple turret hits, and it seems like Valora is on the hunt on the mid lane. There's actually first blood falling for Biggotron Alpha. Voloisky taken down.
Super Luke is playing with the limit quite well, but Chidera
all have very clutch entropy. Biggotron though will take the gold turret.
Oh,
Moreno tucks Chidera again. Biggotron, they want more. 4 members on a boy, and it seems like a boy will not be able to survive again. Biggotron, they are on the hunt.
Mirko, we talked about this in the draft, man. This Yves, this Moreno Yves, is it gonna be another MVP for this guy?
Does seem like it. This is a Moreno game. You called it, right? Right as he picked up the Yves, and right as you saw the Faramis, the Natan, Beloit.
Wicker, I'm offended. Vincent is in the area, but doesn't land. That's the Spear of Alpha on towards Amon. Can Amon buy time? No. Vincent finds the first trade for Geek Fam.
But it's a turret.
Some sign of fighting here from Biggotron for Geek Fam. Even though right now they're still down about 2k gold lead, which is really not good. But good news though, this Natan Chidera, they've played this over and over again, even abused it against the Porcupines. Can they actually do it against the onslaught of BTR Alpha? The dives!
Yeah, they're really putting all their backs into getting the setup. Luke won't go for it here. Let's talk a little bit about how they were able to play this the game, right? For BTR, the Julian, the way they're utilizing it here is they were trying to go for the mirror plays. It's kind of like a Nolan, right? That's why the Nolan was banned. It's literally the same play style, but the Julian is a bit slower when it comes to the clear. That's why we saw the purple buff, he had to try to use Retry. He had no intention to contest the turtle. That's why Geek Fam just took the turtle. But after that, BTR made some big moves with Luke baiting them in bottom lane. They went up top to bully the Natan, and for Geek Fam, they gotta remember that even though they have an alpha, they have turtle control. Natan is the main man.
Look at the takeover. AOG Raging Sandstorm combo! Super Ken gladly finds the turtle. That's a Spear Alpha connecting onto his Ken Key. Cannot hold on. Super Luke still holding 3 members as Valora is doing his job as well. Chidera finding a kill. Super Luke now isolated, but it seems like the damage he dealt is too massive. He is trying to hold on, trying to buy time, but Geek Fam will not be able to find Super Luke.
That was, oh my goodness! The cherry on the top as well. That was absolute criminal coming in from Super Luke.
Yeehaw, partner! Sheriff Iman is in town to cover for Mr. Super Luke. That's why he got the super when he joined BTR, man.
My goodness gracious, and once again, Geek Fam is just falling down over and over again in the objective fights. Vincent cannot evade, man, like the AOGs, the Raging Sandstorm. There is just way too much, and it's not, even though it's telegraph, the range, the ground that they cover. How do Geek Fam deal with this one?
This is the big problem of the Alpha pick, right? With the Alpha, you're not elusive at all. Arashi would hate this pick, and I think did he say he liked it, or Gideon liked it? Did Arashi dislike it? Oh, whoa!
Torpedo on towards Super Luke, calmly done.
Oh, what?
That's Spear Alpha, but that's a real worm manipulation of the realm triggered. It seems like Vincent will find the AOG, and good nights to Vincent. Geek Fam, they need some sort of retaliation, but Biggotron, they're playing their cards very, very well.
If this is not tilting out of the waters.
That was 3v4. That was BTR just saying, yeah, we can take the turrets while also dealing with you. Just with 3 dudes. No purple buff. Vincent is 2 levels down.
Oh no. Ooh. Almost there, 1 shot away.
Big yikes.
From Sheriff Eman to get down. Goldroth to 0 HP, and at this point. 7 minutes and the mid turrets, only one left for the fams. What is gonna be the hope for Geek Fam? What is going to be the answer to this dominant game that BTR brought? Even Supercan so far, he hasn't been very, he hasn't showed up the team fight that BTR took that, in the previous fights.
No, Supercan's just been farming. He knows exactly how his team can play the non-MLBB game. This is what the Khalid and the Gatot can get you. It's not MLBB, this is just like a boss fight that takes forever. And by the time you deal with the boss, then there's a second life of the boss, and that comes through Eman, Moreno, Supercan. You've depleted all your resources by the time you deal with Luke and Gatot. And even if you get a good trade over, Luke just Raging Sandstorms out, and he bases for free. He doesn't even need to recall. He just pops the quick sand guard, gets the full HP. We have a game fact though for the Natan.
Man, oh man, Natan from Chidera currently holds a 100% win rate, 4 picks in MPL Indonesia Season 14, with 2 of those against Fnatic Onyx. Now, this is a completely different occasion. There is some counterplay, or maybe some hope though from Geek Fam, because they have the setup, they have Faramis on the Aboy, so the peel is there, but what's going on right now in the equipment department, Mirko?
Well, looks like that's the big power spike already, man. Every time I see it, it's just ridiculous. A 2,600 gold lead for the Julian for Supercan against Vincent.
That's massive.
2,200 gold lead, but I think the most impressive one, it has to be the mid lane. 1,640. You can see why he goes for Wishing Lantern every time. He has such a big snowball. This is Moreno's game. They picked the Faramis into the Eve. They picked this comfort for a boy. And yes, I get it, it's comfort. It has worked. Even yesterday, it was working. But against some Moreno that's been on fire on the Eve, was it really a wise choice? It's all on Chidera now. If they want to win the game, they got to protect Mr. President.
Chidera, they've done it before. This is a tough task indeed. They won against Onyx, by the way. BTR should be in the same kind of stratosphere as Onyx, but why is it like the game is so different?
The game is different because BTR got to see what Onyx did wrong. They got to see what to adapt, what to change from that matchup. Geek Fam, they had Natan. We were talking about denying Natan or banning Natan. Turns out BTR says, sure, we'll ban Natan sometimes, we'll pick Natan sometimes, but if we don't need to, we can just pick up the Eve. The Natan was comboed together with the Eve with crazy frontliners that can keep people at bay. If you take one of that out of that strategy, I said this in the back rooms, but that was a one-dimensional strategy. You lose out on turtles, you defend forever. But without that specific composition, no Tiger as well from Mr. Baloy, right? It falls flat. You have to just go for peel now, and the way that they tried to, cover those weaknesses was with early game control, with Alpha, with the Faramis, with the Thamas, pressure around the map, but it was not enough against the Gatot Khalid.
Man, oh man, and now the Sheriff not only holding a gun, he holds a sword from the Blade of Despair. So now a boy in Chidera has to count has to calculate the damage even further. It is super difficult. 10k, and the Lord is coming, the first Lord. But the thing is, no mid turret is available. No mid turrets are in sight. BTR, I feel like they're guaranteed to get at least, at the very minimum, one of them. And this time,
with the zoning of the real world manipulation, with the gap closer of the Raging Sandstorm and the AOG, I think, yeah, one base turret should be confirmed, but I think Geek Fam should be able to still hold on.
11,000 gold difference. Can they make the defense? Good taunt, good real-world manipulation. Supercan is on the bottom lane turret. Eldora trying to zone the members, trying to zone the Lord. AOG committed! Key again! Elemento finds a 3-man, but he will fall. Turret saved in the mid lane. A boy with the Blicker play. Finds one, and he will be punished. Now Megatron, they are satisfied in taking 2 base turrets down, and they will go back.
With the 10k gold lead from BTR, I feel like this is a bit of an underwhelming fight coming in from the Red Robots.
I don't think so. Again, for Geek Fam, it's not like they have the worst clear in the world. They have pretty good high ground. With the Natan, they're still able to clear out the Lord. It's not as fast as with the Eve and Natan. You're not able to zone people out for the Natan to get free hits, but it's still really good. For BTR, getting 1 was already value. Getting 2 was a bonus. And notice the fact that for BTR, they didn't lose anyone with a bounty. Supercan is the only one with a bounty, and he noticed that. He backed away instantly. They tried to go for a gamble, which I think was a very low-risk gamble. They sent in Key, they lost Moreno. That other part was a bit more of a risk, but no bouncing, so they should still be able to go in.
Oh, AOG again finds a taunt. Raging Sandstorm finds the connection. Beldora goes down to there as well. This might be it. This might be the play that sent Bigatron Alpha to top 3.
Aboy and Vincent, the two fams, can they actually do it? It is a tough task. It is an impossible task against the Red Robots. They're coming in hot.
Victory inside! Bigatron will find bodies, and ladies and gentlemen, Bigatron Alpha finds the win, and they will enter the top 3.
My goodness gracious. Luke says, no, 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 not today. He's flaunting, he's showing off his new title, his new name, Super Luke indeed. It's not Luke anymore. He is Bigatron's Luke. Switching sides to the Red Robots and send their old mates home. 3-0. No retaliation whatsoever. And this might be, ladies and gentlemen, the most dominant series in the MPL Indonesia playoffs so far.
I think that one has to go to the win against Ultra Ego still, but that game was the most dominant game, I think, right? It looked like it was going to be Fnatic Onyx game with a 12,000 goalie that would be the most dominant game, but came through the side of BTR. They were able to adapt to read Geek Fam, and we've been talking about this in the keys to victory as well. The fact that for Geek Fam, it's been one-dimensional picks against RQ Hoshi. It's been one-dimensional picks against Fnatic Onyx, and day one, they exhausted all of their resources before they got to BTR, and for BTR, I would say they kind of sound as the doubters. Most people were also saying that BTR had no tactics. They only had one thing going for them, for the most part, in the regular season, and it was those gambling plays, that team fight, going for Alice, going for Gatot. But I think here we've been proven wrong. BTR have shown that they have way more strats that they have finally revealed here. Even up against TLID yesterday, we were saying, what's up with them? You know, the drafts look weird. Do they not have those heroes in the pool? But this is why we were talking about the 10,000 goalie being underwhelming in a siege. I think it wasn't underwhelming in a siege. I think that was proper for a Natan with a Purify. But once the Purify has been used up, once Geek Fam made that mistake of walking out the base, which they have to make, by the way, like, at this point, this is no longer the Yves Natan. They can't stay in the base always, just like they did against Fnatic Onyx. They had to make a move. They had to try to look for a play because the game was over if they didn't. And BTR punished them really, really well.
Man, nice try, Sheffin. Nice try, Geek Fam. For Bigatron Alpha. After season 13, it seems like their program has shifted.
The sweet revenge, it was 3-0 in season 13. Season 14, they turned the script, but we're gonna see some last words from our fighter, Geek Fam, with our host.
Tim yang pernah membawa nama Indonesia di ajang M5, namun kali ini Geek Fam, perjalanan mereka harus terhenti, menutup impian internasional mereka di sini, dan perjuangan mereka telah berakhir dengan semua yang telah mereka usahakan. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan dan apresiasi bersama-sama perjalanan dari Geek Fam. Dan sebelum kita berpisah untuk Geek Fam, kami persilakan untuk memberikan sepatah dua patah kata.
Buat Geek Community, terima kasih banyak yang udah dukung. Maaf banget kalian udah dukung kita, tapi kita bisa sampai juara 4 aja. Tapi gue janji next season kita bakal lebih kuat dibanding ini. Aman.
Next season akan menjadi season yang pastinya memanas. Dan kita akan final bow terlebih dahulu karena inilah dia momen terakhir kita bisa menyaksikan Geek Fam. Inilah dia, beri tepuk tangan dan apresiasi untuk the final bow from Geek Fam. Dan penyerahan kunci pun harus diberikan Bigatron Alpha. Mereka bisa mendapatkan kunci dari Geek Fam. Dan memang mereka lawan di Land of Down, tapi di kehidupan nyata mereka adalah sahabat. Perjuangan telah usai dari Geek Fam. Dan saat ini mereka harus berpuas diri di posisi keempat. Terima kasih sekali lagi Geek Fam Unity. Mereka harus mengenang bahwa usaha Geek Fam, mereka sudah berusaha keras dari regular season 9 minggu mereka habiskan hingga saat ini. Namun ada satu tim yang pada akhirnya tidak mengulang hal yang sama seperti season yang lalu. Kemenangan bersih, kemenangan mutlak didapatkan oleh Bigetron Alpha. Biget Troopers begitu bahagia pastinya, apalagi dengan Bigetron sendiri. Akhirnya nggak terulang loh, sempet deg-degan nggak sih? Mengingat, waduh ini kok skenarionya mirip sama season lalu.
Soalnya kayak 3 season ketemu Geek kan, terus 2 seasonnya kalah terus sama Geek. Kayak belum pernah menang lawan siapa? Lawan Aboy. Tapi season ini ya puji Tuhan menang.
Berarti achievement tersendiri buat Moreno ya?
Ya dikit.
Dikit?
Iya maksudnya ya.
Iya, karena kalian selangkah lebih dekat lagi nih untuk menjadi mungkin mengangkat piala atau wakil Indonesia. Jalan di lower bracket. Dari upper bracket turun lagi. Bagaimana sih untuk kalian sendiri?
Mungkin bisa dijawab Super Ken.
Super Ken,
Kenapa
di
tadi?
sebelahmu. Kalian jalan dari upper bracket tapi harus turun ke lower bracket. Apa respon kalian kemarin setelah berusaha sangat keras dan pada akhirnya harus turun juga?
Responnya sama aja sih, selagi kita masih ada nyawa kita bakal tetap try hard sampai kita gugur atau selesai seasonnya.
Terus menerus try hard. Jadi pulang langsung eval, langsung latihan, tidur
Ya.
berapa jam by the way?
Tidur tetap cukup, yang penting try hardnya tetap sama.
Tetap sama, istirahat juga penting. Dan yang menarik adalah bagaimana kalian bisa bounce back dan membuat hasil yang berbeda dari season-season lainnya untuk Super Ken sendiri nih.
Kalau itu nggak tahu, tanya lu kayak mantan timnya.
Oh gara-gara Luke ya. Gara-gara Luke nih. Luke ngapain nih semalam atau di season ini?
Hoki Bude.
Hitung ya, udah berapa nih? Hoki Bude. Tapi selain hoki,
Kayaknya mereka masih gamon sih Bude. Tadi ngejar-ngejar aku terus kan. Kan mantan.
masih mantan. Jadi advantage ya di situ.
Ya,
Di saat kamu dikejar-kejar, apa yang kamu lakukan?
lari dong.
Bener ya? Lalu apakah ada strategi biar lawanmu bisa membalas pengejaran mereka atau lebih menghindari atau seperti apa?
Tapi aku respect lah sama Baloy, Aboy, Kadera juga. Ya comeback stronger sih buat mereka. Jago.
Mereka jago di sini. Tapi kalau dari Bigetron Alpha di season ini berarti?
Jagoan kita sih.
Iya sih.
Cuak.
Cuak 3-0 loh. Kamu nyangka gak sih bakal nge-3-0-in mantan timmu sendiri Super Luke?
Ya bakal nyangka juga sih.
Sepercaya diri itu?
Iya.
Gimana nih Super Luke mau mengembalikan kepercayaan diri setelah kemarin hasilnya mungkin gak sesuai dengan prediksi kalian?
Riset lagi aja sih Bude, biar gas di lower.
Gas di lower. Lower bracket pastinya jalan yang cukup berat. Tapi kalau ngeliat perjalanan Bigetron, kita nggak melihat adanya dari lawan Bigetron yang melepas Wan dari Eman. Semua yang melawan Eman, they never let Wan. Why? What's wrong with your Wan?
Gak tahu juga.
Atau juga, tapi memang apakah ini yang memang Hero Wan sebenarnya kamu persiapkan? You prepare Wan for this playoff?
Yeah. I play a lot on 1-1 in Scrim. Also in RJ also, rank games.
Jadi banyak banget permainan game dari ranked, dari scrim dia main Wan. Mungkin semuanya pada serem dan memang talent pun bilang Wan-Wan-nya Eman harus di respect. But after you see a lot of teams respecting your Wan, what do you expect for the next? Because your journey is still long on the lower bracket. Final lower bracket is near. Apa yang kamu ekspektasikan, yang kamu harapkan gitu untuk lower bracket next-nya untuk Eman?
Jangan ban 1-1.
Jangan ban 1-1. Pengen nih ya terbang-terbang di Land of Dawn untuk Eman. But this is better than previous season. How do you manage to do that?
I think this season we try hard a lot, also in Scrim and outside game also. So.
kerja lebih keras. Jadi memang kunci dari Bigetron kayaknya kerja keras. Dengan bekerja di scrim, lalu juga di out game-nya, mungkin dari segi chemistry dan segalanya. Jadi hasilnya sungguh berbeda untuk season ini. Tapi mungkin Ki bisa yang ngasih tahu nih, perjalanan panjang Ki. Akhirnya satu langkah lebih dekat untuk mungkin jadi juara atau mewakili Indonesia.
Kalau dibilang langkah lebih dekat, kita nggak terlalu mikirin itu sih. Soalnya ya kita mikirin step by step aja lah, kayak besok kita masih match, kalau menang ya kita alhamdulillah lolos, kalau kalah mungkin yang belum rezeki. Jadi kita do the best aja di sisa match, kita nggak mikirin buat wakilin Indonesia, buat juara, jadi do the best di setiap match saja.
Fokus yang di depan mata saja.
Ya.
Tapi menarik ya, dimana Ki menjadi mungkin senior di sini, apa yang mungkin kamu katakan kepada teman-temanmu sebelum bertanding atau memulai hari ini, memulai match? Ada nggak kata-kata spesial yang kamu sampaikan kepada teman-teman, kamu ingatkan mungkin?
Kalau buat kata-kata spesial nggak ada sih, lebih ke kayak ya anak-anak udah pada dewasa semua lah, jadi kayak udah pada ngerti satu sama lain aja.
Jadi apakah Bigetron yang sekarang adalah Bigetron yang dewasa?
Harusnya, soalnya kan dari season lalu juga kita dapat pelajaran kan, kita hasilnya buruk, ya semoga season ini kita nggak keulang gitu.
Membuat pelajaran menjadi ilmu juga dan menjadi pemicu. Dan lower bracket ini akan menjadi sangat ketat untuk esok hari lower bracket finals. Kira-kira kalian mengharapkan siapa sih untuk menjadi lawannya? Siapa aja?
Benar,
Ayo.
Sebenarnya mau jawab siapa aja, cuman ya siapa aja sih sama. Kalau kita mau juara hitungan kita masih ngelewatin semua tim sih, jadi ya kita harus ready dengan lawan siapapun lah.
Ready dengan lawan siapapun, tapi kira-kira pertarungan upper bracket final setelah ini, siapa nih yang bisa ngedapetin kemenangan dan maju terlebih dahulu untuk mengamankan tiket M6 terlebih dahulu?
RRQ kayaknya, karena ada ex-coach kita, jadi kita dukung.
Ex-coach yang ada di tim RRQ. Dan memang kita ngelihat performa dari RRQ masih berada di upper bracket bersama dengan tim Liquid. Nanti salah satunya bisa mengamankan tiket. Ini semuanya setuju atau? Setuju. Udah.
Mereka takut kayaknya Bude, coba tanya.
Ya Luke gimana nih Luke? Siapa yang bakal jadi lawanmu besok? Final lower bracket bakal jadi panas gak sih Luke?
RRQ sih menang kayak.
Jadi lawannya akan tim Liquid?
Liquid, ya.
Tapi siapapun yang akan kalian lawan, apa yang ingin kalian mungkin sampaikan kepada mungkin semua yang ada di sini untuk final lower bracket kalian yang dinantikan oleh semua Bigetroopers dan juga keluarga kalian mungkin?
Buat Bigetroopers, ya thank you guys yang udah datang dukung kita di sini. Terima kasih banyak lah udah support kita di sini. Besok datang lagi guys.
Ada yang mau ditambahkan?
Jangan lupa support kita terus sampai akhir season ini.
Jangan sampai lupa untuk datang dan mensupport terus-menerus Bigetroopers. Kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi untuk Bigetron Alpha. Silahkan kalian bisa langsung saja mendapatkan kunci dari Geek Fam di kotak yang sudah dipersiapkan. Inilah dia perjalanan yang begitu indah untuk Bigetron Alpha yang berhasil untuk melewati musim lalu, menjadikan hasil yang lebih baik dan lebih baik.
Selamat sekali lagi untuk Bigetron Alpha dengan kemenangan 3-0 dan berhasil mengamankan spotnya ke final lower bracket.
Wow, pastinya match ini berjalan dengan sangat mulus untuk mereka. 3-0 poin penuh mereka berhasil amankan. Tapi seperti biasa Lisa, kalau kita muncul di MPL Indonesia Season 14 Festival, pastinya kita akan berbagi keceriaan juga buat teman-teman semua yang udah hadir di Eldorado Dome Bandung. Dan sekarang kita waktunya untuk bagi-bagi GoPay.
BBG bagi-bagi GoPay dan caranya gampang banget. Sekarang juga kalian langsung download aja aplikasi GoPay di handphone kalian karena kita bakal segera berbagi kodenya dan caranya gampang banget ya Kak Radit ya. Kita bisa lihat di layar.
Bener. Jadi buat teman-teman semuanya mungkin maju dulu ke depan stage karena ini dulu-duluan ya. Total ada 50 juta GoPay yang bisa kalian dapatkan. Caranya gampang banget, tinggal maju dulu ke depan, ramaikan dulu festival stage-nya. Panas dikit nggak apa-apa, soalnya siapa tahu kalian beruntung mendapatkan saldo GoPay.
Betul sekali, ada saldo GoPay 50 juta coins yang bisa kalian dapatkan. Dan caranya gampang banget nih Kak Radit ya.
Betul.
Tinggal buka aplikasi GoPay, klik cek semua promo, pilih voucher, dan klik kolom punya kode promo. Lalu bisa langsung masukkan kode promo yang akan kita bagikan dan klik tukar dan GoPay Coin akan otomatis masuk ke dalam saldo kalian.
Betul, jadi kalian bisa lihat juga caranya ada di layar kaca ya. Kalian langsung aja buka device kalian, lalu buka aplikasi GoPay-nya, ikuti ketentuan yang ada dan sambil nunggu nanti karena kode redeemnya bakal kita perlihatkan kalian. Dan ingat, ini dulu-duluan ya.
Betul sekali, jadi siapa cepat dia dapat. Mungkin kita langsung aja nih cek ombak, apakah semuanya sudah siap?
Siap?
Siapkan gadgetnya, siapkan handphonenya, kita akan hitung sama-sama ya Kak Radit.
Oke.
3, 2, 1. Ini dia kode hari ini.
Ya, langsung
Jangan
di-redeem ya.
typo, jangan salah.
Betul, kalian harus bisa bedain yang mana yang 0, yang mana yang O ya. Ingat, totalnya ada 50 juta rupiah GoPay Coins yang bisa kalian dapatkan. Tapi pastikan kalian jangan sampai salah isi kode redeemnya.
Betul sekali, karena kalau ada satu huruf aja typo sayang sekali tidak bisa mendapatkan. Dan ini siapa cepat dia dapat ya?
Betul, tadi aku udah dengar udah dapat, satu orang udah dapat. Yang lain mana yang lain? Udah dapat juga, 3 orang, 4 orang, wah rame ya. 5 orang. Kakak udah dapat juga, udah.
Ada yang di depan udah dapat semua.
Rame ya. Yang baru keluar dari dalam yang mau dapat kode redeem untuk saldo GoPay karena di sini ada bagi-bagi GoPay yang bisa kalian dapatkan dan caranya gampang banget, tinggal redeem aja kode yang ada di layar kaca.
Betul sekali lagi kita ingatkan teman-teman yang masih bergabung bersama kita di MPL Festival, silakan bisa langsung masukkan saja kodenya dan langsung klik tukar dan otomatis saldo GoPay Coins akan masuk ke dalam aplikasi kalian.
Wow, gampang banget ya dan ingat totalnya ada 50 juta rupiah GoPay Coins. Jadi ini bisa loh untuk semuanya mungkin yang baru keluar dari venue kita bisa langsung redeem kode yang muncul di layar kaca dan siapa tahu kan beruntung nih mendapatkan puluhan juta rupiah.
Betul sekali, tapi jangan lupa juga Kak Radit kita bisa melihat ya di kiri panggung ada booth GoPay dengan berbagai keseruan menarik di dalam boothnya.
Bener banget Alicia, tadi sih aku dengar ya kalau habis ini katanya bakal ada Just No Limit juga nih.
Oh, Just No Limit bakal mampir dan bakal mabar bareng nih katanya Kak Radit.
Bener banget, jadi pastikan kalian semuanya yang masih ada di area Eldorado Dome, jangan kemana-mana, kunjungi booth GoPay yang ada di bagian kiri dari festival area. Karena nanti di sana bakal ada Just No Limit katanya.
Betul sekali, tapi nggak cuma Just No Limit aja, dari kemarin keseruannya sudah beragam sekali. Karena sudah ada meet and greet juga dengan berbagai brand ambassador dari tim-tim kesayangan kalian. So sekali lagi jangan lupa main ke boothnya GoPay karena ada berbagai aktivitas menarik yang bisa kalian coba. Dan pastinya hari ini akan ada mabar bareng Just No Limit.
Wow, sangat spesial pastinya ya. Tapi kayaknya untuk sesi bagi-bagi GoPay kita udah selesai nih Alisa.
Sayang sekali buat teman-teman, tapi jangan bersedih karena kita akan selalu hadir ya Kak Radit untuk BBG bagi-bagi GoPay. Tapi sekarang kita akan dengar dulu kata-kata dari panelis, silakan.
Geek fam, they have to go home and they are eliminated from MPL ID Season 14. No longer able to live their dreams of going yet to another M Series. M6 is all gone for them. But Big Shot Alpha, they are able to enter top 3 and book themselves a slot at the lower bracket finals.
I mean, you can expect them to be working hard, man, because Bigatron ain't working hard. Yeah, right. Picture that with a Kodak, man.
It's tough. It's tough, but I think it makes things interesting, right? We're already seeing, storylines and timelines change. Now, we're not even getting repeats of previous high-earning... Well, actually... Yeah, no, it's every single one of the downplayed teams in the previous season have done significantly better coming into this one, and now have achieved top 3, no problem.
Yeah, top 3 for Bigatron Alpha after last season, or rather last year in MPL ID Season 14. They were stripped off that M-Series dream as well by GeekFam, none other, winning 3-2 by GeekFam, but now they're able to fight back. What was the main problem for GeekFam right here?
The one-dimensional nature of their playstyle, I would say, right? Not necessarily in different matches, but every single match, in between games. I was talking about, I mentioned this to Gideon earlier. Is it because Beloyski is so crucial in the decision-making process, and he can't really process all that information in the midst of a game this exciting,
I personally feel that it's just... If I had to give up a blaring signal of what's going on, it has to come down to the draft. And I think that, unfortunately, they're playing a lot of weird things into a very standard opening. And Moreno, once again,
man.
MVP, I mean, the composition is designed around the guy. So it's like, if he's not getting MVP, something's going wrong.
Yeah, of course, player of the match, the MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. It is Moreno again. I feel like he played Yves for the entirety of the series?
No, he played Low Yi game 1.
Low Yi game 1, game 2 Yves, game 3 Yves. But all in all, he was able to bring home the player of the game.
Solid, man. And I really like this itemization, and I guess now it's rising to popularity. Back then, I was really kind of preaching about this, not trying to steal credit here, but we saw a lot of enchanted talismans on the Yves back then, and I really like this whole boot rush, getting all that mana, and getting a instant power spike with a glowing wand or an ice queen's wand back then a lot earlier. And then straight for the wishing lantern to deal with the frontliners, just to get better zoning, better poke. It just gives you a lot more fighting power in the early game, and technically with your spells being on a, 4-5 second cooldown, an extra 20% is significant, but it won't kind of change the whole outcome. So I really like the extra bit of damage.
I do like the extra bit of damage as well, but at the same time, it just goes to show that it's very in tune with what BTR wants to do. If they want to play early, you might as well get some early power, right? You're not looking for a way to scale towards the end game. But looking at the overall heat map, you can just see there's so much priority. He has one of two jobs. Either he is there to begin and initiate a fight, like the guaranteed go signal, put the flare up in the sky, call for some help as they call in reinforcements, or he's back to just wave clearing. Both of which Moreno's completely fine doing.
I mean, he was all over the place right before the 5-minute mark, and here are the match highlights here. The Zetabear offers gold, partner Ube as gold, where you can see that he has no issue at all playing this mage all the way up front aggressive, chasing kills with the real-world manipulation instead of using it for a big setup, because he knows that the front line is just so solid right here. Due to, of course, that's the one exception where we talked about earlier, Veldora just beat him up. But after that, right, afterwards, you saw the arrangement, you saw the adjustment from Bigatron, and for the most part, there's just way too much going on there for GeekFam to send someone to stop this guy from just throwing out all those spells. And even when he gets taken out, the Clint from Eman is there, just, as another problem for GeekFam to deal with.
Because it's about setting up anchors, right? It's having Moreno to be, drop down the RWM, and then once you're done with the RWM, Moreno can be as aggressive as he wants as long as he feels for the team. And then you fall back to the second anchor in making sure, at the very least with Clint, look at this game, look at him. He barely has to do a lot. All he wants is to farm up 3 items. Once he gets 4th, it's basically impossible to deal with him.
Yeah, this was just unstoppable. An unstoppable performance by Moreno in the Yves. Yesterday it was the Valentino in day number 1 of the playoffs. He was spamming the Valentinas a lot. And it was, deemed to be one of his signature heroes. The Yves might be his next one. But of course, we want to hear on what the Bigatron Alpha players had to say in the mic check. So here we go. Golden moment by UBS Gold.
Ayo, Moskop, gak ada flicker, Moskop. Nih, lihat gue, target Moskop, guys.
Dia ulti.
Yang depan dulu aja, depan dulu aja. Lihat gue.
Ghost Tanjay, gak ada stack. Gak ada dash.
Gua lagi perintah. Golti belakangnya.
Ayo, boy.
Salah.
Ayo, boy.
Nice dude. Highlight dulu aja nih.
Mana.
Bisa atas ya. Bisa.
Ayo, boy.
Highlight di sini.
Gua clear mid ya. Ayo, boy. Gua dari sini. Tunggu itu. Tunggu.
Dia flickerin gua. Salah dia, Cok. Oi, lihat Moskop mati.
Gua flickerin, Ban.
Ini. Gua cover. Joy guys. Target. Mati
Bisa.
Joy ini.
Mati, nice.
Nice, Joy. Mati. Joy, gak ada skill 2.
Gua geser.
Ulti Alpha. Retry juga dia.
Ada merahnya
Woi,
dong.
marah Cok dia. Nice more, solo kill. Gold team more.
Mau guys, mau.
Solo kill by him.
Gak kena.
Kill guys, lihat gua.
Gak tanky.
Ini, dua Ken. Highlight bisa?
Bisa nih.
Nice, bisa
Aduh,
deh.
ini mau gambling, man. Gua pisahin.
Ayo boy, maju.
Reset.
Maju Ken. Ayo pelan-pelan, ayo.
Mati halus. Santai. Apa, wih?
Si clean gua pegang. Dua gua joining guys, lihat gua guys.
Ngapain sih, Vincent?
Lihat gua.
Tunggu gua.
Gua ready dude.
Dia 5 ya.
Ulti aja.
Gua cecer retri.
Nice boy. Bisa balik. Bisa fight guys.
Gua ditutup ya. Gua mati.
Lihat gua.
Tamus di gua. Ayo masih bisa, Cok. Kuat. Gua balik ya, boy. Balik, boy. Gua kuat, Ken.
Ada gua
Gua bisa, Dut.
Lu bisa aman gak, Dut?
Aman sih gua.
Masih mati Ken, mati nih Ken. Gak ada ulti dulu aja. Nice Ken.
Flicker.
Nice
Aman gua. Aman sih gua. Low semua aman.
Dia low semua.
Ya! Gak mati gua. Double mid, boy.
You can hear them all full in power, full in trying to make their dreams alive still. But now, of course, the emblems. Anything in particular?
Nothing out of the ordinary based on what I'm seeing here. Even Thamos decided to go for swiftness. Yeah, generally pretty standard elements all across the board. I am surprised that Kadero did want to go for the weakness finder. I do think that in this particular matchup, especially when you're up against the Clint, yes, it's great when you do isolate him in that 1v1, especially you hit your level 4, he hits his level 4, but he still has to wait for the cooldown. You all in at that point, and that's when you can get real value out of it. But during team fights, there's no real escape. I think that the Quantum Charge might have done him some good.
He even went with the Bargain Hunter there too, and despite that, he just was shut down quite hard there, so he's just vulnerable, he's not really getting to his power spikes. Even Voloisky there, understanding that the amount of damage he's taking is not really at all in. It's like it's a bunch of poke damage, goes straight for the Twilight Armor, you know, with the change to the threshold for the damage reduction down to 500 damage, I believe. It works great here against the Clint, against the Yves as well, technically with the Wishing Lantern. But again, it's not enough to really assist them against the whole composition. You know, against individual threats, it kind of helps out, but I don't think a single item can really solve the main issue of Big Alpha just running them over.
Yeah, no, I think it's a little too difficult. As much as I want to analyze it, like, oh yeah, you know, Aboy going in for the Enchanted Talisman in this particular game, where I think generally speaking, there's just too many counters to the comp already, right? There's just so many ways for BTR to start a fight without having to commit all their resources. They can just poke and prod for the most part of it if things were going even. The early game went terribly for Geek Fam, and it didn't help that as much as Veldora was able to kind of keep Khalid in place, as soon as Super Luke got his Thunderbelt, it's a free farm for him. It doesn't matter if he's not leaving the lane as long as he's getting stack after stack after stack.
It was catastrophic for Geek Fam. For Bigatron Alpha, all of their players on the board. I mean, the highest GPM is Supercan, the rich guy. Still, and one of the highest damage dealt.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, out-damaging a Yves, usually? That is crazy, man.
Yeah, Clint is just disgusting with the damage, right? With the range as well that it has, the burst. Is it very much of a strong pick when it comes to situations like this?
When you want to play early game, when you want to bully your laner, especially if your laner is playing all in for the late game, yeah, I mean, go for the Clint, gut him down. We thought he's, you know, we thought he was well versed in some martial arts, you know, in MMA, but apparently he's just more fluent in gun fu, the American martial art.
Just honestly, I think the way that he was playing the lane was already pretty nice. I would say that I mean, it's a time limit, right? Clint is strong, first item, fourth item. Everything in between is really dependent on his power level compared to the rest of the lobby. And I think, you know, he was ahead, of course, but as soon as he got that Malefic Roar, that's when you see people getting 100 to 0'd.
Yeah, 100 to
Straight
0,
up.
just squashed into basically beat into a pulp. And of course, that is it for match number 1. Bigatron Alpha, they're able to get the 3-0 almost scot-free against Geek Fam. Now we have an audience highlight from School. Okay, this is hard to pronounce.
Skuknu Raknu Usna.
Oh, Skuknu Raknu Usna. I know that reference, by the way.
Yep, sure.
That's not hot. By the way, he says, for the next season, I hope Geek can improve on even the smallest mistakes and maximize them for better gameplay.
Oh, dude, that's the same as like all humans should breathe air to stay healthy. That's crazy.
That is exactly, dude.
Geek Fam is a very good team. They just need to improve on their macro their draft, their mechanics, their laning, their rotations.
Look, I don't want to dog on this guy any more than I already have. But I do think that in terms of like utilization and like saying the smallest mistakes, we got to get really particular with it, right? Because I think if they want to maximize their gameplay and the way that they team fight, hands down, I think that Geek Fam has got the late game as well as playing with a team fight composition down to a T. Right now, I think drafting is their biggest option, is their biggest weakness. Secondly, hero pool. I think they need to start expanding it all over the board.
Don't forget the early game as well, right? You can have a good game plan on the team fights and the late game. They kind of go hand in hand. But the early game, right? Where to rotate, who to kind of focus down. That ties into the draft, which is why we see it a bit weaker compared to the late game.
Here's my theory on that, actually. I think that right now, because technically Geek Fam is quote-unquote in a rebuilding phase, you know, their players have been shuffled around, they've lost their pillar in the EXP. I think that the following season, if this team sticks together and they continuously work together, I think there's going to be a lot more trust for that early game to happen because the EXP is a very large proponent of it.
That early game, of course. They were able to demonstrate it, I guess, against Fnatic Onyx in a few of the games that they were able to play. And in that match, they match, you know, Fnatic Onyx aggressiveness in the early game because Fnatic Onyx is all about the early game. And Geek Fam, they were able to, you know, take over that. But thankfully, or rather unluckily, you know, they are not able to proceed into the top 3. So we say our goodbyes to Geek Fam. Any final words for them?
See you next season. I don't think any of these players deserve to get like clapped down upon. I think they did a very good job considering how rough that regular season was to begin with. They've come a long way. The playoffs is great for them. Hopefully, it's only up from here.
We've seen improvements. Just keep at it, man. Make sure that you make the right developments, and good things take time, right? Even though Geek Fam were able to actually get, you know, skyrocket into relevance there immediately after the addition of Voloisky, that's not that's the exception, not the rule, right? You can't be impatient and expect Geek Fam to every season face a big struggle, a reshuffle, a change in roster, and just make it back to the M series again. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Now, of course, Bigatron Alpha, the players, the men in your screen, these guys are hungry because they want to break free from that label, from that moniker of the chokers in playoffs, because they have been awarded just that. They're not able to really win yet an MPL ID trophy. They are eyeing for that. But now, what are your advices later on for Team Liquid ID or RRQ if they are supposed to meet Bigatron Alpha?
If they're meeting against Bigatron Alpha, what could they do? What could they do?
Ban out Moreno's power picks? Maybe the Eve again? Is it warrant the ban?
Well, I definitely think it's going to be able to address red side specifically when you are on blue. And I think, you know, so far, it's not too much of an issue for both PLID as well. As RQ, I think their first phase has usually been very strong in the draft. It's the second phase, which they kind of have a bit, where it gets a little bit wonky. I don't know if Geek Fam, I'm sorry, not even Geek Fam, but PTR has prepared for every single one of these possibilities, but I would imagine they have to worry about that stagnant 3 picks. That has got to change as well. They need variety.
Yeah, it's very much a nice advice from Gideon, but it is a good day, Gideon, in playoffs. It's a good day, coffee. It's a 3-in-1 ready-to-drink bottled coffee with a variety of flavors, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss, avocado delight, and the newest groovy cookies. Groovy cookies? It makes you want to dance. And this good day coffee is perfect to enjoy while gaming with your friends. It's a good game with good day. GG, good day.
GGGD.
GGD.
GGGD.
Good day, Gideon day.
No, that's too many. There's too many. 2 G's is enough. 2 G's is where you call it the day.
Gani and Gideon?
Gani and Gideon? Oh.
That's why we don't have any more G's on the panel or the casting desk. We will be overloaded.
We shot the other day.
The same way we'll be overloaded with energy if we take Good Day coffee.
Yeah, I can't drink coffee, by the way. My acid reflux kind of acts up. But with Good Day, but with Good Day, you know, it doesn't really react as violent.
Really?
Into places where maybe I enjoy it a lot.
Very interesting. Well, we'll see if we can get some Good Day later on.
I have to. Yeah, we have to. We have to bolster up our powers and energy for the upcoming matches, because it's just going to be a tougher hill to climb for the teams playing today.
It's definitely not going to be easy, considering that, like, I don't know. After watching MPL PH, those guys have like ridiculously long games. It's good to see that, at least for, you know, MPL Indonesia, they have like that early. They have teams that play early game, teams that play mid game, plays all the way to the late game. I mean, It's that good. It's 3-in-1 for a reason.
And of course, you can predict your winners with the new GoPay app, the go-to wallet for gamers with huge damage. You can, of course, grab diamonds while GoPay Games treats you with up to 15,000 cashback. What does that mean? It means you top up diamonds on GoPay Games and you will get up to 15,000 of your balance back. It is like an investment that just keeps on giving back to you.
I mean, it's great because we, as gamers, we top up a lot in-game, right? So with fair and cheap prices, I think GoPay is one of the best locations there, the best methods to really top up.
Yeah.
Payments are also easy and secure because you can pay directly with GoPay anyways, right? It's kind of built in. So if you hit straight up to top up at gopay.co.id/games, and GoPay will treat you with up to a 15K cashback again and again.
Yeah.
You know what? I've also heard that apparently GoPay is doing something on their app that includes an electric motorbike, coins. What's going on with that?
We saved the best for the last because you can vote for your favorite team in every MPL ID Season 14 match on the GoPay app and collect as many tokens as possible to win free prizes from MLB B skins, GoPay coins, gaming phones, and of course, electric motorbikes. Imagine if you win it, riding it from Malaysia to Bandung.
I don't...
Wait, hang on a second. You're gonna run through the sea.
Yeah, man.
On an e-bike.
That's true.
That's the GoPay guarantee.
That's the GoPay technology.
That's the GoPay motorbike.
Go.
And of course, another crucial resource for gamers is you have to make sure your games run smoothly by getting your mobile credit through the new GoPay app at cheap prices. You can get 15,000 worth of credit for only 9,900 rupiah.
Look, I'll treat you guys to the meal next time. Okay. I don't know how I'm going to split the bill. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. But I'll try. I'll give it a shot.
Well, you don't need to worry, Gideon, because this is the new invention, the new technology. Do you know what technology means?
Of course.
Technology is GoPay because splitting the bill with friends is easier and faster. With the split bill feature, just snap a photo of the receipt right in the GoPay app and voila! You don't get those friends who dodges the fees. They don't want to pay up because you're paid for that meal. With a split bill from GoPay, it's all done and dusted.
Especially the service charge, the tap.
Yeah.
Right? It's so annoying to calculate all that.
That's
but the GoPay app can do it for you.
And let's not forget that
Simple.
Even if you're not in Indonesia, might as well get the GoPay app just for that one function. Because again, tax is divided differently in every single state.
Yeah.
Every different country. It's just an easy, convenient way.
Yeah,
Exactly,
but of
man.
course, when you have your mobile credits topped up, you have your coffee ready, you should also feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities, and that is only available in Khediyah City. It's not just about esports, it's for all games, communities, and fans. A new era of play awaits. Follow at Khediyah Gaming.
So we should get that e-bike and ride it to Khediyah.
Get the e-bike, head on over, pay your bills with GoPay, and then after that, what? Do you guys pronounce it as Oops Gold or how do you say it?
UBS.
UBS. Okay,
UBS.
so that's what I was missing out. Ah, man. Because since you guys, MPL MY recently only started implementing rings because we took it off of you guys. We took it off this.
It's cool, isn't it?
It's pretty sick.
See the players do that.
Yeah, with their fingers and stuff.
That's why Yeb is able to flex those rings.
He definitely was when we were in Khediyah, man.
Relax, it's Yeb, not you.
Yeb's able to flex those rings.
I think you're channeling Yeb energy right here.
He's projecting.
Cut me some slack. My team went home already. Arashi, I know after this.
I didn't say anything about that.
Will be playing.
Whoa.
That's fine. You're suited up, you're ready with the match.
Oh yeah,
colors.
I'm dressed for the occasion.
What about you, Gideon? Why did you choose a pilot? What is your pilot?
Because Gideon is WoW Grape.
Grape!
I am very wild grape, of course.
Wow,
but generally,
grape.
I'm just looking for something to put around my. Because you see what I got here. It's a little. It's not even silver. It's a little aluminum. It's a little tungsten.
Of course.
Up your game, dude.
You need the new epic collaboration.
Oh,
Limited series.
Have you seen it?
UBS Gold X MPL ID Season 14. It is available at www.ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. You can get a free skin with every purchase of limited edition. Either the katana or the mythical ring.
Right. It's not all that big. Right? It's a necklace.
It's a necklace.
It's yay big.
I was about to ask you, is it a straight up katana? Like, are we
That would be a bit overkill.
It's good for cutting onions,
You
though.
can see it right there. It looks something like that.
Oh, that's so sick. Wait, why does Owl have it? Why? Did they not distribute it to everybody?
We have in the back. We'll take it later.
Fine,
Well, if you
fine.
don't want the necklace though, you can also get the Mythic Warrior ring.
Oh, that's also true. I could have added another one to another.
Exactly, man.
So you have silver and then gold in your fingers. You still have silver now, right?
Yeah, totally. That's
Sure, let's go with
totally
that.
silver. Yeah, let's go with that one. Let's take the more valuable metal.
Silver.
Well, anyhow, if you're thinking more, I'm not, all that flashy, right? I want to keep it low key. You can still get the UBS Gold. What do you call them? Like the cards?
Oh, the cards.
The packages, right?
Yeah.
And it's still a great investment. I got a couple of those back at home. I'll have to say it. It looks
Oh,
just
are
like
those
that.
the one?
Exactly.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a fancy way to have an investment because usually you get like an old dusty document. You don't want that.
Our regular
This is
season
the future.
MVPs were able to get their hands on that package.
Interesting.
It was Fabian for both of them.
For
So winning,
Oh wow, yeah.
winning the MVP means you're investing for your future because gold never deflates. It never.
Interesting. Stable.
Yes.
And I think that's the idea, right?
Maybe in like
Even
the
in the
80s, maybe in like where people were like
Economics.
sewing it into their clothes.
What's it now? Is it just like
Yeah, it's flopping about. I'll tell you that.
Wow, talking about the time now, it's getting quite afternoony. Is that a word?
afternoony?
Afternoony, and of course, you're gonna
We got
get
a
yourself
t-shirt.
a Tropicana Double Crunch, the ice cream for gamers. It can boost your energy to God tier level because the caramel ice cream with double chocolate for double the crunch is going to serve you well. You can feel the excitement of snacking on Tropicana Double Crunch while gaming. You can grab yours now at the Campina booth because Campina Double the Crunch got your level. And by the way, Gideon, for us talents in the regular season, we were able to actually bring home some of the boxes. Inside of them are 20 Campina ice creams.
This is the regular season.
Regular season. And I was confused as to how I'm supposed to finish those ice creams.
I'm more surprised
Really?
you got it back home in one piece.
Well, I mean, it's
Campina. You gotta put in the
Campina.
effort, bro.
You got to put in the effort.
It's worth it.
Right.
It's
Is it?
Guilty as charged. I have a box at home.
Okay, fair enough.
It's running out real quick.
The fact that they already have a booth set up, I gotta do a little bit of exploring out here.
You have to.
Oh yeah.
I haven't checked out the entirety of the outside, and it looks like I'm missing out.
You are missing out on some good deals. Visiting maybe the merchandise booths out there.
I do want to visit that actually.
Yeah, you have to. And while you're outside, you don't want to get your hair messed up.
Don't worry, I got you.
Gideon?
Yeah.
He has no issue, man, because he uses this.
Head and Shoulders Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha. You can switch to Head and Shoulders for up to 100% wet dandruff wiped out and itchiness protection. This is how Gideon is able to get that flamboyant hair.
And a slowly disappearing hairline. that has nothing to do with Head and Shoulders. That's just genetics. That's just
That's
raw
genetics, by the way.
genetics.
Wow. The lemon flavor, though, it really is the best.
Is it though? Why? Why lemon over the regular mint?
Because
try it.
give it a sniff.
Wait.
Try it. Hang on a second.
Try it.
What the heck?
What is that supposed to mean? I ain't gonna lick it. I'll give it a sniff.
Give it a
Let's go.
You have to sniff it.
Ghani's the only one who goes with the flavor, definition. But it smells great.
I understand what Ghani means by the flavor definition. I wouldn't question it. If you put this in my food, that's dangerous, man.
Smells good.
It smells good.
Lemon Fresh Gatot Kacha.
Unless you're really hardcore having big activities outdoors, though, the mint is great for those heavy-duty moments where you need that cooling. But if you want to just, be on that level, right? Level up your grooming game. I think the lemon flavor will do it.
Okay, all right, I'll take your word for it because I am seeing that it's 100% wet dandruff wiped out. So
It is
I'm
wiped
a follow the stats.
You know what else I'm gonna wipe out?
What?
The enemy team.
Oh, what?
With the new Oraimo earbuds, you can enjoy music with less distraction on Oraimo Mobile Legends Edition ANC TWS Space Buds. You can visit the official Oraimo e-commerce site now and get yours before they run out because these are a limited edition
They are?
earbuds.
Why are they limited edition? Do they have a skin or something?
Because they're, lucky box.
You know what's cool about these, this particular Oraimo product? Well, on the case, you can actually see, with wireless earbuds, usually you're kind of like, is this on? Like, what's going on here? You have to open up your phone, you gotta look up the information.
Yeah.
This product displays it on the case.
LED.
LED the whole way through.
Yeah, so you can see
Futuristic out
exactly-
here, Grandpa.
You can see the battery life, you can see, how it's going.
Oh, so do I have to check it with my phone? That's
You don't have to.
actually a pretty good system.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's a strong independent product.
Are those speakers? Nah, they're not.
Those are headsets.
Headset.
They have a variety of products, dude.
Yeah.
Looks solid.
Be sure to check them out, Gideon, because you got a lot to visit, I guess, out there.
Yeah, no, I'm realizing that this ad lib script is long, and that just means that the outside of here is somewhere where I want to go because there are plenty of booths for each one of these.
We warned you, Gideon. We warned you.
You did warn me. You did warn me about this one. That's the rough part. That's the really, really
But I
rough
enjoy
part.
doing this, you know, because I do. It's just fun.
Well, it's because you're doing it smoothly, right? Anything that's done smoothly, it's always gonna feel better. Even Mobile Legends, if you have a smooth sailing game, you don't feel the time passing by. But when it gets choppy, especially if you start lagging, oh dude, get me out of there.
Disgusting.
No way.
Yeah, to stop the lag, of course, you can experience gaming with fast and stable connection from IndiHome Paket G2 Satu. Do you know what G2 means?
What does that mean?
Accurate, precise.
Paket G2. Like the Indonesian language for a sniper is penembak G2.
Yeah.
Oh!
Accurate shooter. For 375,000 rupiah, you can get internet with speeds of up to 100 Mbps, megabytes per second. You can subscribe now on MyTelkomsel or tcell.id/nasional.
I don't know. You guys got to get me hooked up. That's way better. That is a way better pricing and way faster than my current internet speed right
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're missing out, dude.
I'm missing out.
Should have came here earlier.
IndiHome is
You would have
peak.
known. You would have known.
And here I am having to buy roaming from Malaysia. That's such a pain.
You don't have to, because here in the arena, I believe we do also have IndiHome as our internet that we use. That's why it's smooth sailing free. Have you seen a single technical pause since day one in playoffs? No, you did not. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's because of IndiHome.
I'm trying real hard to recall whether you guys had a technical pause. I want to say yes, but at the same time,
we haven't.
You haven't. I don't think you guys have touched it.
I think there were pauses, like very short ones, but it's not because of internet. I think we've got confirmation that it's just technical issues. That isn't connection focused.
A player maybe needs a hand warmer because his hands are getting weak.
Ooh.
Arms are heavy as well.
The jitters. Spelled with a G
there's
because
vomit
Gideon.
because of mom's spaghetti.
Oh.
He's weak?
Is there vomit on their sweaters already?
Yeah.
Is it mom's spaghetti?
Arashi! Help me out. Hey, what is he doing?
Hey, don't worry about it. Anyways, if you guys haven't got onto the packages yet, quickly hop on over. Get it now. IndiHome, the way to do it.
It is the way to do it.
I think we're gonna enjoy a lot of games during the break as well, because we usually push. You know, when there's a bunch of time, there's a lot of time between games. We get online, dude. And so far we have no issues. Our ping is constantly, stably below 100. Come on, that's a flex.
It is quite a big flex. What is that?
That is the best drip you can get in MPL ID Season 14. Because, by the way, this is my favorite ad-libs line ever.
Why?
There we go.
Wherever you go.
Done.
There we go.
Oh, okay, I get it now. I was like, why are you saying it so often? Why are you saying it like that?
There we go.
It makes sense. Again, MPL Indo has come up with some really good merch.
Fantastic.
Whether it's from not only the teams, but even dedicated MPL merch.
Yeah. Because I have some of these pairs as well, right, Arashi? We do have them.
We were given a few actually, and they're amazing. We got the jersey. I believe we got the varsity as well.
Yeah, the varsity.
And you see that pattern on the most right shirt?
Yeah.
Right there on the banner. Yeah, we got one with that on the back, and it is cool, dude. It's like the second best thing you can get from a back tattoo.
Oh, and they even got a little bag. Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
The bag is actually very nice.
The bag
Solid,
looks
dude.
nice.
It's
Solid.
tactical.
It's
Whoa.
tactical.
Strong language there, realize.
I don't know.
Yeah, you got compartments. It's durable. I believe they have a water-resistant property as well.
It's very nice.
Water resistant or waterproof?
Water
Same difference.
resistance.
It has its own dedicated IPA.
You gotta get the bag.
We'll have to get back to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the exact IP rating.
Hey, I'm pretty sure that nobody spotted out the third bag that was there. That was the tactical bag, completely camouflaged.
Wow.
Exactly.
But of course, if we are chilling like if you are chilling like we do in the sofa up in the panelist desk, of course you can feel the ultimate skill of free delivery from Click Indomaret and be ready to receive your groceries in as little as 1 hour. Let us take care of your grocery needs while you're enjoying the MPL ID Season 14 games with Click Indomaret. It can shop online like a shop in store. So if you're just chilling up here, maybe we can order some groceries.
Hell yeah.
Have them delivered
Do you think that if we legitimately got, like, I'm not messing, I'm not joking about this. If we actually put in an order, do you think the person will walk on in, we let production know, they'll walk up on stage and hand it to us?
Yeah.
I believe they will, because they actually ask you immediately. And it's not just how and where you want to receive it, they even ask you at what time.
Oh.
On the off chance that you want to shop now because you have free time.
Yeah.
But you won't be home because we're like, for instance now, we're not really in our rooms or at home, right? But if you order it now, we can just set it to deliver, let's say at 5, what time is it?
4.
Like, let's say at 5 p.m. It will arrive 5 p.m. on the dot.
On the dot!
So, shop online like you shop in store, that's a scam, man. It's better, it's faster and more convenient.
Faster. By the way, I received news that Indomaret man will be here soon.
Really?
The Indomaret man.
Indomart man?
Who's that?
The delivery guy of
I thought it was a new superhero. Indomart man.
Indomart man.
Just goes boom with the logo here.
It's a delivery guy for Click Indomaret.
I see citizens without groceries. Sounds like a job for me.
Oh no, are you thirsty and also very hungover? Don't worry, I got you covered. Indomart man is here to save the day. We got all your needs covered in one place.
And we are
I knew you would
also
say that.
very hungry. Right?
Well, he was talking about, if you're hungover and you're not in the mood to actually prepare everything, you know?
Yeah, dude.
Funny you would say that, because if you're watching the game or if you're not in prime condition and you can't prepare your own meals, there's delicious, quick to serve and easy to enjoy meals from Yummy Choice.
Yummy.
You know what that is?
What is it?
It's it's just like a menu they have that's so practical. You stick it in the microwave. It tastes like it's freshly made, man. Especially the Nusantara menu. Usually it's just easy food, like pastas or something that can, be prepared so fast. But with Yummy Choice, you can get some real Indonesian style meals. Look at that.
Oh,
like a booth right out there.
Dude, that looks rendang. That actually looks really, really good.
The rendang, you know about the rendang, right?
Oh yeah,
Rendang.
of course.
Rendang? Is that Malaysian or Indonesian?
Whoa, don't put him in hot water right now.
Don't put me on the spot like that one here.
I'm pushing him to the cliff.
No comment.
No comment. Don't want to instigate war.
But hey, if you want that flavor, Yummy Choice, they have a rendang meal.
Yeah, rendang meal. I mean, if we can enjoy rendang together, why not, right?
Dude, I was already looking at like the little shelves and what they were having. They did have very traditional like Indonesian meals. They have like onigiri and bento bowls.
So traditional.
Indonesian meal.
So traditional.
Indonesian style meals.
For sure.
Crazy.
Yeah, but that's for the when you wanna quickly grab something to eat on the get-go.
What about if I needed something to drink?
If you need something to drink, Lord has been slain.
Lord has been taken.
What? Lord has been
Now,
taken.
it's full cup. The
Wait.
legend.
Lord has been taken.
Lord has been taken.
Yeah.
Lord has been taken.
Yeah. Lord has been taken.
Say it.
And it's full cup.
Exactly, man. The legendary collaboration. We Drink X MPL ID Season 14. And my personal favorite is the grape tea they have, which is actually very flavorful. I don't know how they made it's even possible. They have actual grape chunks and all that in that drink. It's just really good.
Very nice. And Gideon, Lord has been taken.
And now it's full cup.
Yes. Exactly.
Makes sense now. All right, okay. It looks like you guys are doing well here. You know, I always wonder whether the MPL Indonesia need more sponsors. They didn't. This is a very long list.
We have a lot because
it's still going.
Well,
how many?
Do we have that thing ready?
That thing? Okay, bring it out. Bring it out.
Where is it?
I've been wondering what this was. I thought this was an attempt on my life.
Take it out, Arashi.
Yeah.
But it looks like oh.
So strategy and speed are key. You can focus on protection because on the road you have to need to use protection.
There we go,
the
dude.
Exclusive collaboration design of RSV helmets and MPL teams for any riding style, offering you maximum protection. It is now available. Look at that. It's so sleek.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute.
Look at the
Wait a
design
minute.
on the side, dude. You see how-
Yeah, look
Dude,
at
the
that.
camera doesn't even do it justice, man. It is clean.
It is very clean. What they also don't see is that the chrome on the front here, so they can't even see they can't see your face at all.
Yeah,
and
the
if you put it
glossy
on,
look.
and if you put it on, I'm pretty sure it blocks out a good amount of the sun, so you don't go blind on the road.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's practical and it looks sick.
Yeah, you can choose your favorite team's helmets. Right
Wait,
here,
your
RSB
team?
helmets. They have a EVOS team helmet. They had as well.
Wait.
What else? Onyx, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they had some of the team themed helmets.
Dude, they need to do this in Malaysia. This is actually such a good idea.
You're missing out, bro.
Genuinely such a good idea. Well played, RSV. Well played. Well played.
You can get yours now only
Dude.
on RSV Helmets official marketplace, or you can stop by the MPL festival booths and just grab one for yourself.
How does it? Let's secure this before someone
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
tempted to just grab it.
Luckily, we're on the second floor here, so at least we could see them coming. But
Exactly.
even so, I think great product, great idea. I need to mention this MPL MY.
Yeah, you have
For
to.
sure.
Imagine having an SRG helmet.
It comes with like its own. See, for every ride, it says.
That is for every ride.
Literally for every ride.
I feel like it'll be too on the nose. It'll be too on the nose if SRG has their own version of this.
I'll
I think
keep
it'll
it
be
safe, Rashi.
Oh yeah, it'll be fine. He needed the protection anyway.
Yeah, Mirko was really annoyed about this because he used to go on his bike quite a lot, but now he's transitioned over to four-wheelers.
Four-wheelers?
He can wear it in the car.
Yeah, that's why we put him.
It's a race car helmet as well.
Exactly.
Is it actually?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But if you do want to see the different other kinds of helmets, check it out right there.
Oh,
Look at that. They
look
got
at
a
that
booth
EVOS
right there.
team.
Hey!
Look at that.
That's Evos.
That's a Fnatic Onyx, of course.
Oh.
The best team.
Oh, that is sick.
That's actually really good.
That's
and they also put the tint on the
Exactly.
windscreen. Oh.
Yeah.
The tint of the visor is so gamer, bro.
That's a gamer move.
What a
And
gamer.
also, they have two variations. It's either the helmet like this one or the full face one, like where you get fully covered. And yeah,
So it's like sport mode.
like it's sport mode. Yeah, it's the best helmet you can have.
So what you're laughing at.
There's too many things that we've associated sport mode to at this point.
Sport mode.
Nothing's safe, nothing's sacred anymore.
Oh man.
Good stuff, good stuff. Out of all the I wouldn't say all of them. I think the We Dream one is also pretty good. Even the Erigo one is pretty good. You know what? I'll take a second take on that. I'll take a second take on that.
Yeah, you
so
have
far, your sponsor very practical. It makes sense.
It makes
Why
our life
wouldn't it?
better.
Exactly. It's like, why wouldn't you get it already?
Yeah, it makes our life better. 10 times better.
That's the, quality of life is a big thing, a big deal, dude. A lot of people, they think that, oh, it has to be a massive change, a massive usage. But when you get a product that you can use again and again throughout your daily life, even the smallest bits of improvement become that much more meaningful.
Yeah. Very, very nice. So don't forget to get your helmet for some of the people that are also riding into Bandung. Maybe Gideon might get one for himself.
Yeah, I'll be in a van with one with full visor as
You'll
well.
be exploring Bandung, right? After the playoffs?
For like a day. Wait, what?
Anyways, if you don't want to ride around like you do, Gideon, you can get on the free shuttle service by MPL.
Free?
Free!
Come on, nothing is free.
So if you want to come to El Dorado, Bandung, and you are either one, broke, two, don't have a good phone like a Samsung phone, and don't have access to those online, taxi applications, and number two, you don't have a vehicle, it's fine because we have the free shuttle service.
Wow. Interesting. So there are two locations, it seems, that you can actually, grab a shuttle, head over to the venue. I used to believe nothing is free, but I guess the shuttle service is actually free.
MPL is giving us a lot of free things.
Interesting. So wait, there's one is at the Whoosh station, the other one
the
I
visor?
can't really. Yeah. Give me that. Give me the visor at that point. I can't get over the visor. That's such a crazy idea. That's so good, but so crazy.
Awesome, bro.
Sport mode.
We are four seers in our own right. But of course, that is it for match number 1. We will be heading to match number 2, which will see us face off RRQ against Team Liquid ID. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after the break. MPL ID Season 14, we own this.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
आरक्षण करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए? 1 orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए।
ये आपको ऑर्डर है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
worth it like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa asik dan asik idenya fantastik romantis buat kamu ngehits oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna karena hidup banyak rasa
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen back to back.
rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in
Yeah, this is okay.
Why
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right. So this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put.
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH. MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taman Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Abda, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends. Halo semuanya, nama saya itu
dan terus berlari.
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim harga yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga untuk buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang sejarah. We all this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway.
Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya?
Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength.
Pierce! 5, 6, 7. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Like that.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja. सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति के लिए। ये आपको ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastis, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen back-to-back.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH. MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3-seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, one step away from an epic comeback.
one step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Bye.
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Abda, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Dan terus
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu jangan
Terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga. Semangat buat tim
saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Kalau Indonesia itu sudah semakin
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, 6, 7. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja.
सर्फिक व्याखली के लिए
ये आपको ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day denganmu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability.
Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Just relax. Calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
while losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want to
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Abda, kemudian dari Utut untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We won't miss, we won't miss,
kasih juga kepada tim Ardan yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga terutama buat tim
saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Kalau di Indonesia itu sudah semakin kita
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, 6, 7, Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years!
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
करना चाहती हूँ। कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए।
ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah di aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited! What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax.
Guys, calm down!
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Tonobati. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Nabil Abdan, kemudian dari Mundur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Halo semuanya, nama saya itu
dan terus
jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We won't miss
MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga terutama buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya?
Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, 6, 7, Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years!
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए।
ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Like that.
Ini rasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita. Karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dopetan melan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All
do
right,
this?
so this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything.
my masterpiece.
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything.
No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited! What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax.
Guys, calm down!
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, one step away from an epic comeback.
one step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Bye.
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Daniel Abda, kemudian dari Muntur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu harus
dan terus berlari.
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We don't miss, we won't miss, we
medali emas buat tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim.
Saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya?
Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, six, 7 days. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 karena Jati.
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक यात्री के लिए।
ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 20 best
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Why
Yeah,
do we
exactly.
have to make this- I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right. So this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put.
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability.
Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3-seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, one step away from an epic comeback.
one step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Mundur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Nama saya itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We don't miss, we won't miss, we
kesempatan emas buat tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga buat tim
saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Kalau di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength.
Pierce! Five, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 siang.
करना चाहती हूँ कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याकली के लिए
ये आपका ऑर्डर है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 poin penting.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's gonna work. You're gonna put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability.
Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
while losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize? Strategy.
Bye.
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taman Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Mundun untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Maka itu
dan terus berlari.
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We don't miss, we won't miss,
sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga. Semangat buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, 6, 7, Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years!
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11.
प्रोडक्शन करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए।
ये आपको order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day dunia banyak rasa asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic, apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal, crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 20 best
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'll just tell
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results are gonna get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions. More matches before going home. And more chances for a comeback like you've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability.
Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait, what?
Just relax. Listen, just relax.
Calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3-seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, one step away from an epic comeback.
one step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Bye.
Selamat pagi, anak-anak SMP Terlalu Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Motor untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Maka itu
dan terus
jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this,
dapat emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport kalau di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar dari semakin
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
Cece and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength.
Tears! Five, six, 7, Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याकली के लिए। ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa, asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, aplikasi GoPay, pulsa murah, aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. GoPay tandalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 poin
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret. Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like you've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited! What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Just listen. Just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
while losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Bye.
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taman Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Abda, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga saat elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, maka itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu e-sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this,
kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga untuk buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar dalam pendidikan.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
Cece and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Pierce! Five, six, 7 days. Hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 siang.
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
Surfing via klik ke लिए.
ये आपका order है.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang. Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastik, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
White out. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this.
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Satu tiket MC akan ditentukan saat ini juga. Dan inilah tim Liquid Indonesia yang telah bertransformasi sejak musim lalu dan siap untuk menggempur raja dari segala raja, RRQ Hoshi. Rocky yang masuk menggantikan para senior seperti Widi, Fabian, dan Aaron Shiki telah membuktikan kemampuannya dan membawa tim Liquid melaju jauh di upper bracket. Bersama dengan Aran dan Yeskiel senior yang di season ini semakin membaik, tim Liquid Indonesia memiliki semangat untuk bisa mengalahkan RRQ Hoshi yang sejak season 10 belum pernah mereka kalahkan. Akankah kehadiran mereka bisa mengalahkan RRQ Hoshi? Dan Kingdom, sambutlah kedatangan dari RRQ Hoshi. Mereka sedang berusaha untuk kembali ke Axiata Arena untuk mengambil tahta dunia yang mereka lewatkan 5 tahun lalu. Para pilar baru kerajaan, Idok dan Rin, siap menunjukkan bahwa mereka memiliki kemampuan untuk melanjutkan dominasi para seniornya. Dan bersama dengan Scala sebagai veteran tim, satu langkah lagi RRQ Hoshi bisa kembali ke panggung dunia. Tentunya Dairen sang Dream Team EXP Lane juga siap untuk unjuk gigi dan pasti juga ada Sujin, jungler berdarah dingin yang bisa dengan tenang mendapatkan winning condition. Seperti apa performa mereka di final upper bracket? di match hari ketiga babak playoff MPL Season 14. Dan pastinya di final upper bracket hari ini kita akan melihat siapakah yang berhasil menjadi pemenang dan mengamankan 1 tiket untuk melaju ke M6 World Championship. Dan pastinya di sini kita gak sendirian, kita sudah ramai bersama para super fans baik tim Calvary maupun dari Kingdom. Dan pastinya kita juga ingin berterima kasih terlebih dahulu kepada para sponsor yang selalu mendukung MPL Indonesia. And of course karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Muntul, presented by our official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official coffee partner Good Day, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official destination for gaming and esport Kidia, our official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan tidak lupa juga our partner in esport ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, and WeDrink. And of course our suppliers ada Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Kila Food, Pop Mart, RSP Hamad, and Saturdays. And of course our event are supported by PBSI. Dan pastinya sudah bisa dilihat keramaian dan kehebohan di belakang saya. Calvary, mana suaranya? Oke, seru sekali sudah bersama saya di sini. Namanya siapa?
Nama saya Tony.
Oke, Kak Tony, aku pengen tanya nih sebagai Calvary pastinya kita bisa melihat ya bahwa TLID sendiri dari season ketiga sampai season ke-13 di MPL ini belum pernah sampai di grand final. Gimana menurut kalian nih performa dari TLID di season ini?
Untuk season ini sih performanya udah bagus banget sih ya dari season-season sebelumnya, bahkan bisa sampai final upper bracket nih. Dan selangkah lagi bisa ke M Series dan grand final.
Betul sekali ya. Gimana kalau dari Kak Tony sendiri nih, optimis gak nih 3-0 atau ada prediksi skor lain?
Optimis menang sih, berapapun skornya pasti menang. Aku yakin.
Amin. Kita berdoa yang terbaik pastinya. Tapi kalau menurut Tony sendiri, apa sih yang sebenarnya dibutuhkan oleh tim Liquid Indonesia untuk akhirnya bisa melawan RRQ Hoshi?
Disiplin aja sih, karena ini dua tim sama-sama kuat. Jadi ya lebih disiplin, itu aja sih paling.
Oke, pasti kita berharap yang terbaik dan pastinya kemenangan dari tim Liquid Indonesia itu sendiri. Kalau tim Liquid Indonesia berhasil melaju ke M6 World Championship, apa yang akan dilakukan oleh Calvary?
Kita bakal terus support sih walaupun dimanapun itu.
Datang ke Malaysia?
Insya Allah.
Insya Allah datang semua ya ke Malaysia ya. Oke, dan pastinya itu dia tadi dukungan dari Calvary untuk tim tersayang yang bertanding yaitu tim Liquid Indonesia. Tapi kita juga mau dengar gimana sih kabar dari Bude dari sisi Kingdom. Kita kasih semangat sekali lagi buat tim Liquid Indonesia. Ini dia.
Go Liquid!
Kingdom siap pesta pora. Ya udah iya. Shalalala. Shalalala.
Oh. Hey. Hey.
Shalalala.
Hey.
Shalalala. Shalalala.
Hey.
Shalalala.
Ay, begitu ramai Kingdom. Eldorado Dome menggema dari suara para Kingdom yang begitu luar biasa karena mereka begitu bersemangat. Mengingat ini adalah kesempatan satu langkah lagi RRQ bisa mengamankan tiket untuk kembali ke Axiata Arena. Iya gak sih? Ini satu langkah di depan mata. Bagaimana sih respon Kingdom melihat perjalanan RRQ hingga saat ini nih di season 14?
Alhamdulillah ya, kita bisa sampai di titik ini karena kita tahu juga, Kingdom juga tahu, semuanya juga tahu bahwa di season kemarin kita sempat struggle, kita sempat jatuh, kita sempat berdarah, kita sempat kesakit-sakitan. Akan tetapi kita sebagai super fans, sebagai RRQ Kingdom, kita akan selalu percaya bahwa RRQ bisa menjadi lebih baik lagi. Dan kita sebagai super fans, kita selalu percaya bahwa proses itu tidak akan mengkhianati hasil.
Proses yang dinantikan pastinya karena kita melihat bahwa progres terus dilakukan oleh tim RRQ. 4 piala MPL belum cukup berarti ya?
Belum.
Tiket M6 di depan mata tapi lawannya kali ini tim Liquid nih. Kalau dari Kingdom sendiri ada gak sih yang ingin kalian mungkin sampaikan, ingin kalian luapkan dan mungkin ada ide-ide untuk tim RRQ?
Mungkin tetap bermain sebagai as a team, kurangin egoisme, tetap kontrol emosi, jangan mudah mundur, terus berusaha dan kalian gak akan pernah sendiri karena kita sebagai RRQ Kingdom adalah player ke-6 yang bareng-bareng bersama-sama untuk mendukung tim RRQ.
Bersama-sama mendukung dan Bude tadi denger ini dari banyak banget daerah berkumpul Kingdom. Ada yang dari Solo Clear, lalu ada yang dari Aceh. Aduh, dari mana? Lampung, banyak banget rame kesini.
Ya, karena itulah Kingdom, semua itu nyata. Gak ada yang hilang lah. Karena kita semua alhamdulillah kebetulan dari RRQ juga memberikan kesempatan untuk tim teman-teman yang memang dulu ikut RKK. Bisa ikut bareng-bareng kita juga untuk nge-chance bareng di arena untuk support langsung tim RRQ.
Wah, ini banyak banget Eldorado Dome dari depan. MPL Festival juga kemarin rame banget.
Yeah.
Dan benar-benar udah full preparation untuk acara ini.
Betul.
Final upper bracket. Kalau dari kalian sendiri kemarin mau Ul, sini Ul. Nah, prediksimu kemarin bener Ul?
Oke Bude.
Oke Bude. Kalau sekarang, prediksi lagi gak sih? Atau
Jangan Bude, ntar kalau nggak bener ntar ke saya salah dong.
tapi bisa dong kalian suarakan suara dukungan kalian. Bude mau lihat sekali lagi dukungan dari para Kingdom untuk RRQ Hoshi di upper bracket final. Silakan.
Viva! Viva! RRQ!
Itulah dia keseruan tentunya dari para Kingdom. Mereka semua ingin mendapatkan satu tiket M6 World Championship. Semuanya berusaha best of 5 series yang menentukan nasib dari kedua tim. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan tiket pertama dan tentu saja satu slot untuk grand final. Jadi kita akan langsung lemparkan kepada para talent yang ada di sana. Silakan caster.
And now it's down to 3. 2 tickets to Malaysia, 2 tickets to the finest stage in MLBB Esports M6 World Championship. It is going to be either TLID or RRQ this time in this series. Who's gonna battle it out for that spot? Back again in the English broadcast with me, Sheffin, Mirko, and also Gani. Man, oh man. In the regular season, RRQ, I think safe to say they had the upper hand, but it was hard fought.
It was definitely hard fought. You know, the second leg was really the real performance, I would say, that we can actually criticize and we can actually take to talk about this matchup here. Because obviously, leg number 1, it was still a very fresh TLID that has just been promoted from the MDL. Meanwhile, in leg number 2, they got enough, I think, lessons. They got a win streak going for themselves, but unfortunately, still unable to beat RRQ. Now, personally for me, I feel like when it comes to the skill, when it comes to the drafts, when it comes to the macro game, they're on par. What has stopped TLID from winning against RRQ is themselves. It's a mentality problem. Even in the interviews, they're always overly respectful to one team only, and that's RRQ Hoshi. Kind of reminds me of what Bigatron had with Onic.
Very similar, indeed. But let's see here, mental block seems like the theme. TLID, this is their only obstacle to increase their odds to win an MPL ID champion. Of course, that's securing that ticket to M6.
And to update you all that haven't been keeping up with MPL Indonesia playoffs so far, it has been a blast. And unfortunately, Pikachu Alpha also blasted Geek to oblivion 3-0 at the previous series. Now we have a big boy match in our hand. Two upper bracketiers, number 1 in the standing and number 2 in the standing. So we are going to have a match.
No, man, I don't think, any of these teams are going to be too keen in fighting for the M6 slot down below. Oh, does seem like Bigatron have found their momentum. So for both these teams, I think the optimal route would be secure it right here. RQ Hoshi, I think they should be able to learn from a lot of their mistakes that they displayed against GeekFam, because I don't think that was a clean game that they had against GeekFam. It was still a very shaky performance. Maybe again for RQ, Sutsujin's first time in the playoffs. Idok, Rins as well, first time in the playoffs. For TLID, that wasn't a problem. They're all rookies still, no problem.
Man, even Fabian, if you think about it, MTL, it's not really the biggest stage of Indonesia, but he never really been successful in the playoffs. Never really found his footing with MDL, TL Academy, but it seems like TLID, the MPL brother, wow, what a performance. And his development seems like it's skyrocketed. Personally, and of course, with the help of Witty the Wise, with the help of Yeheskiel in that mid lane, it does seem like TLID are the better team. RQ, can we count them out though? I don't think so. Especially when you think about it, all of the players that we're gonna see in this match, first team and second team MPL Indonesia Season 14, the only member of Liquid that got into the first team was Fabian, which is also the rookie of this season. Oh, never mind, it's not just rookie of the season. Nope. He was the MVP too. And by the way, Yeheskiel, most improved player. So this is a star-studded match, Mirko.
Yeah. Personally, for me, I would also give Yeheskiel the first team. If it was up to me, obviously it's not. But I think we got to see exactly why Fabian deserves all the praise, deserves all the awards that he got, because, man, final game against Bigatron Alpha, it was him just putting the team on his back. Telling Aaron Shiki, even, the secondary carry, Yeheskiel, to take a step back, just play for me. Go on the Angela, Yeheskiel. We don't see that. Usually when we see the Angela Link combination with the Ruby, we see Witty on the Angela. We see Yeheskiel still on a secondary carry, an Aurora, maybe even a Vexana to help out. But no, yesterday they were like, we trust in Fabian. This is our MVP. This is our regular season MVP. Our rookie of the season. First team jungler. The only member that was able to make it to that first team with the entire RQ lineup. But for RQ, that's a problem. For Liquid, a lot of times, I guess we could say from the regular season as well, teams who can shut down Fabian will shut down Team Liquid. That's what we saw in game 3 and 4 for Bigatron versus Team Liquid, and that's what we saw in the Liquid versus RQ Hoshi match in the regular season.
I still remember that bloody hunt flicker towards the Angeline combo. Usually, oh man, Fabian, man.
Oh, Fabian.
I'm just really excited. Really.
Best, number 1, regular season. Number 2, regular season going at it here for, I don't want to say potentially the final time, but let's see what they got for this match.
It's the best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, but we're gonna throw it to our panelists for a better explanation of what's gonna happen in this match. Take it away, Realize Man.
Thank you, Chef and Man. Welcome back to MPL ID Season 14 playoffs. We are en route into finding who will be the first team to enter Gideon's hometown, Malaysia.
Hometown?
Home country.
Weird way of putting it. Yeah. And, yes. This is a very exciting moment because finally I get to see TLID play live this time against RQ. Both teams have been on the up and coming throughout the regular season, and I've been skimming a couple of the games. I've definitely seen the clips and the highlights, and honestly, today's where it all comes to an end. Or maybe a repeat tomorrow. Who knows?
Who knows? Exactly, man. These two teams, they've been looking so special, man. Again, it's not just the textbook moments. They even seem to reach that level where they know the rules well enough that they know exactly when to break it, right? Sometimes they make a risky play that doesn't really make sense at first glance, and then you see the intricacies, you see the adjustments and the follow-up from the team, and you're like, oh, I see the vision.
But talking about Team Liquid ID, of course, this is a team full of young bloods, of course. These are young players that were recently promoted into MPL. Now they're one step away from M6. What do you think of this team, though, Gideon?
Personally, for me, I think that the New Bloods definitely are very exciting to watch, and especially with the next generation of MLBB already at the forefront, challenging world champions and honestly winning world championships. SRG, same position. A bunch of young kids, they came together, they're motivated, and I think that TLID is especially hungry for this win.
It's crazy because, again, I think we talked about it a bit earlier. I think we heard that Fabian actually hasn't really gone to a lot of playoffs. Even in the MDL, he didn't really reach the playoff stage. So his first playoff stage is actually the MPL playoff stage, and that is wild, man. And despite all that, you would think the pressure, the unfamiliar circumstances, the unfamiliar stage even would get to him. But you're not seeing that at all in the Team Liquid matches.
Well, honestly, I thought that maybe this particular match is where we might see it. If it goes the full distance, I think we might start seeing some of these players crack, right? I mean, RQ has been as consistent as we can hope, but I'm imagining that Skylar is going to be the veteran to keep everybody else in check. Even so, TLID, this is where it gets really scary.
Yeah, and we can take a look at this at TLID's process in progress. Of course, they finished 4th in regular season of MPL ID Season 13. However, they had to be eliminated in the play-ins of MPL ID Season 13. If I recall correctly, that was against EVOS Glory under Annabelle Clocken and, of course, Bronze as well. But now, they finished 2nd place in MPL ID Season 14 in the regular season, and this is their chance to possibly get their first ever M6 World Championship ticket. But the problem is they are faced against the star-studded team of RRQ, which has been their kryptonite. They lost twice against RRQ in the regular season. What do you think will be different this time around in the playoffs, Arashi?
I feel like they have a different approach for sure. They'll have an idea at least. They've seen how RRQ played. They've seen how Geekfam at least were able to actually get a game off them. There's some holes in RRQ's game still, even to this day. Despite the fact that they have a great drafter, they have great game plans, in the land of Dawn, right? The spontaneity, I feel like it really favors Team Liquid ID. You've seen whenever the fights on paper look chaotic as heck, Team Liquid ID finds ways to kind of find order in the chaos. It's always been the case even before they rebranded as Team Liquid ID. So maybe that is exactly what they can use to try and, ruin the whole pace and tempo of RRQ. I think Mirko mentioned it as well, right? RRQ is a textbook type of team, so if you can kind of break the textbook game plan, you can kind of break them apart.
And of course, the man on your screen right now is Fabian. This guy broke records as a newbie, as a freshman in the MPL ID scene. He was able to bag the regular season MVP and also the Rookie of the Season. What are your thoughts on this, Gideon? Is this one of a kind of a player in the MPL, scene? Or do you have any shadows of someone else?
I'm sorry, I was just mesmerized by his fingers there. I'm sorry.
Whoa, phrasing.
Phrasing. I couldn't handle it. I think that it's very exciting to see these young players, of course, but I think as of right now, they haven't been tried and tested. We've seen the highest heights that they could potentially do up on a stage against teams who don't know how to handle this type of aggression, or more so, the fact is, they take the initiative, and I think that's something that I could appreciate from TLID. We're seeing that a lot of teams are very nervous to make a mistake, but at least TLID is willing to try first and then think about problem solving later.
Yeah, and I want to add as well, the fact that, it's always going to be that mental block issue that we want to talk about, but I mean, a lot of people say that, they're not afraid of playing on stage. However, yesterday, they were almost reverse swept by Bigatron Alpha. Thankfully, they're able to pull out the Ling and the Angela in game number 5, and they brought it home 3-2. So do you think that mental block will happen again, Arashi?
Mental block in what way here? Because again, RRQ has been able to beat them again and again, but
I think that he's trying to position it in a sense of, you lose that first game, you're like, it's just the first game. Second game goes by, it's like,
sure.
Oh my god.
I feel like all the way to the 3rd game, they still have a lot of composure still. It really seems like Gita mentioned, they're really willing to just go and risk it. And if they fail, it's fine. They feel like it's an okay thing to do. They're not really afraid to make mistakes because they know they can kind of work afterwards to try and fix it. And I think it's a really great mindset. And I feel like against RRQ, it can work really well too. And so I really feel like even if it goes to a full best of 5, they won't really crack under the pressure. But you're going to see, I think, an impact to their performance for sure.
Yeah, and this is the process of progress. A process in progress of RRQ. They finished 6th in regular season of MPL ID Season 13. That was undoubtedly one of their worst seasons, I would say. One of the most bleak for the Kingdom. And they were eliminated in the play-ins of MPL ID Season 13. And they were able, though, to bounce back harder in MPL ID Season 14, getting that first place spot, and now, again, in contention to get their first M6 World Championship ticket, to be the first Indonesian team to fly to Malaysia. Now, Gideon, what are the chances of RRQ pulling it out?
Oh, what are the chances? I think there's all the chances. It's pretty much 50-50 between the teams. Right now in playoffs, what's most important is about your performance up on that stage. I found the graphic a little funny, though. They only calculated up to Season 13. We don't talk about anything before that, you know? That was the old generation, you know? Skylar didn't come from the middle of the seasons previously.
I feel like it's also due to the fact that it was such a stark contrast. Everyone was very surprised that RRQ was in such a bad, in such a bad condition. But then afterwards, they're able to actually bounce back and reach #1, literally within a season. You know, I am myself as a fan, you know,
as a connoisseur of RRQ,
as a believer of KSQ as well.
RRQ Virtuoso.
I had my doubts. You know, I thought it would take maybe 2 seasons. Surely, there's no way they can shoot up that rapidly, but they have done it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the showdown between the assassin junglers. Of course, it is Sutsujin, the man on your screen right now, just having fun, you know, with his teammate over there. Edok, I think, just passing by. But what do you think of Sutsujin, Gideon? And contrary to Fabian, I mean, both they're able to showcase and manifest good assassin and mechanical gameplay. But what differentiates Sutsujin with other MPL ID junglers?
The fact that he does his ping test on Bruno in the jungle. That's number one. That's number one. Usually you expect the fanning on these.
Yeah.
I think that personally, we imported him to MPL MY a little too early. That's the big issue. Before the assassin meta actually comes into full effect, I'm sorry, you gotta play all the boring stuff. You gotta play the alphas, the barats, and things like that. And that's just not his style. Now he just looks great.
Now I have a huge question, right?
Because jawline, though.
Yeah, the jawline is actually very sharp. But back to the question, right? Sutsujin, he was wandering around the teams. This is his first MPL ID playoffs, by the way, before then being in EVOS Glory, and then he was able to transfer into KGE. But now it feels like he's a top-tier jungler. What happened? Why the sudden change, you know?
It's his meta right now. That's all I can say. I can say confidently that he has been decent on Assassins for a while, and I think now he's really starting to come and bind himself, because it's not like, oh, I'm trying to support the team in a particular... No, I'm trying to carry the team. It's a very different mentality.
I really feel like certainly the coaches have something to do with it, because for the longest time, Sutsujin, even before the assassin meta, technically on those utility junglers, he wasn't bad.
No.
He was still decent. The retributions were still solid. The decision making on when or where to go in, I think, was still really, really good. Even when he was still in EVOS, people were still singing praises for him, saying that he has potential, but he's kind of limited by the whole flexibility of his team.
Yeah.
So now with a team that's actually flexible, they can actually, you know, adapt and adjust with a coach that has developed, you know, all of these quote-unquote newer players into such high level. I feel like that is one of the biggest factors here. Coach KSQ, we've been hyping it up all the way from the beginning of the season, but I think it's well-deserved.
Yeah.
You can see the results right here playing out before us.
I definitely understand that teams at this point of time really need to find that solid support system. And I think, you know, finding coaches and analysts to be able to not only give direction to the team, but they need to fit the team as well, just like if any other player were to join the team.
Right.
Chemistry.
Yeah. That chemistry is very, very important. But of course, we will take a look at the team lineup now. For Team Liquid ID, the boys in blue, Aran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki. And the Kingdom, they built their foundations. It's just time for them to hoist the crown once more. Dyren, Sutsujin, Rins, Edok, and Skylar. This is going to be one hell of a showdown. Let us see.
It's gonna be an exciting time here. If you're wearing blue, put it on right now. If you're in chat and you support these teams walking out, say it in the chat right now, because one of them is going to have one ticket straight to M6. They just have to win here today. Get excited as we see the cavalry arrive. It's MPL Indonesia up against RRQ.
There you go, the cavalry charging towards the Kingdom. The foundations being built, looking to get destroyed. And now the Kingdom is under siege. They have to once again reclaim their glory days.
Now the man behind the entire operation, KSQ, with his analyst NMM, along with Coach St. DeLucas with his own big brain face hugger. They found solutions, they found pocket picks in the meta that seems so established. But this time, it really seems like they've met their match. Every single drafting phase is gonna be an absolute chess match all the way till the end.
Yeah, this is interesting to see because a little bit off the record, St. DeLucas and Keskut used to be old friends. They used to be old teammates back in their playing days, and now they go against each other. What are the distinctions of both of the coaches in their drafts?
I feel like for Keskut, I call him the trickster every time I see him in the drafting phase.
The trickster?
The trickster.
The trickster.
We've had mad scientists, we've had architects, but Coach Keskut, he just comes out with not just unusual meta picks, but also a weird way to really play with your expectations in the drafting phase. I mean, back in the beginning of the season with the Aurora Flex pick used into the Rome. Where have you seen that? So I call him the trickster, especially because he has that. There was a meme back then, I believe, when he was in Bigatron, where if he's in a good mood, he's happy, he's laughing, that means that the game's gonna go well. So hey, he, I think, has a lot more of a tricky mindset as the name. But for Coach St. DeLucas, I feel like he's in tune with the players. I think it's no secret that the members, the roster of Team Liquid ID are very much involved in the drafting process. They know what they want, they know how to play, and they're always communicating with the coach to try and get the best results.
I think as of right now, the coaches, they understand that the most important thing right now in the meta for their teams are their junglers. But, I mean, we've got the stats up here, right? It's the rival showdown between Fabian against Sutsujin, which is, to me, a little crazy. After going out from MPL MY, to come back to Indonesia to dominate is a whole new level.
Yeah, of course, Fabian and Sutsujin, these guys are probably one of the best junglers that MPL ID Season 14 has, probably top 2, top 3. And now, will we see them having that assassin showdown, or will it go back to the traditional fighters, the alphas, the Suyos?
I think it's more likely that Sutsujin is going to be on an assassin, but I feel like depending if they're on red side, also very high chance that he just picks up the alpha.
I mean, right now with the meta actually having leeway for some of these fighters and the assassins, depending on the circumstances, I feel like it's great. Now, even if they want to flex those assassin muscles, we all know that assassins, in theory, shouldn't do well against fighters, so the win conditions are a bit different.
Now, of course, KTV for TLID. Play with Chaos to counter RRQ. Don't let the young spirit create that overhypeness. What do you think of this, Gideon?
I disagree with point number 2. I think we need that young spirit right now to shake up the meta because everybody's playing too scared. Everybody feels like they've got a lot to lose. These kids can show you, hey, it's either high risk, high reward. No risk, no Ferrari.
Oh my goodness, I like that. And now RRQ utilize TLID's overly aggressive mistakes. And number 2, of course, is win Skylar's lane against Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki said it. He wanted to go up against his idol, Skylar. How will that matchup go? And are these keys to victory appropriate?
I think especially point number 2 is very appropriate. We've seen that even though RRQ is now more flexible, Skylar is most definitely still one of their big win conditions. After all, the marksman always has a lot to do in the mid to late game. So now, if they can actually go and win at 1v1, if they can actually guarantee the lane for Skylar, it's great. Because we've seen Aaron Shiki go up against Skylar, and he hasn't won in an overwhelming fashion, but he can at least kind of put up a good fight against Skylar.
But I would argue that Skylar doesn't really need a winning lane, right? Because he's always this late game insurance for RRQ, and, you know, it's always going to be the mid trio that really does the job. It's either going to be Rins, Edok, and Sutsujin that could always be the main carry on the early game. But when it comes to the mid to the late game, Skylar transitions into this late game monster.
Well, I'd like to agree with you, but at the same time, we have seen Skylar get abused for some of the opportunities created in the lane, right? I think the Geekman versus RRQ was a very good example of it. He ends up 0-3 and really forces the game to drag on super long. Had he just played a more stable laning phase, maybe they could have ended it within a reasonable time of 15 to maybe even 18 minutes.
Yep, insights right there from our analyst. But of course, we will enter the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. The first drafting phase to determine who gets the M6 ticket.
All right, man. Fanny and Angela, respect towards Fabian. We've seen the Fanny mechanics just earlier in the ping test. Absolutely fearsome. No way that RRQ are going to try and deal with that. Matilda and Chip though, man, Team Liquid ID, they're going to make sure that there's not a lot of in and outs coming in from RRQ.
I have to agree with you. I think that right now it's really tough to play on the red side unless blue side gives you so much respect. There's just no choice. There's no going around it. Right now, with High Loss gone, Angela, because they're worried about the Angelique combination, the Fanny, again, very tailored towards their opponent's side. Suyo finally coming in from St. Lucas. Nice ban.
It's gonna ban it out against Sujin, but the Zeus's Ryo once again. Ooh, this pick will give at least, Rince that kind of dominance in the lane.
Are we going to see a bit of a repeat, Gideon? Are we going to see the Yves, Khalid, the Kata Kacha? I mean, Team Liquid ID has seen that game just earlier. It's possible to use it against RRQ, but they have to remember, Keskute won't sit down and let that happen without any trade back.
That's true. Yes, Kill likes the Eve as well.
Well, here's the difference, right? They're trying to build a comp where even if you have Phoveus on your side, the problem is keeping up with the Phoveus. There's a lot of times that you mark somebody all the way in the back and your team can't necessarily catch up. And that's a big issue, right? When you're playing Phoveus into Jushin, as soon as Phoveus makes that one mistake, he's pretty much out of the fight. As long as he can zone multiple people at once, and now with the Eve, even more value is being earned on this, well, I want to say red side, but man, the team's looking real purple.
Wow. What season is it, man? Back then, the purple meta was a thing for a long, long time.
Very long time.
Now, RRQ, with the Eve in the picture, if they're thinking of playing that zoning game, we've seen how devastating the poke can be with this Eve. Only with 2 items, he can really shut down a lot of the frontliners. So RRQ, they won't go for an assassin. They're still going for the Alpha along with the Edith. For more chances of locking down the Phoveus, it has been a very signature way of dealing with this oppressive, unstoppable EXP laner.
Well, it's also the fact that Phoveus actually deters players from actually picking up an assassin, right? Because how many times do you want to give the mark to him? How many times do you want him to just jump on towards your backline? So far, the fact that Phoveus is in that first phase, I'm surprised that at the very least, St. Lucas is understanding that our team still needs to double down on our scaling. Having the Natan is great. I would have preferred if he got a more physical marksman, but I think at the end of the day, it's just getting to that final straw.
I really like that Irithel ban coming in from St. Lucas because yesterday, Skylar was hard abusing that Irithel Matilda combo, mostly just to avoid the chow pressure from Beloyski from that engagement. But on the scenario, do you think that Irithel ban is warranted?
I mean, it depends on what they are intending to do. By all means, right now for Team Liquid ID, it's all about the slows and the chase, right? With the Phoveus and the Yi.
Yeah, Phoveus.
So against an Irithel, it's going to be quite difficult to try and get your hands onto Skylar. And on top of that, if Skylar sneaks out from a bush, ultis and jumps right next to the Yi, that's a 3-hit or even 2-hit kill. We've seen that damage, that devastating damage just yesterday when RRQ was going up against Geek Fam. So now, it's going to be a ban towards the Harriet as well.
I like it.
You have to wonder for Team Liquid ID, Yves and Natan, are they taking a page out of Geek Fam's book? Because the last time RRQ and Team Liquid were up against each other, I believe it was a long, long late game situation.
I think so. As of now, TLID is trying to set up a winning matchup for this Natan, or at the very least a matchup where he goes 50-50 and then eventually outscales everybody else. The main issue is that RRQ is taking away a lot of power picks in terms of the jungle, right? High mobility if anybody is able to create opportunities in game. Like, banned away. I would only assume that they're thinking about Hayabusa, but honestly, is it even worth it? Yeah, because Nolan is still available.
Yeah.
Nolan at least is more punishable compared to Haya.
That's true. And Nolan is also one of the strongest picks of Fabian. And I do think he does pretty well against the Alpha with the Nolan, but they will go for the Cho.
Oh, wow.
So maybe that pressure, the reason why they had to ban the Irithel was to go for that Cho to exert that pressure.
Nah, it's to take it away from RRQ.
And it's different too, by the way. They're not up against an assassin. They're up against an Alpha.
Yeah.
He is fine, just brawling it out in the early game. But is that what Team Liquid ID is doing? Going for a hybrid Geek Fam approach? Get the chill pressure, but also have that late game high ground play. Oh no! Signature Franco and the 1-1!
1-1-2 on a ton.
What the heck?
This matchup?
You guys are so dirty. You got a 3D print of him right there. That is so sick.
Of course we do.
I've never noticed that until now.
Of course we do. The best league there is.
Ah, man. we got some work to do at the most entertaining region. But still, this is a great comp coming out from RRQ. The only punishable points for this is the fact that this Phoveus is going to be a legitimate problem. I'm curious to see whether or not he's going to take Flicker or Vengeance. He plays very differently with different battle spells.
Is the Edith and Franco not enough to stop the Phoveus in its tracks?
Kind of depends. That's why I said it's all about, if he has Flicker, he can get to your backline.
But I think he needs to be careful about Edok on the Franco, dude. This guy is able to shut down even Fabian. You have to recall, on the link, this guy was just shut down completely. And look at this, dude. A full-on front to back, all bases covered. RRQ are going to be forced to go for the pickoffs or go for some kind of flank.
Talk to me about the Bane.
Great draft. This is an amazing draft on so many different levels. So imagine Phoveus jumps into the composition. Oh no, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna get hit by the Bloody Hunt. You have the third hit of G Kundo. You also have the Deadly Catch as well to work with you. And it doesn't matter who gets caught, somebody else can cancel the ability for you. Worse yet, it's really difficult for RQ to fully commit to a fight.
Wow, a lot of cancellations as well towards that Franco, but that draft is very interesting to see. Look at the Kingdom and the Cavalry. They fill the building in El Dorado Dome, Bandung, but of course we have to throw it away to our casters. So Chefin, Mirko, and Gani, take it away.
The King of Kings versus the Cavalry. The 1 seed versus the 2 seed. A battle for Malaysia. A battle for M6. We're gonna see it in the Land of Dawn. Right now,
TLID, they're still seeking their first crown in MPL ID. Will this be the match that take them to the grand finals?
Let's see, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The drafts. I do have a few opinions on it, but gonna take a look at the emblems first. Aaron Shiki this time around against the 1-1 lane. This is a bit of a skill matchup. The Natana against the 1-1. That's why he went for the weakness finder. Not the safer option, the quantum charge usually that we see. But Dyron on the Edith. This is the combo that we like to see from Araki Hoshi a lot in the regular season. When they get the Alpha and they're up against the Phoveus, they always go for the Edith so that they can get that level 3 priority straight into the Turtle. Sutujin will start it very quickly. Turtle Blitz is an option to go for RRQ.
Once again, we've mentioned it a lot of times before, but right now Skylar already popping up the Fury, it's fire.
Now it seems like the pressure will be felt by...
Whoa.
Popped interesting mechanics there on Shiki.
Yeah, good moves here from RRQ. Even though it looked like Skylar made a mistake, Aaron Shiki got punished way more with the Purify usage. Bargain Hunter on him is the Thrill plus the Wilderness Blessing for Witty. The Cho picked for the Alpha, trying to get that prio over to Fabian on the Bane, who's been quite ridiculous. We saw it even yesterday, performing really well up against Bigatron Alpha.
Oh my goodness, sound prediction by Gopay.
Hey.
Money, you gotta explain yourself, man.
I'm alone, it's chill. It's all good in the hood. TLID. Can they pull it off here for that first neutral objective take?
Witty
jumping it onto his Rinse. No level 4 yet for Witty. And they will reset.
Ladies and gentlemen, to run you once again, Rinse, especially on this Sushin, is a really prio pick for RRQ. And so far, unfortunately, the Sushin has not won. You can see if
Sushin stunned up. He's taken down. Good setup. TLID takes the mute. TLID move onwards. They want Edok, and with Aaron Chiki, it's actually extra pressure. Ron pulled back. He needs to go back. Victor does not find Ron. But Tyler from the flanks will find the crossbow of Tang. Witty survives, and the S-kill will take some heat. Real world revelation actually catching, or Skylar caught off guard there. And it will be a reset by both teams.
That little shield from the Shunpo saves Witty and stopped it for chaining. My goodness, Edok. Goodness gracious. Just little things, man.
Little wins here that will build up, but it was all the little wins for TLID. That's Turtle and 2 kills over to Aran. So we were talking about how RRQ would want to try to blitz, and TLID reacted to that very, very well. They took their lesson in the regular season, losing to the Alpha and Edith quite well. They adapted. So they sent over the Eve up top to match the Edith, to poke her out, to shove the wave, and then the Phoveus into the mid lane, while the Bane, that's the glory of it, right? In the 1v1 against the Alpha, you have an advantage with the Deadly Catch. You get jumped on, you throw out the Sharks. Sharks go at him.
It's a lot of long-range potential from both of these teams, especially the hooks from Edok. Remember, this pick was a nightmare for TLID, especially for this guy right here, the MVP of the regular season. Flava Fave is looking to get the revenge on the first team roamer of MPL Indonesia. Right now, they're already camping.
Certainly are. You can definitely see the prio that they have here everywhere on the map, man. This is what the Eve and the Choke gets you. Iron Hook.
That's the hunt as well. Real world regulation will not save Witty. Deadly catch caught Sutsujin, and he will fall as well. Yehezkiel with the DPS. That's a 1-for-1. The jungle for the roam.
You've mentioned it, Mirko, the Alpha on towards the Eve. We saw it again and again for Pikachu Alpha versus Geek Fan. But right now, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of the Alpha here up against the Eve. When he picked up the Alpha, I was already kind of like, man, they needed something else to kind of dive into the back. You know, we were expecting Ling maybe to possibly come up as well.
They ban it.
But TLID, well, first phase, right? It was before the ban. TLID are going to go for the turtle.
Does not find the connection with the Earth Shadow. Rins trying to zone out Fabian. Will this succeed? Now Witty with the zone as well. That's the way of Dragon. Purify popped. Yehezkiel secures it. Another dub for TLID.
Oh my goodness, the signature play from Renz going to the back with the ultimate kind of bats them in the back in that situation. Good job from Aran and crew to zone out the rest of the members from RRQ.
The prio that you have in the mid lane is just ridiculous on Eve plus Choke plus Concussive Blast. And you can see that Aaron Shiki is also getting the benefits of the mid prio. He's rotating all the time towards these team fights instead of staying in lane. Because yeah, you do get gold too in another way. You can farm assists, gives you quite a bit of gold. And he hasn't really missed anything. Another pick!
No, Rins out of position. Now with the concealed TLID looking to shift one more gear. It does seem like RRQ, they have stabilized.
My goodness, Rinse. First team mid laner 2 from RRQ. 0-2-2. You don't want this to turn out to that Yves game, or no, that Luoyu game against Peloyski, man, where he got absolutely demolished.
I just want to say Yehezkiel was my choice. In-game equipment here. Glowing Wand picked up 300 gold lead. It's very small, but it's everyone, right, that has a lead. And what's concerning is, whoa!
Bubble wrap mode here. Sutsujin helping, double teaming Fabian as he will not survive. Perfectly timed, but Yehezkiel finds Dyron. That will be the trade.
Don't worry, I'm here, say Yehezkiel.
Well played to Yehezkiel, man. One of the best here in Indonesia. Witty!
Where Dragon finds Adok. The damage not just enough just yet. Ron, Infernal Pursuit pops Flicker from Adok to reposition. Rins though will not be threatened more. And it seems like TLID, they have failed to find a connection in the bottom side.
Seems like the Bush owning is going to be very crucial for both of these teams. It really depends on Edok and Witty, man. The rookies coming in hot. MPL Indonesia Season 14, and right now they are the backbone of these teams.
Oh, that's a knockup. That's a suppression. Cancelled! Fabian taken down though. That's Aran trying to zone out members with the crossbow attack. Aran taken down. Now Sutsujin caught, trying to find the retribution. The way of
oh my God!
Will zone him out. Now it's a free for all. Will Skylar or Aaron? Who finds the turtle? It will be Aaron, and that will be Aaron finding the kill and the wipeout.
The Disciple demolishing, killing the idol in that mid lane right there. TLID right now they're up 2.4k gold lead on a Natan, by the way.
And we got to talk about the Natan, exactly, man. This is a late game threat that's online in the mid game. 7 minutes in, that is a very, very early Sarlium side for him. He's already sitting at 2 items right now, building towards the Holy Crystal. A big power spike about to hit, and he already has 2 kills without it, man. TLID, this is the thing about their composition. The brilliance of their composition is the fact that if you do get rid of the front line, Witty, Fabian, Aran, you have to deal with the next boss, which isn't really going to be easy. Aaron!
Drop entropy, we have Dragon. Edok will sacrifice his life. Now in the backside, Aran trying to zone out members. Rins toss the Crimson Beacon, and Yehezkiel cancel out the real world manipulation now with the clear. Does seem like TLID still have more all lanes here in the Land of Dawn.
They're controlling the game right now. The cavalry is definitely crushing RRQ's chances in mid-game right now. But Mirko, speaking about items just now, Yehezkiel on Ice Queen 1, an item that surprisingly we haven't really seen a lot on this hero that is supposed to slow down a lot of members of the opposing teams.
Yeah, I think it's because Moreno, the last mid laner we saw play the Eve earlier, always went for the Wishing Lantern because he always had a massive gold lead, right? So he wasn't playing for utility. But for Yehezkiel, he's been taking a back foot, I would say. He's been taking a step back here in the regular season of Season 14 and even in the playoffs. He's taken the utility route. All throughout the regular season, even on Vexana, on Aurora, he would always go for Bloodwings first. And this just shows again that he's more of a utility player for the team. He knows he wants to put the proc of the Glowing Wand, now also the Ice Queen Wand, and RRQ will definitely feel it here. They're already quite immobile. Edok, Dyron, Sutsujin, and Rins, the only one being mobile is Skylar. And if he gets slowed, it's also quite tough for the Wanwan, right? So TLID, they got the understanding of the itemization to a T, I would say. And Aaron Chicky, very, very close. He's already sitting on 3 of those wands, man. He's gonna get Holy Crystal anytime now. And that's some pretty fast timers, 9 minutes.
Let's see here, TLID with the setup. Yehezkiel will try to oh, that's a hook at the hunt. Iran trying to cancel out now. Let's see. Veal would replace it with the crossbow attack from Skylar. Finds 1, finds 2, and Yehezkiel falls. Deadly catch, desperate one. Can Fabian survive? And Aaron Cheeky. Fabian fights forward, but Sutsujin jumps to his death. TLID recover from that fight.
Huge miss coming in from Sutsujin and Aaron Cheeky and Fabian. The 2 carries from the cavalry just absolutely punishes them. Now they have all the thing in the world. They have the advantage. They have the siege. They want to take this bottom turret, but Aaron Cheeky's already half HP.
Exactly, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because a half HP Natan with Entropy will delete anyone.
See Entropy.
Oh,
that's a good displacement. Fabian secures the execution, and Edok will fall for 20.
My goodness gracious. Aaron Cheeky, 406. You know, they're banning Fabian's heroes in the draft earlier, but look at who is performing right now. Look at who is absolutely dominating the game. Aaron Cheeky.
9 minutes, Chefin, it was for the Holy Crystal. He's on the way to the Divine Glaive at this point. He doesn't even need the Blood Wings. A lot of the Natan players would go Blood Wings in this position. Yehezkiel with the Divine Glaive as well. So it's not just Aran and Fabian's damage that you'll have to deal with. That's an endless battle too, by the way. So Fabian, he's building a hybrid build, but it's still going to sting, especially when he gets the bounce on the Crab Claw Cannon. Witty.
They're backing on towards Edok, and he will be deleted. Witty will be the trade belt, but now they should be the main target. Lord is still up, and now Dyron flickers out. Aran out of position and punish. Lord taken care of. Aaron Cheeky and friends. They will go back. And that will be TLID losing 2, but taking the base turret.
I will still call that a W, Mirko.
Oh yeah, I have to agree with you, man. Losing Witty and Aran, the 2 members with no bounties, the 2 tank frontliners for the base turret, it's worth it. Unfortunately for TLID, it's not the best trade in the world because it wasn't the far lane, but it's still a good trade, yeah? With the first Lord in the game. Aaron, yeah, they're gonna start just funneling into him. He already has a Divine Glaive, by the way. Now he's building towards, I have no idea, probably a Blood Wings. It might be a, yeah, probably a Blood Wings, looking at it.
Interview hopped. Doesn't find the connection just yet. TLID and RRQ, they know they need to wait for the spell's cooldown
Thing is,
to be
Nani,
active.
what are you waiting for at this point? Because for TLID, I feel like they've kind of already outscaled RRQ, and that's the big problem. RRQ needed to get the early game, but TLID, with the anti-turtle strat, it's always just going to go to them. They have so many displacements, so many CCs that they can just place on RRQ, and if the CC doesn't work, they have poke. The poke damage was ridiculous all the way from the start. Yeve and Natan are at their power spikes, and even their frontliners can't get bursted down.
I mean, look at Aran too. He's on a flicker, right? The last occasion where one of the members of TLID gets hooked by Edok, he was there just flickering forward and dealing just a sliver of CC towards Edok as well. It serves as an utility as well. It's not just, you know, you're not just tanking, you're also covering your teammates.
Yeah. And I already mentioned this earlier too in the draft, right? As the Yeve gets picked up, it's an amazing pick into the 1-1. So I was expecting maybe a Beatrix to show up here, even though it's also a big problem. To be able to go up against the Yeve, at least you'll be able to combo in together with Edok much faster. Dyron.
The onward does not land on Aran. Lord will be taken care of by Fabian. Dyron though stuck. No flicker. That might be a mistake there. An overextension. TLID, they punish Dyron.
Man, oh man, this guy has been amazing on Edith over the course of the season. Right now, TLID just making it not useful at all for RRQ. 353 so far from Mr. Dyron. Goodness gracious. The siege potential for this composition too, Mirko. Weedy can just dive in the back. Aaron Cheeky with the damage already. Yehezkiel the range. Oh my. What's gonna be the answer here? Is it just the hook from Irok, landing towards the perfect target.
Then there's a Purify. Then there's an RWM. There's some
Mm-hmm.
anti-CC here for the side of TLID. So even then, that one shot, one hook glory can't really happen unless it's a big mistake from TLID, right? And yeah, don't forget the deadly catch. It's gonna come into Siege
There you
too.
go. Let's see, base turret number 2, Flicker, cancel the way of Dragon. But now Witty will lose his immortality, but take a look at Aerochiki. He's re-hitting like a crazy man. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Edok will not survive as well. Now the base being very, very much healthy. Skyler, can he survive this one? The answer is no. Ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 5, the Cavalries, they take game 1.
And it was 14 minutes too. We expected a hard-fought game from RRQ, but TLID understands their power, understands what they have in their hand, especially understands the players that they have, and they make use of it in this game number 1. TLID, 1 step closer to Malaysia.
1 step closer to Malaysia. Team Liquid. You know, we were talking about this, Gani. I had a feeling game 1 was going to be fast.
Yeah.
After the draft with the 1-1, it's like,
I mean, before even
the 1-1, pre-draft, yeah. But I think the 1-1 pick was a bit too greedy by their end, right? The matchup in the goal lane isn't really a full win against the Natan. The Franco would have done so much better with the Beatrix. It has been finding a lot of success, and it's a signature pick for Skyler. I think with that, though, they will definitely learn a whole lot and bring it to game number 2. But Yves has become a monster, became a monster, I think, in the playoffs. So far, all the Yves have been popping off. And here, even though it's not a carry Yves, he did his job, man. It was a utility Yves that dealt so much damage too. The deadly catch, like you mentioned, Chefin. Unfortunately, when you use a lot of the bloody hunts, a lot of your resources onto the frontliners, yes, you can deal with them. But this is the big problem all the way from the start, all the way from the drafts for TLID. Yes, you can deal with our frontliners, but then what are you going to use for our backliners? What are you going to use when Aaron Shiki entropies forward, when Yehezkiel real-world manipulations, and when Aaron Shiki gets a Holy Crystal at 9, when he gets a Divine Glaive at 10? A 4-item power spike at 10 on Natan is just GG.
Man, the Disciple showing his idol that he's here to fight. Right now it's 1-0, man, and the itemization as well. The Winter Crowns very early in the builds coming in from TLID, knowing that they have to use this active item to be able to fight against this 1-1, against this Franco, against the whole composition of RRQ. I am very interested in what Arashi has to say right now. So, realize, what does he have to say?
The cavalry strikes first. They have one castle wall taken down, and the kingdom, they have to breathe heavily. But still, it's only game number 1. What are your thoughts on that game? Because Chefin was asking, how does Arashi feel? How do you feel, Arashi?
I feel like it's a best of 5, you know. First game sets momentum. It's important. It's unfortunate that RRQ weren't able to come out on top as an RRQ fan. But it is what it is, you know. No one said that against Team Liquid it's going to be an easy game. That's delusional, right? Team Liquid is a real contender. It's going to be a tough match. But I do agree, man. The 1-1, wow. They knew that the EXP lane was going to be tough due to the Phobias, right? Very strong laner. And against the Natan, the 1-1, you know? And again, with the composition, they're going with the Franco for the early game picks. But they're only really relying on the alpha damage to try and help out, which is why you saw that they were able to get the kills, but they always left enough time available for Team Liquid to kind of answer back and get the trade in.
I think another unintended problem that they eventually face is when they scaled so much faster than necessary, and then they're like, wait a minute, they've got all their core items. This is a big issue because we're losing fights. All right, let's buy a little bit of time, right? They continuously go on with the fights, and then the winter crowns hit. As soon as the winter crowns hit, it becomes impossible for this 1-1 to get an effective crossbow of Tang.
And that was a 7 minutes Talium side building into a Holy Crystal. Aaron Shiki just snowballed out of oblivion. He was unstoppable. And the 1-1 pick, it doesn't necessarily do well against the Natan in lane and in the team fights because the Natan can just entropy forward and burst the 1-1 down before she can get the stacks towards the crossbow of Tang. And we talked about this. Maybe the Beatrix would be better. Maybe the Frank will be better, but we'll save that for later because now we have to present to you the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. It is Witty. This guy, the storyline is insane. He benches Yaoi, known for that Cho M4 skin, And now he is possibly one of the best roamers we have in Indonesia, and his Cho was spectacular.
His Cho was all right. I'll give it to him. I don't think he really got to show like much of like what he's truly capable of. He did get some priority targets. I will give him that, but that's expected of a Cho player, right? In these highlights, a lot of the time you're seeing that this poor man is getting like dogged on by everyone on RRQ just because he exists, just because he's in that front line. But then you want to recognize that if he lands a good kick on the Sutsujin, everything in these neutral objectives just goes crashing down.
Yeah, that's how the Cho works. Find the prior target, kick him back, and with the damage available to the side of Team Liquid in the early game, in theory there should be the scaling one, but even from the early levels, from the first turtle fight, you're seeing a decent amount of damage coming out of this composition, partially due to the aggressive roamer. The Cho has decent damage, so a lot of these, you know, non-carry roles from Team Liquid can actually help out in the fights. And because of that, a lot of these fights really look to be so even until the final moment where one single turn of events can really throw everything in favor of Team Liquid. And RRQ, slowly but surely, we're getting all these fights so close, but enough is just never enough in a situation like this.
Yeah, just they couldn't find the finisher, unfortunately. I mean, we already saw the closest fight they had, which is by the Lord Pit, and it was 2v2 at that point after everybody, it was all said and done. But even so, once they had the items, once they had that 10k gold lead against them with missing inhibitors and the Lord pushing, that's the checkmate angle. I don't see any way they botch this up unless they start running into the fountain.
Yeah, and now on Chiki, he just was delivering everything into the very eyes of the kingdom. And of course, now back to what we talked about, the Beatrix and Franco. Do you think that would be a better pick instead of the 1-1? Or maybe they could have gone like a Claude and then with a +1, maybe with a Ruby?
Well, me and Arashi were discussing this prior to it, right? For me personally, I think that in that very first phase, it's really hard to predict what was the next thing that TLID wanted to do, because at most you only really saw, oh hey, they have a Yve. All right, sure. Oh, they end up picking up Cho. Oh, wait, hold on. And then the second phase comes by. Phobius was to be expected, and I think that the main issue, yes, Wanwan, it could have been the Beatrix, it could have been the carry. There's a significant lack of damage coming out from the side of RRQ, and that's why you're seeing them actually survive with just minimal HP most of the time, and they don't have any access to the backline anyways.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going at with this, because I saw the Alpha come up, and I was certain I saw the Yve come up. Oh, Swistergen's gonna go for an assassin, right? It makes sense. It kind of ruins the front to back, but they didn't go for that, you know. And we've seen that they have it as an option. And to that point, Gideon, I mean, that's really accurate. The EXP lane needs time to do damage. The Edith, more utility in the early game. The Sushin, same idea, same style. And the gold lane, the 1-1 can kind of snowball, but it takes a while, right? And the matchup against the Natan, again, isn't so favorable to the 1-1 either. So they're essentially playing against 3 losing lanes, with 3 losing lanes. And if you know one thing about Team Liquid ID, it's the fact that they are very, they put a lot of emphasis on winning the laning phase. Sometimes they lose skirmishes, but in the laning phase, you can see that the turrets are falling down, even though they're behind on kills.
It's permanent. I think right now it's just about how do you attain permanent damage against your opponent? How do you create an economy lead that's going to stick around for the next 5 minutes or so? Because I think what we've learned in these past couple of days from not only MPL ID playoffs but even MPL PH games is that the only reason why they are so close to these games are getting closer and closer was how efficient they farmed the gold, not only in the jungle but finding structural damage. Unfortunately for RRQ, even if they did win out in, let's say, maybe 1 or 2 skirmishes, right? I don't see them actually turning it into a conversion into legitimate gold from structural damage. Maybe even getting like an early gank down by bot side against for Skylar. If he's able to get the full plating, it could have been a different story.
Yeah. Now, what are your thoughts on this Bane? Did it make the team fights even harder for RRQ? Was it that much of an impact for Team Liquid ID?
Oh, I think it just made I think it just made RRQ understand that, hey, if you want access to our backline, it's probably not going to happen.
Yep. And honestly, it also gives them a lot of prio in the turtle fights as well. Because Bane damage, right? The longer it goes, the utility, the poke as well. It's just a really good addition there in the jungle for a front-to-back composition, because you can deny the whole dive-in, and you can hit your crab claw cannon on the front lines, and the back line suffers the damage. So it just really fits with the draft for Team Liquid ID. And I'm surprised again that RRQ didn't really find a way to get around the front to back. They just really thought that with the pick of potential, we can snowball far enough that the front to back won't matter.
Yeah.
More so, I feel like, unfortunately for them, as much as they want to like be able to make proactive moves across the map, it comes at quite a cost, right? Because again, if we're talking about relative pushing, the mid lane push was relatively even, especially if it was in a 1v1. But then when you get into the 2v2, it's a lot more favored towards TLID in comparison to RRQ. And it also doesn't help that if you want the EXP involved, you're going to have to set up a proxy. There's just no way of trying to like out-push it while walking away with like at least 50% of your health gone.
And now, of course, Team Liquid ID, they have the advantage onto Team RRQ Hoshi.
Wait,
with that 1-0.
Does that say hashtag MPL dating? Or MPL date?
Well,
that was the thing.
I hate to break it to you, Gideon, but we do have a lot of MPL dates going on in MPL Indonesia.
So, these guys are Surabaya.
Oh,
that's a long
way from Bandung. But anyways, back to MPL date, right? You would either find your significant other here in the venue, or you go with the significant other to MPL, then thus you have an MPL date.
Oh.
Do you have that over in MPL MY?
I mean, we don't have a hashtag for it. I mean, we just kind of figure out that they're probably together if they're sitting so close in proximity.
That's true. And now, of course, Team Liquid ID against RRQ. Youthful Blood. You know, it becomes the hope for Team Liquid ID, but we cannot write RRQ off as well, because RRQ, they also have that youthful blood, that young blood in Rins, in Edok, and maybe also in Sutsujin, because Sutsujin is still relatively young. Now,
Skylar, he's pretty young.
Skylar, yeah, he is very young. Doesn't really feel like he's
Grandpa
been there.
Sutsujin, I see.
Grandpa Sutsujin, wow.
That's what he's saying. He's still relatively young.
Relatively young.
He's old, but not too old.
But yeah, of
type
course.
deal.
I feel like the pure rookies are it's gonna be Rins and Edok, because Dyron technically has been in the MPL ID RRQ squad for season 12. How do you differentiate between the young bloods of RRQ and the young bloods of Team Liquid ID?
How many abilities are they landing? Think about it. Think about how many skill shots did Edok land compared to everybody else.
Wow.
Kind of wild, huh?
I mean, how many skill shots did Rins land? Oh wait, no skill shots.
That's
now, of course, I want to talk about the audience topic voting. After losing game 1, how can RRQ make a comeback in game number 2? Still, the same questions like we underwent in the previous match. Of course, number 1 is contest early objectives. Number 2, be aware of Rita's initiations. And number 3, ban or pick the Natan. That was my question as well. And now we're circled back because most of the audience think that they have to either ban or pick the Natan. The Natan is a signature hero for Skylar as well. Do you think RRQ has to contest this?
Ooh, I will say the audience is pretty smart. The audience is pretty smart on picking up on this one. I don't think contest early objectives is relevant. It's very much dependent on the composition. I think the Natan in some form of scaling would have been nice for Skylar in that case. They're not entirely wrong, but it doesn't directly address the problem, which is, hey, the draft. Like, give RRQ a decent draft, and let's see where they go from there.
I do want to. I'm thinking of like the execution could have really saved that draft, because again, they were just going at it again and again in the skirmishes in the early game, and sometimes we've seen RRQ kind of fall behind and go for some trades. But at the same time, again, you're up against a scaling composition. I feel like it will only delay the inevitable. And they might find themselves kind of stuck with the same situation that Onyx found themselves against GeekFam, right? Oh man,
yeah.
Well, we made it all the way here, but now this base is just rock solid.
It's tough. It's tough. High ground defense is always going to be like, it is always going to be an issue when you're thinking about like Yve. It feels really, really bad, like pushing into a Yve, especially when you're going for inhibitors. But even so, at least TLID is going to be taking second pick selection.
Second pick.
Yeah. So going for the 2-pick combo. Now the first pick for the side of RRQ needs to be that much more important. Now that Sushin first pick, I feel like Rins does his best work when he's on the high ground mages, the long range mages. Again, I keep repeating that his Yve is actually in a very good win rate. I believe it's still at 100, if I'm not mistaken here, if I'm being too overconfident. But again, he was actually doing some pretty creative things on that Sushin, right? Almost going for a bit of a flank even, trying to ruin the composition for the front to back. But I really felt like, again, it looks really bad for him in that game, but he was in that unfavorable 1v2, and even when he was left alone, the ganks from the jungle kept coming, so he was kind of forced to stay passive in the lane, in that mid lane, where a lot of teams now are finding it, a vulnerable target that they can kind of abuse in the early game to try and snowball.
Yeah, I think that right now, people need to understand that Jushin, as much as she is so good at getting first pick, this is only because she is pretty good against certain meta heroes, right?
Yep.
And I think right now, it always comes back to Suyo. Whether or not he gets banned or not, if somebody takes Suyo, you pray to God that you get access to Jushin.
Yeah, and I feel like Zusin, yeah, true, what Gideon really says, it's very good against specific, patch hero, meta heroes. But does this mean that the Zusin doesn't get that much prio anymore in the drafting phase?
I feel that the existence of the Yeve, perhaps.
Ban the Yeve then.
Exactly, and we've seen some teams do that, right? They go for the Jushin first pick because they ban away the Yeve. So that could still be an option for sure. But knowing Coach Keskewed, usually he's satisfied making some very minimal changes to his composition. So we'll have to see. So far, the Fanny Angela, I feel like it's still the same from game number 1.
Yeah.
Fanny Angela, day number 1. I mean, against Fabian, like Mr. Fabian, he's got to chill. He's got to chill on these assassins, man. It's too much of a problem. I'm genuinely worried about it if they do make it an M6.
By the way, one of the critics that most of the people that are watching RRQ land towards Keskewed is that he has this kind of like habituation into just letting go one of the strongest picks of his opponents. Do you think that is the case?
Not necessarily. I think that he understands that rather than giving all of the power picks, I would rather you guarantee one power pick and then we look to counter it. I think, if he's really on a bad day and gives 3 power picks and all losing lanes, then I think people have a valid argument. But true, it's important to be able to deal with these power picks because that's what you're expected to see during M6.
And with the pick and dance, right? Sometimes you're just forced to let go of some of these picks.
Yes.
And I feel like technically the way he goes, which is why I call him Trickster, I've seen it before, but sometimes he knows that there are some really signature picks for his opponent. He knows they're gonna pick it, so he lets it open, and then he finds ways to counter it in the execution. But so far, oh boy, the Cho even rushed over to the first pick.
Still the same, Zusin first pick again for Rins and for RRQ, the Natan and the Cho. What do you think of this going on into the second phase sooner?
Pretty standard, pretty much almost exactly the same. The only difference is that Fovia's getting banned out this time around. Suyola's still basically gone, and it changes the first 2 picks for the side of TLID. Big deal here. This is the important part. This is where we saw that for the beginning of potentially the end of RRQ in game number 1.
Well, now if RRQ go for an assassin to try to deny the Yeve isn't in the picture. But, whoa, that's the Irithel ban away in the second phase for Team Liquid. A weird change, a shift in the meta, but looking at RRQ, it's all about speed, man. Look at that. The Sushin, the Irithel, and the Khalid all moving rapidly around the map. So maybe that's just how they're gonna try and mitigate the impact of the Cho in the early game.
But the question is, this Irithel is not equipped with a Mathilda. Do you think it'll still be effective to dodge the pressure from the Cho? And does it win lane, or rather survive against an Natan?
Does it win against the Natan? Not at level. Well, actually, wait.
Okay, kind of bully in the early game for a bit, I would say.
It depends. It's like because it's a skill shot matchup, right? Like Irithel, it's a lot easier to get Irithel's damage out on Natan, but Natan needs to land skill 1. If he misses skill 1, instantly he's done. He just has to walk away.
And the Hilda ban, or rather Hilda pick, taken away, or rather picked by Team Liquid ID. They picked this against Bigatron Alpha yesterday, in fact, and it was picked by Iran, put in the XP, potentially to counter the assassins. But in this scenario, what does it want to achieve?
Most definitely it's trying to deter an assassin. If right here, Team Liquid ID go for the Yeve, right, and still want to play this super high ground, super front to back, now they have a strong front line, and they have a chance to, if Suzuki goes for an assassin, they have this Aran to just throw at him every single time. We saw what they were able to do against, I forgot which team, but every single time the neutral objective is up, Aran runs through the whole team looking for the Hayabusa, I believe.
Yeah, that was just against Bigatron Alpha.
Against Bigatron, yes, kept bonking on Supercan. They can do the exact same thing right here if Susujin goes for a assassin jungler. So they're trying to deter that. So I don't know if the Yeve is going to be respected here somehow.
The Hayabusa banned out, no? They don't want to play assassins themselves?
I mean, there's also the Bane ban here coming in from side of TLID. Huh.
Interesting.
Where is this going to lead to? I mean, if they're going to keep going down this direction, I'm expecting Ling to get banned out here. Or basically they're playing a game of chicken and like, oh, who's going to ban the Yi first? Or who's going to show the Ling ban first?
And the Alpha is still open as well.
Well, again, but the Alpha against a front to back, kind of dangerous. But now without the Bane, right? I feel like Team Liquid ID are trying to force RRQ into an assassin or someone has to dive forward. Because with the Bane, you can play a front to back and do damage, right? So they banned that out. Now they banned the Nolan, they can maybe dive in the backline too. So if they're forcing RRQ to go back on the Alpha, it's looking like a similar situation to game number 1 with only a very slight difference.
I guess, because right now, the fact that they banned out the Nolan, the fact that they banned out the Bane, Hayabusa is already gone. It's a little awkward for RRQ, because if they decide to ban out the final assassin, which is Ling, that means Alpha falls into the hand of TLID, and then they have got to get real creative with their jungle options. So they ban out the Alpha, leave Ling open.
Gonna take it?
I don't... Ooh.
Does it work well, though, against a Khalid and a Zeusin, maybe, that can kind of lock down the Ling as well?
A little bit. Oh man, this is kind of rough.
Yeah, I don't see Team Liquid ID going for an assassin.
At most Julian.
At most Julian, exactly. I feel like it's something that can just provide more crowd control and burst, and they're gonna play the same way, right? Just counter engage from all the aggression of RRQ. Oh, it is gonna be a Ling. Wow. Fabian proving me wrong.
God,
if this Ling is picked, does it really need an Angela with it alongside it?
I mean, it's banned, so it's not like he has much of a choice.
Oh, that's true. The Angela is banned.
But this mid lane, they could have. Yeah, never mind. This is Fabio just saying, hey, I'm confident on this lane. Give it to me. We're going to get a mid laner at the end of the day. They've already locked in the Jushin. It's not like they're gonna go Yi plus Jushin.
Yeah, I mean Fabian was able to show his prowess with the Ling, going up against Super Ken, predominantly using X-Borg, a stronger hero in the objective takes.
Oh,
still able to win it out, and they picked the CC. Is that to win the lane against the Hilda?
Most likely to ensure that the Hilda can't really move around unchecked. 1v1, the CC is gonna really be a big menace towards the Hilda, but I don't see a lot of ways for RRQ to deal with the Ling, by the way. The Sushin is more targeted, but for the most part, this is gonna be Skylar just kiting on his own.
Yeah, let's not forget that the Cho can easily be flexed, right? So I think at this point, up against the CC, you might as well just play Cho into that lane and then send Hilda running at your opponent.
Interesting last pick here. Looking for a mid laner. Yehezkiel. Still waiting to pick it.
Vexana or Aurora would be really terrible for RRQ, because if they want to move forward as a unit, it's going to split them apart or force them to walk into it. But no, it's still going to be the Eve. It's just that good.
I think Eve is the most balanced in this particular situation, because as much as you want to play Aurora to stun up that front line, there's a very good chance that if you get flanked, there's not much you can really do about this. At least with the Eve, you can start peeling back and kind of opening up these bushes consecutively, and then when it's time to kill, drop the ult.
Talking about the draft now, is it going to be a 2-0 or a 1-1? Arashi and Gideon?
Oh, man.
I think it's a 50-50 on this one. I think both drafts are pretty good. They've got into really good win conditions on their side. I do think that RRQ can definitely work on their early game here against TLID, and that would be the true test for me. If they can make it through this early game, I think they can do it.
Rashi?
Same thing. I think RRQ has very specific win conditions, but if they can actually pull it off, I feel like this is a very winnable game. It's no longer looking as one-sided as it was in game number 1.
Here we go. The Kingdom are up on their feet as they look to again rebuild the foundations. But of course, to the casters we go. Gani, Sheffin, and Mirko. Time is yours.
Rex Regum Kion looking to equalize the score. It's 1-0 Cavalry so far, but it does not end in one game. It's a best of 5. RRQ versus TLID, round number 2.
Will TLID silence the crowd, or will RRQ equalize? Let's witness and find out.
It's the Usurper, Flavor Fave on the Ling, man. One of his signature picks in the regular season. He was able to use this Ling to beat Bigatron Alpha just yesterday as well in the 3-2 full best of 5 game. So up against RRQ, against the Irithel. I mean, to be fair, with RRQ's bans on the Alpha and the Bane, it just seems like they wanted it. You know, it just seemed like they really wanted the Ling to deal with the Yi that was coming. We knew it was coming for TLID, but they picked the Hilda to try to deny some of the assassins from the side of RRQ. Aaron, though,
to Purify, and this might be first blood for the Kings of Kings. They'll return the favor, and now it's going to be Fabian looking for blood. Tempest Blade pop early. Renz with the flicker actually is able to get away.
flashy moves from Fabian, but it is still a W nonetheless for RRQ. So first blood, more gold for you.
I actually don't think it's a dub.
Oh, very low, very close. Edok pops the flicker. Sutsujin doesn't find the connection.
Yeah, to complete my sentence, I don't think it's a dub. Aaron Shiki, he has the cannon minion saved up by the rest of TLID earlier. Now it would be a dub if they get a kill, but unfortunately not. Aaron will be able to soak in more gold there compared to Skylar.
It's gonna be Ron here giving pressure on towards Rins. No spell, but now it's gonna be the backup coming in. Sutsujin finds this kill, and now it's gonna be Turtle. Their main agenda. Can TLID recover? It doesn't seem like so unless it's a drive-by retribution by Fabian.
Hook, line, and sinker. Now Fabian is forced to play with limited options.
Let's see, jumps in on towards Rins. No spell whatsoever. He will fall.
Oh, wait.
That's gonna be this.
Oh.
Turtle taken by Fabian. No, Sutsujin. And it's gonna be Edok actually finding the kill on towards Fabian.
It's different this time. Oh, really? Oh, caught slipping there by Tyron, but no conversion just yet. But yeah, it's different this time. And oh, Edok once again! They're not letting this man recall!
Oh, the Khalid roam, man. The Khalid roam doing work. In the bottom side, it's going to be Aaron Shiki pushed on towards the turret. Sutsujin.
Oh, man.
Will he able to find the kill? No, my goodness. Aaron Shiki goes down the second time in this game.
Which is the dog. What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? I don't know what the dog doing, man. Aaron Shiki tried to purify. I guess he was expecting a chain to come through. And man, for TLID now is looking real tough because Aaron Shiki has been bullied so hard in the gold lane. Aran actually unable to try to translate anything over. We have MPL Extremer right here, Mr. Shafine.
Mr. Eric Colim, a familiar face. We haven't seen this guy for a long time, at least for me, all right? No shade to this guy, but let's back to the game. Fabian, man, it's usually always with the Matilda, it's always with the Link, it's always with the Angela, but this time around, there's no healing, there's no shield that can help Flavor Fave to actually make a play. Would you think this is gonna be very crucial? But no, oh man, I cannot finish my sentence.
Shampoo Flicker Spence, Aaron Shiki target. Now it's gonna be the Tempest of Blade. The stun, Fabian walks away, but Ren's pressuring.
Oh!
Lantern Flare doesn't find the execution. TLID survived that fight.
That little immobilized Mirko.
Both of them survived the skirmish, man. That was ridiculous stuff from both of these teams. Still able to keep themselves alive in the skirmish, but we have the audience prediction before we get into some analysis.
Wow. Are we surprised?
No, not really. This is El Dorado Dome feels like, you know, it's home turf for RRQ. Every MPL ID just feels like it's always home turf for RRQ.
You're right.
Turtle number 2 spawn in the game. Oh, really?
Dragon finds Edok and he should fall. That will be Heskiel with the assist. Rondo will not be able to find the vision here. Proper vision to give pressure towards Sutsujin. That's a second neutral. Falls for the Kings of Kings. Skylar pressured with the sprint as well. He's able to juke around. Dancer Run and Witty will pay the price. It's gonna be Fabian trying to find the kill. He will. That was the 1-for-1 the backside. The burst damage from Sutsujin is more than enough. Oh, that's the shutdown as well for Aaron Shiki.
It's not over, Ritz.
Whoa. Good read. Ron now providing cover, but Edok finishes the job. Ron giving pressure, dealing damage, but Aaron Shiki doesn't find the connection. Entropy looking for the kill. Purify to save the day. He will find the connection. Way of Dragon to save Aaron Shiki's life. Skylar jumps in, no sprint though. Edok, quicksand guard. Get back. HP, and now it's gonna be TLID perhaps looking for more. Both teams just going at it.
It does not stop. It never stops. I could never finish my sentence on anything, man. This is absolutely crazy. So far, 14 kills in 6 minutes.
Hey, I can relate, Sheffin. I haven't been able to analyze anything, and honestly, what is there to analyze? TLID and RRQ just brute forced that skirmish. It was a battle of mechanics, and it does seem like TLID found their way back on top in the skirmish because they were able to get a better trade.
Witty saying it's gonna be the way of Dragon on towards Edok. The damage will come through, and Heskiel secures it. Now RRQ, they need some sort of compensation, and Sutsujin is in position. But TLID, good stabilization here from that kill.
Where's the consensus on Weedy, man? As we're gonna take a look at the replay, gotta be by Samsung Galaxy FE. The 24 FE, look at this. Weedy, Dyron, Ron and Aaron Shiki. Everyone is just brawling.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Bit of an
punish
overchase, for sure.
towards Aaron Shiki as well. Double kill. The worst person to give the kill to. Remember, this Natan has been a lethal weapon, to say the least.
We're dragging on towards Rins. The connection is there, but the damage will come through. Aaron Shiki entropy. And that's the real world of motivation. Formation break. Sutsujin will finish the job. Aaron Shiki survives with the space. Iran collects the double, but he wants blood. And he will find and deliver the shutdown. Fabian finds another in the bottom side. And this is TLID just controlling every fight, controlling every wave very, very meticulously.
Just micros all over the place for TLID. They're just pouncing on the King of Kings, and now the objective battle, round number 3. Can Fabian actually take this one?
Let's see. TLID, 80% control of that turtle eater. No raging sandstorm, so no points in finding the gamble play.
Okay, so let's slow it down, man. Let's slow it way down, right? So TLID, finally they get a turtle under their belt, and for TLID, now we... Oh, never mind. Oh my
Tyron,
God.
we have Dragon, Purify Pots, Entropy. Tyron, triple threat, baby. He's buying time. He survives. Real world population invested, and he survives. Surely no. Witty is there in the bottom side. The Ron pays the price. That's Fabian, Flavor Fave with the Tempest of Blade. Looking for more. He finds one. Widok and Rins double teaming him, but he survives.
Gunny, I feel like right now, you speak, just speak!
Now it's gonna be Sutsujin, but yeah, I don't think so. Mate. The damage is there, Witty. No Shunpu just yet. Way of Dragon Flicker.
No.
Is there good read by Aaron Shiki, and Witty
Wait a minute.
survives. What the heck?
Wait a minute.
Wait, he's going for the turret.
Can he actually get away?
Looks like he won't be able to.
The dog once again. Dealing the final blow on towards one of TLID members, and right now they're up a 1.4k gold lead. Oh man, we gotta find some time to breathe, and I think it's right now, Mirko, you have to talk about... Wait. I think you're safe. Just talk about it.
All right, we gotta give a few seconds. Okay, we have time. Finally, Berserker's Fury, Haas Claws already on the way to the Endless Battle. It's a big power spike. It's a Holy Crystal build on the way too, and Natan, wow. Despite the fact that it's been very chaotic, this is pretty much the same timer. 9 minutes into Holy Crystal it should be for TLID and Fabian, man on the Ling. You can see how busy he stays. Sutsujin really won't be able to stop this take. I think the Cannon will get it, yes. And TLID will build a 2,000 gold lead, man. Here, it gets real scary for RRQ because in these brawls they've been losing. Witty, Conceal. No, baits up the Crimson Beacon though.
Yeah. That's value, especially as we... Oh, never mind. They actually just forced it right away. I thought they were going to wait for the minions, but no. Fabian and Aaron Shiki knows the limit.
And if we're talking about RRQ Hoshi, the keys to victory in the regular season, how do you beat RRQ Hoshi, who are just so textbook, who are so good at playing the disciplined game? It's chaos. They're doing it now.
We're Dragon to lead, no chance. He will fall first. 5v4, that's a knock up. 2 man as well. Witty receiving a lot of heat, and he will survive with the Jet Kundo. Fabian finds the Lord. Fabian now
no way.
Focusing on bodies. He finds one. Sutsujin might be next. He wants to do good one, but Fabian finds the right targeting, and that's the triple. Fabian, Flavor Fave, can you stop this guy? Now in the bottom side is actually Darren isolated, and he will not be able to as Fabian finds the Maniac.
First team, MPL Indonesia, baby! Regular season MVP, baby! Fabian just takes the cake away from RRQ. Look at this, man. RRQ, I feel like they're just playing a keeping up game against the rotation coming in from TLID's members.
If you had any question as to why we gave him the moniker, the Usurper, now you get to see it! Trying to take that crown away from the Kings of Kings. A crown that was most likely theirs. Most of the predictions went their favor. Witty!
Flicker way of Dragon finds it up, and he will be deleted. Oh my goodness, Fabian, stop! That will be the shutdown. Byron finds it, and TLID, they have to shift and decrease their gear.
Is that Ranger Mas?
Really,
on RQ's fan section with feel as well? Wait.
That's crazy.
Finally showing its real colors, man. His true colors. But let's take a look at the item builds. It's a BOD on the way there. Holy Crystal already done for the side of Aaron Shiki. I'm not too sure if he actually wants to go for the Giant Glaive right here, but honestly, I would think maybe the Blood Wings would serve him a bit better in a very chaotic skirmish, because damage-wise, you should be able to already burst down some of these members. There's only 1 Radiant Armor on the side of RRQ, so he's going to be a bit late to that item, Magic Defense item, so yeah, for TLID, I think the safer bet for Aaron Chiki should be the Blood Wings. Also, for RRQ, they're going to really struggle in these chaotic duels, man, up against TLID. The thing is, we were questioning the Hilda pick, remember, Gani?
Yeah.
In the draft. Why Hilda so early? It almost seems like St. Lucas saw what and no one could see. He saw that the game would be chaotic. And in a chaotic game, yeah, Hilda does amazing. When you are isolated, when your assassin needs to 1v1 this... I don't want to call her a hero because this is a... I don't like Hilda. Let's call her a character or something, all right? I don't want to call her a hero. But yeah, Hilda, ridiculous. Revitalize, go in bush, go out bush, regen constantly. And you can see the AI prediction because it's been so chaotic and because honestly, when it comes to scaling, it really should be on TLID's side with Aaron, Natan, with Ling and Yves. AI prediction presented by Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. It favors TLID. And on top of that, really for RRQ, there's no one to match the side lane pressure of TLID. And a big reason as to why, usually when you see CC, it should be the one going up against the Ling in the side lane. This is a Ling, this is a CC Purified though, so it's going to be different. And it's also a CC that is so far behind. So going up against the Ling, Fabian, now with a BOD, the man does not care. The man, I was saying Blood Wings, nah. Aaron Shiki is a certified Chad for going for Divine Glaive. Oh, you have skill too, there you go.
Space, Fabian spotted. This is gonna be the first Lord, the first enhanced Lord, mind you. RQ, do you think they have chances to take over the Lord? Oh, whoa. Hey, that's a stun. Yeah, skill though. Real World Revolution early figures out. Skyler taken down. It's gonna be Skyler being the main target. But it's gonna be Sutsujin taken down. Skyler finds members.
No way.
But it's gonna be Fabian at the bottom side. RRQ. They can't go home. TLID. They are on the manhunt. Skyler finds the mid, but Fabian is on the main base. RRQ, can they defend? Can they clear? It looks like the answer is yes. Whoa! For now, Tempest the Blade committed, and TLID, it's another wipeout.
My goodness gracious, what are we seeing right now? Again, TLID in under 14 minutes takes down the King of Kings. They are one step away, one game of Mobile Legends away from Malaysia, from representing Indonesia in M6. This new young bloods of MPL ID took over Indonesia. What just happened?
What happened is everything we've been talking about before the playoffs. For RRQ, the main criticism sent their way, chaos. What do you do against chaos? Against Alter Ego, they lost. Against Evos, they lost. They took a few losses in the regular season despite being #1. And those losses, there was a pattern in those losses. Whoever was able to bring the fight to RRQ to make it messy, to go in randomly against a textbook team, a very disciplined team in RRQ, they end up doing really well. And who better to take chaos than TLID? This team is literally, they're the cavalry. They will charge through whatever formation you have. It's literally like a war strategy, right? When you have infantrymen, when you have lined up everything, discipline, you crash it down with the cavalry, man. Charge through, break that formation.
This team is definitely addicted to the rush.
Oh man, they are.
Gameplay-wise, rush is their identity.
And speaking about rush, I wonder how Arashi is feeling up there. I wonder, man, because you asked him, Shepin 1-0, now it's 2-0.
Man, and it certainly is a healthy addiction for TLID as they're absolutely insane, man. Fabian, I'm gonna offer you my humblest apology. I was calling you, I was questioning this lane that doesn't have an Angela, doesn't have the Matilda, the healers. No, it don't matter. It is Flavor Faith. And the game highlight presented by Aplikasi Baru Gopay maximize the initiations of the way of Weedy, leading TLID to match point. And by the way, the Cho of this guy, is this P-boy level? Is this Yahweh
Reminds
level?
Reminds me of.
Man, Edok is always on the other end.
There's only one guy that can answer that, and it's the #1 TL Glazer in the world. That's Mr. Kidian G.
Oh, we're gonna just throw it over to Kidian G.
It's been a very bad day for Arashi. His IEMs are running out of battery. RRQ is down 2-0. And he was constantly talking about
exposing us.
Is this what Mirko feels when Bigatron is playing because they're losing? But hey, Team Liquid ID, they dominate that game with potentially 2 scaling, heroes that really need the late game.
Yeah. 3 scaling heroes, technically, right?
Yeah.
I think initially the RRQ were doing pretty okay. They were able to actually get some of the advantages. They were able to negate the Cho early game impact using the Khalid roam, which I thought was quite intelligent. But afterwards, I really felt like that one play on the bottom lane, right when they were trying to dive, and then they lost a couple of members, and then with all that effort, Team Liquid ID lost 0 members. I feel like that kind of threw them off completely, man. And it shows again that the team fighting of Team Liquid has always been we've always hyped it up, and it's really that good.
It's great. They really know how to punish you on these types of mistakes, especially when you're knocked off balance. Your ankles break for turning too hard. I think that unfortunately for RRQ, that there was a bit of a mental boom because they were just never the same after that moment, after that attempted dive on bot side. And honestly, if they were successful, I think the game was basically over for TLID at that point, because that means all tier 2s are basically theirs. Purple buff jungle had no access for Ling. You've basically neutered half of their comp.
And it really feels like when in the mid to late game, there were so many different chaotic fights, and this might be exactly what Mirko was talking about. Make things chaotic, make sure that RRQ have no grasp on what exactly is going on, and you saw mis-targeting and missed moments there all across the board for RRQ.
And of course, the MVP of that game, the player of the game presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. How does he get away with this, picking Ling into such an unfavorable position, an unfavorable composition as well, and he goes 12-3, becoming the foundation of Team Liquid ID to win that game? That is insanity.
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that he is, there's a certain point where Ling turns from Reaper to Initiator, right? There's a very big difference. So the early mid stages, he's looking to pick up as many advantages as he can from low targets, and I think he found a good number of them, but at the same time, just keeping a high GPM overall. I mean, he's already at 879 as his average GPM for this game alone. So in these highlights, just pay attention to what he's doing, right? I mean, early game, not that big of a deal, big mistakes, but the turnaround is important. Because once you get Fabian, especially when he has his ult Blade of Tempest available, that's when he can really start to overextend and search for these picks as much as possible. Generally, as the game continues to evolve further and further, that's when you start to see, right? He's trying to make sure that he's protecting the bottom side of his map to make sure that Skylar can actually scale, but that's pulling away from how effective Sutsujin needs a setup. Even soft CC would have been fine. Just the slow would have been nice.
Yeah, and you said it, right? Because RRQ had to really kind of win the early game to get the composition going. And the fact that Alan Shiki won that little skirmish and needed the turtle buff, and he was able to get 2 kills, it just enables him to then rush into a 10-minute Holy Crystal. And that Natan, if it scales towards the late game with the Ling as well on the wings, it is just so scary for RRQ.
And you can see that RRQ fell behind so far back that even Dyron on the CC can't even deal with the Hilda. Right, this Hilda EXP is standing on a 100% win rate, dude. What is going on? That chase potential. You thought that the slow was coming from the Eve? No, it's the Hilda, bro. And at this point, it shows you again just how desperate the situation was, that Fabian was able to ignore the fight completely and just go for the crystal and casually still be able to just punish in the end. Anyways, it's looking kind of close, but honestly, I think towards the mid game, the recovery for RRQ, they were trying to make plays happen. They're trying to find, some kind of pickoffs in the midst of the fights, and they were unable to get it.
Wow, my goodness, what a team this is. Full of young blood, but they're able to pull ridiculous things like this.
How
but of course,
the game faster.
The emblems now. Anything in particular? What about you, Gideon?
I'm scanning the emblem. Oh, interesting. So that's probably why Skylar was winning it. He took Master Assassin in lane. Yep. That probably caught him off, caught his opponent off guard there. Generally, no, not too surprising here. The only thing that's surprising is the game time. I definitely thought that was supposed to drag on just a wee bit longer, but finishing at 13 minutes, pretty fast here, considering that both sides. And I think this was brought up. Earlier by a friend of ours who came by. But RRQ, if they don't have that early game, the biggest issue is when when your opponents have the Lord, they don't have much high ground defense, right?
Yep.
How are you effectively going to clear these waves if Skylar isn't 3-4 items?
Exactly, man. They just don't have the same kind of damage. So it's always been like a early game snowball composition, which is why you saw like the hit back from Araki Hoshi in that early game. But Team Liquid again showing that we're not only one-dimensional. Even if you kind of have a winning early game composition against us, we know how to play around it. And play around it they did. They avoided most of the big engagements. They're able to kind of confuse RRQ, because you saw that as a team at least. If you're looking at the map at any point in time, I don't really feel like you can really see exactly the vision. What is RRQ looking for at this moment? It really seems like they were just scrambling around like, what can we find? Who can we find to try and get something? Anything.
Yeah, I think at this point, I would really like to rewatch this game just to make sure to see if TLID were keeping tabs on where Sutsujin was, right? Because as much as we want to believe that Edok is going to be like following Sutsujin through the early game and then covering Skylar towards the mid to late games, I would imagine that Team Liquid probably had a good read on the jungle position of Sutsujin, making the plays on the opposite side of the map, which is why we do see like skirmishes breaking out in random spots when you don't see Sutsujin or maybe even Edok. It's really tough to tell whether they figured that out or not, but I think that at least for Edok, you probably should have stuck with Sutsujin the whole game. Like, if Skylar dies at that point, well, too bad. We got to make other things happen.
And this is one of the winning conditions as well for RRQ. Not only in this game, but in the previous game as well against Geek Fam and other games, is that the mid trio needs to work. It needs to synergize. And you mentioned it. You brought up about the point that, Edok isn't playing together with Sutsujin, and Rinzu's just getting caught off guard far away from his teammates. What do you think is the problem within the mid-trio synergy?
Okay, for the Sushin, yeah, you're oppressive early levels, but in level 4, level 5, level 6, the mid-game areas, you really need to actually play with one or two members to really activate the potential of his pick. Because you can lift someone 4 or 5 times, but you're going to take a long time before you can even secure a kill. So without the help of additional damage from Sutsujin or additional setup from Edok, it really was seeming like this Sushin pick once again in the hands of RRQ hasn't really been utilized to its full potential. You saw Team Liquid ID technically just walking around the Lantern Flare.
Pretty much, yeah.
Exactly.
I think I have to agree with Rashi on this point. Rin's on this hero, get him off of it. Get him off of it. Give him the first pick him Eve, in a matter of fact,
Whoa.
First pick Eve and then expect it to deal with an assassin. I don't think it's viable, but what choice does RRQ have left?
They can ban the Sushin and let go of the Suyo. I mean, I think that might...
Better yet, take red side.
Yeah, that can also be a very good option. Again, we've seen the potential of that side, with all the prior heroes available right now.
Yeah.
Being able to just pick up 2 immediately really seems to be a lot more beneficial here.
I do feel there is a little bit of preparation, because as much as I can agree that like RQ should not be letting things like Fanny, for an example, go, and I think Fanny is one of those few heroes with such a high skill expression ceiling that it could truly turn a game 180 right from the first minute of the game. So I get the concerns, but they got to slow it down, and they got to make sure that they can play a composition that they're comfortable with. Because right now, I feel like even Skylar is like getting to the tipping point. He's like, I'm losing on all my signature heroes. Something needs to work.
Yeah. Team Liquid ID, they are one step away into punching the tickets towards Malaysia, towards M6.
Oh boy.
And it's insane in this game because they were on a losing draft. Not necessarily losing, but that draft was so egoistical. Like how we also talked with KB about this in the Indonesian desk. It really requires you certain circumstances that needs to be achieved. And Team Liquid ID, they're able to pull it off again with the individual prowess of Fabian in the lane. And now the question is, does Team Liquid ID, touch that comfort zone, or do they have to be careful? Because we saw that they had the lead against Bigatron Alpha yesterday in the 2-0, but they almost got reverse swept into a 2-2, into a 3-2.
Again, Season 14, anything really is possible. If RRQ go for a reverse sweep, I wouldn't be too surprised. Like, deep down, I think it's possible. If Team Liquid ID wins now as well, make it a 3-0 sweep, we'll be a bit surprised, but still, Season 14, how surprised can you really be, right? When the two teams with the most rookies right now are fighting for first place.
Yeah, and of course, we all watch it unfold on our very eyes. It's insane how now it feels like there are a new generation of players taking charge, and I've always had this thought of what if Team Liquid ID makes it to the M6 World Championships, because these are players that recently got promoted into the MPL team. When their MPL team were struggling with the likes of Gugun, with the likes of Yawi, with Richie back in the days of the early start of MPL ID Season 14. Now, if they do make it to the M6 World Championship, I really am curious as to how they will fare with with players that are elite level, the likes of maybe King Kong and other well-known players. What do you think of this notion, Gideon?
Well, personally for me, I think that it'll be a very good experience for TLID. I think they've honestly got the best odds overall because of how fluidly they like to play, right? It's not like a very standard, rigid format that they play. If they see opportunities, they make accommodations and adjustments to make sure that that play is viable. And I think that's the beauty of TLID as of right now. Right now, I think that even if we expect to see RRQ make it through, I think they'll do really well for the Swiss stage. But when it comes down to the elimination rounds, that's where I think it gets really difficult because teams can really start picking apart at what RRQ likes to do. And I think it's pretty obvious here that a lot of teams have done so much research on them.
I mean, Kesu himself did say that, well, actually he's finishing at number 1 in the regular season as a disadvantage. Everyone's looking at them to try and find their weaknesses. So, yeah, that makes sense, man. If we want to really put our hopes on RRQ to really represent Indonesia in M6 and go all the way, I feel like they have to show a lot more than what we're seeing right here, right? If they can maybe improve here, then we can see more in the next couple of days, and maybe we can make another judgment call.
Honestly, even if they do lose now, I think it's actually good for RRQ, the Empire. The first wall breaks down. Don't worry, you're on your second life, right? At that point, you can start fixing these big issues because clearly something is not working out despite getting Jushin as that first pick. Does that mean that Reigns needs a mentality change, or does he need to put more hours on this hero, or does the team just need to build a better composition around it? If not, move the entire strategy away from him.
Yeah, and this will be very monumental because Team Liquid ID will be facing off against RRQ and possibly beating them for the first time in MPL ID Season 14.
Wow.
But of course, we want to take a break for a little while as we throw it over to Bude Klaramongsar and Alyssa up on stage.
Memang ya kompak banget nih barudak-barudak kita, dan memang melihat pertarungan di Best of 5 Series ini 2 game telah kita lihat, namun memang hasilnya ini lagi 2-0 nih.
Betul sekali, ini cukup menegangkan ya karena 1 poin saja artinya tim Liquid Indonesia bisa mengamankan tiket ke M6 World Championship.
Begitu mendebarkan pastinya, tapi mengingat ini adalah Best of 5, jadi kita masih nggak akan tahu apa yang terjadi di game 3, 4, ataupun 5.
Betul sekali, masih bisa ada perubahan poin dan sangat mungkin untuk RRQ Hoshi bisa mengejar dan mengamankan tiket ke M6 World Championship.
Yes, dan melihat ketegangan, tapi kita mau nambah-nambahin nih biar makin tegang semuanya.
Oke, bukannya bikin relax ya Bude ya?
Nggak boleh. Kita nggak boleh relax karena semuanya harus bersiap-siap untuk bermain bersama kita semua di Franco Hide and Seek. Ini akan menjadi permainan di mana ada satu perwakilan dari semua super fans yang akan bermain, mewakilkan kalian semua berusaha untuk bisa mendapatkan redeem code.
Betul sekali Bude, karena di balik redemption code tersebut akan ada skin gratis yang bisa didapatkan oleh teman-teman yang berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis tersebut.
Asik, jadi kita akan langsung saja panggilkan satu wakil dari para super fans untuk hadir ke sini mewakili kalian semua. Kita doakan ya, win rate-nya lebih tinggi dari yang kemarin. Oke, inilah dia. Halo AA.
Halo Bude.
Asik. AA, namanya siapa?
Perkenalkan, nama saya Zulfa.
Zulfa, asalnya mana?
Saya asli Bandung.
Asli barudak well ya. Oke, Zulfa, kalau kemarin kita sudah melihat yang main Franco Hide and Seek win rate-nya 40%, betul Bude?
47.
Kalau kamu sendiri gimana, win rate-nya berapa sih?
Untuk saya win rate itu di 57,8.
57,8 Bude.
Nggak apa-apa, naik 10% nggak apa-apa ya. Tenang ya super fans ya, nanti dibantu ya, dibantu. Nggak apa-apa, tapi siap nggak sih untuk mewakili semua yang hadir di sini untuk bisa ngedapetin redeem code? Ini semua bergantung padamu loh.
Siap Bude.
Pressure nggak?
Tidak.
Mental kuat ya?
Kuat atau?
PD bakal dapat?
Pede.
PD di percobaan pertama bakal langsung ngehook?
Insya Allah.
Insya Allah.
Nah, kita langsung panggilkan nih penantangnya. Inilah dia tim yang sudah dipersiapkan. 3 orang yang akan bersembunyi. Langsung saja tim bersembunyi, tim Hide. Waduh, sudah pada berkumpul di sini.
Betul sekali, kita lihat ya. Ini dari trio apa nih, boleh salah satu?
Trio kacau.
Trio kacau? Kacau apa ini singkatannya?
Kacau aja.
Kacau aja.
Untung bukan kacau balau ya. Oke, trio kacau. Siap untuk bersembunyi? Ada mungkin yang udah dipersiapkan nggak sih untuk bersembunyi? Mungkin udah janjian, kita sembunyi di sini ya.
Gak ada sih Bude. Out of the box aja udah ngumpetnya.
Waduh, out of the box. Jangan sampai ke map roll ya. Oke. Dan kita akan menjelaskan juga untuk cara bermainnya buat yang mungkin kemarin nggak tahu caranya gimana sih Alisa?
Gampang banget karena caranya Franco Hide and Seek ini pastinya akan diikuti oleh 1 penonton dan 3 kru. Dan pastinya bisa langsung mencari di area yang tersembunyi di sekitar bus ya. Nah, pastinya dari penonton nanti bisa mengetahui nih di mana sebenarnya letak mereka bersembunyi.
Kasih tahu ya.
Tapi khusus untuk kamu tidak boleh menengok ya. Jadi hanya dengarkan insting dan juga arahan dari penonton. Jadi penonton mohon dibantu ya.
Oke. Siap untuk bermain?
Siap Bude.
Ayo kita countdown dong. Pakai bahasa Sunda coba. 5, 4, 3.
Jawa dong.
Ayo.
Hiji.
Hiji lo.
Tilu.
Salah.
Tilu, 4.
Oke, kita countdown bareng-bareng yuk. Kayaknya KW ini AA-nya. Ayo, dari Tilu.
Tilu,
2. Hiji. Let's go.
Oke, dilihat ya penonton ya. Kita akan nanti bantu.
Oke, kita akan saksikan bersama-sama nih. Yang di dalam Eldorado Dome Bandung pasti lagi harap-harap cemas juga. Kalau kemarin tuh rame banget audiens dengan menggunakan Franco-nya. Namun ini ada Matilda, Benedetta, dan Cloud. Sudah dipilih oleh tim MPL. Waktu bersembunyi kita berikan. Silakan bersembunyi kalau udah bilang ya. Karena abis itu diem, jangan gerak-gerak. Tim MPL saatnya bersembunyi. Ingat tadi posisi yang sudah diperbolehkan hanya di sekitar turtle pit saja.
Oke. Dan ini Bude kita berikan kesempatan berapa kali nih Bude untuk ngehook?
Kita kasih 3 kali kesempatan dan sekarang dapat 1 aja redeem code akan langsung dibagikan.
Yes, jadi kalau sekali aja langsung berhasil ngehook.
Siap, jadi Franco silahkan AA cari nih.
Yes, oke. Penonton boleh dibantu ya di mana ya?
Oke, lurus. Jangan masuk bus ya, nggak boleh masuk bus. Waduh.
Enggak
Gimana
kedengeran
nih?
ya iya.
Ini baru 1 kesempatan udah dapat. Coba masih ada 3 kesempatan kan sebenarnya. Pakai semua siapa tahu dapat 3-3-nya.
Betul.
Makin banyak. Santai. Tapi gimana tadi ngedapetin yang pertama? Ada triknya kan? Waduh. Nggak apa-apa, 1 lagi. Ayo, kejar.
Kemana penonton?
Ayo.
Cooldown.
Grogi itu Bude, di sebelah Bude.
Iya, sini.
Kemana?
Iya, situ kah? Lo jangan masuk. Gak apa-apa. Tapi dari 3 hook dia ngedapetin 1 loh.
Di percobaan pertama loh, langsung dapat 1. Kita mau kasih kesempatan lagi apa gimana nih Bude?
Udah dapat 1, kita sudah kasih. Tadi kan Bude udah bilang, 1 saja cukup.
Oke, boleh kita kasih tepuk tangan karena Kita sudah berhasil ya dan kita akan membagikan redemption code-nya nih Bude.
Siapkan device kalian untuk mengisi redeem code yang sesaat lagi akan Bude bagikan karena kita sudah berhasil. Sampaikan sesuatu dong karena keberhasilanmu. First try lo sebenarnya. Ada tipsnya kah?
Enggak sih, feeling aja.
Waduh, feeling. Apakah melihat permainan player siapa mungkin gitu? Banyak-banyak belajar dari player?
Enggak sih Bude, mandiri.
Oh mandiri, oke. Mungkin player idolanya siapa mungkin? Ini mumpung ada kesempatan bisa langsung disampaikan loh.
Untuk di romer itu, Keyboy.
Oh Keyboy, oke.
Oh role-nya romer ya?
Ya.
Tapi memang karena udah satu tadi udah kecantol, udah kepancing mania, sudah ke hook. Redeem code akan dibagikan. Jadi bersiaplah, udah siap-siap belum nih udah ngetik redeem code. Harus langsung di redeem ya biar cepat-cepat dia dapat. Kesempatan semakin besar buat yang jempolnya cepat. Persiapkan, inilah dia redeem code untuk Franco Hide and Seek.
Silahkan langsung saja siapakah yang akan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis. Jangan sampai typo ya Bude ya. Gak boleh sampai typo, ini kodenya panjang. Silahkan langsung dimasukkan saja.
Ayo, jangan difoto, langsung beneran deh, serius deh.
Yes.
Ini jempolnya pada cepet-cepet banget.
Yes, hanya mereka yang tercepat yang akan bisa mendapatkan ya skin gratis dari kode yang tertera di layar.
Jadi thank you banget semua yang sudah bermain, tim MPL. Sayang sekali kalian terpancing dan terima kasih AA. Congratulations sudah bisa mewakilkan semua super fans yang ada di sini, MPL fans. Thank you banget, kasih tepuk tangan dong.
Oke, dan itu dia tadi Franco Hide and Seek dan pastinya kita berharap kalian bisa mendapatkan ya skin gratis dari kode yang sudah dibagikan dari kerja keras AA. Dan Bude, karena game yang selanjutnya akan lebih menekankan, langsung saja kita akan lempar ke panelis, silakan.
So that was it. The Franco Hide and Seek. Would you be down to play a game of Franco Hide and Seek, Gideon?
I don't know. I feel like it's rigged, but at the same time...
Rigged?
Is it
What do you mean?
Rigged? I feel like it is, but at the same time, it's like, it could have just been bad luck, right? Like how far are we going to go into this?
Talking about rigged. Let's talk about the voting, which isn't rigged, by the way. On this topic,
Just
voting.
match it. Just kidding.
Match point
Let's not go
for
there.
Team Liquid ID. How can RQ come back in game number 3? Of course, anticipate long team fights 30%, ban with his show 51%, and avoid overcommitting 17%. Which ban with his show is sitting at a 51% rate. What do you think of with his show?
Honestly, I think it looks so much better than game number 1. He's firing like some really cool angles overall, but in terms of like whether or not... Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Top 5 Natan win rate. 100% for Skylar.
Is it still 100%?
And
Hang
then we have
on.
Super Red, 100% as well. Marquee, 80%.
Hey, Marquee.
75% goes to, I can't really read that name. Can you help me out?
Richie.
Richie.
Richie?
It's Richie.
HCL?
Yeah, and then of course 67% goes to
Oheb.
Oheb, a name of the past.
Of the past.
Yeah.
Well, time flies fast when you're in the esports scene, bro.
That's true.
Yeah, Nathan, still on 100% for Skylar. That's quite surprising. I believe it went down, I thought, I'm pretty sure. But we'll get back to you on that. I really do feel like, more than anything, there's not a single big glaring problem for RRQ. And that's why it's so difficult. It's a bunch of small issues, a bunch of maybe like miscommunications, mispredictions maybe, in the middle of a big fight that just gets you really confused. I think they have to really round off how they're supposed to team fight, right? Decide who they're supposed to target, who they're supposed to zone out, and who's supposed to kind of frontline or catch people off. I think if they can kind of get an idea of how they want to work together as a team, right? Get their roles in order, I feel like it's still a winnable situation here, but we'll have to wait and see. Only time will tell.
I want to circle back to the Natan though. The Natan is such an enigma. So I want to get to Gideon. Do you have an MPL M1? Who is potentially one of the best Natan players there is?
I mean, don't make me say it, dude. Don't make me say it. It's innocent. Like, what are we?
Innocent.
Who are we kidding here? Who are we kidding? I think there is a bit of an argument for Nets, but even Nets has shown that he has limitations as well. He's not as inhuman as some people have kind of chalked him up to be. But he's still a reliable player. Coming into this, I agree with Arashi that yes, it's a lot of small mistakes that eventually pile up and become incremental.
Oh, that's the Choban.
Choban. Wait, they hurt the audience.
Did they double check it? Did they whip
They
it up?
just
It's
opened
like,
up our live stream
know what
and
that
they're
is?
like, yeah, the audience wanted this. Okay, let's pan it out.
You know what that is? That's democracy.
That's democracy.
Democracy,
I
baby.
knew. I had it in my head. That's democracy for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, we live on an Earth. Some may say a super Earth, but generally, things have been going. I mean, this is an interesting change of pace. I do want to see how St. Lucas is going to handle it, though. I don't think the Cho was the hard crux, but definitely was a deterrent.
No, first pick still for RRQ though. They're doubling, tripling down on the situation. Let's just see how this goes, man.
They're like, nah. If we can't have both of them, get rid of it.
Because they're on that side, right? So they don't want to risk it to the hands of Skylar. But now, the Suyo is wide open.
Interesting. That's what we talked about. Get the Suyo over the Sushin, but it is still open. Now, do Team Liquid want to use it? Yeheskiel is really good, I think, at this distance management kind of hero. I would think that from the results of the regular season, he would be better adjusted to a hero like this compared to Rins, actually.
I can agree with that statement as well. If they, so that means they would have to go Alpha into Jushin, or they can go like
Khalid,
and then hold it as a flex. And inevitably, you want the flex pick.
Alpha here, of course, to kind of match the presence of the Suyo, but they will go for the Zuzin and Phoveus.
Of course.
Phoveus is still open.
Ooh, of course, completely forgot about the Phoveus. At this point, now RRQ needs to figure out a way to manage that lane. There's not a lot of great matchups into the Phoveus, but it feels really bad locking in CC this early on.
I think they can't really afford to kind of lock it on that early. Maybe find another way to deal with it, but no, they go for the Yves even.
Yeah!
For the longest time. Against the Phoveus, you would go with a Vexana. You're trying to find ways to lock them down. The Edith is a strong second place to try and do that, but now it's only the Edith against the Phoveus. You saw this matchup earlier in one of the earlier games. It didn't really fare well for Dyren, but Rins on the Yves. Now let's see if there's a very significant difference here.
There you go. Will this be the victory for RRQ? Because he said it, Arashi, Rins's Yves holds 100% win rate, and he is actually very apt on this hero. And now for Team Liquid ID, what do they want to pick? Is a Nolan possibly, possible against the Suyo?
Yeah, Nolan is okay.
It is, you know why?
Why?
It just got picked up.
Hey! Thank you.
Realized he wasn't looking. I caught him off guard. That is what RRQ are trying to do, man. All right, second banning phase though. Now it gets interesting. Both gold laners not exposed just yet. And with both gold laners so adept at laning, the matchup becomes so much more important. We're talking about the Clint being such a strong all-rounder. Even against a laner like a Brody, it's almost like a skill matchup. Do both these teams want to have something like that?
Talk to me about the Nolan Suyo matchup. How is it supposed to pan out? Who really wins this matchup?
Inevitably, Suyo is going to win this match. Oh, wait. Sorry.
Are you trying to get kills? Are you farming heroes or the jungle?
Yeah, that's the big difference here. Yeah, because I think that, inevitably it's still a skill matchup. It's more favored towards Nolan when he has max energy. Generally, because his cooldowns are a lot shorter, right? Suyo has to wait a full 8 seconds before he uses any one of his abilities all over again. Once he's out of them, that's when Nolan just goes in for the one-shot. And I think, the big problem here is that most of the time Nolan is so fat, moving so fast across the map that he usually is the one who takes the initiative first to make something happen, and then the Suyo ends up cleaning him up.
Okay, the Nolan against the Suyo. MPL PH have seen Demonkind against King Kong on this matchup, and all he did for King Kong with the Nolan was just to mirror the movements of the Suyo.
Yeah.
So it could have been possible, for him to actually win out on this Suyo. But now the problem is, we were talking about Fabian. He isn't really the jungler who would really like to farm up his level. He's there just ganking and looking for kills.
Hang on a minute, you gotta remember, when the Nolan, when he's in a bad matchup, on the Alpha when he's playing, he was one of the fastest farmers to reach level 15 in MPL ID. This guy knows how to take advantage of the fast clear of the Nolan and the Alpha. that's part of why he's been so successful on both these picks. So against the Suyo, he can go for that farm-heavy style, but you can see a great emphasis on the roaming here. They know that with this composition, they're going to be up close and personal. They don't want to let Edok get a big moment, but without a Tigreal, without a Franco, are we going to see Edok default back to something like a Ruby? Playmaking. You know, when Beloyski didn't get a Tigreal, he went for the Ruby, and that was the pick where Edok debuted and surprised everyone with.
Question, does Skylar play Lunox?
We haven't really seen him on the unconventional heroes. It's mostly Aaron Jiki.
That's the thing.
Ruby Gold, the Lunox Gold.
So right now, I think that if Lunox is not an option, then probably it's Ruby, and then they can build a full dive composition, which is
Ruby Gold.
They could go into a double fighter composition if they want to. It wouldn't do too bad, but at the end of the day, the focus is a big issue. So yeah, Charisma, focus on the wave clear, have the claw to be able to BMI out of tough spots. This is not bad from RRQ. Let's see this last pick from TLID.
I was thinking about the Claude as well. I was about to raise the issue because the Claude, you know, it of course is a weak side and the Hereth can't bully it, but it can break out of freezes that the Hereth really wants to create. And our Team Liquid ID, their final pick, would see us look at their roamer. Now Witty, what does he necessarily play?
Witty here. We've always seen him on something a bit more passive, in a sense that like not mechanically intense. Usually I remember him being on the Hylas a lot actually, but it's not over an option either. Something tanky that can serve as a front line and still help with the engages.
Mincetar? Because inevitably it just comes down. Yeah,
Rock! I called it!
You get it.
Because inevitably it's about, do you double down on your engage or do you look for potential counter engage or blatantly disengage, right? And I think disengage is probably the best that they're going to get, but I like the flexibility of the Grok. Overall, it just means that this early game coming out for TLID, would I say it's on par with RRQ? I would say it's definitely better, but RRQ have a lot more tools to actually manage the aggression.
Now, the big question is, will it be a 3-0 or will we see game number 4?
On paper, statistically, man, with the Yves, it's been doing so well against the Sushin. We've seen the problem there. With a Suyo, the Suyo that's been so feared, we'll have to see how Sushin performs on this, man.
That's very interesting. So please, to our casters, Chefin, Goni, Mirko, lead us to Light of Dawn.
This might be the climax. This might be the end of this series. The decider of who's gonna be the first one to represent Indonesia in Malaysia in M6 World Championship. But surely, the King of Kings don't want to let that happen. Let's see in the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Potentially, this is going to be the last game of this series. Let's see. Does RRQ have enough gas in their tank to take it to game 4?
It's a good question, Gani. It does seem like TLID have finally chosen a new hero. By the way, great purple buff reset there by Witty. Unfortunately, no capitalization because RRQ, Suyo, Sutsujin, for intelligent pathing will clear the entire bottom side before moving over to the purple buff. What's interesting, what caught my eye instantly is the fact that both roamers goes for the Brave Smite, not the concussive blast that we are used to seeing from the Grok, for the instant clear. I'm guessing because Jusin clears pretty well herself, now we want to go for the Brave Smite. For Edok, I think on Roam Edith, this is quite, it's more normal to see compared to a Brock, but it is the Wilderness Blessing plus also the agility, so he wants to be super fast. Mr. Brockman over here is also agility for Aran. Wants to be, wow, okay, that one, there's something interesting as well, is the weapon mastery selection for Aaron Shiki. I think we've seen a lot of Bargain Hunter, seen a lot of Inspires as well, but he's gone for the weapon mastery, looking for that mid-game power spike, or even late game, I would say, to get items, equipment, and then start dealing damage.
Fabian, very, very heavy pressure on Edok, who forced to use the flicker, and even then, Fabian wants a bite or two.
Man, oh man, and the flicker is gone for Mr. Edok for the next objective, possibly. So it's gonna be safer for Fabian to actually execute the Retribution, the next objective. But Mirko, again, Yeheskiel, oh, never mind, gotta wait.
Ron popping the Vengeance in the backside, actually Sutsujin caught! And that's the first blood for TLID. Darren finds a trade with the help of Rins. Witty and Fabian, good juke, and the real world Metablation was able to be triggered. Yeheskiel, a little bit late, but that's a knockup on Edok, who has no flicker.
Good to see that TLID is still addicted to the rush. They're not stopping on the team fight. They're not stopping to kill with the members of RRQ.
Really intelligent punish there from Fabian. He was just waiting for the moment, but also really well played from Aran. Pops into Vengeance, and he got the Brave Smite proc while also hitting the minions to get a bit more sustained with his first skill. Bottom lane, Shaman Force.
Skylar is actually very low. Still holding on to that Purify, but that's going to be a freeze in the bottom side.
Yeah, the Harith not really, I mean the Claude not really a good matchup into the Harith. That's why I really didn't expect them to go for the Claude. It's a comfort pick, and in these situations it's great. TLID though, Turtle.
See here, TLID with the control. That's a knockup. Onto his Weedy, it's a wild charge. Good response. It's Fabian, finds an angle. Retribution for Tsutsuji. Weedy will lose his life. Now we're on tanking 3 members of RRQ. Dyron very low, but it seems like with the Vengeance now, we're on. Still will not be able to find the trade. RRQ, great response for that turtle take.
Yep, a good lead to build on is early of the game. Especially, yes, kill almost got taken down. Got taken down by Sutsujin.
Has the Flicker, luckily to escape. RRQ with a great first neutral objective take, but TLID, the scene right here.
Whoa.
Oh, that was a weird interaction, actually. Fabian?
Flickers out, but it seems like with the fracture, Fabian finds his first kill of the game.
It seems like no matter what the hero Vince is playing, he's not gonna have a good time against TLID, man. He's been one of the prime targets of the cavalry so far.
Fabian is just him on the Assassins, man. He knows exactly how to go for these picks, the calculation. We got the general of RFU here.
Oh man. I'm gonna be excited to see the reaction here from Mr. B. Kent. Surely one of the more prominent fans of RRQ.
Clark Kent is his brother.
What? Okay, back to the game. RRQ right now, they have the gold lead, but it seems like in terms of map pressure, Mirko, even by the kill difference, actually RRQ winning it out, but TLID, they seem like has the upper hand right now.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be really scary for TLID once the mid-game hits. Their mid-game power spec is going to hit like a truck, man. If they go for the skirmishes in the mid-game, once Aaron Cheeky has gotten 2 items even, the weapon mastery will really start to impact the game.
That's a knockup. That's a wild charge committed as well. Now it's going to be the real world motivation. Now looking for trade. Yeskiel will be the first one to fall for TLID, and that will be a disengage. Fabian, though, very cheeky attempt there, but Skylar, quick reactions.
Don't take that any day of the week, man. It's over for a mid laner onto Yeskiel, and it's also the first death for this guy as well. It wasn't familiar, but Skylar
placing the wedge! No! It will not be enough to save his life. TLID finds the structure. Oh, that's a good dodge. But the primal wrath!
Oh my
doesn't land! TLID Flavor Fave brings flavor in that juke.
Get him to Alcatraz, because that was an absolute crime of the highest level from Flavor Fave, the MVP of the regular season. What?
It's a penalty zone. Alongside Tsutsuji and Aran pops the Vengeance. Infernal Pursuit will not. Oh, Ren's good read, good reaction, but he did use his flicker. Let's see, will that cost on towards the next fight?
My lord, the amount of team fights again for RQ and TLID, it's even. But the thing is, Skylar has really been placed in a bad spot here in game number 3. TLID, that was a great Harith pick, but I think it's a bad Claude pick too. The fact that they picked up the Claude against the Harith and Nolan means that this lane will really have... Oh, wait, TLID might be going for another assassination.
Oh, he spent his wild charge already. Shaman Force pops. Fabian, Skylar barely survives. Oh, he's dead. Now Edok will be the next casualty as Aaron Shiki will fall. That's a 2-for-1 still in favor of the cavalries. Diamond and Ron going at it. Penalty zone spent as well. It's gonna be Ron now, pressured. Now it's gonna be a desperate Infernal Pursuit as the mid turret falls as well.
Ron got punished for picking this Vengeance for his item build, man. If he could have picked a flicker, then the penalty zone wouldn't be as much of a threat as it is.
Yeah, and to finish my point on Skylar, again, the Claude, it's a weak side matchup. It's a bad matchup against the Harith. The Harith bullies him so much, so it only adds to the kill pressure that Fabian can add into that gold lane. And you can see it here, Skylar is so far behind. It's already a 900 gap in gold between the gold laners at the 7-minute mark. And again, remember also for Aaron Shiki, he did not go for Bargain Hunter. So the fact that he got Starlim Scythe and Feather of Heaven at this timing is really great. Dyron.
That's a threat there. Really though. Penalty zone. Oh, it's 3! That's the wombo combo. Darwin will be the first one to fall, but with the blazing duet, it will help Eronchiki fall. Sutsujin claims the double as Yehezkiel is finally finding the trade.
RRQ, finally they are fighting against the cavalry. They have a kingdom, they have a squadron of their own to fight back against this composition. Maybe the Suyo was the solution all along.
Yeah, Suyo is definitely quite strong. You know? I guess we'll say that, quite strong. I don't think broken is the word. We got a winner of 1-1 when you say Suyo is strong every single time. But yeah, that was really well played from Dyron. He called it, Gani. Dyron, amazing initiations. This is what we've seen from him in the regular season. He becomes the X factor for the team when the team needs him to set up for these skirmishes. And again, for RQ, if they're able to get a structured team fight where they can use their resources together with a pumped up TLID, they will get the skirmish win. That's why I feel like TLID wanted to go for the Phobias. They wanted to make it a little bit more messy. They wanted to make this team fight scattered around, not in one choke point like that. But if RQ are able to get position first and to initiate when they want to, and initiate first over TLID, they'll be able to dictate that fight.
Yeah, this Terizla pick, we've questioned in the draft a hero that we haven't really seen a lot, despite his resourcefulness and also the tankiness because of the immobility of the Terizla. But right now, it's paying dividends. So far, around a 0-5-3, and it's mostly because of Tyrant.
Amazing. Left pick though for Fabian. He's behind 2 levels for now, if you compare it to Sutsujin.
And with the Malfic Roar, it's honestly a great item to take here, as you know, it's very difficult to get to the back line, very difficult to get to Rinse right now with Dyron being in front, so they might have to play front to back and burst him down first.
Good cancellation with the wall charge. That's an Iron actually bursted down and taken down. Rondo will be the trade. Will the XD being down and out. TLID though, they are unhealthy. Fabian will move towards his own jungles.
2K gold lead entering the 10th minute mark for RRQ. Right now they have the map, they have the control, they have all they need to be able to take this objective to further their chance to actually retaliate, because so far it's 2-0. They need something right now, something that can absolutely turn the tables for the kingdom.
Okay, now that's even more impressive. We were talking about Eronchiki getting to those item power spikes. Oh my!
Attempt failed. RRQ, good response. Sutsujin though, 50% HP.
But yeah, what's more impressive is the fact that Skyler, he died twice in the early game, but he has a 3-item power spike.
No, ball charge! Oh, good read. He popped the Purify as well. Witty, that's info. Witty has to recall, that's technically a 5v4.
Oh yes, Kel already getting bothered by Rinse this year. 100% win rate against the Sushin. RQ, can they do it?
RQ with the control, 80% of the Lord area. Fabian, very cheeky angle, but finds it. Now with the penalty zone, that whiffs. That's a whiff. Now it's gonna be real work for the Blazing Arrow. Tricky finds the Lord. Now Blazing Away popped as well. Yes, Kia flickers out to safety, but TLID, they find the Lord.
Out of all the people, Sutsujin was there, Fabian was there, but it is Prince Aaron this time taking it out.
Oh, this might be a mistake. Yeah, Witty no flicker. Good night. That's Sutsujin and Renz finding the shutdown in the back lines.
Just a tickle from Rinse is enough to finish Fabian, and now Yaskiel is alone on the base. They have the Lord though, so RQ have to do the housekeeping.
I don't think this Lord is relevant though. Let's see TLID with 3 members up. Can they pressure? I don't think so. Let's see Eronchiki. No Shaman Force. There you go. That's a Purify with the Blazing Duet as well. TLID, 3 members still stands, but that is the Lord taken out.
That is crazy damage from Sutsujin. I wonder what item build is going for. Is he going for the full? No, it's okay. It's a normal Suyo build, right? It's not the full Assassin Sky Piercer build that we saw in MPL Philippines. Oh my lord, he almost just one-shot Eronchiki on the Hereth. Even when he got the second skill off, the shielding in. Rose Gold Meteor, so much respect over to Eronchiki and Yehezkiel. He knows on the quad, once it gets to a certain point of the game, he will be able to dodge away from the fractures. He will be able to dodge away from the kill threat of just purely Nolan. So it's better to go for just magic defense to go up against, you know, the target abilities from Eronchiki when he uses his second skill. But Yehezkiel,
he's a ballerina.
He's a ballerina, but unfortunately that's all he can do on the Juicin against the Eve here. Oh, he's just zoned away from the fights by Aruki Hoshi, by Rins on this pick. We were talking about how TLID is despite, you know, the Yves being picked up, they were still able to pick up the kill on Rins. That happened once, and then it didn't happen again. Wait,
RWM committed. RQ, they want this purple. Penalty zone doesn't land. TLID, they respond with the wall charge. Skylar now in trouble. But Weedy gets taken out. Iron Cheeky with the Shaman Force dancing around, but Iran will be the sacrificial lamb. 2 members from TLID eliminated.
You can see it, man. Oh, Idok!
That's an onward connected. Good response, but now with the stun. Yeskiel, flicker out, blazing the way, doesn't really land. That's Yeskiel taken out. Good connection. TLID, full defense.
2 guys on the base, only 1 card. It looks like RRQ will not be able to end it just yet. They have a huge value here. Oh my goodness, established!
Aaron Chicky, miscalculation. RRQ was there to punish.
I said it yesterday in day 1. The Suyo is Suyoi and Sugoi.
It really is, Chefin. Suyo is balanced. We just have to keep on saying this, right? For it to be banned, when you say it's broken, it never gets nerfed, it never gets banned. Man, the Suyo is ridiculous. We were hyping up Sutsujin with the Suyo. We've never seen him on the Suyo because it's always banned out, and now the time that we get to see him on Suyo, he pops off like this, he one-shots everybody, uses the... Not missing. By the way, TLID, this is also the first time that Grok has been picked for TLID, right? So we can definitely see that Witty isn't really comfortable on this pick. Not as comfortable as the other picks, the Cho, the Hylos, the Phobius for Aran. Every time he jumps in on the Phobius, it's kind of like an alpha. You jump in, you win, or you die.
It really is. 0-8-4 so far. Definitely, to put it lightly, a bad game for Iran. Now Fabian might get spotted up here. Edok looks like RQ will try to chase, but no, Fabian with the Rexy.
Committed the retribution. Edok is still hovering. And it does seem like it pushes TLID to defend from inside their base.
All right, 10,000 gold lead with pretty good siege, honestly. Let's see if TLID can defend because their wave clear is not the best.
Will RRQ keep the series alive, force a game 4 Lord in the mid lane? TLID taking it slow as well as RRQ and Chiki taking care of it, but Weedy will fall first. Fabian, weird angle, but Iran pays the price. Now it's gonna be Skylar! Solo killing Fabian! TLID now looking for the clear. It's the mid lane. Skylar with the turret lock. And ladies and gentlemen, the Kings of Kings, they deny the victory.
Let go of the Suyo for the Satsujin man himself, and you're going to pay. Game number 3 is RRQ's. They fight back. It's 2-1 right now, 2 to go for RRQ, but gotta remember, TLID, they're also in the brink of making it to Malaysia. So right now, RRQ, they still have to push on the pedal.
What the hell is Suyo's damage? Oh my goodness, he one-shot Aaron Shiki. We gotta see the replay again. We gotta see the highlights here. TLID put so much pressure on Skylar, and they forgot completely that there was a Suyo up for grabs, right? They banned out the Natan. They sacrificed the Suyo pick or the Suyo ban for the Natan. Now, I'm gonna get your, answers here, guys. Do you guys think it's worth it leaving the Suyo open for the Natan? Because I don't think so. I was also very vocal in the drafts saying that the Suyo, I think, is still more prio. There are ways to beat the Natan. Technically, there are ways to beat the Suyo too.
Yeah.
But less ways, definitely, man. In the early game, mid game, if you get snowballed like that, what's the counterplay to a 10-1 Suyo?
I don't know, man. It's usually, the way TLI took the team fight, it's always chaotic. It's always fight. After a few seconds, they fight again. But this time around, Sutsujin, with Suyo, he can jump through walls, he can get out and get in as fast as possible. And the follow-up is always immediate. This is just crazy.
It's crazy, it's ridiculous. So with the Terizla, right, you get nerfed in the early game, but at the later stage, you do have the same amount of damage reduction, actually a bit more, right? So technically, if you do scale up to the late game, you will be a big chonky boy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aran, yeah, not really a chunky boy in the late game, huh? You can get one shot everywhere. Sutsujin got the snipe there. I mean, what is that damage, my guy? Boom. Come on, brother. That's what? Damage, bro.
I don't even know, man. And Weedy too, man. The Chow is gone, and you can see it in the crowd. Free flow.
That ain't healthy.
That ain't healthy. Suyo is definitely not healthy, man.
free flow picking off potential is gone, and TLID, it looks like it's not TLID anymore. The Weedy is not white. It's not a white sky anymore on the Grok.
Yeah, on the Grok, I agree with you.
He's a
That's why
rock.
I expected the Hylos to come through first instead of the Phovias. Not too sure about that Phovias Prio, man, but they gotta get a hero for Witty in the first phase now. He's starting to get read out.
Okay, we're gonna hear what they have to say though. Our boys in the panelist desk, take it away.
TLID, their celebrations on hold as RRQ spoil the party, and they don't want to give that M6 ticket for free. And now the main issue arises. Suyo over Natan, and what is that Suyo damage?
He's not fair.
I don't know, man.
Suyo's not fair. He really isn't. Honestly, they just need to change the tap version of the Soul Sever. That's really just it. Tweak the numbers a little bit, and I think he's still a fun hero to play overall.
Dude, what was that final moment? I know he was doing damage, but that damage?
Yeah!
Barely a second, and Aaron Shiki got deleted, literally. It's like,
why couldn't he play better? Well, you know,
get good.
Get good. I mean,
real issue.
That's the worst part about that. It's such a very fine line between this hero is busted and is this healthy for the game. And personally, for me, I don't think Suyo, as its current state, is that healthy. Mainly because of that Soul Sever. That is my biggest issue. You should not have a Balman ult ready to rip, ready to go, and just reduce its range and call it a day.
And that Soul Sever as well serves as a mini retry, I would say.
Yeah,
the objective
exactly.
takes in the Lord fights, in the Turtle fights as well. We talked about this as well with KB. I talked about a lot about how this Soul Sever is a problem. It might need a little tweaking, but again, you know, Suyo, a newly released hero, that's always bound to happen.
yeah, I mean, we talked about this before. Again, like, the Balman was meta for a while because of the ultimate, and now you're giving it as a second skill, a spammable skill.
A drive-through Balman ult.
Drive-through Balman ult. It's
so much
nasty. It's genuinely nasty, but then again, at the same time, when we saw the progression of this game, I thought maybe they were going to steal a lot more purple buffs. I'm not going to lie to you. It definitely felt like RRQ was giving TLID a lot of respect from early to mid, even though they were the ones perpetrating the dominance, right?
We're going to talk about the elephant in the room here. So let's talk about the MVP, but, you know, we saw that Suyo performance. I think it's no secret whatsoever.
The S in Sutsujin stands for Suyo, as he is the MVP, the player of the game presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. What do you have to say about this guy, Arashi?
I bet Shepard is saying like, oh, Sutsujin the Satsujin down there. That means murderer in Japanese.
Satsujin.
Oh man, here are some highlights, and I want to see that one moment where Fabian, doing Fabian things, was so sneakily looking for him. He got caught here, and it really, you know, was an ominous moment for, I guess, the RRQ fans. Like, whoa, the Suyo taken out, the mighty Suyo taken out. But afterwards, they recovered, and they have a good balance now, of a good front line, of good engage, and they have Rins now no longer on the Chushin. It's actually on the Yves. Much more comfortable. You're seeing him doing way better compared to previous games. But this Suyo, man, Sutsujin at every single moment just has no surprise in him. Fabian tried to pick him up right there from behind, and he very casually just stepped out.
He's cool, calm, and collected for a reason. That's why you don't see him, like, you know, overly joyous when they win these games. He just knows it's just another day in the office. He's cool, calm, collected, most likely cold-blooded, you know, warning to the Blizzard people. But generally, I think that even if you are in TLID's position, what could you realistically do to try and change this game? And the more that I think about it, the more difficult it becomes. Because it just centralizes around being able to fight around the usual objectives, but even then, it's so very hard unless you can bait out the RWM.
Yeah, the big ultimates from said RRQ, even the Primal Wrath available here. Man, it really feels like the Chushin, it might just be a pick that doesn't really fit the playstyle of both these teams, right? Because even for Team Liquid there, come on, Yeheskiel is a very capable player, and even then he was finding it difficult to really have the same kind of impact that the Yves did in the previous games.
So does this mean that the Zeusin is actually picked for the sake of the patch more than so the sake of comfortability of these teams?
I think for some teams it can still work just fine, but look at this man right here, dude. It's so lifelike.
Blooded.
It's so lifelike, dude. I don't think he's human.
It's a one-to-one image.
It doesn't flinch.
He doesn't flinch at all. Personally, I think he's just fuming. He's fuming from that game. It's like they could have ended it quicker. They could have done a couple of things different. Inevitably, 23 to 11, 15 minutes overall. I do think that RRQ, they just felt really at home with this type of composition, mainly because of their hero picks.
And the question becomes the Suyo, right? The damage. What's the best build that the Suyo has to undergo?
It's standardized. It's been standardized. You go Impure Rage, and then the build is right here. Hunter Strike, War Axe, and then you can decide to go. Usually teams like to go for BOD third, but if they're starting to fall behind, generally you start picking up the Queen's Wings. And then eventually finish it off with the Malefic Roar.
Man, so much damage right there. And don't forget, Skylar in this game was pressured. He wasn't really snowballing, and he still was able to actually get to a full item build, again, when he's given space to actually farm up and actually participate in these big team fights.
Yeah, that's another point to address as well, right? The Claude. Usually a weak side laner, especially against a Harith who is a lane bully. How did the Claude really survive against the Harith there?
You just kind of, with the Claude, you mentioned it earlier, I think, realize you can just break the freeze, you can clear the waves, and kind of play it safe. Have a lot more ways to escape from big ganks in the early game.
BMI.
With the Natan, the entropy comes in level 4, and we've seen Team Liquid go hard at Skylar pre-level 4. But now with the Claude, we see a couple of times the rotation go to the bottom lane, and Skylar just pieces out. You have to remember back then, this Claude was never allowed in the hands of Skylar for a long period of time. It was feared in MPL ID. And even in the other regions too, sometimes.
Yeah, indeed. And let's talk about Witty, right? Because, a lot of...
Not looking so witty now.
The audience topic voting was talking about Cho needs to be banned, right? Because the Cho has been very valuable in his hands. And now with the Grok, we talked about how the Grok is actually a good supplement into the draft that Team Liquid ID wanted to run. But the Grok did not see much of an effectiveness, I would say, in that match. What do you think about the Grok?
I think that at this point, as much as I want to believe that Grok could have been able to pull out a couple more things out of their sleeve from the toolkit, at the same time, I think Edok just played a little bit better this time around. I think he definitely felt hyper-confident, and the large reason why there was such a big winning lane on the bottom side, despite it not being great for Skylar, was the fact that Edok was willing to sacrifice his flicker. Just go on in, onward, make something happen, try it out, try his best.
Not to mention he's able to find a lot more ways to kind of pick off. We've seen him play the Franco earlier, what was it in game number 2?
It was...
Game number 1 as well.
Game number one was Franco.
Was it Edith as well? No, it's Khalid.
Yes.
But now with the faster execution of the pickoff, you saw a couple of high value onwards, and fortunately for Fabian, he was able to actually get out of it and dodge away from the Earth Shatter. And even then, there's a case to be made that there could be an outplay where Edok kind of uses it backwards, right? Just to catch him in the dash. But yeah, this is where Edok wants to be, right? In picks like this, and it really fits with the whole composition.
I think that they could... from here onwards, I'm hoping that RRQ giving priority over to TLID. TLID need to make a choice, blue or red side, and I think this is going to be the most important choice for them. Because as much as they want to end this game against RRQ, I think RRQ are now kind of going back to, we're already at this last game, we're going to lose a life if we don't do our best here. We might as well play like we got nothing to lose. So I would only assume that RRQ is whipping out the old pocket picks, the old good olds.
Yeah. Hopefully they do just that, because now it gets kind of scary for Team Liquid ID. Because they have been in this position, they dominate and they just whip away their enemies, but they get stuck in that mental block, the fear of being reverse swept. But of course, we are going to throw it to our host for an interview upstage.
Masih bersemangat karena kita melihat bahwa final upper bracket semakin memanas dengan adanya RRQ yang mengejar ketertinggalan. Kali ini poin 21. Tapi kemarin juga Bude benar-benar melihat semangat dari semua super fans dan juga para Kingdom, The Cavalry, semuanya ingin menyaksikan yang terbaik untuk kedua timnya. Dan ada yang menarik perhatian nih di sini. Kemarin ada yang ulang tahun, dapat hadiahnya bukan main-main. Dapat hadiahnya kemenangan match. Bude mau langsung ngobrol dengan yang ulang tahun kemarin. Karena itu pastinya hadiahnya sangat berarti loh. Happy birthday.
Terima kasih Bude.
Langsung sepi di ruangan.
Iya. Gak apa-apa, tetap semangat Kingdom, let's go. Yeay. Mana suaranya Kingdom? Wah masih ada. Masih semangat.
Ya, kemarin habis dapat hadiah ulang tahun dari tim RRQ loh.
Iya, final upper setelah berapa season ya. Ya bersyukurlah itu berkat kerja keras lah intinya gitu. Hoki bude gitu.
Oh iya, hoki udah.
Ya.
Tapi kalau Viel bilang ini final upper bracket, apa sih yang dibutuhkan RRQ nih? Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan gitu?
Yang dibutuhkan RRQ ini sih lebih ke
lebih ke Viel nggak ngomong gitu. Bentar.
Sorry,
Rame
maaf,
banget
Bude.
nih, rame banget.
Sebelumnya, maaf. Terakhir 2 kali ngobrol sama Bude, kita ke comeback ya. Jadi tar dulu.
Tapi waktu itu kondisinya kan RRQ lagi menang.
Ini
lagi
barusan
nggak-
kita menang 1 game doang nih Bude.
Oke.
Ini udah masuk, ini bahaya Bude. Ya, jangan.
Jadi jangan boleh pegang mic
Makasih,
ya.
ya.
Nah, oke. Viel pojokan aja, diem, jongkok aja ya. Duduk saja. Biarkan di sini
Boleh.
para PHP, para talent yang udah
Nggak usah,
ngomong.
Mas,
Udah, Viel,
udah.
jangan,
Mas,
jangan.
Ya, udah.
Oke, dari kalian sendiri nih, ada nggak sih semangat yang ingin kalian salurkan untuk RRQ?
Semangat pasti ya, kita harus tetap optimis. Nggak usah Mas, udah. Tapi tetap
pegangin.
Respect, kita yakin dan selalu support apapun yang terjadi. Bareng Kingdom kita sama-sama pasti bisa. Setuju Kingdom? Iya, enggak Mas, udah Mas di sana aja. Iya, gitu Bude.
Viel, tenang. Jangan pegangin, tolong pegangin. Kalau dari
Bang
Buluk
Bul,
gimana?
tutupin, Bang Bul.
Bang Bul ini yang dinanti-nantikan nih.
Apa Bude?
Biasanya kata-kata mutiara nih.
Bang Ler, abang udah jauh-jauh nih datang nih Bang Ler. Ayo Bang Ler, M6 Bang Ler.
Jauh-jauh.
Benar Bude.
Demi nih.
Ya requestan Bang Ler.
Wah, lagi
Datang.
dong, kayak waktu itu dong.
Lagi Bude.
Setelah di request, gimana tuh? Kamu langsung, oke siap, gas.
Langsung berangkat.
Langsung berangkat. Suara udah mulai serak-serak nih kayaknya.
Udah
Bulu.
Bude. Udah mulai serak nih.
Pokoknya semangat banget ya pastinya ya.
Pasti.
Bang Ler, ingat ini ada Bulu yang sudah hadir. Kalau dari Shalma nih. Jangan kasih itu aja yang penting.
Iya,
Oke.
nggak boleh. Harusnya nggak usah di sini ya.
Kalau Shalma sendiri nih, ini mungkin di luaran banyak lagi yang deg-degan juga. Dari para Kingdom, dari para super fans melihat final upper bracket yang begitu mendebarkan. Mungkin Shalma mau menyampaikan sesuatu nggak?
Yang buat di luar. Pokoknya, ya, pokoknya buat Kingdom makasih banyak walaupun nggak bisa nonton di stage. Pokoknya tetap semangat, tetap dukung RRQ. Semoga RRQ sekarang bisa juara hari ini.
Kan karena kuncinya udah nggak dikasih mic ya?
Udah nggak dikasih ngomong.
Oke. Sebelum Viel nyolong mic kita, mending kita saksikan bersama ya. Kita akan melanjutkan permainan karena mereka masih akan berjuang. Ini adalah best of 5 series. Kita nggak akan tahu siapa yang akan mendapatkan game selanjutnya. Game yang keempat. Mari kita langsung saja balikin kepada para panel. Ya. Eldorado dan Bandung.
I hope they play Feel.
Feel.
Anyways, happy birthday, Feel.
Big shout outs to Phil, man. Big shout out.
He's 23 years old according to his
Mr.
Instagram
Muppets.
post. What? According to his Instagram post, he's 23 years old.
23?
Ladies and gentlemen, remember that.
Wow, he's very young, just like me, 23.
Really?
Yeah,
I now hate the both of you. I
Why?
can officially
I'm very sorry.
just not like you all.
Alright, but Team Liquid ID is also not liking the looks of this, right?
I agree.
The loss in game number 3, does it kind of signal possibly a mental block, which some might say it's too early to conclude, but do you think that might be the case?
Well, unlike in game number 1 and 2, it really felt like the issues were pretty glaringly obvious. The Suyo was just too strong, and we're not getting a proper frontliner. With the bans in game 1 and 2 also really shifting more towards these big tanking members, it makes sense, right? I think Weedy was really caught off guard there, like, oh, dang, wait, I don't actually have anything to use right here. What do I do? So in a sense, it's great, but it's also quite the quick fix compared to RRQ's issues.
And now, of course, the audience topic voting. Again, democracy. Let's talk about how RRQ steals 1 point. How can TLID win in game number 4? Number 1 is Ban Suyo with 30% and 37% win rate. Number 2 is Top Overhyping, 22%. And number 3, Respect RRQ's hero power.
Really?
41%. Is it the Suyo RRQ's hero power?
Well, it hasn't been. Are they talking about the Claude and the Yves? You can make the argument that the Claude and the Yves were also impactful, but if you were in their shoes, realize, and you had to pick between a Suyo or the Claude Yves combo, I don't know, man.
I'd go for the Suyo still.
You would rather face the Suyo?
I would go for the Suyo.
If you're against them, what would you rather go up against, the Suyo
Claude.
or a Yves Claude?
Claude Yves.
Claude Eve.
Yeah.
So you don't follow the democratic pattern here, man.
Yeah, you gotta listen to the people.
Sometimes you gotta put some order into it.
Whoa!
mean,
Is it kind of
no.
managed democracy?
Yeah, man.
Controlled democracy.
Thank you. Just keep up with the broadcast, and I think people would understand that very quickly. Overall, I do think that like it was a little shocking to see that
First pick.
Okay.
All right. Different dynamic almost immediately here.
This is interesting because that means they found they found something in the draft that they could potentially punish. I would like to see maybe both Jushin and Yves getting banned out this round. I don't know what the order is, whether both are going to be on dedicated to one team or whether both teams are going to agree, gentlemen's agreement, one ban each. Let's just get rid of these mages and save ourselves some time.
Or what if Team Liquid ID get their hands on the Suyo? Is that possible?
I don't think RRQ is gonna let it slide.
Nah.
But looking at the, I mean, there's a lot of things to be banning away here. The Fanny, for sure. We've seen the Fanny and Angela always come through.
Fabian Fanny. That's one of the scariest Fannies we saw in MPL ID Season 14, right?
Right, so they're gonna be forced to ban at least two, right? The Suyo and the Fanny. So that only leaves one more ban. And I think usually it's Mathilda, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So a lot of things left open there, but is there anything that is worth that much? Because we're just talking about the power of being second pick.
Oh, well, personally, I think this is going to be really interesting because now RRQ definitely have quite an interesting advantage, but they didn't. Okay, so they end up banning out the Fanny. I definitely thought they could have opened it up and maybe played it to Suyo, maybe get a Suyo, maybe get an opportunity to actually play out those matchups, but signature heroes are getting banned out fast.
Is this a plan for Team Liquid to kind of force RRQ to let go of the Cho? Right, now they banned the Cho, they have to ban the Suyo, so the Mathilda will be left open, right? It's a forced error technically in the drafting phase right here.
Unless TLID decide to get rid of Phoveus first.
Yeah. Mathilda, Suyo still available if they do ban out the Phoveus and maybe even the Zeusin, but I don't think the Zeusin is now as IO. I feel like it kind of loses its, priority in this drafting phase.
What? This is illegal!
No way.
Call the police!
It's either gonna be Mathilda or Suyo.
Call the blue side police. Blue side.
Nino.
We do not condone the ban of Chip on blue side. That's a red side thing.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Do get the Chip. I feel like it's gonna be a different story. We haven't seen Chip being picked, right?
It should never be seen. It should not see the light of day, honestly. It needs to stay in the ban list. It needs to always be at 100%.
Hey, the keyword here is should, right? It's more like rules are more like guidelines, really. But
rules are meant to be broken.
Like buildings.
Well, you know when an M6 ticket is on the line, I don't know it's the right time to say that 90% of gamblers quit before they make it big.
Hey.
You know? Like, I don't know if you really want to roll the dice on that. But Suyo gets banned out as the follow-up, which is great. First pick, TLID. Let's see what it is. Mathilda?
Roll the dice, they won't because they ban out the Suyo. Yeah, this could be a Mathilda, right? And then you can maybe contest the Alpha, but I think the Alpha would be open in RQ. Yeah, it's either going to be Zeusin or Mathilda then.
Yeah, at least there's going to be a guaranteed pick there for Witty. That seems to be the opening that RQ were able to exploit earlier. But if they go for that, the Yves is available, the Claude is available.
Yeah, the Claude is available.
Oh,
I think they just straight up just take the Mathilda, right?
Should be.
But no.
Obvious first?
Obvious.
Okay.
Interesting.
Is this TLID saying like, okay, you did well on Yves, but I don't think you'll do good on Jushin. We'll even give you a Mathilda to spice up the deal.
What, like a Jushin Mathilda?
Jushin Mathilda?
Why not Yves Mathilda? I feel like it's the same idea, just a bit better. And this is the matchup we saw earlier. The Phoveus wasn't really dominating. We saw Dairon actually match up to him on that Terizla. It's gonna be the Alpha.
Alpha Mathilda.
Alpha Mathilda.
Okay.
Trying to bait using that and then get the Yves, go for the purple combo.
Make him purple, come on.
It's orange though, in El Dorado. So if you are
Oh wow.
here yet, to come here. Oh, Angela Ling.
Angela Ling?
This Angela 100% is gonna go mid lane, right?
You never know.
It's still considered to be a flex pick. And I think this is one of the more intelligent uses of the Angela flex pick overall. Oh wow, I didn't even want to go farthest.
Faramis picked to counter the Ling jump when he pops the Tempest Blades to just initiate on you. But I think yesterday, we actually saw Moreno go for Faramis as well against Fabian's Angela Ling. But that even did not work.
Did we? Oh man, so many things have happened
Wait, he bans out Ruby. He's not thinking about the mid lane right now. Does he not want to force this Angela into the mid lane rather than the support? Is he more worried about the supports?
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's an option for Team Liquid ID to flex the Angela over to Witty, right? Still get him a good hero that he's known to play before.
Yeah.
And then go for the Valentina and match that front-to-back collision.
I think even better, instead of matching it, you already have like some pretty decent AoE ults anyways, right? So now the only relationship left is how does the mid lane interact with the enemy gold laner, and that's why they're pinching down on it. Get rid of the Irithel, don't give him extra movement speed. Oh, but if we're talking about movement speed, does that mean they want to position Angela for the mid then?
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Yve is still in the minds of Team Liquid ID.
I think Yve is decent.
Right, if you have a health dispenser like the Angela, you have a strong frontline like the Phobias, and you have range and poke like the Yve, you're setting up yourself to chunk down on your opponent's HP bars and allow Fabian a lot of success. Although, the Mathilda can also heal up, and technically the Faramis can kind of throw a wrench in all of those plans. But I think it's a common theme that the Faramis gets countered by the Yve, so it's still definitely a bit of a concern.
Aurora bad.
Aurora.
What? Coning down the mid options there for Team Liquid ID.
But why?
They're just trying to make sure that nothing really stops the all-in, the dash through, I feel like. Especially with an alpha. We've seen a couple of teams fall short when the alpha is put up against that Aurora, man. Well, 2 long duration stuns.
Here's the thing, right? Personally, for me, when you see a link and you have Aurora available, if you have Aurora available, usually it's the go-to, right? Assassins struggle to deal with Aurora, but the fact that KSQ have decided, you know what, we're playing a Farmist style of composition with extra sustain and extra mobility. Now the problem is, how do you manage to outplay these situations with big ults against TLID? That's why we're seeing a lot of these big bans come in out. Did they just lock in?
Claude. They banned the Claude.
They banned the Claude. Okay, thank God. I couldn't see it there. But yeah, big, strong AoEs at this point of time. Yve gonna be a huge potential problem unless they've got a direct answer.
Barat?
That's an interesting way to address it.
Barat's Mathilda?
Barat's Mathilda, Barat's Alpha.
Yeah.
This is the Mathilda Airlines composition.
This is the Mathilda Air Network.
Because yesterday, Darren actually picked this up as well, and it proved to be very crucial into stopping the CCs coming in from the opposing team with the Daytona's welcome. He can always be that ever-sustaining front line that would always cover up for his teammates.
All right, man. Will the Yve come through here? If they go for that same Wishing Lantern build that Moreno went for, that's a lot of ways to chunk down this Barats before the fight even gets into an all-in. But they've once again went for, by limiting all of the gold laners, they've gone for the Harriet themselves here.
Yeah.
And Aaron, so far, hasn't really done well when he lacked that DPS to really take matters into his own hands. This could be a high loss.
Ah.
All right. Main and switch for Team Liquid ID.
Okay.
Really on the high loss, most likely though.
I think at this point, at least they give themselves early game options. They kind of pivoted to like, we're not going to play pure early game, but by our mid game, we're decently okay. We're decently strong, which I think that right now, the only person in the mid game who's to be strong is only the Alpha. Maybe the Barats if he gets like a decent lane overall, but we'll see how that goes.
What gold lane here though? For the longest time, oh, the Bruno.
Bruno Harith? That
oh
matchup?
Boy. I feel like in the early game, the Bruno will still have ways to outplay, but at level 4, the Harriet will have more all-in potential.
All-in
most likely.
Yeah.
All comes down to how long the trades are, right? Bruno excels in the longer trades, but later on with the Zaman Force, it kind of equalizes. I feel like it's going to be, once more, a highlight of the roaming, right? Will the mid lane and roam actually be able to influence that gold lane?
It's a tough call here. I think that this is by far the most even amongst the compositions. Both compositions are designed to put themselves in a position where they can really take advantage of each other.
It's very interesting to see. Will Team Liquid ID punch their tickets early, or will RRQ spoil the party and force a game number 5? Casters, take it away.
This young rookies has been in this situation before in this playoffs. Up 2-1. They were equalized by Bigatron Alpha, but this time around it's the King of Kings. Will it happen? Will it not? Let's see what's gonna happen in the Land of Dawn.
TLID. Let's see the trials and tribulations against RRQ. Can RRQ pull up? And will we see a game 5?
I really hope we see a game 5, you know? We saw a game 5 for Bigatron TL. It would only be fair to see a full game 5 for our upper bracket finals as well, man. This Faramis pick was brilliant. Honestly, RQ did all the homework. Yes, doing a good job though. Oh, Rin's on level 2.
That's immobilized. And that is a solo kill. Angela against Ruins on the mid, on the Faramis. What?
That's a counter. That was supposed to be the counter, but he miscalculated hard.
Oh, man, Rin, so far in this playoffs, man, he's been getting absolutely bullied by literally everyone
I agree.
on the opponent.
Yeah, not the best of looks for our first team mid lane here, but we are going to be taking a look at the emblems by IndyHome. But before that, seems like it's going to be a bit of an invade. Fabian, normal emblems, this time Inspire plus Tenacity for Aaron Shiki. He's learned his lesson. He went for Weapon Mastery, a bit greedy. He goes for Tenacity here to just take in a bit more damage in the skirmishes. As long as he's able to take some damage, he'll be able to return the favor.
Witty pops the Revitalize here early, Rins. Pulls up and, yeah, Flicker popped there. Let's see here in the early minutes. It's still TLID in the driver's seat.
I think the only fix is just for Rins to lock in, because that was not it. You're wasting a flicker before the neutral objective even begins.
Yeah, this is really well played by Aaron Shiki. He's actually gotten the advantage in lane, but Skylar has QC, so it should be good.
Aran being the main target, pops the flicker himself. And that is the green light for RRQ. Let's take the river.
Not much bodies on the front for TLID right now. Aran is already half HP. Siren might be looking to go.
Oh, what? Whoa! That's the Daytona's welcome blind one. And Sitsujin claims the turtle. Tempest of Blade Pop. That's a two-man knockup. Rins will be the first one to fall. Aran will be the trade, and Dyron will try to sustain himself, but he will fall. Fabian 1 HP.
Oh my God!
Tricky. Mr. Solo Man finds the solo against Skylar. Circling Eagle against Yeheskiel here. Round 2. Let's go. But Rins hovers around, and that will be TLID's slight edge there.
Now this is the TLID tempo that we've seen in game number 1 and game number 2. But what a play by Tyrant, man. A reminiscence of Lemon bringing down a Ling with a Ruby.
Man, really well played from Tyrant. Really good chomp down, but how the heck did Fabian mid-flight do all that without purple buff? That's what's crazy. I would say, you know, the chomp was already crazy. I thought that was going to be the highlight. Witty shouldn't really be committed down upon by RQ. Aaron got so many things happened there. I don't know where to start. Fabian, no purple buff, decided to go in with the hard guard was a good decision, but then Tyron got the chomp down, and then how the heck did he get all of it played like that with no purple? What?
It's a game that defies your belief. It goes beyond your expectations. And right now, the whole team of RQ is going towards the bottom lane.
Oh, Circling Eagle, that's the find! He finds the connection. Glorious Pathway does not save Witty. RRQ, they know where to put the bags in, and it's the gold lane.
Don't bully the horse. Don't bully Witty.
No.
And the cat also. This is animal abuse. Peter, where are you right now?
Hey, man. It's going to be really tough for TLID to secure neutral objectives, but I think with this composition, their main goal isn't really neutral objectives. RRQ able to equalize that goal lead with a few shots down the bottom lane. It's actually almost the entire turret gold taken out. Yeah, RQ will definitely have control over all the neutral objectives. Aran's still going in, what?
No, first Pathway pops. Circling Eagle, Sitsujin finds the turtle. Now there's a two-man fight here. Tempest the Blade! Munch. Daytona's welcome with the connection, but Darren falls. Sitsujin holding on. Aran will not survive Fabian in the mid lane. That's a 1-4-1. The turtle, though, goes to the Kings of Kings.
Yeah, man, Aran on this Mobius once again. Good thing right now he's on a flicker, so he has a way to get away from some of the engages from RRQ. But once again, against a Faramis, a Mathilda, this kiting heavy composition coming in from RRQ, it's gonna be a hard time.
Yeah, they have to give Fabian the farm up top, you know. Aran actually go into the mid lane, and Yeheskiel, this is, I guess, the advantage of having the Angela. You don't really need a lot of gold, right? All you need to do is get the rest of your team to a good spot, and then you just play as a support. Purple buff though, yeah.
They will contest this. Sitsujin finds no, actually still Fabian, no. What the heck? Aran is still sandbagging the front lines alongside Witty. Revitalized pops. No casualties, but actually RRQ, they managed to get the purple.
Man, oh man, and the purple is taken away, and now the potential of this thing is gonna be half, but we gotta consider, man, what happened before when Fabian doesn't have that purple buff. It is still Fabian.
It's not going to be Fabian for long, though, I would say, if Silsujin continues with this pace, because he's taken everything away from Fabian. And yeah, without the purple buff, you can still catch those blades, though it is a bit harder. Without gold, without XP, you shouldn't really be able to threaten anyone. You were talking about how Skylar would be quite vulnerable, especially because the Herald lane,
bottom lane,
should actually have a lot of kill pressure on the Bruno. But yeah, no, not anymore, I think. Look at Silsujin.
Tourist pathway. Pop. Whoa. The back lines. The realm to save his life. Skylar finds the kill. Now Daytona's welcome lands on Aran. He flickers out RRQ though. They are out for blood. Aran will not be able to escape as Ren secures the kill.
RRQ, they don't want to go down 3-1. They don't want to let go of these M6 tickets right away from the upper bracket finals. Now Fabian got something in the top lane, but is it worth it?
I don't think it is worth it, but it's the only trade they can go for. Unfortunately, it's gone to a point where that's the perceived desperate plays already for the side of TLID because they can't go for the purple buffs here. RQ, Mathilda Alpha, this is why it's so scared. This is why everybody always picks it up. The pressure is ridiculous.
Tourist pathway here to hinder the movements. The TLID this time, Fabian finds the purple. Spear of Alpha lands on Witty, and he will be eliminated. RRQ still asserting dominance in the jungles of TLID.
This goes out of my radar, but Mirko, you gotta tell me how TLID can take down this Dino, man. How do you do it with a Ling and also a Harith?
Honestly, I'm struggling to find an idea. I guess they have to really wait for late game. They have to wait for the power spikes.
Who do you funnel your gold to, though?
Yeah, at this point, they should ignore the Barats. They should just go for Skylar. They have to go for Skylar and Silsujin. That's easier said than done. Yeah, probably just Skylar. It's a tough game, and RQ have so many ways to keep Skylar alive with the Mathilda, with the Faramis, and yeah, Hylos gets eaten up.
Hylos, revitalized hard guard even invested, and he still goes down. RRQ, they are just very, it's insanity seeing how they play Inner.
Whoa.
Will be the trade for Inner top lane, though. Matter. That is TLID trying to delay the movements. RRQ still controlling the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. Fabian right now is playing like a lone wolf, or maybe a lone horse even, on the top lane, getting all he can, but again, it's not gonna be worth it.
Yeah, the lone stallion, still where you're looking for there. TLID, Fabian, that's what he needs to do. He can't go into his own jungle, he can't play with the team because he needs to scale up, he needs to get items, and the only way for a Ling to do that with so much pressure being taken away by the enemy team is you gotta go into the side lanes. You need to play with the side lane pressure here. Unfortunately for TLID, there's no one really on RQ that can match this side lane pressure instantly, so they're gonna have to send some of their forces. This is the typical alpha composition. When you have an alpha, usually you just want to stick together, play as 5, go for neutral objectives. So there is an opening in that department. Fabian will continue to scale. And I'm not sure about Aaron Shiki. He's definitely gonna be struggling to get those items.
They got spotted out trying to steal the Lord, and I don't think they need even a Silsujin to go for this one, as Fabian is gonna take anything that he can in the bottom lane. Good value though.
Oh man, right, Inner. Both top and bot taken down here. TLID damage damage control.
All right, back again. It's just RQ utilizing the composition to go for neutral objectives. It's almost 100% neutral objective control always when you have an Alpha Mathilda against a Ling. That's why I was against the idea of the Angeling in the draft. Yeah. But for RQ, they're definitely having a blast here. Holy defense in the mid lane.
Mid lane now. That's an initiation there with the Spear of Alpha. Witty trying to hold on, trying to zone out members. Revitalize popped! Doesn't matter. Tyler finds the kill. Bait Stir though is actually alive now in the match side. Fabian looking for the kill, but Aran, he will not fall. Skylar is going to be the trade, but Eda will fall. That's a double by Aaron Cheeky. TLID, they made their defense, and RRQ, they are forced to go back.
Fabian, his signal going right, but goes left instead. Like an Indonesian mom on a motorbike.
This guy is special. What the heck? He did that again without the purple buff. He hasn't gotten a purple buff since, I forgot, but what the heck? This guy's playing without purple buff. He's going and farming like a god, and now he gets his purple buff. Now it gets scary for RQ. Skylar needs to win the nature quick, real quick. Oh, he went for the GDS third item. he is going to be quite vulnerable now because, again, they didn't really halt Fabian's farm completely. He has an endless battle at 10. That's not bad at all for the timer of the Ling, especially when you're up against a Mathilda Alpha that should really be a way to shut the Ling down. This is impressive stuff from TLID, from Fabian and Aaron Shiki. Man, even Aaron on the way to the Holy Crystal. Their farm, okay, Aaron is a bit late to the party with the item build, but still, 11 minutes, it's not a bad timing. It's not a bad timer to get the Holy Crystal. It's still fine and dandy. Still within the period of time where the enemy team shouldn't have that much magic defense.
Well, they commit. Wow, that's a catch spear of Alpha! Nope. Tempest the Blade with the help of Hardguard though. To find the defense and they survive. Oh man, gotta hold your breath, but I don't think it's gonna be taken down, but Iran might be though. There's an attempt. And that's the flicker from Iran. Let's see in the mid lane defense. Coming force pops, winning, revitalized, committed, and that's gonna be the nether round. Oh, what? Oh, I don't understand. Aaron Cheeky is down and RRQ, they get the mid base turret. I think that was the boss from Skylar.
Yep.
The damage? Oh my worldy. Out of nowhere.
With Rins too. With the Ghost Bursters, Rins got the kill, but yeah, Skylar, he got a crit down onto Mr. Aaron Shiki.
What the heck?
It's a game of inches now. It's a game of pixels. They gotta be very, very careful. Aaron doing a good job trying to keep the base turret alive in the mid lane. But after, you know, the fourth Chrono Dash, I think they really should have backed away. Another Lord for free for RRQ. And we've got to take a look at the items here. Windtalker. So for Skylar, even despite the fact that, you know, they almost lost a skirmish earlier, he's still thinking, I have enough sustain. I have a Mathilda. I have a Paramis. There's no reason for me to go for Wind of Nature here. I can just rely on what my team has, the utility that my team has. And honestly, yeah, the utility hasn't failed him. Actually, it has twice, but once. It has once.
Man,
just once.
And this composition, man, the Angeling Ling, I don't think he can even eliminate one lane that usually a lot of Lings do. And this composition, the wave clear, is nothing sort of like, it's terrible and horrible. It's terrible.
It's terrible. It definitely is.
What? Sutsujin jumps in. Purify triggered. Shaman Force already committed as well. TLID pulling the Lord towards the bottom side. RRQ moving with the Lord. Iran munched down, taken down. Tempest Blade committed. Nether Realm already triggered actually. But RRQ, they're still hovering. Lord taken care of. In the backside, with the help of Hardguard, Fabian looking for something, doesn't find the connection. But the Shaman Force, it's already a cycle. Skylar finds the mark. TLID still holding on though. Rins very aggressive, but he will be taken down. Aaron Jiki survived barely, but Iron trying to win and crown the situation. RRQ, they're looking for the main base. RRQ has Skylar. They can take it to game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Kings of Kings has done it.
They're not gonna go down just yet. They take it to game number 5. The final climax that we've been waiting for. We got a series, ladies and gentlemen.
A clean sweep. Did you really think a clean sweep would be happening in the upper bracket finals? 2-2. Just like yesterday, 2-2. But yesterday, TLID were able to overcome the reverse sweep to take game 5. Against RRQ though, full momentum. And the drafts have been phenomenal from them too. That Mathilda Alpha, they just stayed consistent with what works. TLID going to comfort way too early in the series, going to experiment, I feel way too early there. The Mathilda was open for them. They could have gone for so many different picks, but they banked on the Angela Ling, and without the Ruby, we can see the true weakness here. Ruby wasn't banned yesterday. That's why Bigachon faltered. The Ruby was an enabler to kind of stop everybody from moving so that the Tempest Blades would hit, so that the Defiant Blades could be used up to deal damage. Everybody was clumped up together, always with a Paramis. It was almost the same formula, but Sir Kaz cute. Notice the Ruby banded out, take it away. And he wasn't worried about the Harith, not at all. They had the Bruno coming, and the Bruno just scaled. Waited for the mid-game power spike, waited for the glass cannon build to be complete. Once the glass cannon build was complete, it's risky, usually, but with a Faramis and a Mathilda, it's not really risky. Skylar was untouchable. Even when he was, poked down, half HP, there was always a photo, there was always another realm to come his way. And that's why he was able to get this angle to throw that ball, to kick the ball into Fabian's face.
Oh man. Cascade, coaching staff of the season for a reason. He gave the ingredients towards RRQ's player, and they served an immaculate 3 Michelin star dish. RRQ, this is it. It's now or never. There might be a chance number 2 in the lower bracket, but surely you want to claim that Malaysia berth right now, that spot that everyone of Indonesian esports player, Mobile Legends esports player dreamed about. But we're just gonna throw it out to our boys in the panelist desk. Realize, take it away.
The kingdom shall not go down from the charges and the sieges of the cavalry. They force a fantastic game number 5. What was that game coming in from Team Liquid ID? They are losing it.
Wow, man. I mean, there are so many moments there. Like Mirko already highlighted that Fabian really should not be able to do what he was doing in that game, considering the factors, yet he was. And RRQ, I mean, dude, the Spear of Alpha mid-air, moments like that was what I was waiting for this match. That is what I was just waiting for so long, dude. It only took him 3 games.
Warm-ups indeed, I think, for both of these teams, but man, this one was really, really tough. I definitely think that, RRQ really are well-oiled at this point. They're warm. Essentially, they are warm. And I think that TLID, unfortunately for them, this Phoveus pick may have costed them a little bit. Because when we start seeing in these positions of who exactly do you put this, the Heart Guard on, right? Unfortunately, I feel like TLID used the Heart Guard a little too generously. I think they should have focused it purely on around, if not just hopefully get it on Fabian when he gets 2 items. It's really tough to say because I personally believe that Phoveus at this point, having the flicker isn't really doing too much for him. At this point, if you are going to try and frontline, if you are going to try and push them as far away as possible, you might as well take vengeance at these angles.
It's insane how the Angela Ling was supposed to work out. It did not. It did work out against Bigatron Alpha. It did not work out against the Kings of Kings. And of course, again, the MVP presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. It is the mercenary, Sujin.
Disgusting stuff coming out of him. Looking at his build, actually, rather interesting that he wanted to go for Brute Force Breastplate as on top of having, the Radiant Armor makes a lot of sense here. But most people at this point, once you have those first 2 items, start considering bigger things. Like, do I need to maybe even consider getting some crit reduction with a Bladed Armor, or even maybe even doubling up and getting an early Queen's Wings?
I think it's just playing around the fact that he needs that mobility. He can't really monopolize the Guiding Wind to help him move around, so the Brutus Breastplate is kind of a great option here. When you can see that when the fights do happen, look at how much ground is covered by both teams, right? Of course, Matilda is there for the side RRQ, but with Fabian, with the Glorious Pathways, with the Zaman Force, there's just so much mobility being exchanged here for both these teams. That's why this game just looks so interesting, so much more fun to watch. You're actually seeing 2 teams at a similar composition with similar win conditions just going at it against each other. Unfortunately, I feel like the fact that Skylar was kind of able to get going in the early game is kind of what made this so difficult. Aaron Shiki has been a very core component in the victories of Team Liquid ID, especially in the mid games when he can actually beat down Skylar and actually go aggressive. These past 2 games on the Harriet, he hasn't really been able to shut down Skylar. And when it comes down to a front to back, even if you're trading in the Netherrealm for the Hard Guard, man, that Bruno damage is disgusting.
It really is. And I think that at this point, these past 2 games have definitely shown Aaron that he can't just bully Skylar anymore. I think that he needs to recognize that he needs to beat him in the team fight itself, not just the lane.
And Skylar was able to survive the lane against the Harris, and the Bruno as well was dealing disgusting damage. But I would also lend my critics towards Aaron Shiki. I don't know, this game is just not it for him. He was overstepping quite a few times in team fights. He was way too overzealous. I feel like that was because of a forceful move coming in from RRQ. But it's just not like Aaron Shiki. Sure, he is well known for being over-aggressive at times, but that just I don't know, ate him up from the inside.
It really did. It really did. It was so close as well. I mean, these games have been going pretty fast here. We haven't seen like too many of those 20 to 30 minute games anymore. It's been in relative time. 13:46 by the end of that. Rather fast actually coming from RRQ considering what their composition wants to do, right?
Yeah, but honestly, man, if this is how the games are gonna go, both teams duking at it, fights are still happening, not completely one-sided. You're seeing, you know, a steady build-up towards the end like this. I ain't complaining, man. 30 minutes of pure action, so much more entertaining here compared to like, you know, a really safe kind of game. If the results are gonna be the same anyways, right? Man, all the highlights in this game, and it's only about 14 minutes. But look at the neutral objective situation, dude. Jin.
Is that a Twilight armor on top of a... Yeah, it is. Huh. Interesting. Really, really interesting. He knows that he wants to take the damage. He knows he's going to get blasted to the ground. So that's why getting some... Well, I mean, it's not. It's only. I mean, it's convenient that it's like, oh, if you pass a certain threshold, then it immediately gets mitigated down, which works well against specifically like Bruno. But even against the Alpha, through that true damage, the DR definitely helps.
For sure, but the question is like the cooldown, right? I mean, if Jin is able to pop the cooldown on the Twilight armor, then the next crit, we saw it early from Skylar. Of course, it's against a minion, so it's not really a fair comparison. But with 2 items, he was hitting for 1,300 something. Like, dang, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
It was sitting like a truck. And of course, the rich guy is still Skylar. The carry is also Skylar, 69k damage as the Bruno. Is the late game Bruno unstoppable?
I don't know about unstoppable, but certainly there needs to be some actions taken towards stopping that Bruno, because if you let him free hit, I don't know, man.
Ball.
He's definitely one of the burstier marksmen. We were talking to Gideon earlier about this, but not a lot of the current marksmen actually go for the crit build. The Moskov, the Natan, they all go for some kind of shred, technically. So those big chunks of damage are a lot different to deal with compared to just the consistent shred from a marksman.
Yeah, I think mainly because it's just not cost efficient. It's good, but it takes so long to get to that point. And Bruno is the only marksman that actually does pretty decent in the early game to accelerate himself to get to that end game as fast as possible. Although I will say, I find it interesting that he decided to take the Wind Talker and instead didn't go straight into like something crazy like a Malefic Gun.
Right? Range.
That would be so fun.
I think that would have been a perfect game to do so as well.
Yeah, because of the layers in Team Liquid ID. Now the question becomes, we pan back to Team Liquid ID, right? They have been in the same position before. Number one is the fact that they lost against RRQ twice in the regular season. Number two, they were able to take the lead against Victron Alpha, and then they were down in the dumps, losing two games in a row, which puts them in a precarious position. 2-2 now. Will this be yet another, mental struggle that they have to face?
Ooh, I can imagine some...
Another reverse sweep.
I can imagine some fans going like, no. They've beat RRQ so convincingly in the first 2 games. Give them, make a show, make it close, and we're gonna end it at game 5. But I mean, honestly, I was expecting this game to be like really, really close. Whichever way it goes, man, I feel like the audience still really gets a healthy dose of high-tier Mobile Legends.
I think at the bare minimum, we need this last game to be an absolute banger. Both sides need to be able to find leads, and both sides need to continuously be battling against each other. Because because think of it this way, if RRQ ends up beating TLID at this point in time, completing the reverse sweep, then it's gonna make these new bloods feel like, oh man, the world is against me, I just wanted to win one game. I wanted to win M6. Yeah, they suddenly become the villains in these scenarios compared to RRQ, who is like they're building up towards the kingdom. And if TLID ends up winning, then no matter what, if this isn't a banger, and if this is very lopsided one way or another, it's just not good for the Orbs.
Time now, but of course, we want to throw it back to BCM and Alyssa for an interview.
Oke, hari ini saya Alisa sudah bersama dengan Kak Fari di sini. Boleh dong kita dengar dulu chant-nya atau semangatnya buat tim Liquid Indonesia. Silakan.
Let's go Liquid. Let's go Liquid. Let's go Liquid. Let's go Liquid.
Terasa sekali ya euforia dan semangat pastinya dari Kak Fari di sini sebagai pendukung setia tim Liquid Indonesia. Gimana nih match-nya? sekali. Di awal sudah berhasil memimpin dengan 2-0. Tiba-tiba disusul oleh RRQ Hoshi. Dan gimana kira-kira di game kelima ini? Kira-kira tim Liquid Indonesia bisa nggak untuk memenangkan 1 tiket ke M6?
Bisa sih, bisa. Optimis, konsisten, bisa, udah bisa.
Bisa ya, pokoknya optimis bisa ya. Oke, dan pastinya sebagai semangat tambahan untuk Kalvaria ada di sini ya. Kita bakal bagi-bagi hadiah, betul? Ada hadiah apa sih yang diberikan dari tim Liquid Indonesia? Ada merchandise dari tim Liquid Indonesia yaitu berupa sling bag. Oke, caranya gampang banget. Kita bakal lempar pertanyaan ya. Siapa yang bisa jawab langsung aja angkat tangan dan maju ke depan. Oke, siap teman-teman Kalvari? Oke, siapa yang bisa nyebutin 3 award yang didapatkan oleh... Belum. 3 award yang didapatkan siapa ya? Oke, 3 award yang didapatkan oleh Fabian. Oke, yang mana? Oke, 3, 2, 1 ya. 3, 2, 1. Siapa ya? Siapa ya? Yang pakai kipas deh. Oke. Masnya AA, namanya siapa A? Majuan boleh.
Perkenalkan nama saya Restu.
Oke, AA Restu dari Bandung kah?
Dari Bandung.
Dari Bandung. Oke, sebutin 3 award yang didapatkan oleh Fabian.
1 First Team Jungler, 2 Rookie of the Season.
Oke.
3 MVP of the Season.
Of the season apa?
Rookie of the Season.
Udah.
MVP of the Season.
MVP
regular season.
Oke, boleh ya kita ngasih hadiahnya dengan siapa tadi?
Restu.
Oke, Restu, ini dia akan kita berikan ya sling bag-nya dari tim Liquid Indonesia. Oke, pastinya jangan lupa dukung terus ya tim kesayangan kalian, tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan kita berharap yang terbaik ya pastinya untuk bisa mengamankan tiket ke M6 World Championship. Tapi teman-teman Kalvari di sini siap gak ke Malaysia kalau misalkan tim kesayangannya masuk ke M6?
Siap, kalau dibiayai.
Siap? Oke, kalau gitu kita mau dengar sekali lagi semangatnya mana? Keseruanku bersama Kalvari, kita kembalikan lagi ke panelis, silakan.
And of course, the TLID faithful are still out there, even if El Dorado Dome is currently flooded with oranges. Not quite a way to put it.
Oranges.
Oranges.
I mean,
like this.
I don't know, man.
By the way, I want to tell you a little trivia, right? Rashi gained the nickname the Mango because of the suit.
Clearly, right? This isn't meant to pay homage to mangoes, okay?
And of
orange,
course,
black.
Wait,
there's a theme here.
And on the right side, we have the grape.
Yeah.
Yes, purple.
Do you know what Realize is?
What?
The elegant black, the appetizing red. He's the fruit bowl.
I'm the fruit bowl. So yeah, we are the fruit bowl combo.
Oh, you
we
might be a
have
mangosteen actually.
Mangosteen does work, but I don't really know people who eat mangosteen.
What?
Outdated fruit.
Are you Asian?
It's an outdated fruit. I have so many questions.
Do you have any idea how many people you just disrespected right there?
My bad.
Look,
mangosteens?
I don't even like eating mangosteens, but I know a good amount of people who do, and I'm angry on their behalf.
You know what they say: an apple a day keeps the doctors away. But they never say a mangosteen a day keeps the doctor away.
Well, actually, recent science has proven that mangosteens are more healthy than apples.
Wow. Actually? I thought they were heaty or something like that.
Is that a good thing? Is that the Asian mindset against the Western mindset?
I feel like it is.
Oh, it's good with vitamins and antibiotics. It's heaty though.
Well,
we can't
there
do
is
that.
one thing that's not healthy. That is, of course, the hearts of the fans in the building.
Oh yeah.
Blood pumping into their veins.
Whoa!
What
the heck?
Oh, the team that is going to represent Indonesia in the
Brother.
M series. Audience voting, it shows that RRQ, 89%. That's a lot. Fnatic Article, they're gone, right? Geek Fam as well, and practically Alter Ego.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's 8%. I thought it was
89%.
8% and then 3%. That's crazy.
That's a voting gap.
It really is a voting gap. Well, what were the rest of the fan bases here? How did they get 89? 89%. I wish we had like hard numbers because then at least we'd have like a judgment of size of their demographic.
I'm more curious to see, like, you know, the fan base that initially voted for Fnatic Onyx, for GeekFan, for Alter Ego. I'm more curious to see where the votes went to after that.
Yeah.
You know? Because like I would think there's some kind of healthy distribution or a rivalry-based distribution. You know, like, oh hey, Team Liquid beat my team, so I gotta
pass it on. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, dang, 80. Wow.
It's commitment. I mean, there's a reason why Eldorado's filled basically with like half a country here. I mean, all the citizens in the kingdom have come out.
A lot.
Well, dude, half the country is outside waiting to come back in when the game starts.
Yeah, if you guys do know, in the MPL festival booth, we do have a watch party going on. So those
my
people
God.
Yeah, even more people.
who do not have access to tickets, they can watch it outside, and we can guarantee you that it is a sea of orange colors, you know, donning the RRQ black and oranges. But again, we do see Team Liquid. They are still standing strong. They are the ones who likes to defies the odds. You know, the odds are against them. Sure, they like it. And for RRQ now, it's just about cementing again the past glory days of the kingdom. Again, being back to M series basically. It all comes down to this last game. What are your visions? What are your projections on this last game?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Oh boy.
I think the drafting has definitely evolved between these two teams. They've kind of created their own meta on their own with the way that they want to play, right? It's an expression, it's a skill expression at this point. Less of like, who is better?
And again, we go back to the democratic side of MPL, audience topic voting. How can TLID win in game number 5 and secure a ticket to M6?
Okay, come on. What are the variables here?
And the surveys say that we're still waiting for it to pan out. Drum rolls, please. Okay, of course, yes, Kiel's hero is active at 18%. Deny Alpha Matilda 27%. Reset 3 exclamation marks. Reset 56%. What's it supposed to mean? Reset?
Yo, Hezkill, play an active hero, man. 89%. That something doesn't seem right about this.
Wait a minute, hang on a second. We're seeing the same asset on the main screen.
Yeah.
Oh wait, so it's it's
different. Hang on a second.
That's not the right one. I wasn't crazy.
Oh wait, hang on a second. Oh, we're getting news right now. There's a different audience.
Are you kidding me?
This is the English audience.
Oh my goodness.
And so the Indonesian audience, by the way, just for you guys watching at home, they've voted for reset. So only in the English desk do we see your Hezkill. Get active, bro.
Get active with your hero.
What is that work rate, man?
But
get some cardio in.
Let's talk about the reset.
Okay.
What do they need to reset particularly?
The mindset? The mental state, I guess?
I don't know. The thing is, I don't even think they're playing bad. That's the problem.
I don't see what Fabian was doing.
Yeah. Like, I think generally TLID, as of right now, would I say that they're tilted? Not as much as RRQ was earlier today, but I think that they are in a position where now they don't know how to answer RRQ. They're realizing that their hero pools are much deeper than they were before, and they're whipping out with weirder comps. So now RRQ has the second pick selection.
Oh boy.
I mean, they've been doing really, really well on the second pick so far against TLID. I think it's right now the onus is on TLID to answer them.
So it's like a volleyball or a badminton rally, right?
Yeah.
Initially, like, they've been winning, but once the opposition finds the patterns here, got used to the movements, now the initial aggression has to find a different way, a different mindset, a different opening or window to exploit. That's the chess match part of Mobile Legends, and that's what we're here for, man.
The opening that they need to use, and I feel like their blue side could have been much more efficient for TLID specifically, because we saw them ban out the chip in the blue side. But then again, if they get blue side, what do they want to prioritize right here, Gideon?
I don't know. There's just too many things that could be a potential problem here. And generally, I think that, like, the fact that they're banning out chip on blue side, it could have been dedicated to something else. And would that have changed the game? It's a little tough to say because both sides played well despite the weaknesses and strengths of their comps.
And of course, you take a look at the crowd outside and inside. It's all full of the kingdoms. They're looking to rebuild again that throne, and of course, the man in your screen. Who is that, Arashi? Educate us.
That is Mr. AP.
AP. You know what it stands for?
CEO.
Anak
Adrian-
Pangeran.
Anak Pangeran, that
Which
works
means
too.
prince, the son of the prince.
I thought you were just gonna call him straight up Mr. RRQ. I feel like that's very apt for what he does.
I guess, yeah. That's essentially what he is anyways.
Yeah.
And he's having a swell time, dude. The atmosphere is great. The matches are, building up to be an exciting finale right here. You can bet that he himself is also feeling the pressure because he has been waiting for this moment as well.
Yeah, let's talk about Fabian here. His performance right here, right? Total games 44, win rate 68%.
Pretty high.
Total MVPs of 8 MVPs. That's a lot of MVPs. But his most picked hero is, of course, his ever so notorious Nolan with a win rate of 58%. And of course, the Ling with almost the same win rate, 58% as well.
I think he's definitely been taking some pretty big L's overall. And let's not forget, your regular season is double round robin, so you have to face all the teams twice anyway. So again, plenty of games to actually go and study upon if you are looking to become just as good as him. But even so, right now, I think it's going to be a make it or break it. I feel like TLID are on the cusp of actually having a mental break, but this is all dependent on the players. Yes, they are young and they understand they have a second life, but this is a high pressure moment for them. Whether they win or if they lose, they're going to have a takeaway.
We can take a look at, Aaron Shiki was having a smile,
one
or two. So I don't think that mental block will be there. But we will have to take a look at the final drafting phase for tonight. Who will advance to M6? It all starts right here, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Natan taking away out of the fray and the Fanny as well.
All right. Interesting situation right here. The Fanny for sure can't be let go. Again, we have highlighted that possibility. The other hero that's notorious, aside from the Nolan and the Ling for Fabian, is that Fanny. And we've seen it again and again. I think early on in his MPL ID career. But for Team Liquid ID, they have made an adaptation. They've banned away the Alpha right here.
Alpha?
Do they think they want to go for the same situation? Same tanky frontline like Rudy was using, but now without the true damage from the Alpha, it's going to be a bit more difficult.
This is interesting. This is why? They could have just gone for another. Well, whatever. They'll just go for. They'll just. I mean, at this point, like, what can I really say about it, right? They just don't want to play against Ship, sure, but you don't want to pick it up for yourself. Okay, fine, right? At this point, now the question is whether or not you want to let go of Suyo.
Yeah.
No way, come on.
I think they can advance Suyo and they will pick up the Matilda because the Suyo in the hands of Fabian is indeed a menace. But if they do let go of the Suyo, is that going to inherently become the death sentence for RRQ?
It could possibly mean that. I think that RRQ need to recognize that Matilda, as good as she is, isn't game-breaking compared to Suyo. And I think there's a lot more scenarios whereby I would rather be upset that Matilda clutch save somebody compared to getting one shot by Suyo, never getting any neutral objectives as well, getting no lords, no turtles for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the ban up to Suyo, and this might warrant a Matilda pick right over to Team Liquid ID.
Earlier we saw the Phobia's first pick, which I think a lot of us felt was kind of questionable, right? It really isn't all that game-changing, game-breaking. Maybe they really want to try and make sure that that EXP lane, they get Diamond under control, because on that Barrage earlier, man, was it different. But with the Matilda already secured, now RRQ, what is the answer against all this mobility without the Alpha, right?
They could try and look to spearhead. I don't know if RRQ is going to try and go for another Fire Mist type dive composition again, or whether or not they're just going to make a full straight up dive comp, right? Just to make sure if Matilda is going to try and peel people away and pull them away from the fight, we'll just chase you twice as fast.
Purple combo right there, Eve and Phobius. One to poke, one to dive. The Bane. Beautiful. Right away as the response.
Good response.
And still, the Harith very, very early on. Wow. I would think that Aaron Shiki would have a lot of different tricks up his sleeve. This is Aaron Shiki after all, right? But we haven't seen anything but the Harith for the past 3 games now. They do have the Bane, but at the same time, it's still a front to back. It's a kiting kind of composition. Against the Yve, the outrange RRQ outraged Team Liquid by quite a bit.
They do. And by the way, Jushin not picked up in any of these first 3 picks at all. I think they've kind of strayed away from it. And now we see Hayabusa get locked in for the side of RRQ. Very smart of them to leave it as their 3rd pick because now they can start clamping down on anything that wants to hamper Hayabusa, if not hamper anything in the gold lane.
Sutsujin Hayabusa, your thoughts on this, Arashi?
We saw that Hazel actually from RRQ was able to actually perform immensely on this Hayabusa, get those solo kills even though people were clumping up together. It was one of the more notorious picks after the patch, after the change to the animation of the Ogi shadow kill. Now as you can see, it's going to be a ban to the Hilda, but also not a Franco I see from Team Liquid ID.
Could be, yeah. They banned it out pretty early on. They just don't want people to displace them, move them out of position, and then lock them down when necessary.
Especially with the wheel manipulation to seal the deal. You can't save your friend when he's in the middle of that chessboard, dude.
Chessboard.
Is it not a chessboard?
It is.
I thought it kind of was. And now with all this aggression, they banned away the pyramids as well. So even if they want to go for a full all-in, the best they can do is make sure that RRQ don't get to the backline, but with the Hayabusa, they have a window.
A Kaja ban right there? Is that a Kaja ban?
Yeah.
Why? Is it a wasteful ban, I would say?
I mean, it works well with the Hayabusa if you want to look for those early level 4 kills.
I think the idea is to make sure that anyone can get away with a guiding win without getting suppressed and being denied that exit path from the Mathilda. Still, the 2 bans for Edok right here, definitely quite costly.
Yeah.
1-2 back composition. Will the Edith show up here?
Edith is
fast initiations as well as a good damage output in the late game could be an option.
Yeah.
Oh,
Khalid to get that mid prio going, especially with the Yves now. So for TLID, I think they want to pick up the Edith right here, no? To really peel for the Phoveus and maybe pick up a strong mid laner?
I don't know. I think right now it's looking really, really rough for TLID. I think this Harith second pick may have just costed them. They already saw the Phoveus. They're playing it into the Yves as well. And I think it's pretty straightforward for RRQ from this point onwards.
It's gonna be the Bruno again?
I think it doesn't really matter. If he wants to play Bruno, I think it's totally fine. I think there's even an argument for Claude as well as Irithel as well. But either way, it's looking, I'm not gonna lie, it's looking pretty grim. Ooh, Aurora. Okay.
Interesting.
Talk to me about this pick.
It's good. It kind of guarantees a hit on the Frigid Glacier, on the Phoveus and Khalid due to the all-in nature. And even if Edok lands a massive Raging Sandstorm, if you pop out the Frigid Glacier before, then the rest of the team can't really
There we go!
No way!
They
kept the secret the whole time!
Skylar Lunox?
I haven't seen him play it, but Lunox has been the go-to counter against the Harith. Yeah. Harith tries to all-in you just go invincible. Use your iframes, burst them down.
And now, the front-to-back composition, all this denial of dice from Team Liquid ID are kind of negated. The Hayabusa can go in deep all the way. The Lunox can go in there as well.
Yeah, the Lunox will have that weapon, that mission to just topple down the Harith. One last predictions, quick one, Arashi, Gideon.
I gotta vote for RRQ.
I gotta go with RRQ on this one as well. They're looking pretty good.
My boys!
RRQ voices from up there as we get ready to throw it away in a final brawl to M6. Mirko, Gani, Sheffin, take it away.
It all comes down to this game, to this very game. The first ticket to M6. The blood, the sweat, the tears. What happened in the regular season? It all led to this. RRQ versus TLID.
One more round, one more game. It's time. Let's see what both teams will bring to the table. Let's go.
An absolute banger of a final match, of a final game is what they're going to bring to the table here. TLID with the Aurora. It was expected in the draft earlier with us here, but Skylar on the Lunox, that is something we did not expect. That is something out of the ordinary. Skylar, very known for just playing for the marksman, not really known to go for the mage. Witty.
Oh, let's see here. It's going to be first blood for Sutsujin. Fabian isolated, and we can say goodnight. My goodness, Eldorado. They're going crazy here first minute.
Home turf.
home turf everywhere for RRQ fans, but now Sutsujin is gonna be level 4. Gotta watch out, Aaron Chicken!
Aaron Chicken, watch out, connects shadow kill as well. And we can say Sutsujin 3 kills, 1 minute in.
Might as well go for the Sky Piercer right now.
Go for it. Go first item, Sky Piercer. You have 3 kills to your name. You better snowball with that. We were talking about this pick, right? The Hayabusa against the Harith against the Bane is the only possible pick they should have gone for. And it's working so much right now. Harith, I think Aaron Shiki timed the flicker a bit off. And at that point, with the new quad shadow, or sorry, the new shadow kill, it is very hard to time. It's technically luck again.
Shadow finds the connection, but Fabian actually finds the kill! Sutsujin, stop this guy! Now Witty and Yehezkiel will try to tag team on towards Sutsujin, but with the flicker, TLID concedes that fight.
The Ninja is skipping the snowball, courtesy of Tyrant and Rince's cover there. Now RRQ, not even 2 minutes, already 2 minutes elapsed, already 1.6k gold lead. This is just not looking good for TLID.
The snowball is real. Let's see here, will they keep their momentum? RRQ controlling the turtle. Tyrant, oh my goodness, RWM zoning away Aran, and with the vengeance, he is alive. With the freeze, the Frigid Glacier connects on towards Tyrant, and that will be the first neutral objective taken care of by RRQ.
Oh, I still remember Fabian on Hayabusa destroying Vincent's Bane, and now he's got to play the Bane. He's on the other side of the court, and look at this Edok, man. This Khalid roam, this is the advantage, Mirko.
It really is, man. The mobility difference is definitely seen here. Even though, you have the Mathilda, Edok, he doesn't need the guiding win. He doesn't need to pop an ability to actually be mobile and against Sutsujin.
See here, that's the guiding win. Sutsujin, though, will not land the shadow kill. That's the circling eagle actually connecting to Edok. Edok punished, and that will be RRQ trying to look to stabilize.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a clean Hayabusa combo coming from Sutsujin, but the health bars, they're healthy.
The Circling Eagle, it was a Circling Eagle. While he was a Circling Eagle, somehow the Shadow Kill was cancelled out. So that's an interaction now that he knows is possible. He needs to be very, very careful because there's a lot of mobility on the side of TLID.
What? Whoa! Aggressive RWM there to perhaps trigger some spells. But it seems like TLID handled themselves well here. Circling Eagle again. Gather info and RRQ, they move onwards to the bottom lane. Top lane, Tyrant 2v1, double team. Infernal Pursuit, will he survive? That's the question. Law and Order spent. Fabian should be the main target, but it's just to buy time. Tyrant falls regardless. Structure actually taken care of there. RRQ, first building to be taken down.
That is not a fair trade, Mirko.
Definitely not, man. RRQ definitely getting the advantage there with the trade, getting a turret down below, and also with Skylar. He's going to scale up to be a monster in the mid-game. If he actually gets those item power spikes against TLID before TLID even hit their power spikes, the Lunox will for sure just delete the team together with the Hayabusa that is snowballing. And yep, as expected, man, that's the SP, the Sky Piercer they're going for.
Raging Sandstorm will dodge the Frigid Glacier. TLID still is catching strays here. No compensation whatsoever after the loss in that first 2 minutes.
It's equal on the kills, but the gold lead, the economy is definitely not equal. And now TLID, if they actually can take this objective, that might change things for the better.
Circling go on towards Rince, finds a connection, then we got early! Killing spree for Fabian, but Fabian now isolated, taken care of. No! Skylar will look for elsewhere. The turtle finds Sutsujin, but
oh my god,
will not find life. RRQ 2k gold lead.
Now he's actually assassinating right now on a ninja. He's going in and out with the shurikens.
That's one. That's one Sky Piercer stack for Sutsujin. You gotta keep count, man, because that is going to be a very, very big factor as to how RRQ win or lose the game. If he loses the stacks later on and the big shutdown goes over to TLID, that might swing the favor back. But if it doesn't and he keeps on going with this crazy Sky Piercer build, oh man, he probably will just one-shot everybody by the end of the game, right? Or not the end of the game, but in the mid-game. Aaron Shiki so far behind, 1,500.
Crazy.
He took the entire turret Lunox down below.
On a Lunox.
On a Lunox. Marksman. Well, it's Skylar, so he plays anything like a marksman, right? Oh man, 1,500 gold in the winning matchup already. Now, you saw the damage. They got a lot of big stuns. TLID played it well in the turtle fight, but not well enough to beat that gold lead. That is a ridiculous amount to have on the Lunox against this composition. He can do the Ruby DD combo once in the back and he'll lose. Well, he'll probably kill one, and you'll get all the others at half. And by that time, Mr. Satsujin, man, can come in and get the Sky Piercer stacks.
Oh man, Narcu is not stopping. Look at Dyron and Edog is just scouting the situation out there. And this also serves the purpose of scouting for the Ninja to actually go in. He's just finding the opportunity for Sutsujin. Oh my goodness, that's a horse!
Now they lack catchability here, and Sutsujin is just roaming freely. Land of Dawn, more like Sutsujin's playground.
Brute Force Breastplate on a Bane.
He has to rush it. Yeah, I think he went War Axe into the Brute Force Breastplate. Yeah, he did. He has to go for a bit more defense. He knows exactly what the situation looks like here. RRQ definitely are overwhelming them with a lot of physical damage, mainly from Mr. Sutsujin on the Sky Piercer. Certainly Eagle, Squiddy,
Lots of resources is secured. Kill. It seems like they are aiming for that perfect turtle around half an HP. That's going to be the Gorge Pathway pop. Skyler looking for an angle, but it seems like now Fabian zoned out. Girl WM will not let any members of TLID in. Now Darren looking for the kills. RRQ, they're on a manhunt, and Aaron Cheeky survives with that flicker. But 3 members has to pay the price.
Sutsujin, how many stacks do you want? RRQ, how many bodies do you want? They killed 3 in this mid-game, and now they're up 6K in 7.5 minutes.
They want everything and anyone, is what they're saying right now. RRQ, Hoshi just taking everything under their control. Bottom lane tier 2, Turtle all 3 with an assassin. All the kills into Sutsujin, 6-0-2. 2 stacks now on the Sky Piercer. Count that up.
I think it's more than 2 right now, Mirko, but yeah.
2. He got it at 4 kills.
Oh my goodness, what's gonna be the answer here for TLID? Now, thankfully, it's a Bane, so it serves as a, a bit more high ground potential, but with Harrod, it's not looking great either. It's not on a ton. So a comeback is definitely a bit far out of reach for TLID, but right now, all hope is not lost just yet for this young bloods. As Edog will get engaged on.
It's a very difficult game, as you put it, Chef, and it's going to be very difficult for TLID to actually look for a comeback moment, because RRQ, the way they can play this is they can constantly just engage, disengage, engage, disengage. They have so much CC, they have a lot of mobility, and they have a Hayabusa who's 6-0-2. He can decide whether to go in, assassinate people, and go out. That's the beauty of the Hayabusa. If you get him with a lead like this, if you catch a Hayabusa with a lead like this, you have to play it perfectly, and you also have to wait for RRQ to make a mistake. You need Sutsujin to make a mistake here. At this point of the game, 9 minutes. This man is, I don't know what to, he's a Hokage on the name. He's not just a normal ninja, man. He's not a normal shinobi.
I mean, let's talk about late game, right? I mean, does TLID have a chance for a comeback?
I wouldn't say it's 0% here in the playoffs, but it is probably 1%. They have to play it perfectly, and not only do they have to play it perfectly, they have to hope that RRQ make a big mistake. It's an 8,000 gold lead at 9 minutes with a Sky Piercer on Haya, and everybody has a gold lead, and it's Lunox against Harith.
Uh-oh.
BOD!
Uh-oh.
Okay, now he's definitely a Hokage.
Oh, the weapon of the hidden leap here from RRQ, and look at the levels, man. It was 4 level difference just now from Fabian and also Sutsujin. Maybe Sutsujin is trying to prove something here. Bro, I should have been the one who's getting the MVP. I should have been the one who's on the first team of MPL. And Skyler, he's going glass cannon. All damage, no defense whatsoever.
Why wouldn't you? When you're 9,000 gold ahead, when you can do whatever you want and just dive in, why wouldn't you go for this build? Lightning Truncheon, Holy Crystal, 3 item power spikes already for both Haya and Harith, Sutsujin and Skyler, and they dealt with the whole defense already. They're playing the waves really, really well. Now another wave with a slow push up top 2. It'll be 2 waves crashing down with Lord, and then another. Try to go for the siege.
All spells are active, as well as the ultimates. Base turret, let's see. Revitalize pop early. Mid turret will fall, I believe. Deadly catch will do some sort of damage. But Skyler jumps in with the brilliance as well with the flicker. TLID still holding on. RWM punching bodies. RRQ, they're looking for more. Edog does not survive. It's Fabian. It's gonna be the trade. Aaron Cheeky crash down, jumped on. RRQ, is this the play? Will they make the reverse sweep?
My goodness, it's only ESKL. I don't think it's possible. Everyone on RRQ is gonna bounce.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is all over. RRQ against all odds. Down 0-2, and now it's a reverse sweep. M6 secured Grand Finals. MPL ID Season 14 secured.
5 years since M1 the first time RRQ went to Malaysia, and now they are back again. They are here to prove the doubters wrong. It is official, 100%, no doubt at all. The rebuild is done. Man, oh man, what a journey so far. From these young bloods, the rookies, and also the additions that Paape bring to the table for the King of Kings to strengthen the fortress, to strengthen this kingdom. And look at the euphoria, the elation that the fans of RRQ and RRQ organization is showing right now. It is just a sight to see, a sight to behold for Indonesian MLBB fans.
The first team to be knocked out of Season 13. The team that failed in Season 12. With the man you see on your screen, never leaving the team. The rebuild is certainly complete. One more step. You made it to M6, but why not go all the way? The way they did it too, the way that they made it to M6. It wasn't a clean sweep. It wasn't a stomp. As dramatic as ever, a 3-2 reverse sweep. Up against a Liquid that looked invincible. A Liquid that looked like they had M6 within their grasp. 2-0 lead, it meant nothing to RRQ Hoshi. They played every game without tilt. They played every game with all their heart. And to Team Liquid, it was a phenomenal performance. They won't be able to make it to M6 just yet. There's still another chance for them. They will be dropped down to the lower bracket finals against Bigatron Alpha, and then we will see who will be the second team to make it to M6 and the grand finals. But you can see how much this moment means to everybody who's an RRQ fan, the CEO, the ex-coach, BL of Season 9, the Kingdom from everywhere around the world, who's now in Bandung, will witness RRQ Hoshi make it to the M6 stage. 5 years from their first M Series appearance.
Tears of joy from the fans of RRQ. And what a performance they brought to the table in game number 5. It was not close. The whole RRQ team, they move in unison. They know what's the stake. They know what they're fighting for. And they got it in the end. A hard-fought season paid off. What can you say? You couldn't have written a better script than this. RRQ against all the doubts, against all the questions. Look at that, Skylar. Over the few last seasons, he was there all alone. He was the sole royal guard of the kingdom. And now, they all went there. They all went to Malaysia. Tanya RRQ Hoshi.
RRQ berhasil mendapatkan tempatnya kembali di panggung internasional. Sempat mereka absen 1 musim, tapi kali ini inilah dia dunia. Persiapkan diri kalian karena RRQ Hoshi akan ke M6.
Dan inilah dia raja dari segala raja yang mengamankan 1 tiket pertama untuk ke M6 World Championship.
Kemenangan hari ini pastinya terlihat tidak mudah. Karena kalian ngedapet ini dengan usaha keras, dedikasi, semua yang kalian dapatkan. Mendapatkan tiket pertama, kita ingin mendengarkan mungkin kata-katanya dulu dong dari tim RRQ. Setelah 1 tiket sudah kalian secure. Silakan.
Ya mungkin kata-kata ya alhamdulillah lah lolos M6 ya. Gue ada dari terakhir season 10 kalau nggak salah M4. Nah terakhir gue bermain di situ dan gue kangen bermain di internasional lagi sih.
Motivasi terbesar dari tim RRQ sendiri di season ini. Kalau boleh dikasih tahu apa sih motivasi terbesar dari tim RRQ?
Motivasi dari kita ya karena kemarin kita lihat Sena kan juara kan. Ya jadi kita termotivasi dari mereka aja sih.
Terpicu ya, ingin juga juara. Di MDL udah juara, MPL pun ingin juga.
Bismillah.
Bismillah, 1 step lagi.
Ya.
Betul sekali dan mungkin aku pengen tanya-tanya juga ke Idok nih. Idok aku mau tanya kalau tadi sempat di 2 game awal itu poin jatuh kepada tim Liquid. Apakah itu berpengaruh dari penggunaan Chow yang digunakan oleh Widi?
Ya berpengaruh sih makanya kami respect.
Oke. Jadi apakah itu kunci kemenangan kalian di 3 game terakhir ini?
Iya kayaknya.
Wow, tapi nggak mungkin dong cuma 1 dong. Ada nggak sih mungkin yang bisa kalian share gimana perjalanan kalian di upper bracket final ini hingga sampai pada akhirnya kalian nge-reverse sweep. Ketinggalan 2 poin, nggak masalah nih.
Ya mungkin ya kami masih tetap main kayak biasa aja sih. Ya masih tetap percaya kawan, nggak usah mikirin yang aneh-aneh lah.
Fokus, percaya
ya.
teman. Kalau di Ren nih, kayaknya tadi langsung lompat. Wow, lompatannya sampai mengguncangkan panggung MPL Arena. Kebahagiaanmu sendiri. Boleh dong diungkapin di sini di Ren. Daren semuanya pengen dengerin nih.
Ya alhamdulillah sih Bude, ini penantian aku juga kan. Karena kan ya bisa dilihat history dari season 12. Terus turun MDL kan. Ya udah, jadi di season 14 ini aku dikasih kepercayaan, jadi aku pengen buktiin aja sih.
Dan hasilnya ternyata begitu baik. Tentu kita semua bisa melihat kerja keras yang dilakukan oleh Daren di season ini, Daren. Kita pengen tahu bagaimana kamu berusaha keras untuk mendapatkan dan membuktikan diri di sini. Ngapain aja, Le?
Ya tetap improve sama percaya limit diri sendiri, terus kan dibantu juga sama tim, coaching staff gitu. Ya mereka juga lah yang ngebantu aku.
Membantu mereka sampai titik ini. Ini bukan titik yang mudah pastinya, Lisa.
Betul sekali Bude, pastinya dukungan dan support dari coaching staff dan juga pastinya dari para Kingdom. Mana suaranya? Luar biasa sekali menggelora di Eldorado Bandung. Tapi aku juga mau tanya sama Sujin. Ini adalah panggung playoff pertama kamu, langsung masuk ke grand final upper bracket dan sekarang sudah berhasil mengamalkan 1 tiket ke M6. Bagaimana perasaannya?
Senang. Senang.
Sedang?
Ya. Senang.
Dengan lantang ya pastinya. Tapi mungkin ada gak sih gimana akhirnya bisa masuk ke dalam grand final ini?
Ya paling perasaannya cuma lega aja sih. Soalnya kan nanti ada match lagi.
Oh, oke, lega ya. Nanti ada match lagi. Tapi kayaknya dari tadi suara-suara Kingdom pada ketawain apa ya Bude ya?
Ada apa sih?
Ada apa ya? Boleh lihat?
Buset. Ini abangnya suka ngokop mic. Abang Cip, ada R7, kasih tepuk tangan dong. Abang-abangan dari tim RRQ dan yang biasanya juga mewakili RRQ yang berjuang kali ini sebagai support system. Halo R7. Halo Bude katanya, gitu ya. Suaranya di sini kita belum bisa mendengarkan, tolong ya. Dan dilihat banyak
Halo, Bude.
sekali.
Halo.
Nah, R7, RRQ punya tiket M6 nih. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan dulu gak sih?
Ya, terutama selamat buat anak-anak bisa lolos ke M6 ya. Gue cuma mau nyampein, tolong balaskan dendam para abang-abangnya yang dulu.
langsung delegasi nih.
Delegasi ya. Tapi nih R7, menurut kamu ada perbedaan gak sih gimana antara RRQ di zaman R7 yang masih aktif dan juga RRQ yang sekarang pastinya?
Kalau di zamanku dulu itu tidak semua orang berpikir cepat seperti sekarang sih. Kayak anak-anak muda yang zaman sekarang itu kayak mereka itu bisa lebih berpikir dua kali lebih cepat gitu dibandingkan dulu. Jadi ya sangat kagum gitu ngelihatnya gitu.
Pastinya kagum sekali ya dengan perkembangan dan pastinya hari ini kita bisa melihat satu tiket sudah diamankan. Tapi setelah ditinggal yang terakhir bermain di season 10, RRQ sempat struggle juga di season 11 hingga season 13 hingga tidak pernah masuk ke grand final dan kini kembali ke grand final MPL Indonesia. Gimana nih, mungkin ada gak sih perasaan atau semangat yang pastinya mau disampaikan untuk bisa berangkat ke M6 nantinya?
Ya perjalanan panjang lah, pokoknya tetap percaya satu sama lain, jangan pernah kayak egois di dalam tim. Pokoknya chemistry harus lebih dikuatin juga, saling mendengarkan. Ya itu sih, gue yakin bisa lah.
Yakin bisa ya, karena ngeliat proses dari tim RRQ di season ini beda kayaknya ya R7 ya.
Jauh banget.
Wih, mungkin ada yang mau di point out gak sih dari para player yang lagi nonton kamu juga nih. Layar di sini gede banget, isinya wajahmu R7. Para player lagi ngelihat kamu dan mendengarmu nih.
Kangen kayaknya. Apa-apa, gimana tadi?
Ada yang mungkin ingin di point out, ada yang kepengen kamu sampaikan kepada para playernya langsung secara individu. Karena ini lagi pada dengerin kamu langsung nih. Ada yang ingin pujian yang ingin kamu berikan?
Paling ke Skylar aja sih. Ya semangat Ler. Karena lu adalah anak yang paling lama di RRQ ya. Gue percaya sama lu bisa ngebimbing anak-anak baru untuk lebih berpikir dewasa dan play as a team sih.
Semangat aja nih R7, apakah dulu kalau nggak salah ada janji yang disampaikan kepada Skylar kalau Skylar bisa menjadi juara nih. Gimana nih janjinya soal ini kita tagih sekarang?
Janji itu nggak harus dengan kayak main bareng, janji itu bisa dengan cara ngedukung juga gitu, nyemangatin mereka juga. Dan ntar mungkin M6 insya Allah gue bakal datang ngedukung mereka.
Asik, akan langsung datang. Namun R7 di Indonesia sendiri kita lagi tahu Indonesia sedang tidak baik-baik saja di kancah internasional di belakangan ini. Lagi sedikit tertinggal nih. Menurutmu sendiri bagaimana sih cara kita mengejar? Apakah sekarang sudah saatnya kita melampaui region-region lain R7?
Kalau untuk Indonesia itu cuma satu sih yang pengen gue bilang, jangan terlalu monoton sih. Karena orang-orang luar itu belajarnya itu mereka pasti ngelihat dari data-data kan. Kalau bisa perbanyak lagi strateginya sih. Itu aja sih.
Banyak strategi dan semua yang di sini tentu saja ingin mendengarkan sesuatu yang spesial untuk penonton MPL, untuk Kingdom, untuk RRQ, untuk semuanya. Kalau ada yang mau R7 sampaikan sekarang R7. Mumpung di Bandung juga nih.
Wah, Bandung baru Dakwel ya. Thank you banget ya buat yang udah datang ke Bandung dukung RRQ, terutama untuk RRQ Kingdom juga selalu ngedukung. Walaupun posisinya mau di atas atau mau di bawah, kalian selalu kompak banget sih, keren banget gila.
Thank you banget R7, hatur nuhun R7.
Hatur nuhun pisan, karabe.
Wow, itulah dia karena Kingdom dari seluruh penjuru dunia sedang berpesta, bersiap-siap beli tiket ke Malaysia untuk M6 nanti dengan hadirnya RRQ yang akan bertarung di M6 nanti. Dan untuk RRQ sendiri, ngeliat abang-abangan kalian di sini, semuanya lagi ngedukung kalian. Mungkin kalian mau ngerespon?
Silakan mungkin dari Rins kita mau dengarkan.
Dari Skylar dulu.
Dari
mungkin.
Skylar dulu.
Tadi katanya janjinya ke Skylar kan?
Tuh, sekali
Ngomong atuh gak bakal digigit, Ler.
Gimana ya, janji pun gak ditepatin kan gak enak.
Langsung ditagih di tempat.
Ya makasih juga lah ya, terutama juga ya buat Gendut juga ya. Di saat gua ngedown dia selalu nge-support gua juga lah. Dia selalu ngasih tahu kekurangan gua di mana. Makanya gua selalu nge-WA dia gimana nih Dut gini. Ya. Dan juga buat Bang Sin, VYN, Deden, ya teman-teman lama gue lah ya, mereka selalu dampingin gue. ya sampai gue saat ini ya mungkin ya di sini bisa ada R7, Vin, Deden dan Albert dan tersisa gue sendirian. Dan gue yakin mereka ini bisa lah kayak penerus yang season 9 kemarin.
Wow, delegasi yang dilanjutkan dengan sangat apik dan baik. Dengan RRQC, pilar yang baru, fondasi yang baru. Thank you banget R7 sekali lagi. Dan ditunggu janjinya ya.
Gak bakal
Siap.
gitu.
Siap. Dan di sini, Rins, hari ini kemenangan yang begitu didambakan oleh tim RRQ. Rins sendiri, bagaimana kamu membuat dirimu terus bisa berperform, tetap tenang di panggung yang baru kamu jajaki ini?
Mungkin punya mindset jadi diri sendiri aja sih. Kayak tadi kita kalah 2-0, gak usah berpikir kita bakal kalah. Kita ngasih yang terbaik aja di game seterusnya gitu.
Rins, seberapa intens final upper bracket ini? 1 sampai 10 seberapa ketat?
9,5 lah.
9,5. Namun Bunda penasaran, apa sih yang kalian miliki di final upper bracket ini sehingga kalian bisa ngedapetin slot grand final dan juga tiket M6 pertama?
Gua kagum sih mereka ya player-player baru juga dan yang terlama mungkin Susujin lah. Tapi mereka tuh kayak mentality mereka tuh adalah di saat kita kalah 2-0 tuh ya di mana ya kita langsung ngedown, ngeblank gitu-gitu. Tapi mereka tetap strong lah dengan hal itu. Udah bisa ngelawan mental itu sih sebenarnya.
Oke.
Wow, mental.
Mental ya Bude. Tapi ngomongin soal grand final yang akan kalian hadapin, kira-kira siapa tim yang akan berhadapan dengan kalian?
Kayaknya
siapa
Liquid sih. Gak tau sih kayaknya, coba tanya.
Rembukan dulu gak apa-apa kok rembukan.
Boleh kita kasih waktu, silakan.
Siapa aja sih ya, tapi ya mungkin kalau dari gue Liquid.
Bakal ada rematch. Yang lainnya ada yang punya pendapat berbeda?
Ya Liquid mungkin Bude.
Mungkin.
Liquid.
Skylar, makasih loh Skylar. Ditodong Skylar langsung pada jawab. Yang di pojok sana, Rins dan Sutsujin.
Liquid.
Oh, rematch dengan Fabian lagi tuh.
Liquid juga.
Liquid 5-5-nya. Akankah dijawab lagi? Mungkin ada pesan untuk semua yang bertanding di lower bracket. Karena besok kalian akan libur nih. Kalian bisa menonton lower bracket final dan menantikan yang akan melawan kalian. Ada yang mau disampaikan untuk terakhir?
Pesan buat terakhir ya semangatlah kedua tim yang bertanding di lower bracket final. BTR dan Liquid semoga kasih yang terbaik lah. Dan bisa kita ya kalau bisa dapat satu tim lagi kan kita bisa mewakili Indonesia juga.
Wow, 1 slot terakhir untuk perwakilan Indonesia. Dan semangat dari para Kingdom yang sudah hadir di Eldorado Dome Bandung yang ada di online yang kali nobar-nobar banyak banget. Bude udah lihat dan semuanya terharu. Mungkin ada lagi yang mau disampaikan. Tiket pertama sudah kalian dapatkan, support sudah ada untuk support sistem kalian. Untuk support sistem.
Support system ya buat Kingdom, terima kasih udah dukung kita sampai sekarang. Buat Pak Ape juga kan udah datang, terus buat pacar juga udah datang jauh dari Medan kan Bude. Ya terima kasih buat semua yang udah dukung kita step by step lah. Semoga kita bisa kasih yang terbaik. Amin.
Amin.
Apakah ada lagi pesan?
Mungkin buat ini MDL Sena, terima kasih udah datang jauh-jauh dari Jakarta buat support kita. Thank you.
Thank you semua yang udah nge-support dari jajaran keluarga RRQ. Dan tentu saya support dari seluruh super fans dari Kingdom yang ada dimanapun. Terima kasih sekali lagi dan kita masih harus menggiring, menantikan bagaimana performa mereka di Grand Final dan juga M6.
Betul sekali, kita akan menantikan bagaimana performa mereka dan Kingdom pastikan juga untuk datang dan mendukung tim kesayangan kalian nantinya di Grand Final. Kita harapkan yang terbaik untuk RRQ. Sekali lagi kita mau dengar Kingdom, mana suaranya?
Kemenangan yang mendebarkan akan langsung di breakdown oleh para panelis. Jadi langsung saja kita lempar kepada panelis. Mangga.
The kingdom rejoices as the castle walls are now witnesses of the celebratory remarks and all the cheers coming from the kingdom. RRQ Hoshi will become your first Indonesian team to be in the M6 World Championship. It's been a long time coming. Congratulations.
It has been a long time coming. Honestly, great game, and what a way to close out today with a banger game 5, and they did it in dominating fashion.
Now you have to wonder, how many more tricks do they have up their sleeve, man? We were saying earlier, does Skylar play the Lunox? Nah, we haven't seen it before. Boom. That's what happens, man. Cass cute. This is why we were also like anxious in the first and second games. Like, wow, it looks so different there. The first 2 games and the last 3 games were a completely different menu item.
Maybe they just needed a warm up for the first 3, right? Like, maybe like by the time they got warm, it was like, okay, it's crunch time. Sorry we're late, but we're here to party.
They pulled it out the extra mile, and for Team Liquid ID, I feel like they were kind of shaky in the last few seconds of the game and the last few minutes of the game as well. Their draft, you know, it was kind of hard to execute as well, so I think RRQ Hoshi, they deserve this as the MVP. I feel like I know who this guy will be again. Yep.
Yeah.
Zach, I don't need to read it out, but still, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. I'll give the honors for you, Arashi, this time around.
The mercenary, Sutsujin, the gun for hire, the ninja on a mission, 7-0-4 against Team Liquid ID. We've seen how good they were, we've seen their moments of domination, but Sutsujin says, nah, I'm just better.
He's just that much better.
Jungle gap.
It's such a huge gap. It's crazy because all of this really just started. Like, if we look at the game time between 5 minutes and 5 seconds to 5 minutes 50. Honestly, the game was pretty much decided at the 2nd minute when they fought right by the river. That one interaction that bled down into the orange buff costed TLID everything.
Well, here's the match highlight here by our official gold partner UBS Gold. He broke through 1,000 gold per minute, by the way.
Yep,
1,001.
Whoa, as a Hayabusa? Is that even it's sensible?
It's not. It's definitely not easy compared to if you were like Nolan or Tuyo or Alpha, but like it's very impressive numbers.
I mean, when you're farming heroes as well as the jungle, that's also something you can achieve. But these fights, you can see it here, even when they're caught off guard, when Team Liquid ID were the ones making that move, they lost wins, but they just seem to be in better composure compared to the first 2 games. It's just unreal to see it happen and play out in real time. And look at this, the movements here. Everyone, the targeting. And of course, you have to give a shout out to Dyron as well. Putting it down on the Phobius, dude. He's been great on the Barats, on this Phobius as well. He was a core component in just having that solid front line that Team Liquid just couldn't get through.
There was just feast island on them. And there was a period of the game where Sutsujin with the shurikens was able to shred down a run. That's a high loss we're talking about.
Yep, he was just too strong already at this point. Man, at least Skylar, he's got the mechanics for sure. Right at the end, goes straight in for the brilliant through BDD. That's the combo name.
That's insane. But now we want to hear the joyfulness of the RRQ Hoshi players. Presented to you by our physical partner UBS Gold.
Nolan di atas nih,
Ya,
open nih.
dia suka nge-trap dia.
Nih, gue depanin.
Yang mau di biru semua nih.
Bisa nggak? Gue
Golden nih. Lihat sini tuh.
Belum ada purify tuh, Arit.
Fokus biru ya guys, fokus biru guys.
Boleh.
Mau digas. Gua ada ulti ya. Datun dulu sini. Balikin, Boy. Gua ada ulti ya. Arit. Gua banget tuh, Arit.
Aman.
Popi.
Jauh damengnya. Hati-hati.
Nice, Boy.
Bisa
Tunggu.
Atas dulu ya.
Gua ada ulti ya, gua ada ulti.
Lihat gua guys, sakit banget.
Ini Pope guys. Aman.
Nice boy.
Pope
Aman
mati.
boy, aman boy.
Masuk ya Angela.
Udah.
Tawar dulu. Pelan-pelan. Angela ini enggak ada ulti.
Aman.
Gua tarik.
Mati dia.
Pope guys. Enggak ada ulti Angela.
Aman ulti kau itu.
Enggak ada Pope guys, pelan-pelan.
Masih
Let's go guys.
Aman ya.
Golo. Ganti.
Rata-rata dia sama gua nih.
Mati.
Bisa NN boy, respect ya boy, NN, respect lagi, NN. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Manture dulu.
Padahal. Middle.
Flicker.
Hari boy.
Oh my, listen to those battle cries. Listen to that victory. I don't know, scream? They kept on shouting. It was insane. And you know how much this means to them.
Oh yeah, it means so much to them that Team Liquid ID's emblems are basically shrunken down, just mini versions of themselves. It really feels, it was so dominant because the game ended 11 minutes, 10 seconds. It was that out of control.
11 minutes and 10 seconds with 1,001 gold per minute. How fast was he farming, man? I guess the mercenary likes his payday, and he certainly earned it today, dude. Man, look at how one-sided this was. No turrets, no lord, no turtle. Almost, how much is that? I can't do math. Like 13,000 gold lead. After a strong start from Team Liquid ID, Araki Hoshi just turned it completely around. 6 kills on Team Liquid ID, only on the frontliners technically.
Yup. Unfortunately, our man on Harith did not perform once again.
That's a problem, right? It has been, I think, since Game 3 or Game 4 when he picked up the Harith. I don't think it's an Aaron Shiki pick. To a certain degree it is, but in the playoffs, I feel like he has been struggling with the Harith. I don't know if it's the jitters, but I don't think it is the jitters. But with the Harith, he hasn't been able to reach his highest level.
Personally, for me, I think he had 2 opportunities to do it. This particular game, I agree, it's a really hard matchup against the Lunox. It's really, really difficult. She out-sustains you until you get your first 2 items, and even with the Starlamp sight, there's a good chance that she might be able to dodge you as well. Generally, even Fabian, that early game absolutely botched for him. I would even say that Yehezkiel, he was landing some really good stunts. He was getting some really good freezes, really good glaciers as well. He was still poking out his opponents. He just didn't have the items to finish them off.
And speaking of items though, earlier, I caught that last second, but Rins only had 2 items completed, and I thought he would go for the Wishing Lantern, right, to pressure the frontliners even more. He went straight for a Divine Glaive. So I think that it's because it's only one big massive HP stacker on Team Liquid ID, and on top of that, if he gets those items, he can also be a real threat to the rest of the backline as well, because Yeve's Void Blast, I won't get tired of reminding people of this, it scales ridiculously with the magic power.
Yeah, it was
like 80%
an impressive build, I feel like, from Rins, and this does mean that Rins is still able to retain that 100% win rate with the Yeve.
You're right.
And he's able to keep this, but I do notice a pattern. The show was left open for 2 games, and when it was banned, I feel like Team Liquid ID wasn't able to do anything. I know it's more than just the show, but is the show that influential?
I think it's pretty influential because this is like, again, Hayabusa on Sutsujin. I don't think he would have gotten away with that if Cho was in the middle of it. I would think that maybe there's also an argument for like, maybe there's a limitation to this pool in terms of assassins and what he feels comfortable with generally, which is why maybe RQ was trying to kind of like evolve in this particular way, enforcing these early drafts from game 1 to 3 where some of them were questionable, definitely had some ideas involved, but the level of which they are playing here for this reverse sweep is, again, not just for the sake of draft, but even in-game execution, just looking phenomenal.
Oh, he's really, really clean, man. Even if he... I don't know if I'm bold enough to claim that even if the Cho was in the game, it wouldn't matter with that how dominant it was. But I do feel like a lot of things can be crossed out from the checklist when RRQ banned away the Cho, right? The concern of the early game damage trading, you know, Ida was on the Khalid, can match that too, but now that there's no Cho, this means that the Khalid actually has a lot more freedom to do whatever he wants. You see what I mean? You can kind of match it, but when you can deny the same power from your opponents, it gives you that much more potential as well.
Yeah. So far, Team Liquid ID, they have to go through the lower brackets. And this means
Mirko
it's going to be a Team Liquid ID against a Bigatron Alpha showdown. Consistent pillars secure the King's Grand Final slot and their first M6 ticket, or rather, Indonesia's first M6 ticket. Now then, this is going to be very interesting because last RRQ was in the M series was M4, right? And that was still with R7. That was still with Albert, with Lemon as well, I suppose. And now it's the newly revamped roster. Maybe aside from Skylar. What do you think of them in M6 later on?
Ooh. Go first, Gideon.
What do I think of them M6? Coming into M6, I think I'm still gonna have the same opinions, right? I think they'll do okay during the Swiss stage. I definitely think once they get past and get straight into the playoffs, then it's gonna be a lot harder. I think then is where the real challenge begins, because in terms of their consistency, it is clear that they figured it out. They know exactly how they want to play the game comfortably, and even if they are playing at their worst, it is still higher than the majority of the teams around there so far, especially when we're talking about Southeast Asia.
Man, I feel like this is the thing though. Kescute has already stated that he understands the importance of managing information, right? The fact that they were first in the regular season and people had their eyes on them, observing them. And then we saw that turnover, the instant switch up in game number 3, the hidden Lunox all this time come out of nowhere. I just have my suspicion that RRQ are kind of still hiding. They're trying to mislead a lot of people to how good they really are.
I think so too.
Looking at the results so far, I would say that they have a lot of potential, but there are still a lot of things that they have to kind of keep in mind to kind of improve on even more. Because even if it's good, all right, you know, you can get to M6, but when you're at M6, you got to be better than just good. You got to be one of the best, you know, the best, literally,
better than great
in all of these other aspects as well. So I feel like they can't really get satisfied with their progress, even if, let's say, you know, let's theorize that that's actually the case. They're hiding all these strats. They're acting like they're not there yet. It doesn't matter. I feel like they should keep that mindset and just keep improving, man. Because you can only gain from that mindset. You can't really lose from that, you know, the idea that you have to keep improving.
Yeah, now the question is, Team Liquid ID, are they able to cut through the mental blocks? Because I feel like this is going to be a punch into the gut. Because they were one win away from, you know, that ticket towards M6. But now, of course, we have an audience highlight here. I'll wait for a minute. Of course, it's going to be Novan Mario. It's me, Mario. And he says, keep it up, TLID. Even though you lost to RRQ, there's still one M6 slot available.
True.
Reset, evaluate, and strengthen your mentality for tomorrow. And don't be too complacent. Whoever represents Indonesia at M6, please bring home the trophy. Just like Sir Pulong said, RRQ,
Sir Pulong,
aku titip M6, which means, RRQ, I trust the M6 trophy to you.
Oh boy. I mean, that's a sentiment that a lot of Indonesians have. Okay, man, I mean, if my team loses, that's sad. But please, whoever actually gets there, get it done.
Yeah.
It's been too long, right? That's the whole theme.
It's been 5 years
of season 14. That's the whole theme. If you didn't notice, it's all about no excuses. It's all about it's our time and we need to get it done. Need, underline, bold, italic.
Bold and italic. I mean, I understand. I mean,
I know.
I come from Malaysia at the very least. You know, we've been an underdog region for the longest of times. And the fact that we won one international, I mean, we're proud of it, of course. But at the same time, we know that the rest of the competition is going to get heavier and heavier. Yeah. Especially for Indonesia, you know, the Filipino dominance for so very long. I think maybe this could be a good time where everyone's coming in as legitimate competitors.
And of course, still another slot to be filled. Team Liquid ID. Wow, they are still unable to beat and overcome RRQ Hoshi. It feels like RRQ Hoshi is their kryptonite, but against Bigatron Alpha, what are your, thoughts on this game? How will it look like?
I think that I think they'll give us a really good show. Both teams are very heavy towards that early game. I think it really comes down to just hard execution. I would like to see BTR really push the lengths of what their compositions, what types of compositions they're willing to put out in professional play. Because I feel like TLID, we already have a good idea of what they're capable of, and now it's just to enjoy the motions as they play fluidly across the map.
Yeah. I think for Bigatron, this game definitely, the fact that it went the whole 5 games, right? Gives Bigatron Alpha a lot of insight. We keep talking about how they're an intellectual team. They've been also working a lot on their drafting phase as well. I feel like right there, the fact that we've seen the instant change, the instant shift in power dynamic once the Cho is out of the picture, that's definitely something that Bigatron Alpha will have in mind going to tomorrow's games. Whether or not they can get it done though, I feel like, you know, as much as Bigatron Alpha can adapt, as much as RRQ were able to adapt and come back stronger with a reverse sweep, Team Liquid ID can do the exact same thing. So I think Bigatron Alpha has to pull out all the stops as well and really pull out their A game against Team Liquid ID.
But I guess we have to kind of cut them some slack, right? Because again, they are still freshman players. They're still rookies. Well, at the end of the day, right? Even if they don't, like in the worst case scenario, they don't get that M6 ticket, and it's gonna be Mirko celebrating all over again. I feel like still, it's a very great band of players. It's a very great group, you know, that has been able to turn Team Liquid ID from that, you know, mid-table team into finally a contender towards that MPL trophy and also that M Series ticket. I feel like they will still have the time to readjust, reevaluate all their problems, and maybe for tomorrow they will go all out. But of course, they will have to be able to go through that mental block because last time against Bigatron Alpha, they were also almost got reverse swept, and now they got a taste of exactly that reverse sweep.
That situation seems oddly familiar, man. I'm trying to think if I can remember. I'm bad at recalling stuff if you haven't noticed. But I feel like that we've seen that before, you know, like, one team getting wrecked, almost pulling it off, and then rematching. It's always a very scary situation to be in.
I know this!
Yeah,
I know exactly this. I know you're having a good time, Arashi. I know you'll sleep good tonight. I know you'll be wearing this mango suit again. It's okay.
What are you talking about?
Look, I think most importantly for TLID, they got to figure out blue side. Right now, the biggest issues for me, Chip getting banned on blue side, that's illegal.
Yeah, that is illegal. But now we take a look at the play of the day by Kidia. Talk to me about this play.
This was... Hang on a second. This was the Hayabusa game.
Yeah, Hayabusa game.
I mean, which exact play? There were a lot of moments in this game for sure. Are they just talking about the overall way that he is able to actually perform in this game? I mean, look at this, dude. Even without the shadow kill, we've seen Hayabusas be threatening with a shadow kill. That's kind of okay. This is kind of normal. But, man, the fact that he's able to be a real threat even without the shadow kill, with just the shurikens, that is a, you know, terrifying presence in the jungle of RRQ. And the way he's able to dodge away from all of these stun tools, by all means, there aren't really too many tools saved by Team Liquid ID to stop a Hayabusa, but they tried, and he was able to very cleanly just evade from all of these catch attempts from the side of Team Liquid ID.
Yeah, I think that's such at this point in time, as much as we joke about him being like very cold, calculated, basically like a human, you know, a robot in human skin. I mean, the fact that he went for Hunter Strike was very surprising because he could have easily just gone for straight into Sky Piercer, right? Yeah. I think that probably would have been majority of junglers, especially when they have like already achieved 4 kills
Snowball.
within the first 4 minutes of the game. That just makes sense. But I think it was sensible of him to actually complete the Hunter Strike first and then start figuring everything out later. Because that way, it makes sure that all the power spikes kind of lead up at the same time with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at the bracket of MPL ID Season 14 playoffs. The final 3. We'll take a look at the teams going home already. Of course, Ultra and Fnatic, Onyx, Geek Fam also had to say their farewells. And now, it is going to be an amazing day tomorrow because we will take a look at Team Liquid ID against Bigatron Alpha, who will accompany RRQ Hoshi into M6 and in that grand final slot. And of course, Team Liquid ID against Bigatron Alpha. Quick predictions, Gideon and Arashi. Starting from you, Gideon.
Oh, man. TLID 4-3 BTR, if not 4-2 if BTR is playing bad.
Okay, so TLID.
Yep.
Wait, hang on, it's a best of 5, is it not?
Yeah, it's a best of 5.
Oh, it's a best of 5? I thought it was best of 7 because of match 7.
He was predicting a best of 7. Whoa.
My bad. 3-2.
3-2.
3-2 or 3-1.
Arashi Hoshi?
I think it has to be a 3-2. Come on.
I don't know, because I feel like BTR and even TLID, I feel like it's more common. It's more common for TLID. But even so, it's a bit of a coin flip on those very first 2 games. Because I feel right now, TLID, when they are like, they're energized, they're sharp, those 2 games, easy breezy. after that, it's just like you have an asthma attack, you're trying to get to your inhaler, and you're like, please, I'm so close. Just hold on to it and breathe.
Is that experience gap? Maybe, huh? I mean,
Could be.
My prediction is for Team Liquid ID, though. I feel like they're just that flexible, they can probably get it done. But by the way, we see a lot of people early just funneling out into the festival. What's out there?
So out there is, of course, Pop Mart, because Pop Mart is now in Indonesia.
Oh.
It is located in Gandaria City. Do you know where that is?
You're
Don't
asking
know.
the wrong
It's
guy.
basically like in KL, and then you kind of go a bit to...
Are you really comparing the two?
To Perlis. Is that far?
Yeah!
Okay,
very
so my geography
far.
is kind of... That's kind of bad, but
What is he on
next
about?
year there will be a special collaboration between Pop Mart and MLBB featuring figurines and MPL players. Imagine having Skylar in your rack, in your shelf, just watching at you, and then you're gonna miss your last hits and all that. He's gonna be critical of you, but Pop Mart won't judge you. If you want to be the best, if you want to be the first to know about this collaboration, you can register now by scanning the QR code on the screen, or visit the Pop Mart booth at El Dorado Dome and grab some cool merchandise from Pop Mart.
I'll be real with you. I don't know if it's scary to have a figurine of a player because I'm scared that the player is just going to see all the ungodly things I do when I'm by myself.
Imagine Tsutsujin cursing at you for missing a retribution.
Exactly. I would just die. I would just hop out of the top floor of my window, just send myself flying.
Speaking of windows, you know what else looks like a window?
What else looks like a window?
Glasses.
You son of a...
Well, we all have them.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We have, how many eyes do we have now? 12 eyes.
12
Together.
eyes.
Together with 12 eyes, and of course, you gotta achieve winning looks like us for winning gamers. It is brought to you by Saturdays and MPL ID. This eyewear is the secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. Available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. You can stay up to date by following at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for season 14. Last season, it was the sunglasses and all that, right?
Yeah, the MVP collection.
What if this season it's gonna be like those visors that the pilots use, and it's gonna
What?
be ultra futuristic, and you can see what Gideon is made up of. You know, 80% water and like
80% water. Oh, whoa! Hang on a second.
He's not entirely wrong.
That's true.
Wait, he's not entirely right either. But what do you mean?
It's
I don't
like
want to make
vastly-
statements.
It's about positioning yourself here. Might I recommend, if those of you who are going to Saturday.com to go get their glasses, put on a blue filter on it.
Blue filter. But speaking of blue, I don't think it is going to be a fun day for the blue fans.
Come on,
because now it's the Kingdom time to shine. It's the Kingdom's time to shine, as we see the players outside of the MPL festival. And you can see the ocean of humans out there.
Tsutsujin.
What a massive crowd. And again, Tsutsujin. Yo, make a face.
Smile.
Emote.
Live a little.
Please. Please.
Man, you've already qualified.
There we go.
Okay.
We saw an inkling.
This guy's like the Mark Zuckerberg of MLBB.
No. The Mark.
Is he a T-Rex? Is he an alien?
The lizard people have got him.
Lizard people.
We need more research into this matter, man, honestly.
Like, genuinely, like, even in MPLMI, I was always wondering, like, why is he the most I've seen him, like, emote or, like, give any expression, yeah, is when he's, like, really, really frustrated. He's just, like, grabbing his hair. Same expression, but you can just see him doing something with his hands.
Oh, so maybe the expression doesn't come from his face, it comes from his body.
Maybe.
He's a body language kind of guy.
Body language. Psychology 101.
Psychology.
You're reading too deep into it, brother.
Yeah, it's not that complicated, brother man.
Also, Tsujin has always been a very, very quiet guy. He's been cold. He is one of the best at what he does. So yeah, we give it to him, right?
I mean, that really helps, you know. Being a jungle in season 14, there's so many things flying around. That calmness is just such a great weapon.
So many things flying around. Fanny is banned.
No, I mean like skill shots and stunts and all that. I wonder if there could be a mini-series of like the struggles of living with no emotion with Tsutsujin.
Better yet, maybe even a documentary about the people working around them as well. Like maybe the stage have cameramen.
That's what they have to know, because esports is more than just the players. It's also the people back on stage and behind the screen. Like Mr. Reza talking to us right now. Of course, for all MLBB esports fans out there who aspire to find job opportunities in the esports industry, MP MPL ID has a chance for you. The MPL career page is now live on the MPL ID website, offering a variety of internship openings for esports enthusiasts. Why are you guys laughing?
Dude, you straight up dox the man.
Drop the guy.
You just dox the dude. This is why we use Zipper. We use codename Zipper all the time.
You didn't ask for permission. You didn't say nothing.
It's a code name. It's a code name, all right?
Really? Really?
And you'll have the opportunity to work with your favorite esports teams and MPL ID partners as well. Imagine Arashi working in RQ Hoshi as a team manager?
I don't know if that's possible with me working as a caster.
Well, you don't cast anymore then. Gideon's gonna fly into MPL ID.
Or maybe you just
Take
don't
over
cast
your
their
place.
games. That's a simple solution.
That is also.
Is that how it works? Is that how the rules go?
I don't know. Probably not, to be honest.
Well,
but
if you
It
want
depends on the benefits.
it's benefits and all the rules. If you're curious, then you can go check it out on the MPL ID website.
Permanent logic.
Yeah,
keeps an eye on.
Dude, of all the names you could pick, apparently the code name that you picked is Reza.
Mr. Rez. You know, it's actually the XP laner for Onyx. Because it's Rez, right?
No, stop it.
Rez.
Stop it.
But talking about
Trying to
talk about the
design a whole
multiverse.
multiverse. Yeah!
Yo,
Dude, we're on the same page.
multiverse. Talking about junglers, right, and all that. You know, Fabian was donning an insane performance against the Nolan. So of course, me as well as a Nolan main, I really want to get my hands on the best Nolan skin, and that skin is of course
this skin right here?
Nolan, the Navigator, infinite dimensions, infinite possibilities. No matter how many universes I traverse, no matter how dangerous the journey, I must find her.
Dude, it's one sentence away from becoming a Paquito line.
What?
I fight for my family.
I fight for my family.
Wait, long pause. And then he continues. I can't deal with that voice.
Nolan's
line.
new
I thought you were
skin.
gonna go like long pause, power wave.
Well, I guess Nolan's new
When is it
skin
available? When is
will be available in game on 11th Strip 06. I'm not good with dates, all right?
I think that's November 6th.
I think it's the 6th of November.
Thank you. Thank you for making it work for me. But don't miss out.
To be fair, I am with you on this that it should be the reverse.
Yeah, it's very hard to read
It's
it.
very difficult when it's the opposite.
Yeah, it's very hard.
I'm dyslexic and that's already difficult.
No, don't say that.
What do you mean? I can hardly read half the screen anyways. I'm just powering through it.
And by the way, Gideon, can you play Claude?
Oh, god damn it.
You want a ticket to Malaysia?
Why are you exposing him? What's your agenda today, bro?
You want a ticket to Malaysia?
Sure, I would love to take it to Malaysia.
Well, you practically live there.
Yeah.
So, Arashi, this is your chance because for you who think you're skilled and pro at playing Claude, there's great news. Anyone who makes it into top 100 Claude players in Bandung will have the chance to win free tickets to the MPL ID Season 14 playoffs.
Yo.
Participate in a 1v1 showdown with a pro player and win a Samsung Galaxy Series smartphone. But that's not all. All of the audience at the MPL Festival who is watching the Claude Showdown will also play in a 1v1 activity, and they can also get a chance to join a minute trivia quiz and win a Samsung Galaxy phone.
By being top 100 on the Claude. I mean, that's difficult, but wow,
That's
the
easy.
benefits.
No, you just have to be top in Bandung.
Yeah.
It can't be that hard, right?
You need to gap Skyler. That's all.
Yeah, you just have to gap Skyler, face off against like Keyboy every once in a while.
Yeah. All right, well.
Yes, ABC.
Interesting.
I don't know. I think that's a genius idea. Whoever came up with that guy deserves a promotion. That's a very, very good idea.
So if we play ranked now, we're gonna see a bunch of Claudes.
We're just gonna only see Claude purely for the rest of it.
I'm gonna start banning Claude just
just animal control. Just came back, you pest.
Are you
Stop
trying to
picking
get
Claude.
you're trying to get the M6? Nah.
Don't ban it.
Denied.
Anyways, if you're also like RQ Hoshi and you want to fly out to M6, the early bird tickets for M6 will be available from October 5 to 7. Enjoy a 20% discount on tickets and exclusive M6 merchandises. For more information, check out MLBB Esports social media.
I mean, you're probably going anyways, right? Go get the early bird ticket, dude.
Now,
come on, it's free value.
Will you be going, Gideon?
Hello?
That's very far from where you live,
I
right?
literally could I could literally show up. I don't even need the tickets. I'm gonna be outside the window and be like,
Skylar! You'll be in flip-flops and all that, like,
Flip-flops.
please.
Imagine Gideon with shorts and flip-flops.
Dude,
just pulling up to the
if
Yakigara.
this table was any taller, you'd be seeing it. I'm just gonna say that.
Shorts.
Shorts is the way to go. Shorts is the
Short
way
grip.
to go. Honestly, I'm surprised that there are so many giveaways, right?
Yeah.
Recently, I heard that even MPL PH was sending over like a member. It'd be crazy if they were doing it here at MPL ID.
Oh, interesting.
A lot of giveaways, left and right.
Too many.
You wanna tell them, Arashi?
Well,
why? What's going on?
Do you need me to help you?
Help me out here, buddy.
Yeah, I'll help.
I'm the dyslexic one. I cannot read what's on that screen right
I
now.
feel like I'm getting infected.
Anyways, for anyone who wants to catch up with Araki, Hoshi, and Gideon into Malaysia, and you want to fly for free and watch the grand finals of M6 live in Malaysia, you must join the challenge and tournament held during the playoffs. You can win an M6 golden ticket from MPL Indonesia as well as millions of rupiahs in prizes from GoPay and various exciting giveaways. Participating is super easy. Just create a TikTok video about Claude. Your video can be your gameplay, your favorite pro player, a funny moment, or memes. Anything related to Claude. For more information, check out MPL ID social media. I know exactly what I'm gonna make.
What?
I'm gonna do the blazing duet.
You know what I'm gonna do?
Yo.
I'm gonna make a TikTok of me banning Claude like 50 times.
Honestly,
I'm
gonna
a
go.
straight menace.
I'm gonna go with the fanatical Mr. Beast fans and how they get his attention with the same way. I'm just gonna say Claude 1,000,000 times.
Claude,
and I'm
Claude.
going to record it and send them this. I don't know how long it's gonna.
You're gonna troll them.
You know, some guy's gonna have to actually watch the whole thing just to ensure it's actually all right.
And I'm not gonna have a counter going.
He's gonna
Claude.
It's not as easy. It's not as easy as it seems, but that's not the only international tournament that you guys should be looking out for.
Yeah, because we have another upcoming international tournament. This time, donning and hoisting the national flags, who will be the ISF World Esports Championship 2024. Feature elite teams representing their countries battle each other for national glory. Out of 88 countries, Indonesia team is one of the 16 countries qualified to participate in the MLBB tournament from 12 until the 15th of November. And out of 49 countries, Indonesia is one of the 12 countries qualified to also participate in the MLBB Women tournament from 16th to the 19th of November. So tune in and support the Indonesian teams in both MLBB Men and MLBB Women tournaments.
ISF, wow, man. They have some really fire events. The opening ceremonies are always so cool because, again, you bring in the whole national pride with it. I mean, it's always a good time. I've had the honor of casting in one of their events back then, where
What do you think about Malaysia's national team? They're in MLBB.
Oh, it's doing better. Honestly, our national team does better at international tournaments than our regular professional players. Yeah, we got bronze and then we got silver.
Wow.
Not bad, right? I would say I would say it's a win. It's a big win for us.
That's very nice.
Not bad at all.
We've done much better at SEA Games than we have at any of the M series other than MSC.
Speaking of W's, of course, it is the recall effects that feature MPL Indonesia and MPL PH teams as well inside of it. We have the EVOS Glory Recall Effect, the Rebellion Esports Recall Effect, Liquid ID, GeekFam, and Dewa United Esports. Don't forget, the release date is on September of 19th, 2024. It has been released for almost a month now, so make sure you get them all. Talking about the recalls, yeah, what's your favorite?
My favorite one? I have to say it's the TLPH one. Come on, like
TLPH one.
Yeah. Come on, it's too good. It's too good. It was a genius idea, made life into a video game.
It's the best taunting recall you can ever have.
It's literally flexing on your opponents.
I have the same exact recall as well, so I can't say much about it.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you like the team or not. It's a good recall.
It is.
It is.
It is a very, very good recall. And speaking of that as well, the MLBB 8th anniversary celebration officially begins on 27th of September.
Ah, he got it this time.
There you go. Let's go.
Quick thinking. Well,
Akai's 8th anniversary exclusive skin, Marvelous Maestro, the Spawn Effect, Kill Notification, Avatar Border, Battle Emote, and more epic skins are waiting for you, Arashi.
And of course, Kagura's brand new epic skin will also be available for free starting from October the 18th. So don't miss out and roll those dices, man, because I get overwhelmed with like casting. Sometimes I check back like, oh, I got like 15 dices. I had to go through them during the break earlier. It's like, oh man, just rolling.
Have you gotten to metagaming it? Like min-maxing the event?
Min-maxing?
How? What do you mean?
So whenever you get there's only one thing that I've discovered. That if you land on a you know those game tiles where it's like, oh, the rhythm one, oh, this is like pick a one.
Yeah.
Just skip them. Just skip them. Don't even bother playing it. It's not worth the currency you get.
Really? Why not?
The hat, because the one that gives you the most is the hat one. That gives you 500 straight off the bat. Everything else gives you either 100 or 200. So you're wasting your time if you want to work for an extra 300 when you can literally wait an hour with like a level 15 little character and get it just the same way.
That's a life hack, by the way.
It's min-maxing
I legitimately sat down to
for
do the
fun
math.
event.
It's so bad. It's so dumb.
Let's talk about the MLBB 8th anniversary. You can now celebrate with us the 8th anniversary of Mobile Legends Bang Bang with your local MLBB community. Join the fun with Moonton student leader and community hero Indonesia at the MLBB 8th anniversary community gathering. The event runs from September 28th to the October of 27, 2024. Various MSL and also community heroes near you. What kind of fun awaits, Arashi?
Well, there are great exciting activities like the MLBB short drama screening, the MLBB anniversary video shout out, the MLBB anniversary cake decoration challenge. That's why you're seeing cakes in the event. The anniversary MV dance cover. And the fun match offline tournament. Okay, you know, back to the competitive scene. But that's not all, man. Tons of amazing prizes like the Samsung A25, 1 million IDR in vouchers, actually. Bluetooth speakers, air purifiers.
That's a good one.
And more door prizes are up there just for grabs.
Oh, that's enough.
Air purifiers, underrated door gift.
Underrated.
Very underrated. I think they are worth giving to people. It is genuinely a quality of life.
Yeah, it's a lifesaver.
Yeah.
It is practically a lifesaver. So don't forget to invite your community and experience the excitement of MLBB's 8th anniversary celebration together. Because we're gonna have the fun. And look at those prizes. It's enough to fill an entire house. Right? You get the door prize.
You get everything.
You get the door as a prize. So that door is enough to become the foundation of your house. And
You
then
live
can...
in a 4x4 box? Like, what kind of a house are you talking about here?
My house.
I know that Indonesia has a lot of real estate, but a box is something else.
I mean, dude, like, what, you live in Minecraft or something?
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't have a crafting table to make a door. What do you mean?
I can't make a door. And now, of course, time flies so fast even for today. It doesn't feel like, you know, we've been getting 2 matches, but, you know, it's hard to believe that MLBB has been with all of us for 8 unforgettable years.
Wow, 8
This time,
years?
MLBB has invited a sand art expert to recreate our cherished memories using skillful hands and colorful sand. Is that Khalid we're talking about?
I don't think so. Hang on.
Don't make this a race thing. Don't make it a race thing.
I don't know where the angle was going. But
Sand player, right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's sand art. You know, Khalid will be like,
he manipulates sand.
Yeah, not in fine detail.
And that purple skin he has changes the color of the sand.
Yeah, again, the sand isn't like manipulated in
but
detail,
if he can
bro.
ride one, he can manipulate one, right?
Oh, right. So if I can bring a bucket of water, I can control water.
Yeah. I'm Aquaman
faulty
because I
logic
can
here.
swim. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Well, do you love Khalid?
I do love Khalid.
It's pretty fun, dude. It's surfing.
Yeah.
Surfing.
Just
Sand surfing. Anyways,
they should use a skin with a magic carpet.
Talking about surfing,
that's
we've
great.
been nominated for 5 categories at the Mobies Awards. And please vote for us because we have been nominated for Mobile Game of the Year, Mobile Strategy Game of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, Developer of the Year, which is of course Moonton, and Live Event of the Year, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, M5 World Championship. So support MLBB by voting at mobileawards.com/vote. VOTE.
Just like that.
I don't know if I want to point out the discrepancy here, but how are we getting Live Event of the Year if it hasn't happened yet?
Wait, it's M. Oh, hang on a second.
M5.
Oh!
Yeah,
M5.
Oh, thank God. I'm so happy I'm so dyslexic. I'm so dyslexic.
Well,
oh God.
I guess when you are, everything's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it is. It's a good time. It's a good time.
And it's there for free. It's a feature. It's a free feature for Gideon here. Like the free shuttle service.
Yeah.
It's a free feature if you're in Bandung.
If you're in Bandung, like we are, you know, you can hitchhike a ride with the free shuttle service, you know,
Right
provided to you by MPL Indonesia.
So there's 2 locations here available from the 23rd to the 27th.
Yeah.
Number 1 is on the Padalarang Whoosh station, all the way to the Eldorado Dome. And then there's the bus stop at Damri.
I don't know where that is.
Neither do I.
I'm not a bad local.
I don't live here. I'm so sorry.
They got the wrong.
I'm so sorry.
They literally got the wrong people to figure out geography because Ghani is on the casting.
Mirko was born here.
Exactly. So it's like,
was born.
we have
born
no
here, yeah.
clue.
Naveen from the Indonesian desk is also born. Was also born here. So.
Oh my goodness.
She
They really got the
Nah,
wrong
she's not.
people.
Or she just goes to,
She just
studies.
goes to college here. So.
All right.
Oh, dude.
But with that though, is it over?
It's over. It's
Man.
grueling.
I can't wait for tomorrow,
Two
dude.
games tomorrow will be very, very fun. But that is it from us and the panelist desk. It's been a very, very pleasant experience to provide to you the games today. We will see you tomorrow in the lower bracket finals, MPL ID Season 14. We own this.
Karena pada akhirnya kita sudah menyelesaikan hari ini. Upper bracket final ditambah semi-final dari lower bracket.
Betul sekali Bude, hari ini sudah ada satu tim yang pulang, yaitu Geek Fam yang harapannya sudah pupus untuk bisa melaju ke M6 World Championship. Dan pastinya 2 match penentuan hari ini telah kita saksikan. Match pertama yaitu semifinal dari lower bracket, di mana Bigetron Alpha dan Geek Fam perlawanannya tidak bisa terbentung. Dan dominasi dari sang robot pastinya akhirnya bisa memenangkan match dengan poin 3-0. Yang akhirnya membuat mereka harus bersiap untuk bisa menghadapi match esok hari.
Benar, karena perjalanan mereka jika ingin mewakili Indonesia dan mendapatkan slot untuk Grand Final adalah esok hari. Mereka harus berjuang di lower bracket final, yang mana rupanya kita melihat bahwa pertarungan di final upper bracket tadi membuat tim Liquid ID harus turun dengan skor 3-2. Sedangkan dari tim Arokyoshi, mereka mendapatkan tiket M6 pertama dari MPL. Dan mereka menempati slot Grand Final pertama pula setelah absen 1 tahun. Di tahun lalu, kali ini mereka kembali hadir untuk babak M6. Kita kali ini punya perwakilan Indonesia yang pertama. Dan yang kedua tentu akan kita saksikan bersama-sama di hari esok. Final lower bracket akan seperti apa?
Betul sekali Bude, hanya 1 tiket tersisa yang pastinya selalu diperebutkan antara Bigetron Alpha melawan tim Liquid Indonesia. Tapi pastinya acara MPL Indonesia Season 14 tidak terlepas dari dukungan para sponsor yang pastinya selalu mensupport kita Bude.
Betul, karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy.
And of course, our official coffee partner at a Good Day, our official e-wallet at a GoPay, our official destination for gaming and esport Kidia, our official gold partner UBS Gold.
Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome dan juga WeDrink.
And of course, we want to thank you to our suppliers at Erigo, Click Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Killa Food, Pop Mart, RSV Helmet, and Saturdays. And of course, our event are supported by PBSI.
Dukungan terus mengalir, bahkan bukan hanya dari sponsor, namun dari semua super fans yang bukan hanya di Eldorado Dome Bandung, namun juga ada di seluruh dunia. Semua mata menuju pada 2 tim esok hari, karena salah satu dari mereka akan melaju ke babak Grand Final dan juga mendapatkan tiket M6 World Championship. Siapakah yang akan berhak? Siapakah yang akan bisa berperform lebih baik dari satunya? So, akhir kata kita mengucapkan terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di esok hari di final lower bracket MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this!
terus berlari.